Successe troubed painfully.
All she could hear were endless sobs buzzing in her ears, making her restless. Dad, what kind of place is the Zhao family? It looks fancy, but their rules are terrifying. I heard the old lady there is very hard to please. My sister is weak and proud. If she marries there, she'll suffer terribly. Let me marry Zhao Zhengwo instead of my sister. I'm not afraid of hardship. As long as she can live safely, I'll serve the Zhao family without complaint. As for the island, if my sister goes there with the army, it might be tough, but at least it's peaceful. Su Si's hand froze on her temple. An island? A marriage swap? Strange memories forced their way into her mind, like someone pouring hot ginger soup down her throat. She wasn't dead. Not only was she alive, but she had also gone from being a modern-day heiress worth billions to a character in a 1970s drama full of hardship. The bad news: the original Su Si was unlucky. Her mother had died early, her father had remarried, and her stepsister was full of schemes. Right now was the turning point of the story, the marriage exchange scene. According to the original engagement, Su Si was supposed to marry Zhao Zhengwo, the son of the textile factory director. In those days, that was a wealthy family, living comfortably in the city, without having to work the fields. Her stepsister, Su Baozhu, was engaged to Lu Yi, a military officer stationed on a remote island. Though officer's wife sounded grand, it was actually a miserable life. No electricity, little water, and she had to take care of his 3 troublesome younger siblings. In the previous life, Su Baozhu went mad after 2 years of that life, resenting Lu Yi for being away all the time. She eventually ran off with a peddler and died far from home. Meanwhile, the original Su Si, who married into the Zhao family, endured a difficult mother-in-law but later enjoyed wealth when the family went into business and became rich. Clearly, Su Baozhu had been reborn. And the first thing she did after coming back was to put on this act of sacrifice in front of Su Si. She claimed she wanted to protect her sister from suffering, but in truth, she was greedy for the Zhao family's future fortune and wanted to dump the island hardship on Su Si. Su Si opened her eyes. Her gaze swept across the dull, gray living room. At the peeling redwood table, Su Daqiang sat frowning, puffing on his pipe. Her stepmother, Wang Xiuji, wiped her tears while secretly watching his expression. Kneeling on the ground, Su Baozhu cried miserably, shouting that she was willing to go to the Zhao family to suffer. But the corners of her eyes and lips, lowered in false humility, could not hide her secret calculation and satisfaction. "Baozhu, my child, you're just too kind," said Su Daqiang, tapping his tobacco pipe with emotion. "Since you're willing to take your sister's place and serve the Zhao family, then I don't agree." A cool voice suddenly cut through the air, sharp and cold like ice dropped into hot oil. Su Baozhu's sobs stopped. She looked up in shock. Su Si leaned against the hard bed, pinching the corner of the quilt between 2 fingers with a look of distaste, brushing off a bit of dust. She was strikingly beautiful. Even in old clothes, her fair skin seemed to glow, the only brightness in the dim room. "Sister, don't be stubborn." Su Baozhu crawled forward anxiously, trying to grab her hand, afraid Su Si might change her mind. "The Zhao family is a terrible place. Their mother-in-law is harsh. Let me go instead. Life on the island may be hard, but as long as you don't have to suffer there, I'll be at ease." Su Si avoided her touch and even brushed off the spot where Baozhu's sleeve had grazed her. She looked at Su Baozhu with a faint, amused smile. "What I mean is, do you really think you can take my good marriage without offering anything in return?" The room fell silent.
Su Daqiang froze.
Su Si slowly twirled a strand of hair, her mind already calculating. Stay in the city and marry Zhao Zhengwo. Su Baozhu wasn't entirely wrong. Living under the same roof as in-laws and dealing with endless family drama would indeed be troublesome. But she hadn't come into this story just to be mistreated. The island, on the other hand, far from the city, with Lu Yi rarely home, it would be a quiet, independent life. Short on supplies?
Successe tofts stirred.
In her mind, a brightly lit, modern shopping mall floated quietly. The basement was filled with fresh goods, piles of premium beef, lobsters, and rice by the ton. The first floor held beauty and daily products, from luxury skincare to silk bedding. The second floor had clothing, the third dining, the fourth entertainment. Even the pharmacy was stocked with precious medicines that were rare in this era. It was an endless, self-replenishing marketplace. If she took a bottle of water, the shelf would instantly refill itself. With this special advantage, going to the island isn't exile, it's a sponsored vacation. No need to serve her in-laws. She'll have a seaside house all to herself and enjoy seafood hot pot whenever she wants. Since Su Baozhu wants to switch places, Su Ci is happy to let her. However, if she wants to take what belongs to Su Ci, she'll have to pay a price.
I'm Xiaoxi, Sudakian Cove Tokwerdli.
We're all family. Don't talk about exchanging like that, it sounds unpleasant. Even between siblings, accounts should be clear. Su Ci opened her fair hand, palm up, speaking confidently. The Zhao family offered a bride price of 200 yuan, plus coupons for a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a watch. The Liu family is poor and only gave 50. Who's going to make up the difference of 150? Wang Xiuji shrieked like a startled cat. 150? Su Ci, are you crazy for money? We don't have that kind of cash. No money? Su Ci yawned and pretended to lie back down. Then I won't switch. I'd like to be the factory director's wife too, wear nice clothes and ride a bicycle. No way. Su Baozhu almost jumped up in panic. She knew too well how successful Liu Yi would become. In her past life, she hadn't endured long enough. But this time, if she could just get through the first few years, she'd become the wife of a high-ranking officer. The Zhao family might be rich, but they were just newly wealthy, no real power or influence. Su Baozhu pinched Wang Xiuji's leg hard. Wang Xiuji gasped in pain, gritted her teeth, and felt her heart ache. Fine.
I'll pay.
I'll make it up to you. It's not over yet. Su Ci didn't even lift her eyelids. The island is far, and I'm delicate. I'll need good food on the way. I want 200 yuan for settling in, plus 100 jin of national grain coupons, 50 feet of fabric coupons, and some industrial vouchers.
Suchi.
This is robbery. Su Daqiang slammed his pipe on the table, making the teacups rattle. I'm your father. Do you believe I won't hit you? Su Ci looked up at him, her eyes calm and a little cold. Dad, you said yourself the island life is hard. If I don't bring some money, what if I starve there?
Or,
do you want to see your late wife's only daughter die? The last words were soft, but sharp as needles.
Sudakian fell silent.
Give it to her. Su Baozhu shouted the words. She was afraid that the longer things dragged on, the more trouble might come. As long as Su Ci could be sent away, this bit of money meant nothing. Once Liu Yi became a high-ranking officer, this amount would be worthless. After a noisy round of searching, they gathered a total of 350 yuan, along with a thick stack of ration coupons, all stuffed into Su Ci's pocket. The Su family savings from the past few years were nearly emptied out. All right, there's one last thing. Su Ci's gaze dropped to the red string around Su Baozhu's neck. Hanging from it was a small, plain piece of black jade. It was their late mother's keepsake, which Su Baozhu had taken and worn for years. In the original story, this jade was also the key to unlocking a hidden spiritual space. Unfortunately, the foolish girl never learned how to use it and only wore it to show off. Give me the jade pendant that Mom left for me. Su Baozhu instinctively covered her chest. For some reason, a wave of panic rose in her heart, as if great fortune was slipping through her fingers. But seeing Su Ci's stubborn look that said she wouldn't leave without it, Su Baozhu gritted her teeth, yanked it off, and threw it over.
Take it.
It's just a useless stone, anyway. Su Ci caught it easily. The jade felt smooth and warm in her hand. The next moment, a loud hum echoed in her mind.
Ding.
High-energy ancient jade detected. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. New VIP areas unlocked. Advanced weapons vault, special medical bay, and spiritual spring garden. Su Si tightened her grip on the pendant, a faint smile appearing on her lips.
Perfect.
Everything was ready. 3 days later, at the train station, the green train sat on the tracks like an old dragon, puffing out white smoke. The platform was packed with people. The mix of sweat and livestock smells made one's head ache. Su Baozhu wore a brand new synthetic shirt, her face glowing with barely hidden joy. She handed over 2 dry, dark buns with a fake smile. Sis, if you get hungry on the train, don't be too stingy to eat. When you reach the island, if those 3 kids misbehave, don't be too harsh. After all, being a stepmother isn't easy. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes. She could already imagine Su Si turning into a tired, weathered woman, worn down by the sea wind and those troublesome children. Su Si pinched the buns between 2 fingers and casually placed them on the luggage rack. She looked at Su Baozhu's triumphant face and couldn't help but laugh. Leaning closer, her voice was soft but teasing. Baozhu, I heard the factory director's family is very strict. Your mother-in-law cares most about whether her daughter-in-law can handle housework. With your delicate hands, you'd better do well. Don't come back crying after scrubbing toilets.
Su Baozhu's smile froze.
Su Si didn't look at her again. Carrying her empty bag, her supplies were stored elsewhere. She turned and boarded the train. Her back was straight, her steps light. She didn't look like someone heading for hardship. With a long whistle, the train began to move. The air inside grew stuffy. Men had taken off their shoes, children were crying, and the smell was strong. Su Si sat by the window and pulled the curtain closed to block curious eyes. Around her, passengers were eating dry, crumbly flatbread and drinking cold water. Leaning against the hard seat, Su Si's mind slipped into her private space. On the top floor of a shopping mall, a soft leather sofa welcomed her. On the table before her was a freshly baked Wellington steak, golden and crisp on the outside, tender and juicy inside. Beside it was a glass of sparkling water with ice, tiny droplets sliding down the glass. She cut a piece of steak and tasted it. The rich flavor filled her mouth, making her close her eyes in satisfaction.
Luye?
The tall, strong officer everyone talked about? And those 3 children who would one day become powerful figures? Since she had taken over this story, she was determined to become the queen of that island. As for Su Baozhu, she hoped Baozhu could still smile while serving that demanding family. First stop, the island. Here I come. Su Si swallowed the last bite of steak and smiled contentedly. Just then, the train's speaker crackled to life. Emergency announcement. Recently, the island garrison was hit by a major typhoon. Supply transport is difficult. All accompanying family members, please be prepared. The carriage filled with sighs. Oh dear, those going to the island are in for a tough time. I heard even fresh water has to be rationed there. Su Si listened to the people talking around her and touched the piles of braised pork cans, self-heating hot pots, and boxes of bottled water stored in her space. Go hungry?
Impossible.
This wasn't suffering at all. It was more like a well-planned aid mission. The green train looked like a giant dark green snake lying on the tracks, puffing out thick clouds of steam. Carrying her luggage, Su Si squeezed into the carriage. As soon as she stepped inside, a wave of heat mixed with a sour, unpleasant smell hit her like a blow. It was overwhelming. The air was thick with the stench of old sweat, unwashed feet, and cheap tobacco. There were even live chickens and ducks making a mess on the floor. In the sealed, overheated carriage, the smell seemed to boil and ferment. It was like standing in a chemical disaster zone.
Su Chi's stomach churned.
The carriage was packed with people. The luggage racks were stuffed with woven bags that looked ready to fall at any moment. The aisle was crowded with mothers feeding babies and messy children running around. There wasn't even a place to stand properly. Excuse me, let me through. A burly man behind her pushed forward with a carrying pole, nearly hitting her in the back. Su Si quickly turned sideways, but her faded old shirt still got brushed with dust. Holding her breath, she moved carefully through the crowd, following the seat number in her memory. Finally, she found her throne by the window in the middle of the carriage, a hard seat. In this time and place, getting a hard seat was already considered decent. But when Su Ci looked down, her pretty face almost froze. The seat's surface was covered with a sticky, greasy layer of dirt. In the cracks were old sunflower seed shells and dried brown tea stains. Next to her sat an older woman. The woman had taken off her shoes, sat cross-legged, cleaning her toes with one hand while eating sunflower seeds with the other. She spat the shells directly onto the small table, scattering them everywhere.
Succeesse scalp tingled.
Was this really a trip to a tropical island with the army? It felt more like a trial of endurance. She stood still in the aisle. The people behind her, blocked by her, started complaining impatiently. "Hey, miss, are you sitting down or not? If not, don't block the way." The woman sitting nearby looked up. She glanced at Su Ci from head to toe. Seeing that the young woman's skin was soft and fair like tofu, and though her clothes were old, they were clean, she gave a mocking laugh. "Clearly a pampered city girl," she said. "If you think it's dirty, why not take a car instead of suffering on the train?" After speaking, the woman tossed a sunflower seed into her mouth and spat out the shell loudly on purpose.
Succinio reder.
Instead of sitting down, she placed her large travel bag on the seat, saving her spot. Then, under the curious stares of the people around her, she slowly unzipped the bag. Using it as cover, she reached into her hidden storage space. When her hand came out, she was holding a neatly folded piece of dark blue floral fabric. It was a silk scarf from a luxury brand's latest collection. To avoid drawing attention, she had chosen a pattern that looked plain and had even cut off the label. But the material was real silk, smooth and soft to the touch, breathable and clean. Su Ci moved quickly. She spread the scarf over the greasy seat, tucking the corners neatly into the gaps until it was perfectly flat. The dirty, hard seat instantly looked like a polished, high-end chair. But she wasn't done yet. Next, she took out a small cloth pouch she had sewn herself. It was a simple sachet filled with cotton soaked in a light floral perfume. Su Ci hung it by the window. A cool, fresh scent of flowers and fruit spread through the air. It was elegant and refreshing. The unpleasant smell of sweat and dust in the carriage was quickly pushed away. After finishing all this, Su Ci took out a pack of alcohol wipes. With a soft tearing sound, she opened it and carefully wiped the small table in front of her 3 times. When the surface was so clean it reflected her face, she threw the used wipes into her own trash bag. She let out a quiet sigh of relief and sat down gracefully. Everyone around her was stunned. In times like these, fabric was precious. Most people saved every piece to make clothes or patch shoes. And this woman had used it just to cover a seat. What a waste, they thought in disbelief. TSK, 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 what a fine young lady, so particular for someone so well off. The woman sitting nearby stopped cracking her sunflower seeds. Her eyes were fixed on the piece of fabric under Su Ci, itching with envy. The material looked smooth and shiny. If she could quietly take it while the girl was asleep and make a little vest for her grandson, wouldn't that be impressive? Su Ci pretended not to notice the greedy look. She leaned back against the soft silk cover, letting her body relax. From her bag, she took out a chipped enamel cup and poured herself some water. It was Evian mineral water from her private supply, clear and refreshing. She took small sips, her gaze following the yellow trees flashing past the window. The murmurs around her grew louder. She's so arrogant. Who does she think she is? Exactly. Acting all special like that. Some even started pointing at her, saying she didn't get along with others. Su Ci's ears were tired of hearing it. She set down her cup, lightly clenched her hand, and pressed it against her pale lips. Her shoulders suddenly tensed. Cough, cough, cough. A harsh, painful cough broke the noise around her. Su Ci trembled as she coughed, her fair face turning red, veins standing out on her neck, and tears welling up in her eyes. It wasn't an act. Her body really was weak. Even though the perfume had covered the unpleasant smell, her throat still itched terribly. Each cough felt like it might tear her lungs apart. She pulled out a clean white handkerchief and covered her mouth tightly. Her breathing came fast and uneven, her chest rising and falling sharply. When she looked up again, her eyes were fragile and glassy, like a delicate porcelain doll. Everyone. Her voice was weak and hoarse, trembling slightly as she spoke. I'm so sorry. My health has always been poor. I've been sickly since I was a child. The doctor said my lungs can't handle dust or strong smells, or else I might. Cough, cough. She left the sentence unfinished, her eyes showing a hint of fear, as if she was afraid of passing her illness to others. The words lung disease were like a death sentence in those days when medicine was scarce. It was a disease that could take lives, one that couldn't be cured. The crowd that had been pointing and whispering around her suddenly froze, as if someone had pressed pause. A woman who had just wanted to touch the cloth shrank back in fear. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes, pulling her rough, cracked foot off the seat and squeezing toward the aisle, trying to press herself against the wall. Oh, dear. I was wondering why this young lady looked so pale. Turns out she's sick. Stay away. If it's contagious, that would be terrible. I'll have to boil my clothes when I get home. What a pity. If she's so weak, she should have stayed home instead of coming out. A space quickly formed around Susie. The once crowded carriage suddenly felt much roomier. Even the air seemed easier to breathe.
Suchi felt secretly pleased.
She leaned weakly against the window and dabbed at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief. Her lowered lashes hid the quick flash of cunning in her eyes. As expected, only magic can fight magic. If I don't want to suffer, then no one can make me. The train rattled on for several hours. The sun began to sink in the west.
It was mealtime.
The carriage grew lively as the smell of food filled the air. Everyone took out their own meals. Those with fewer means gnawed on coarse black bread, so hard it needed to be chewed with all their strength and swallowed with cold water, often making them choke. Those better off had steamed buns made from mixed flour or boiled eggs. Even the woman who had been scratching her foot stopped. She pulled a golden corn cake from her cloth bag and chewed loudly, glancing around with pride. In those days, being able to eat pure cornmeal without mixing in sweet potato bits was a sign of good living. The sour smell of fermented dough once again filled the carriage.
Suchi touched her stomach.
It was empty. She opened the food section of her space marketplace and began to browse. She had first thought about getting a freshly made Wellington steak, but then realized it would need a knife and fork. In an age when everyone was barely getting by, using cutlery to eat Western food could easily make her look suspicious. She needed something simple, but still mouth-watering.
Got it.
Susie reached into her suitcase, which seemed like a treasure chest, and rummaged around. She pulled out a silver aluminum lunchbox. It looked ordinary, with a few dents along the edges, but the lid was tightly sealed. Even so, a rich, tempting aroma of oil and meat slipped through the cracks, teasing the air. She placed it carefully on the shiny little table in front of her. Ahem. She cleared her throat, pretending to be calm. Her slender, fair fingers hooked under the lid and lifted it gently.
Boom.
A wave of rich, savory fragrance burst out like an explosion. It wasn't just any smell of meat. It was the scent of top-quality pork belly, slow-cooked until tender, the caramelized sauce perfectly balanced, the fat and lean layers melting together. Mixed with the aroma of star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, it was irresistible. There was even a hint of sweetness and just the right touch of salt. Everyone around her, who had been chewing on dry rations, froze mid-bite. Dozens of eyes turned toward her at once. Inside the aluminum lunchbox, half of it was filled with shiny, perfectly cooked white rice. The grains were bright and clean, clearly fine rice, not the rough, yellowed kind. On top of the rice lay a generous layer of braised beef. The beef was cut into neat cubes, each piece tender and glistening with thick, glossy sauce. A few chunks of potato had soaked up the rich broth, their edges soft and creamy. And that wasn't all. Susie then pulled out a small jar of bright red chili pickles and a bottle of orange soda, something considered a luxury in those days. Tiny drops of water clung to the cool glass bottle.
Gulp.
Someone swallowed hard. The sound echoed clearly through the quiet train car. Then, there were sounds of people swallowing one after another, mixed with the rumbling of hungry stomachs. The woman beside her, who had been eating a corn cake, suddenly found it tasteless. It even felt a bit dry in her throat. She stared fixedly at the piece of tender beef in Susie's lunchbox, her eyes wide, a hint of drool glimmering at the corner of her mouth. It smelled unbelievably good. Who was this young woman? Taking a train trip and bringing braised beef with her? And it even looked freshly cooked and steaming hot. Susie ignored the hungry, wolf-like gazes around her. She picked up a spoon, scooped a piece of beef along with some rice soaked in sauce, and put it into her mouth. The beef melted instantly. Rich but not greasy, tender but not tough. The strong aroma filled her mouth, bringing a deep sense of satisfaction that made her whole body relax. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, looking as pleased as a cat that had just enjoyed a treat. So delicious. She murmured softly. That one line hit everyone like a blow. A little boy sitting across from her couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears.
Mom,
I want meat. I want that meat,
he cried.
Tears and snot ran down his face as he threw his dark bread to the floor. His mother quickly covered his mouth, trying to calm him while glancing awkwardly at Susie. Her eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and a touch of resentment. Don't look. That's food for rich people. We can't afford that, she said, though her sour tone could have pickled a jar of cucumbers. Susie continued eating slowly and gracefully. Every bite was taken with care. In the noisy, messy train carriage, she somehow made it feel like dining in a fine restaurant. She wanted to live beautifully, no matter where she was. Who said following the army meant living a hard life? She would prove that even on this old green train, she, Susie, was someone to be admired. By the time she finished her last bite and dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, everyone around her was restless and drooling. Finally, the woman who had been staring at her couldn't hold back any longer. She leaned forward, her face wrinkling into a smile as her greedy eyes lingered on the empty lunchbox. Oh, my young lady, where are you headed? Even the county chief wouldn't dare eat so well. Susie twisted open a bottle of orange soda and took a sip. The bubbles danced on her tongue, washing away the taste of oil. She glanced lightly at the woman and said in a calm voice, "To an island. To meet someone." The woman blinked. Meet someone?
Yes.
Susie paused on purpose, then smiled softly, a little proud and delicate. My health isn't great. He was worried I might get hungry on the way, so he asked someone to prepare this for me. After all, she touched her smooth cheek and sighed. If I don't eat well, and my illness gets worse, it'll cost even more to treat. Not worth it. The woman was left speechless. What kind of man was this? Afraid his wife might go hungry, so he packed braised beef for her? What kind of family could that be? In the corner of the train car, a pair of gloomy eyes had been fixed on Susie ever since she took out the food. It was a thin man in a patched blue work jacket. He looked honest enough, but his eyes were sharp beneath the dullness. He stared at Susie's fair wrist and her bulging travel bag, his jaw tightening slightly. This wasn't some soldier's young wife. This was clearly an innocent, well-off girl who didn't know the dangers of the world. Susie seemed to sense something. She tightened the soda cap and turned her head casually. Her gaze cut through the crowd and landed precisely in that corner. Their eyes met. The thin man thought she would be scared, that she would look away. But to his surprise, Susie's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. There was no fear in her eyes. Only amusement, like a hunter watching a mouse walk right into the trap. Want to prey on her? Then he'd better be ready to pay the price. Because this lamb could fight back, and she knew exactly how to strike. The rich, sweet salty smell of braised meat still hung in the air, clinging to everyone's senses. Susie finished her meal, calm and unbothered. She leaned lazily against the soft silk cushion. Her eyelids drooped halfway, like a Persian cat basking in the sun, giving off an air of elegance that didn't match the shabby train carriage. Beside her, a child's stomach growled loudly. The chubby little boy had drool glistening at the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on the empty lunchbox in Susie's hands. A thin layer of shiny red sauce still clung to the aluminum box, the essence of braised pork.
Grandma, meat.
I want meat. As he spoke, the old woman pulled her grandson closer and pushed him towards Susie. The dirty child's hands, with black grime under his nails, reached straight for the lunchbox. You city folks don't understand how hard life is for us poor people, the old woman said. Look at my grandson, he's starving. You're an adult. Even if the meat's gone, can't you at least let the child lick the box? People should help each other when traveling. You can't be so cold-hearted. Her words sounded polite, but her tone was full of pressure, a clear act of moral coercion. I'm not asking for your food, just a little kindness, her eyes seemed to say. If you refuse, you must be heartless.
Suciese lips curved slightly.
She didn't move away. Instead, with a graceful twist of her wrist, she avoided the dirty hand. Then, under the watchful eyes of a grandmother and child, she slowly took out a clean, thick wet wipe from her bag. Her movements were elegant, as if she were cleaning a precious treasure.
Once. Twice.
The white wipe circled inside the lunchbox, wiping away every trace of the red sauce. The once white tissue turned a deep reddish brown. Then, holding it delicately between two fingers, Susie tossed it into her own trash bag. Plop. That was the sound of the old woman's heart breaking. She froze. The child stared blankly. 2 seconds later, wah. Bad lady. She threw away the meat.
Wah.
The wailing nearly shook the roof of the carriage. The old woman's face darkened like burnt ash. You wicked girl, how can you be so heartless? You'd rather throw it away than give the child a bite? Do you think that's just paper? That's our precious food. People around them began whispering. The spark of resentment quickly spread. What a waste. She acts just like a spoiled rich girl, someone who needs to be taught a lesson. With others backing her up, Aunt Wong straightened her back proudly. She stopped pretending. She pushed her hip towards Susie, and the foot in her torn sock stepped right onto Susie's silk cushion. And another thing, young lady. Look how crowded this carriage is. You're taking up so much space by yourself, is that fair? Move over, and let my grandson lie down for a bit. So shameless. It was as if the words no shame were written on her forehead. Susie looked at the dirty foot that was about to touch her skirt. Disgust flashed in her eyes. The next second, she suddenly clutched her chest. Her body went limp, collapsing weakly against the window frame.
Cough.
Cough, cough. The sound was harsh and painful, as if she could barely breathe. Her face, already pale under light makeup, turned even whiter. While coughing, she shakily pulled a small bottle of medicine from her bag. Her trembling hand poured a few white pills into her mouth.
Mum.
She gasped weakly, her voice faint and broken. Her eyes showed fear and despair. It's not that I don't want to move. It's just, my body can't take it. She covered her mouth and gagged softly, as if she might faint. Aunt Wong was startled. Her foot froze midair, neither stepping down nor pulling back.
You.
What are you pretending for? She said, her voice uncertain but still stubborn. Weren't you full of energy just now when you were eating? Susie lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, fragile yet haunting. She lowered her voice, just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Ma'am, you don't know. My illness. I was born with it. It's tuberculosis. The doctor said I need good food to stay alive. If I stop eating well, I won't make it. At this point, she looked fearfully at the crying child nearby. Her body shrank back suddenly, as if terrified of getting too close. This illness spreads easily, she whispered, especially to children. Their bodies are weak. Just a bit of saliva could bring disaster to the whole family. I wiped the bowl earlier because I didn't want to harm the child. Cough, cough, cough. When she finished speaking, another violent cough shook her body. She pressed a once white handkerchief tightly to her mouth. To everyone watching, it was clear she was coughing up blood.
Boom.
Those two words, tuberculosis consumption, hit like a bomb in the train car. In this time of poor medicine and scarce doctors, it was a name equal to death itself. Whoever caught it would surely die. Madame Wang's face turned from dark to pale, then to greenish blue, like a painter's palette. Just moments ago, she had wanted to grab the woman's bowl. She had even told her grandson to lick the soup. That wasn't food, it was poison. Oh my goodness! Madame Wang shrieked. She moved faster than a monkey, scooping up her crying grandson as if he were burning hot, and darted to the other end of the aisle. She didn't even stop to put on her shoes, stepping barefoot on the scattered sunflower seed shells. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" she cried, her voice cracking with fear. She covered her grandson's mouth and nose tightly, almost burying her own head in her lap. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? You're sick and still running around, trying to harm my grandson. Everyone stay away. She has tuberculosis." In an instant, the space around Su Ci cleared. Within 2 meters, not a single person remained. Even the air seemed thinner. Everyone covered their mouths and noses, eyes full of fear and disgust. Who would still envy her for eating braised pork? That was her last meal. Who would still call her spoiled for taking up a seat? She was a seriously ill woman who could collapse at any moment. The world had gone quiet. The disgusting smell of sweat and feet was finally gone. Su Ci sat alone in the wide seat, weakly leaning against the window. She dabbed the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief, wiping away tears that weren't really there. Hidden behind the cloth, the corner of her lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. Comfortable. This was what it meant to win without a fight. As long as she didn't care about manners, no one could guilt her into anything. She twisted open a bottle of orange soda and took a small sip. The cold bubbles burst on her tongue, easing the itch in her throat from her earlier fake cough. Just then, she felt a sticky, cold gaze on the back of her neck, like a snake coiling around her.
So she stayed calm.
Using the motion of drinking as cover, she glanced toward the dark corner. It was still that thin man. He was staring hard at the plum blossom watch on her wrist. The face of the watch gleamed faintly under the dim light of the bus. Not only that, when Su Ci had taken out her medicine earlier, she had purposely left her backpack slightly unzipped. A corner of the cash inside was showing, and the man had clearly noticed. He licked his dry lips, greed filling his eyes, even stronger than his fear of her supposed illness. Meanwhile, a child nearby was crying loudly, kicking the seat in front with muddy shoes. Thud, thud. The passenger in front turned around with an angry glare, but Aunt Wang pretended not to see. She fussed over her grandson, wiping his mouth while sneaking glances at Su Ci. Finally, she couldn't hold back. Her large body squeezed towards Su Ci's side, like a wild boar trying to push past an invisible line. "Hey, young lady," Aunt Wang said with a smile full of calculation. "You really live well, don't you? Such a big box of meat. Did you eat it all by yourself?" Su Ci didn't even lift her eyelids. She spun the empty lunchbox in her hand and said coolly, "Yes, I finished it." "Oh my, that's such a waste of good food." Aunt Wang slapped her thigh, sending a spray of spit 1/2 meter away. "The box is full of soup. If I had some bread to dip in it, that would make a fine meal." He was the perfect target, traveling alone, carrying a lot of money, and clearly very ill. A sick person was easy prey. Too weak to fight back, too weak to even call for help. All it would take was finding a quiet place, a quick move, and the money would be his. The watch would be his. And if the man was still breathing, maybe he could have a little fun scaring him first. A sly glint flashed in the man's eyes as he quietly touched the folding knife hidden in his sleeve. Su Ci looked away. Her fingers tapped twice on the soda bottle. Interesting. She had just arrived in a strange city. She had supplies, but no cash or travel papers. This welcome gift was too polite to refuse. The train's speaker crackled again. "Attention, passengers. We are arriving at Banhai City Station. Stopover, 30 minutes.
Suci stood up.
Her movements still carried the fragile grace of someone recovering from illness. She lifted her heavy-looking bag and walked unsteadily toward the connection between cars. As she passed the corner, she could feel the thin man stand up too. His steps were light, like a mouse's, following her at just the right distance.
Suci's smile deepened.
Binhai City, a place full of maze-like old alleys. Perfect for hunting. He wanted to catch a lamb? Then he'd better be ready to lose a few teeth. Because this lamb could fight back and strike hard. The sun in Binhai City was fierce. The asphalt softened under the heat, and the air was thick with the smell of the sea and coal smoke. Sticky. Stifling. Suci lowered the brim of her straw hat and carried her heavy bag out of the station. She didn't hurry. Her steps were weak, her body swaying as if she might faint at any moment. At the corner, she leaned against a wall to catch her breath and lifted her wrist. The plum blossom watch flashed brightly in the sunlight. Behind her, several footsteps quickened. The fish had taken the bait. Suci smiled faintly and turned into a nearby area of small, shabby houses. The narrow alleys twisted and crossed, with dirty water flowing along the ground. The farther she went, the darker it became. Only a few distant dog barks broke the silence. This was a place where criminals often turned on each other. At the end of a dead-end alley, Suci stopped. In front of her was a moss-covered red brick wall, and beside her feet were a few smelly pickle jars. No way out. She calmly set down her travel bag and even brushed off her skirt, though there was no dust on it. Footsteps stopped behind her. 3 men blocked the entrance of the alley. The leader was the thin man from the car, known as Brother Mouse. He flicked open a spring knife with a sharp click. "Why did you stop running?" Brother Mouse grinned, showing his yellow teeth, his eyes darting over Suci. "What's wrong, little weakling?" The 2 men beside him laughed crudely. "Boss, she looks delicate. I bet she'd break if you touched her too hard. Didn't they say she's sick? Hope she doesn't faint before we're done here." Their rude words echoed in the dark alley. They stepped closer, eyes full of greed, like hunters closing in on their prey. In this empty dead end, there was nowhere to escape. Suci turned around. With her back against the brick wall, her face was calm, almost too calm. She looked at the 3 filthy men as if they were rats crawling out of a sewer. "3 of you," she said softly, her tone cool and distant. "A bit fewer than I hoped for, but enough for my first deal." Brother Mouse froze. Why wasn't she scared? That look in her eyes made his skin crawl. "Stop pretending," he shouted, waving his knife. "Hand over the money and the bag. Kneel down, or I'll cut your face." Suci didn't answer. She simply reached into her shoulder bag. "Don't move." "What are you taking out?" "Something useful," she said. With a flick of her wrist, a short black metal rod appeared in her hand. It was matte black, with 2 sharp metal points at the tip, a modern high-voltage stun baton. In the 1970s, this thing looked like a magic wand from the future. Brother Mouse had never seen anything like it, and he instinctively stepped back. What is that thing?" "Get her. Hold her down." 2 thugs rushed forward from both sides. The fat one moved the fastest, his muddy hands reaching straight for Suci's shoulder. Suci didn't even move. She pressed her thumb lightly.
Zizi.
A sharp crackling sound filled the air. Blue and purple sparks flashed in the dim alley, and the air instantly smelled of burnt smoke. "Your turn." The metal rod struck precisely under the fat man's arm. His whole body froze. He didn't even have time to scream. The 200-pound man collapsed, eyes rolling back, foam at his mouth. Thud. He hit the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust. The tall, thin one behind him couldn't stop in time. Before he could react, the glowing rod touched his neck. Electricity surged through him. He jerked like a frog hit by lightning, his bones cracking audibly. 2 seconds later, he was down too, trembling and dazed. A sour smell spread through the air. Suci frowned, stepped back, and covered her nose. Ugh. So unhygienic. At the mouth of the alley, Only Brother Mouse was left standing. The switchblade in his hand trembled. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. He couldn't move an inch. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, his two best fighters were down? Was that some kind of magic? Lightning? Don't come any closer. Brother Mouse's teeth chattered as he stared at the sparking rod in Susie's hand, his face pale with fear. I'm a local here. I've got people. If you dare touch me, Susie stepped over the fallen men. Her military boots crunched on the gravel. She stopped in front of him, looking down.
Locals?
Locals usually have money. Susie smiled, bright and beautiful, but it sent chills down his spine. She lightly tapped the electric baton against his chest. This is called compensation for emotional distress.
Got it?
The switch was pressed. Brother Mouse's eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. The three men lay neatly on the floor. The world went quiet. Susie turned off the electric baton and tossed it aside for cleaning. Then she crouched down and began to search the bodies with practiced skill. If they wanted to rob her, they should have been ready to be robbed in return. That was the rule of the streets. Humming a little tune, Susie pulled a greasy roll of cash from Brother Mouse's pocket. Thanks for the donation, she said lightly. Now she finally had enough money to settle down. The alley smelled awful, a mix of dust and something sour that made her head ache. The three men lay sprawled on the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth, looking like fish just pulled from the water. Susie nudged Brother Mouse with the tip of her shoe. No response. Good. The charge had been strong enough. Only then did she crouch down again. Her long, pale fingers, covered by delicate lace gloves, looked completely out of place in this dirty, messy alley. If you want to get rich, you should be ready to share your wealth, she murmured, reaching out again. She started with Brother Mouse. Holding her breath against the smell, she pulled a small cloth bag from his greasy inner pocket. When she opened it, her eyes lit up. A thick stack of large bills, roughly 300 yuan. There were also some food coupons, fabric tickets, and industrial vouchers. Not bad at all. Susie quickly tucked the money and tickets into her shoulder bag. She didn't forget the other two men either. After searching them, she found another 200 yuan and a few more tickets. In total, 532 yuan, plus a thick bundle of national food coupons. In a time when an average worker earned only 30 yuan a month, this was a fortune, enough for a family to save for more than 10 years. Susie, the little money lover, was very pleased. She clapped her hands, stood up, and looked at her spoils with satisfaction. Now she had more than enough to move to the island and start fresh. After all, she couldn't let this scare go unpaid. She deserved a little compensation for the trouble. As for the 3 piles of trash on the ground, Susie's eyes glimmered as a mischievous smile curved her lips. She took out a pen and a piece of scrap paper from her bag. Crouching in the corner, under the dim light, she began to write in a shaky, childlike handwriting. Dear police officer, there are bad people in the dead-end alley on Jiangwo Road. They are stealing money and hurting others. I'm really scared. When she finished, she folded the note neatly. As she passed the alley entrance, she slipped it into the hand of an elderly man wearing a red armband. Sir, I just found this. Before he could react, she lowered her hat and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Behind her came the old man's loud shout. Catch the bad guys. Where's the police station? Susie didn't look back. She hid her achievements and name. Using others to solve the problem completely, this was how adults handled things. Half an hour later, at the Binhai City dock, the sea breeze, carrying a salty smell, blew through Susie's hair. A gray supply ship was moored by the shore. Its hull was rusty, and the deck was piled high with vegetables, rice, and daily goods. This was the ferry to Seagull Island. Susie showed the introduction letter from the neighborhood office and the ticket that Su Daqiang had managed to get for her. A tan soldier in a striped shirt took her luggage. It felt surprisingly light. The soldier paused, glancing at her curiously. Susie quickly touched her forehead, pretending to look weak, and spoke softly.
Comrade, I
feel a bit seasick. Seeing her pale face, the soldier believed her almost immediately. He thought to himself that this new military wife looked quite delicate. "Ma'am, you'd better get on board and find a seat. It'll shake more once we start moving."
Thank you.
Lifting her skirt slightly, Su Si carefully stepped onto the swaying deck. The smell on the ship was no better than on a train, strong diesel mixed with fish, making her stomach turn. Inside the cabin sat several other family members of soldiers, all looking pale and uneasy. When Su Si came in, everyone's eyes turned toward her. No wonder she stood out too much. Even in the simplest old shirt, she looked like someone who had stepped out of a magazine. Her skin was fair and glowing, her figure graceful. That calm and effortless air, so out of place in the rough surroundings, made her seem less like someone heading to a remote island for hardship and more like a queen inspecting her own garden. Su Si ignored the curious stares. She found a relatively clean corner to sit in, took out a flask from her bag, and sipped some lemon water to ease her nausea. Thud, thud, thud. With the roar of the engine, the supply ship slowly left the harbor. The outline of Binhai City grew smaller and smaller until it became just a faint line. Before her stretched the endless blue sea. Seagulls circled in the sky, calling clearly. Sunlight scattered across the waves, sparkling like countless tiny diamonds. The view was far more beautiful than the gray apartment blocks back in the city. Su Si took a deep breath. The air smelled a bit salty, but it also carried the scent of freedom.
Goodbye, Su family.
Goodbye to all those unpleasant people and things. From today on, the sky is wide for birds to fly, and the sea is vast for fish to swim. She, Su Si, would be the freest soul on this sea. Su Si took out the black jade pendant she had taken back from Su Baozhu. Under the sunlight, the pendant glowed with a soft dark sheen. It felt cool in her hand. Ever since the pendant had merged with her secret space, she could clearly feel her control over the spring water inside becoming stronger. She could even draw a drop of that water through the air to moisten her dry lips. That had been Su Baozhu's greatest hidden advantage in her past life. Too bad, she never realized its true worth. Now, the treasure belonged to her. Su Si looked past the ship's railing toward the distant horizon. The faint outline of an island looked like a giant creature resting in the sea.
Luye.
The man said to be nearly 2 meters tall, strong as steel, and so fierce that even children stopped crying when they saw him. And his 3 younger siblings, rumored to be enough to drive any stepmother crazy. Su Si's lips curved slightly, her eyes shining with excitement. "Don't let me down. I hope you can bring a little fun to my quiet island life. Lu Yi, here I come. Your home, your money, your younger siblings. From today on, they all belong to me." The boat finally reached the shore. The whole trip had been so bumpy it felt like her insides were about to turn upside down. Su Si held onto the rusty railing, her stomach still churning. She looked up and took in the place where she would now have to live, Seagull Island. This wasn't any kind of island paradise. It was a stretch of land forgotten by civilization. The dock was made of a few broken planks, darkened by seawater, creaking underfoot as if they could snap at any moment. The wind was strong. It carried a heavy salty smell, mixed with the stench of dried seaweed and rotting fish. It hit her straight in the face. Su Si instinctively held her breath, her delicate face turning even paler. For someone with her level of cleanliness, this place was pure torture. "Be careful, sister-in-law." The one sent to meet her was a guard named Xiao Zhang, his skin tanned almost black, though his teeth were bright white. Seeing Su Si's unsteady steps, his face turned red, and he awkwardly reached out to help but didn't dare touch her.
The new sister-in-law was stunning.
Her skin was as fair as the face cream he'd once seen in the supply store, completely out of place on this dull, gray island. "Sister-in-law, let me carry your bag. It looks really heavy." Xiao Zhang reached for the large canvas bag in Su Si's hand. Su Si quickly pulled her wrist back, avoiding him. "No need." Her voice was soft and weak, as if she had just recovered from an illness, yet it carried a quiet firmness. "I can carry it myself." Of course she could. The bag didn't hold clothes. It held all her belongings. More than 500 yuan she had taken from a thief, and a pile of important ration tickets. Never show your wealth. That was the first rule of survival, in any era. Xiao Zhang looked at her thin arms and legs, full of doubt. She was clearly pushing herself too hard. Could this delicate city girl really handle life on a rough island?
Then.
Please follow me, sister-in-law. Commander Lu's house is at the very end of the family quarters. Su Ci nodded, carrying a bag that felt almost weightless. Most of its weight was stored elsewhere. Wearing a pair of ill-fitting cloth shoes, she followed along, stepping unevenly on the muddy ground. The road was terrible, nothing but mud and potholes. From time to time, a few skinny stray dogs darted out, barking fiercely at her. On both sides of the road stood the houses of soldiers' families. But calling them houses was generous. They were more like mud huts. The walls were peeling, exposing uneven stones beneath. The roof tiles were broken, and wild grass grew from the cracks. When the wind blew, the grass swayed on the rooftops, making the place look desolate and lonely. Every doorway had a rope stretched across it, hung with patched clothes, yellowed baby cloths, and split salted fish drying in the sun. Flies buzzed everywhere. It wasn't just poor living conditions. There was hardly any dignity left in life here. Su Ci's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. Disgust.
Pure disgust.
In her mind, she gave Lu Yi a big red cross. This was the treatment of a regiment commander? How miserable. After walking for about 10 minutes, Xiao Zhang stopped in front of the most remote courtyard. He looked embarrassed and scratched his head. Sister-in-law, we're here. This is the commander's home. Su Ci looked up. Even though she had prepared herself, the sight still shocked her. If the houses they passed earlier were like a slum, then this one was the ruins within that slum. Part of the courtyard wall had collapsed, with a few dry branches piled haphazardly in the gap. The wooden doors, once painted red, were now so faded that the color was unrecognizable. The hinges were rusted, and one door hung crookedly, like a broken limb. Through the gap, she could see the yard overgrown with weeds, taller than her knees. The only path was a narrow strip of bare mud, trampled down through the grass. Was this really a home? Even the haunted temple from old ghost stories might look better than this. Even a ghost would find this place too shabby. Su Ci felt her temples throb. She hadn't even stepped inside yet, and she was already missing her soft 21st century bed and automatic toilet. Sister-in-law. Xiao Zhang saw her pale face and thought she was frightened, so he quickly tried to explain. The commander is always busy and doesn't have anyone to help him at home. The 3 kids are still little. Please don't mind the mess. It'll be fine once it's cleaned up. Clean up? This place needed to be torn down and rebuilt. Su Ci sneered inwardly, but didn't show it on her face. She took a white rabbit candy from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Zhang. Thank you, comrade. I'm here now, so you don't need to trouble yourself. I'll go in on my own. A polite way to send him off. What would happen next wasn't something an outsider should see. After all, taming a wild one was best done behind closed doors. Xiao Zhang held the candy, still warm and faintly scented, his face turning even redder. He stammered a salute, then ran off faster than a rabbit. At that moment, the yard was completely silent. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. Only a strange, unpleasant smell drifted out with the sea breeze. It was like spoiled food mixed with the odor of sweat and a hint of fishiness. The smell was so strong it could rival a chemical drill site. Su Ci frowned, took out a handkerchief embroidered with orchids, and covered her nose and mouth tightly. She walked up to the broken door. She raised a finger, lightly pressed it against the door. Just as she was about to push it open, her sharp ears twitched. Squeak. From above came the faint sound of a rope tightening. Then, the rush of air that came before something heavy fell. An ambush? A glint of amusement flashed in Su Ci's eyes. Her body reacted faster than her thoughts. She didn't panic or freeze like most people would. Instead, her toes touched the ground lightly, and she moved forward like a cat. In one swift motion, she crossed the threshold and pressed herself against the wall behind the door. Her movements were smooth and fast, leaving only a blur. The next second, crash. A loud noise exploded. Right where she had been standing a moment ago, a broken wooden bucket full of dirty water came crashing down.
Bang!
The bucket hit the ground and shattered into pieces. The yellow-green liquid in the bucket splashed out like an explosion. Rotten food, wilted leaves, and even some dead fish and shrimp scattered across the small patch of ground by the door, bursting into a foul-smelling firework. Dirty water splashed half a meter high. If Su Xiai had been even a tenth of a second slower, her freshly changed clean shirt and her proud face would have turned into a walking pile of garbage.
Disgusting.
Utterly disgusting. Pressed against the wall, Su Xiai looked down at the bubbling puddle by her feet, the warmth in her eyes instantly turning to ice. This wasn't a prank. It was open humiliation. She slowly lifted her head. Her gaze cut through the messy yard, past the waist-high weeds, and locked precisely on the main doorway. There stood 3 little beggars. The oldest boy looked about 13 or 14. He wore an oversized, worn-out military jacket meant for an adult, its sleeves rolled up several times, revealing arms as thin as sticks. His skin was dark, his features still boyish, but his eyes, they carried a sharpness far beyond his age, like a young wolf surviving alone in the wild, ready to bite at any threat. In his hand, he held a piece of broken rope. Clearly, the trap just now was his handiwork. Behind him hid a small, skinny girl with dull yellow braids. Her timid eyes held a flicker of mischief. Beside her stood a younger boy, pale and weak, leaning against the doorframe, breathing heavily, yet his gaze was cold and distant like an adult's. The Lu siblings Lu Xiangbei, Lu Xiangnan, and Lu Xiangdong. They truly lived up to their reputation as the debt collectors. Seeing Su Xiai standing safely behind the door, not a single drop of filth on her, Lu Xiangbei froze in disbelief.
How could that be?
He had tested this trap many times. It never failed. Every woman who had tried to become their stepmother before had ended up drenched and running away in tears. But this woman, was she a cat or something? After a brief moment of shock, the boy's pride flared into anger. He threw the rope in his hand hard onto the ground, took a step forward, and shouted at Su Xiai like an angry hedgehog. "Get out." His voice was cracking, rough and harsh like a young boy's during puberty. "This is my brother's house. You don't belong here. We don't need a stepmother. Especially not someone like you. Go back to your city." Spit flew as he yelled. The hatred in his eyes looked as if Su Xiai had done something unforgivable to him. Anyone with a weaker heart would probably have burst into tears by now. But Su Xiai wasn't just anyone. When she was already dealing with cunning business veterans, this boy was still running around in open crotch pants. She didn't get angry. Instead, she calmly took out a small pouch from her bag, the one holding her Jo Malone perfume. She held it under her nose and gently waved it, as if to drive away the unpleasant smell in the air, and perhaps the noise coming from the boy. Then she put on her sunglasses, hiding the amused glint in her eyes. Wearing her heeled boots, she carefully avoided the puddles on the ground and walked step by step toward the 3 children. Each step on the hard dirt made a crisp sound, tap, tap, echoing like a heartbeat. Lu Xiangbei watched her approach, wanting to step back, but forcing himself to stand firm. Darn it! Why did this woman smell so good? Not the cheap, heavy kind of scent, but something cool and refined like a forest after rain. It made his head spin a little. Su Xiai stopped a meter in front of him, looking down from above. Her sunglasses slid halfway down, revealing a pair of calm, lazy eyes. There was no fear, no attempt to please, not even anger in them. Only
Pure disdain.
as if she were looking at a pile of useless trash. This smell. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice soft and sweet, yet sharp enough to sting. If I didn't know better, I'd think I walked into a pigsty. Is this what Captain Lu's allowance raised? 3 little mud monkeys? Lu Xiangbei's face turned dark red, trembling with anger. You. Shu Su Si raised a slender finger to her lips, stopping his angry outburst. She took off her sunglasses and looked around the rundown yard, finally fixing her gaze on Lu Xiangbei's dirty face. A confident, queen-like smile appeared on her lips.
Stop shouting.
It gives me a headache. I don't care how the other women were driven away before. But from today on, this home. She paused, her tone calm but firm. Will follow my rules. My rules. The words fell to the ground without a sound, yet they made Lu Xiangbei's face turn red and pale at the same time. The young man clenched his jaw, his cheeks tightening with restrained anger.
Why?
Who did this woman think she was? In your dreams, he growled, his body tense like a drawn bow, ready to spring forward. Behind the door, Lu Xiangnan trembled, his thin hands gripping the frame tightly. The youngest, Lu Xiangdong, didn't move. His dark eyes stared quietly at Su Si as if studying her every move. Su Si didn't spare the three boys another glance. She didn't even bother to put her sunglasses back on. Lifting her foot, she carefully stepped around the dirt on the ground and walked straight toward the main room. As soon as she entered, a musty smell mixed with the scent of old sweat filled the air, overpowering even her expensive perfume. The room was dim. Half the wall plaster had fallen off, revealing uneven earthen bricks beneath. The only piece of furniture was a broken table, one leg replaced by 2 red bricks. This was the home of the regiment leader?
Suchi frowned slightly.
Her eyes swept around the room and stopped at the one on the left, the only room facing south, with an intact window. Without hesitation, she started walking toward it. Don't go in. Lu Xiangbei jumped in front of the doorway like a small animal protecting its territory, spreading his arms wide to block her path. That's my brother's room. The boy's voice was still changing, rough and harsh. Someone like you has no right to enter my brother's room. That room was forbidden. It was the last bit of dignity left in this house.
Suchi stopped walking.
Her gaze slowly dropped. It landed on his hands, covered in dark mud. Then she looked at his old, shiny military uniform. She smiled. But the smile didn't reach her eyes. Your brother's room. She stepped closer. Her light fragrance quickly covered the smell of sweat on the boy. Now it belongs to me. Before her words faded, her figure moved. Lu Xiangbei only felt a rush of wind pass under his arm. When he turned around, the delicate-looking woman was already standing by the bed. You. Lu Xiangbei's eyes turned red with anger. He spun around, ready to pull her away. But the next second he froze. Su Si raised 2 fingers. What a pair of hands they were, white and smooth, with neatly trimmed nails. At that moment, those hands were pinching the corner of the old green blanket, as if she were holding something dirty. Her wrist flicked. Swish, the blanket, which Lu Xiangbei never allowed anyone to touch, flew through the air, along with the stiff old mattress beneath it.
Thud.
They landed perfectly in the muddy yard outside. Dirty water splashed up. Silence. A heavy, breathless silence. Lu Xiangnan covered her mouth in shock. Lu Xiangbei's mind buzzed. His blood rushed to his head. She threw it out? She actually threw out his brother's bedding like trash? You awful woman. I'll make you pay. He lost control. Lu Xiangbei charged forward like a cannonball. His fist cut through the air, aiming straight for Su Si's face. Su Si didn't move. She simply dropped the large canvas bag she had been holding onto the bare bed frame.
Bang!
A dull sound. Then came the sharp noise of a zipper being pulled open. Lu Xiangbei's fist froze in midair. It wasn't that he didn't want to hit her. He was simply stunned by what he saw. Su Si stood with her back to the children, blocking most of their view. Her hands moved quickly inside her bag, almost like performing a magic trick. She pulled out a fluffy white quilt that looked impossibly soft. It was real cotton, bright white, with small, elegant flower patterns that made it look so cozy one would want to bury their face in it. Next came a pair of pillows, not the heavy kind stuffed with buckwheat husks, but the kind that bounced back when pressed, clearly high quality. And then, a white mosquito net with lace edges unfolded gracefully. Su Si moved swiftly, making the bed in just a few moments. The hard, dark, sweat-stained wooden bed instantly turned into a soft, lavender-scented nest. The contrast was so strong, it was like placing a princess bed inside a pigsty. Lu Xiangbei's fist was still raised, but his anger faded in front of all that softness and cleanliness. It was too clean, so clean that his dirty hands didn't dare move closer. Lu Xiangnan, hiding behind the doorframe, stared at the pillow, swallowing hard. Su Xiai tucked in the last corner of the sheet, then turned around with a small spray bottle in her hand. PSSSD, a fine mist filled the air, and the fresh scent of lemon quickly replaced the musty smell in the room. When everything was done, she looked calmly at the boy still holding up his fist, raised an eyebrow, and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to help me with something?" Lu Xiangbei's face turned red with frustration. His clenched fist trembled, but he couldn't bring himself to strike. The pleasant scent in the room made him feel like an uncultured fool. That feeling was worse than being hit. "Take your stupid money and get out," he finally shouted, his voice fierce but uncertain. "Stupid money?" Su Xiai gave a soft laugh, walked to the old table, and reached into her bag again, as if it were a treasure chest. This time, she didn't take daily necessities. Instead, she held a thin object between two fingers and slowly pulled it out. It was a brand-new Great Unity ticket. The paper was firm, and the picture of a steelworker was still clear in the dim room. It was 10 yuan, a large amount of money in an era when 1 cent could buy 2 candies. This was a huge sum, more than Lu Xiangbei could save in a month even if he risked everything in the black market. Su Xiai slapped the money onto the table with a crisp sound. "Go." She lazily leaned against the bed, tapping the table with her fingertips, like she was commanding a servant.
Wash your dirty hands.
Go buy 2 new brooms from the supply store and bring back a bucket of clean water. Pull out the weeds in the yard. Lu Xiangbei's breathing grew rapid, and his gaze seemed glued to the money, his throat moving violently. With this money, his little brother's medicine, his second sister's shoes. Su Xiai watched his struggle with a slight smile, her lips curling up. Her voice was soft, with a casual city tone. "The rest of the money is yours. Whether you can earn this extra money depends on you." After she finished speaking, she no longer looked at the restless little wolf dog. She casually took off her coat, revealing a waist-hugging silk shirt underneath, and lay down on the soft, fragrant bed. She sighed comfortably. "Ah, this bed finally can sleep someone." At the door, Lu Xiangbei's hand trembled. Between the money and his pride, he only hesitated for 3 seconds before rushing forward. He grabbed the money on the table as if it was a hallucination, clenched it tightly, then turned and ran. When he reached the door, he stumbled. "I'll go buy a broom." His voice echoed in the yard, no longer showing any of the fierce attitude from before. Su Xiai closed her eyes, a deeper smile on her lips.
See?
Nothing can be solved by a Great Unity ticket. If there is, then 2 tickets. Su Xiai slept deeply and soundly. After all, she had taken a train, gone to the island, and even had a scuffle with a pickpocket, so she was quite exhausted. When her biological clock woke her up, the sky outside was painted with orange-red sunset colors. She stretched lazily, feeling completely relaxed from her bones to her muscles. The bed was very comfortable. It smelled of sunshine mixed with lavender. Knock, knock. A gentle knocking came from the door. Then came Lu Xiangbei's voice, deliberately lowered, sounding a bit funny. "Hey, are you awake?" Su Xiai slowly sat up and tidied her slightly messy black hair.
The door isn't locked.
The door was pushed open a crack. A dark head peeked inside. It was Lu Xiangbei. He had changed into cleaner clothes, though they still had patches. His face and hands had been washed, revealing his dark red skin, blown out by sea wind. He looked much better than before.
Suyan Esefan, Chi, nodded in satisfaction.
Seeing she was awake, Lu Xiangbei immediately pushed the door open wider, revealing a freshly cleaned yard behind him. The tall weeds had all been pulled out. The ground was swept clean with a new bamboo broom, and water had been sprinkled to settle the dust. The muddy water and broken wooden bucket at the door were gone, along with the foul smell. The boy held his head high, his bright eyes looking at Su Ci like a puppy that scored full marks and was waiting for praise. Though his expression was still a bit grumpy, his tail was almost wagging in a spiral. Finished pulling the weeds and sweeping the ground, he reported simply and clearly. Su Ci slipped out of bed, put on her shoes, and went to the door. Good work. 10 yuan for labor made a difference. Not bad. She gave a neutral comment. Lu Xiangbei's face fell. Is that all? He had worked so hard all afternoon. Not even lunch. Su Ci seemed not to notice his disappointment. She bypassed him and headed straight to another, more dilapidated room. That was the kitchen. As soon as she approached, a more complex smell hit her. The sour smell of grease, the smoky odor from the stove, and the unknown fermenting smell from the corner pickled vegetable jar. The walls are stained black from smoke. The cutting board is covered with knife marks and looks dark, making it hard to see its original color. The only light source is a ray of sunlight coming through the ceiling. Su Ci's cleanliness radar immediately goes off. Can food made here be safe to eat? Probably not. One meal might be enough to make someone sick. She turns around and faces 3 pairs of eyes following her. Lu Xiangbei is hopeful. Lu Xiangnan is curious. Lu Xiangdong is watching carefully. Everyone out. Su Ci waves her hand, like shooing away flies. This is a kitchen, no outsiders allowed. Lu Xiangbei is surprised. You don't cook. His stomach is already growling with hunger. Su Ci raises an eyebrow, a lazy smile on her lips. Who said I don't cook? I just don't like being watched while I work. She pushes the 3 children out and then, with a loud bang, closes the shaky kitchen door. Once the door is shut, Su Queen Ci immediately looks upset and starts gagging in the air. It's too smelly. She quickly uses the highest grade air purifier spray from her space and sprays it fiercely into the kitchen. Then she takes disinfectant wipes and wipes the stove and cutting board 3 times until they reflect light. After finishing, she feels alive again. Then she begins to prepare ingredients. A piece of pork with a good mix of fat and lean, with beautiful snowflake patterns, appears out of nowhere on the cutting board. A bag of bright yellow Old Rock sugar. A bottle of premium brewed soy sauce. And star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves. These spices, more precious than meat in this era, are piled carelessly aside. She turns on the stove, heats the pan. She doesn't even use the big black iron pot, but takes out a brand new, shiny nonstick pan from her space. The rock sugar goes into the pan. As the temperature rises, the sugar melts slowly, turning into amber-colored syrup with sweet bubbles. Now is the time. Chef Su Ci's eyes sharpen as she quickly dumps the chopped pork into the pan. A sizzle. A loud pop. The pork and hot syrup collide, instantly releasing an incredible aroma. It was the rich, roasted smell of fats, mixed with the sweet aroma of caramel. These 2 scents, like 2 invisible hands, roughly tore open the kitchen door and burst out wildly. In the yard, Lu Xiangbei, who was quietly muttering, suddenly sniffed hard. He froze. What's that smell? The scent was so strong and overpowering. It forcefully invaded every one of his nostrils, then traveled down his throat and burned all the way to his stomach. His stomach, which was already starving and about to give up, suddenly started to cramp wildly. Gurgle. Gurgle. His stomach growled loudly, like thunder. Lu Xiangnan sniffed hard, and for the first time, a faint light appeared in his dull eyes. She had never known that such a wonderful smell existed in the world. Even Lu Xiangdong, who had been feeling sick, came out of the house. His pale face turned slightly red from the delicious aroma. In the kitchen, Su Ci was still cooking. The meat was browned and slightly charred on the surface. She flicked her wrist, pouring dark soy sauce like a black waterfall with a loud splash. Whoosh! Another loud explosion. If the earlier caramel was sweet and fragrant, now there was an indescribable salty, savory sauce aroma that exploded instantly. This smell was even stronger, more complex, and more aggressive than the caramel scent. It was like a wave of smell sweeping over. It quickly flooded the entire yard. Then, it spilled over the broken wall and spread in all directions. Next door, Sister Wang, who was scolding her children, suddenly stopped. She twitched her nose, like a dog smelling meat. Whose house is cooking meat? How much soy sauce do they put in? Such a waste. While scolding, her mouth couldn't help but water, and saliva dripped down her chin. Farther away, all the military wives in the neighborhood were stirred up. The children cried loudly, craving the smell.
Mom,
I want to eat meat. That smell is so good. Ugh ugh ugh. It smells so delicious. The entire Seagull Island was filled with this powerful meat aroma. And at the center of the storm, the Liu family's small yard. The three children were completely stunned. They slowly moved to the kitchen door, like three puppets under a spell. Through the crack in the door, they greedily looked inside. They saw the beautiful, mischievous woman calmly adding hot water to the pot, then tossing in a few dark, fragrant spices. She covered the pot and simmered it gently. A strong, mouth-watering aroma seeped out from the crack in the lid, filling the air. The smell was so tempting, it seemed to pull at their very souls. Liu Xiangbei had never felt so tortured in his life. He felt like a person drowning, desperate for air. The woman in the kitchen held his only hope in her hands. All his pride, dignity, and even thoughts of his older brother's advice were washed away by the delicious smell. Only one thought remained.
eat.
He wanted to eat that pot of meat. Even just one bite. He would be willing to die right now for it. Time passed slowly, second by second. Each second felt like a whole century. Finally, the kitchen door opened. Su Ci carried a large white enamel basin and stepped out. Inside the basin was neatly arranged braised meat. Each piece was shiny and tender, trembling slightly. The fatty parts looked clear and glossy, like agate. The lean parts soaked up the sauce, showing a tempting dark brown color. Thick sauce coated the meat, topped with a few sprigs of green scallions. A feast for the eyes and nose. Liu Xiangbei felt his soul being pulled away. He stared fixedly at the basin of meat, making a gurgling sound in his throat, saliva dripping down his chin. Su Ci placed the basin on a stone table in the yard with a loud clink. She ignored the three little wolf cubs that had turned to stone. She picked up her chopsticks, elegantly selecting the most beautiful piece. She blew on it gently, then placed it on her bright red lips, gently biting down. The meat was soft and tender, melting in her mouth. The rich aroma of the fat burst out instantly, rich but not greasy. The lean meat was tender and fell apart with a bite, full of savory sauce. Su Ci closed her eyes happily, letting out a satisfied sigh. The flavor is good, and the cooking is just right. One bite, one sigh. Like a heavy hammer. It struck the hearts of Liu Xiangbei and his two siblings. Their defenses collapsed suddenly. Su Ci swallowed the last soft, sticky piece of meat skin. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her mouth. Her movements were slow and graceful, as if she were savoring foie gras in a French restaurant. This made the three spectators in the yard feel uncomfortable.
Thud.
A loud noise. That was Liu Xiangbei swallowing his saliva. He couldn't control it at all. His salivary glands seemed to be broken faucets, pouring out saliva wildly. Drool dripped from his cracked, dry lips. It fell onto the patch of his dirty military uniform, which was so stained it was hard to tell its original color. A dark, wet mark spread out. Liu Xiangbei clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug into his palms, trying to use the pain to bring back his reason. But it was useless. His stomach was twisting. His internal organs were roaring. His eyes looked like hooks, fixed tightly on the glossy, oily piece of meat. He couldn't peel his gaze away. Behind him, Liu Xiangnan was already sniffling. His eyes were red. This wasn't just feeling wronged. It was pure craving that made him cry.
So she lifted her eyelids.
Her gaze swept over the three dark little faces. Finally, it settled on Liu Xiangbei's stubborn and longing face. "Wanna eat?" Her red lips slightly parted. Her voice was lazy, with a satisfied tone as if she had just finished a good meal. 2 words, precisely pierced through Lu Xiangbei's eardrum.
Want.
He wanted so badly. He was going crazy. But his mouth seemed glued shut. That was his last shame as the head of the family. Su Ci chuckled softly. She stretched out her hand. Her fair wrist looked like snow, standing out sharply against the dull surroundings. She picked up a trembling piece of pork belly with her chopsticks. Fat and lean, coated with thick caramelized sauce. The meat hovered just 3 inches from Lu Xiangbei's nose. Steam rose up. That overpowering aroma of meat, like a drill, forced its way into his nostrils. "Wanna eat? I have a condition." Su Ci moved her wrist slightly, causing the meat piece to sway. "Wash your paws at the well first. Then come over." "Big sister-in-law, this piece of meat belongs to you. Big sister-in-law." These 2 words felt like burning coal, making Lu Xiangbei's face tremble. This woman took over their older brother's house. She threw away his bedding. Now, just a piece of meat is enough to buy his dignity? Dream on. Lu Xiangbei clenched his teeth so hard they clicked, and the word, "get out," almost stuck in his throat. Suddenly, a shadow darted out behind him. It was Lu Xiangdong, the usually gloomy, quietest third brother. But now he moved like a quick monkey. He rushed to the well, drew water, washed his hands. His movements were so fast they left after images. After washing, he ran to the stone table, holding a broken bowl with a missing piece.
He looked up at Su Ci.
In his black and white eyes, only that piece of meat mattered. "Big sister-in-law," his voice was soft, clear and firm. Without hesitation, Su Ci raised her eyebrows slightly. This boy had potential. She loosened her chopsticks. The meat fell into the bowl. Xiangdong held the bowl, but didn't eat right away. Instead, he stepped back to the wall and squatted down. Carefully, he took a small bite, squinted his eyes. That blissful expression was more intense than any act of revenge. Xiangnan couldn't hold back anymore. He let out a loud cry. Whether it was tears or excitement, no one knew. The little girl ran over, washed her face, water droplets still on her skin, and then came close. "Big sister-in-law, I want to eat. Be good." Su Ci picked up another piece and gave it to her. Suddenly, the yard was left with only a lonely person. Xiangbei stood there, listening to his younger sister chewing, watching the oil and juice dripping from their mouths, smelling the deadly sweet and salty aroma in the air. This was torture. What dignity? What backbone? In front of absolute carbs and fats, he was as fragile as paper. He used to fight wild dogs for half a moldy bun. Now, a big bowl of braised pork was right in front of him. Just open his mouth. He could survive. Xiangbei stared at the bowl of meat, breathing heavily like a bull. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. The boy's backbone collapsed. He moved heavily to the edge of the well. Cold well water washed over his muddy fingers. It also washed away his silly stubbornness. After washing, he walked to the table. He lowered his head. "Big sister-in-law," his voice was muffled, as if he had sand in his mouth. Su Ci rested her chin on her hand, playing with her chopsticks. "Aren't you eating? I can't hear you." Lu Xiangbei suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. That was the fierce glare of someone starving, and the determination of someone who had given up. "Big sister-in-law." His shout was loud and powerful. Even the chickens next door were startled and clucked loudly.
Su Ci was satisfied.
She picked up the biggest, most delicious piece from the bowl. It was a 3-layer piece of meat. Shiny skin, tender meat.
Clang.
The meat hit Lu Xiangbei's greasy bowl. "Here for you." Lu Xiangbei's hand trembled. He didn't even have the strength to walk back to the corner. He stood still. He stabbed the meat with his chopsticks and shoved it into his mouth. He bit down.
Boom.
His mind exploded with joy. The long-missed fat was wild in his mouth. The soft, sticky skin of the meat almost stuck to his teeth, melting with a roll of his tongue. The lean meat soaked in broth, dissolving with a gentle bite. Salty, sweet, fresh, fragrant. All 4 flavors mixed with a hot temperature, burning down his throat into his stomach. That empty, long-starved stomach finally felt comfort. It was delicious. So damn delicious. He had never tasted such divine food in his life. Lu Xiangbei gobbled it up, cheeks puffed out like a hamster. As he ate, tears mixed with the oil on his lips and ran down. It smells so good. Even if he was going to be poisoned by that wicked woman tomorrow. Today's bite was worth it. Su Ci picked up her own bowl of white rice. She looked at the 3 little wolves devouring their food. A faint smile appeared on her lips. The first rule of the family. Obedience is the way to get food.
Deal done.
The wind in the yard stopped. Only the occasional burps remained. That was the symphony of a stomach fully satisfied. The porcelain basin originally filled with braised pork is now so clean that it reflects a person's image. Even the last bit of thick, reddish sauce has been carefully wiped by Lu Xiangbei with half a steamed bun and then put into his mouth. Not a drop of oil remains. The 3 children sit slumped on small stools by the wall, their eyes still a bit blank. This is a reaction called drunken oil, which happens after people who lack oil and fat suddenly consume a lot. Lu Xiangbei touches his swollen belly, feeling a bit dizzy. He looks at the woman beside the stone table. Su Ci is using a clean white handkerchief to gently wipe the non-existent oil stains around her mouth. The sunset glow shines on her. Her silk shirt has a pearl-like shine. It looks out of place in this dull, patched-up yard. She doesn't seem like someone here to visit soldiers. It looks more like a wealthy lady from old times inspecting a poor neighborhood. Lu Xiangbei clenches his teeth, trying to regain his fierce expression from before. But the warm feeling in his stomach, like a gentle hand, smooths all his prickles. People tend to soften when they eat. Ancient wisdom is true. Su Ci folds her handkerchief slowly and stands up leisurely. Are you full? Her voice is lazy, like a cat just waking up. 3 dark heads at the wall nod in unison. Okay. Su Ci raises an eyebrow, glancing at the messy pile of bowls and chopsticks. Energy is replenished. Time to work. The atmosphere suddenly stiffens. It only lasts 3 seconds of warmth. Su Ci doesn't bother with words. She extends a slender finger and points at the empty basin. I'm particular about my hands. I can't touch dish soap or grease. You guys wash the bowls. And scrub the pots until they're clean. After saying that, she turns around and walks away, her skirt swinging in a sharp arc in the air. Lu Xiangbei suddenly straightens up, a vein throbbing on his neck. Why should I? Before he can protest, her figure suddenly stops. Su Ci turns sideways, half her face hidden in the shadows, only revealing a white chin. Oh, right. Her tone is light, as if she's commenting on the nice weather. I've already decided tomorrow's menu. Potato stew with chicken pieces. The chicken needs to be fried first so it's crispy outside and tender inside. Please add some plain rice. Gulp. A very loud swallowing sound. It sounded especially harsh in the quiet yard. Lu Xiangbei's mind suddenly exploded like a mushroom cloud. Fried chicken pieces? Plain rice? The braised pork he just ate was still churning in his stomach, but his mind was already craving tomorrow's chicken. Is this woman a devil? She knows how to manipulate people. Su Ci didn't look at him again, smiling as she pushed the door and went back to her room. What are you looking at? Lu Xiangbei, feeling embarrassed and angry, slapped the back of Lu Xiangdong's head, who was still drooling. Go wash the dishes. If you break one, you won't get chicken, but tomorrow. The 2 kids immediately jumped up, grabbing their bowls and chopsticks, rushing to the kitchen, afraid that if they were a second too slow, they would lose their right to eat. I want to take a bath, Su Ci said confidently. Lu Xiangbei paused with a straw in his hand. He turned his head and looked at Su Ci as if she were a fool. Go to the bathhouse. Why tell me? I like to be clean. I won't go to the communal bath. Su Ci pointed to the well. Help me fetch water and heat it. Lu Xiangbei threw the straw onto the ground and stood up. He was about 1.7 meters tall, thin but going through a growth spurt, with a youthful, commanding presence. Su Ci, don't push your luck. He shouted in a low voice, like a small wolf cornered and angry. I ate your meat. But I am not your servant. Do you even realize you ate my meat? Su Si didn't back down. Instead, she stepped closer. She slightly tilted her head, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with mischief. Since she ate her, what's wrong with doing some work? If you're not happy, she looked at the wooden bucket. Then I'll do it myself. Lu Xiangbei snorted coldly and crossed his arms, standing aside. That was a solid wooden bucket weighing over 20 pounds. With water, it was even heavier. And she, with her thin arms and legs, pretending to be a big boss wolf. Su Si walked to the well. She bent down slowly, like a slow-motion scene from a movie. Her hands grasped the rough hemp rope full of burrs. She took a deep breath, used her strength. The bucket lifted 3 inches off the ground. Ugh, a soft cry. Su Si loosened her grip, and the bucket fell heavily back onto the well platform with a dull thud. She looked as if she had been burned, quickly pulling her hand back and clutching her chest. Her brows furrowed tightly, and her eyes instantly reddened. It hurts so much. Her voice trembled clearly, soft and fragile. She turned around and reached her hand under Lu Xiangbei's eyelids. Look. Lu Xiangbei instinctively looked down. His pupils shrank suddenly. What kind of hands were those? As white as freshly peeled lychee meat, with a hint of pink. Fingertips smooth, without a single callus. And at this moment, in her palm, there was a red, swollen mark. Under the contrast of her pure white skin, it was shocking. It looked as if the most perfect porcelain had been sharply cut. Lu Xiangbei felt like a ball of cotton was stuffed in his throat. Is this too delicate? The women in the village, none of them couldn't carry a load for 10 miles. She just lifted an empty bucket. And now she's blushing? And now she's crying? Are you making a paper doll? Lu Xiangbei's words were sharp, but his body was stiff and tense. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that a single breath would break the porcelain doll in front of him. Su Si's tears shimmered in her eyes, ready to fall or not. She gently blew on her palm. It's really heavy. Lu Xiangbei, my hand is going to break. Tomorrow. I probably won't even be able to hold a shovel, let alone fried chicken pieces. This was her secret weapon. A sudden reveal. Lu Xiangbei's mouth twitched hard. It was a threat. A clear, direct threat. He knew she was acting. He knew she was just pretending to be weak. But seeing that red mark and thinking about tomorrow's fried chicken, his heart suddenly sank. All right. Stop crying. Lu Xiangbei roughly pushed her aside, as if trying to hide his panic. Get out of the way. You're in the way. He grabbed the hemp rope. The same rope that had just been choking Su Si nearly to death now looked as gentle as a noodle in his hand. Clatter. The wooden bucket was lowered into the well. With a flick of his wrist, water splashed and surged. He took a deep breath, pulled back his arm. A full bucket of water landed steadily on the well platform. Not a single drop spilled. Lu Xiangbei poured the water into a large pot, then set down the bucket. He repeated the process. And again. In just 5 minutes, the big iron pot was filled to the brim. The boy's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat, rolling down his determined jawline. He wiped his face and glared at Su Si with annoyance. It's full. The firewood is in the corner, just. Before he finished speaking, Su Si handed him something. It was a small oil paper package, about the size of her palm. Even through the paper, a strange, sweet aroma could be smelled. It's not the pure, milky sweetness of white rabbit candy. Instead, it's a richer, more mellow flavor with a slight roasted bitterness. What's this? Lu Xiangbei looked at her cautiously. Payment. Su Si shoved something into his hand, her fingertips accidentally brushing his rough hand.
Cool and smooth.
Xiangbei quickly pulled back his hand, as if electrocuted. He lowered his head to unwrap the paper. Inside was a dark brown square, embedded with a few full hazelnuts. In this era, such a color usually represents bitter herbal medicine.
But that taste was simply too tempting.
This is called chocolate. Su Si leaned against the doorframe, holding a towel, casually explaining. I don't like owing favors. Remember to heat the water in the pot to 40 degrees. It's too hot, I'll peel. After speaking, she turned and went into the bathroom, leaving behind a very elegant yet slightly pretentious silhouette. Xiangbei pinched the black brick. He hesitated for 3 seconds, then carefully brought it to his mouth, biting off a small piece with his front teeth. The moment his tongue touched it, his eyes widened suddenly. Silky. That was the only sensation. Then, a rich cocoa aroma, mixed with the crispness of hazelnuts, exploded in his mouth. It burst instantly. After a slight bitterness, came a long, crazy aftertaste. Delicious. So delicious he wanted to cry. This flavor was more overpowering than braised pork, directly hitting his mind. The sweetest thing Xiangbei had ever eaten in his life was brown sugar water. Compared to this piece, brown sugar water was just like dishwater. He didn't dare to chew anymore and kept the rest of the large piece in his mouth, letting it melt slowly. That sweet taste flowed down his throat into his heart, quietly melting away his resistance and defensiveness toward his stepmother. Xiangbei squatted in front of the stove, adding firewood while savoring the sweetness in his mouth. The firelight reflected on his still childish face. He touched his hot ears. Suddenly he felt having such a delicate older sister-in-law was quite something. It seems not entirely a bad thing. At least, this free meal really tastes good. The sky is just beginning to brighten. On Seagull Island, the morning carries a salty, damp smell.
Bang! Bang!
Loud sounds come from the yard.
Suchi frowns.
She buries her face in her fluffy latex pillow. But the noise sounds like rhythmic drumming, seeping through the window crack, stubbornly hitting her eardrums. Who is it? What time is it? Are they serious about disturbing sleep? With a grumpy mood, Su Si reluctantly reaches out from under the blanket. Her fair skin glows with a greasy shine in the morning light. She scratches her long, seaweed-like hair and walks barefoot to the window. She lifts a corner of the curtain with 2 fingers. The scene in the yard makes her raise an eyebrow. Lu Xiangbei is shirtless. The young man's back is thin, with visible ribs, but his faint muscles already show some definition. Sweat runs down his dark back. He swings an axe with a crack in it, again and again, mechanically chopping the tough firewood. Next to him, Lu Xiangnan is holding a broom taller than himself. He's struggling with the dust on the ground. Even Lu Xiangdong, who takes 2 steps and then gasps for breath, has now brought a small stool and is sitting by the well. He holds a cloth, wiping the shiny porcelain basin from last night. The 3 of them. No communication. No expression. Just like 3 emotionless work machines. Their faces show a numbness of forced work.
Clearly.
The aftereffects of last night's braised pork and chocolates are still there. But this motivation is clearly passive. Even with some resentment, Su Si leans against the window frame, tapping lightly on the windowsill with her fingertips. TSK. This won't do. As a mature businesswoman. Oh no. As the lady of the house. She doesn't want a bunch of spinning, clacking beads. She wants a team of passionate, fiery, performance-driven wolf-like employees. One-time charity won't breed loyal dogs. There must be a system. They need a carrot that they can see and touch, but which they have to stand on tiptoe to reach. Su Si's lips curl into a playful smile. She turns back to her desk. She opens a large canvas bag. It is her treasure chest. She pulls out a stack of draft papers. The paper is pure white and smooth. In this era, where even rough paper feels like sandpaper, it is a luxury. She unscrews her pen. Blue ink spreads across the paper.
Successe and moves swiftly.
After a few minutes, a form filled with the smell of capitalism is created. It's breakfast time. On the table, there is thin, almost see-through porridge and a plate of dark, salty vegetables. The only bright spot is the sunny-side-up egg in Su Si's bowl. It smells deliciously crispy. Suddenly, someone swallows loudly. Lu Xiangbei lowers his head and drinks his porridge quickly, as if trying to finish the bowl. He tells himself not to look. That is the breakfast of a bad woman, and it has nothing to do with him. But the tempting smell of oil is too strong. Su Si slowly takes a small bite of the egg white. She chews carefully. She seems to enjoy the feeling of being watched by 3 eager eyes. Until she finishes the last bit of yolk, she gracefully wipes her mouth and stands up. She holds up the freshly written paper. Are you full? Her voice is lazy and a bit indifferent. The 3 children immediately put down their bowls. They sit up straight, like new soldiers waiting for inspection, or prisoners awaiting judgment. Su Si walks to the most prominent wall in the main room. That is the only wall painted white in the house. She takes out 4 gold thumbtacks. Snap, 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 snap. The white paper filled with words is pinned to the center of the wall. In the dim room, it looks especially eye-catching.
Come iar, suci bacons.
The 3 heads quickly gather. Lu Xiangbei stands at the front. He can read. Although his reading is choppy, he recognizes characters without trouble. He squinted and looked at the title. Su Family. Internal Management. Points Trial Regulations. The boy's eyebrows furrowed into a knot. He recognized every word. But when put together, it didn't sound like good news. Su Si crossed her arms and leaned against the table, acting like a boss inspecting her work. Read. Her words were brief and clear. Lu Xiangbei clenched his teeth and forced himself to read aloud.
1.
Earning points items. Cleaning the whole house. 1 point. Washing dishes and pots. 1 point. Chopping a basket of firewood. 2 points. Helping sister-in-law hand-wash outerwear. 3 points. When he read this, Lu Xiangbei's face darkened. He still had to wash her clothes? Dream on. He kept reading.
2.
Learning items. Recognize 10 characters. 2 points. Recite a poem. 3 points. Full marks on school exams. 10 points. Lu Xiangbei snorted coldly. This woman is really nosy. Whoever wants to memorize can do it, he wouldn't. His gaze moved down further and landed on the last column.
3.
Points Exchange Library. At this glance, the boy's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. His breath caught. In that instant, he was completely thrown off. What did he see? The handwriting looked like it was on fire, burning his eyes painfully. A white rabbit milk candy, 1 point. Assorted fruit candies. 1 point for 3. Braised pork bowl with soup, 10 points. Milk essence drink, 5 points. Hero brand fountain pen, 20 points. If the earlier items only made Lu Xiangbei's heart race, these lines were like a bomb exploding in his mind. Warrior brand classic white sneakers, 50 points. Chiffon floral fabric for dresses, 40 points. Complete set of Little Soldier Zhang Jie comics, 30 points. Lu Xiangbei's mouth slightly opened. A huh sound came from his throat, like a rusty bellows. Warrior shoes? That kind of white face, red hook, and elastic sole warrior shoes? That was the most valuable symbol in the courtyard. Only the eldest son of the group leader's family, Fat Tiger, had a pair. Every time Fat Tiger wore those shoes, all the children in the courtyard would follow him, afraid of getting them dirty. Lu Xiangbei looked down at his own shoes, a pair of worn-out liberation shoes with almost as big toes sticking out. The soles were so thin that he could feel the stones on the ground. Those were his only shoes. He had patched them many times. Is this real? Lu Xiangbei suddenly looked up. The fierce look in his eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a nearly crazy desire. It was like a hungry wolf seeing a piece of fat meat hanging in a trap, knowing it might be a trap, but it was meat.
Suchi smiled.
She had been waiting for this look. She flicked her wrist, like performing a magic trick. In her palm, there was a long, cylindrical candy, wrapped in blue and white paper. It was the hardest currency of that era, even more useful than money, white rabbit milk candy. Crack. The sound of the wrapper being peeled. In the quiet room, it sounded crisp, like a thunderclap. Lu Xiangdong's little nose twitched desperately. Milk smell. A strong, rich milk scent. Su Si pinched the white candy with 2 fingers. She waved it in front of Lu Xiangbei's eyes. Then, right in front of him, she put the candy into her mouth. Her red lips pressed lightly. She made a satisfied nasal sound. This flavor, it's pure. Of course it's real. Su Si chewed the candy, her cheeks puffed out slightly. Her voice was muffled but carried undeniable authority. Susie, never make false promises. The candy is in my bag. As long as you have points, come any time to trade. No cheating. The moment her words fell, the air in the room seemed to ignite. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow flashed past. Lu Xiangbei went crazy. He, like a leopard, suddenly lunged toward the corner. He grabbed the big broom that Lu Xiangnan had just put down, holding it tightly in his arms. His knuckles turned white from the force. I am sweeping the floor, the boy shouted loudly, his voice cracking. Today, this floor belongs to me. No one else can take it. 1 point. That's 1 point. Sweep 50 times and you get a pair of stylish shoes. That's pride. That's face. That's a treasure he dreams of. Lu Xiangnan paused for a second. Then he let out an excited, wow. The little girl ran up and tightly grabbed the other end of the broom.
No.
I want points too. I want a new dress. I want candy. Brother, let go. I just grabbed this. You have strong arms. Go chop firewood. This point is mine. The two kids wrestled over the broken broom in the main room. Dust flew everywhere. Chaos ensued. Lu Xiangdong, who had been silent, rolled his eyes twice. He looked at his older brother and sister fighting. That was physical work. With his small body, he definitely couldn't win. The little guy looked down at his thin wrists. Then he looked up at the chart on the wall. His gaze fixed on the second column. Reciting poetry? 3 points? That's 2 points more than sweeping.
And
it's effortless. A flash of cleverness appeared in Lu Xiangdong's dark eyes, beyond his age. He took small, quick steps. He ran to Su Ci, hugging her thigh tightly. He looked up with a pale little face. At this moment, forget about being aloof or shy. Big sister-in-law, he called out sweetly, bright and clear, even more heartfelt than yesterday. Su Ci looked down at the little pendant hanging on her leg. What's wrong? Lu Xiangdong sniffed and spoke in a cute, baby voice. I listened to the radio yesterday. The bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it's frost on the ground. Looking up at the bright moon, I think of my hometown. He recited very quickly, afraid to forget even a single word. After finishing, he eagerly stretched out his small hand, palm open. Big sister-in-law, is this a poem? Is it 3 points? Can I trade for 3 white rabbit candies? Over there, Lu Xiangbei, who was grabbing a broom, froze. Lu Xiangnan also looked stunned. The two siblings kept pulling at each other, staring blankly at their youngest brother. What's going on? Is this the legendary knowledge changing fate? This little guy just moves his mouth, and it's worth 3 of their sweeping efforts? Su Ci couldn't help but laugh out loud. She bent down. She reached out and pinched Lu Xiangdong's small, thin face. Smart. Since you remembered it, I'll give you 3 points. She took out a small notebook she had prepared earlier from her pocket. She opened the first page and wrote seriously, Lu Xiangdong, 3 points. After writing, she took out 3 big, white rabbit candies from her bag. She placed them in Lu Xiangdong's palm. Take these. This is your reward for mental effort. Lu Xiangdong held the candies, trembling all over. He was excited. He peeled one and put it in his mouth.
Sweet. Too sweet.
It made his eyes squint. He looked back at his big brother and sister, who looked stunned and showed a teasing smile. That was a victory of intelligence. Lu Xiangbei looked at the bulging piece in his brother's mouth, then at the broken broom in his arms. His mood collapsed. I want to recite a poem too. He threw down the broom and ran over, howling. Goose, goose, goose. The curved neck sings to the sky. I've memorized it too. Give me candy. Su Ci stepped back in disgust, avoiding his spit. Line up. She found a chair to sit on, crossing her legs, like a queen sitting on her throne. Watching this group of little wolves fighting over a few candies, blushing and furious. A deeper smile appeared at the corner of Su Ci's mouth. These aren't difficult troublemakers. They're just a bunch of cute kids who haven't seen much of the world. As long as the hose swings well, there's no corner it can't dig out. As long as the bait is enough, no wolf cubs can't be tamed. This family from now on will be surnamed Su. Completely, the surname Su. Goose, goose, goose. Singing to the sky, Lu Xiangbei, with a rough voice, recited the poem, Ode to the Goose, with the enthusiasm of a marching call. His loud voice made the dust on the beams shake and fall. After finishing, he puffed out his chest proudly, eyes shining with excitement, and looked at Su Ci. He reached out his hand. Candy Su Ci used her little finger to scratch her ear. It was too noisy. She lazily lifted her eyelids and pointed her chin toward the corner of the wall. Learn from your second sister. In the corner, Lu Xiangnan, holding a tattered book bigger than her face, whispered softly, like a tiny mosquito. On the grass of the lily plains, each year it withers and flourishes. Although his voice was small, his clear pronunciation was pleasant to listen to. Su Ci changed her leg position and crossed her legs. Third child gets the first place, bonus for the top. Second child gets second place, participation bonus. Her gaze fell on Lu Xiangbei, inspecting him like someone judging a defective product. You're just copying others, no originality. Lu Xiangbei's face darkened like a pot bottom. So reciting poetry also has ranks? This woman is really troublesome. Su Ci took out a small notebook from her bag, and her pen moved quickly on the paper. All right, since your voice is loud, I'll give you 2 points. Lu Xiangbei stared at the 2 score. That's 1 point less than the sickly third child. It was a huge insult. His cheeks puffed up, wanting to get angry, but he hesitated because of the hard-earned points. In the end, he could only squat back into the corner like a bullied kid. Su Ci closed her notebook, stood up, and brushed non-existent dust off her skirt. The point system was just a start. She really couldn't stay in this house anymore. There was nowhere to sit. The few benches had been used for many years, creaking loudly and almost falling apart. Her butt was about to sit crooked. Lu Xiangbei. The boy looked up cautiously, like a prickly hedgehog ready to attack.
What?
I won't wash your underwear. Never. Su Ci rolled her eyes.
Dream on.
Come with me. Where to? To collect scrap. Half an hour later. Seagull Island Recycling Station. This place is just west of the dock, in a sheltered hollow. Before I even got close, a smell of mold mixed with sea scent hit me. The ground was covered with broken chairs, rusty metal sheets, and some unknown person's torn cotton stuffing, all dark and dirty. Lu Xiangbei covered his nose and stepped back in disgust. Then he looked at Su Ci. She seemed to be shopping in a department store. She even held a sandalwood fan, fanning herself casually. The fragrant breeze from the fan pushed back the surrounding bad smell by a few feet. Old Wang, the station owner, was sitting at the door smoking a dry pipe. Seeing this scene, his eyes widened. This pretty young woman didn't seem to belong in this trash heap. Little sister, what are you looking for? Just browsing. Su Ci tiptoed in her small shoes through the pile of trash. Finally, her eyes settled on a pile of rotten wood in the corner. It was a set of sofa frames. If I wasn't mistaken, they looked like old items from before liberation, but unfortunately, the island's humidity had rotted the fabric into a net, exposing the blackened springs and wood inside. It looked disgusting. That one, and that cabinet and that table. Su Ci pointed at the fan in her hand. All of these, I want them. Old Wang was stunned for a moment, then smiled with deep wrinkles all over his face.
All right.
20 yuan in total, and I'll have someone deliver them to your home. 20 yuan? Lu Xiangbei, following behind, almost jumped up. He stared at the pile of rotten wood that was so dry it was hard to burn, feeling heartbroken. Is this woman crazy? That's 20 yuan. Enough to buy several pounds of rice. And she's just trading it for this pile of trash?
Do you
have so much money to burn? Lu Xiangbei lowered his voice, grinding his teeth. What's the point of dragging this back? To raise bugs? That's called culture. Su Ci didn't even glance at him and turned to leave. Follow me. Watch out. Don't let anyone drop me. Lu Xiangbei felt a headache coming on. Watch out? This junk wouldn't even be peed on by stray dogs. But thinking of the 5-cent outdoor work bonus Su Ci promised before leaving, he held back. For braised pork, he would escort this trash. Back at the Lu family courtyard, The worker unloaded the items into the middle of the yard, took the money, and ran off quickly, afraid that the silly older sister might change her mind. Once the gate was closed, the three children stared at the pile of trash, eyes wide in surprise. Lu Xiangnan timidly asked, "Big sister-in-law, are we opening a firewood shop?" Su Ci ignored these inexperienced country kids. She walked over to the broken sofa. The frame was actually quite good, but the fabric was all torn. But in her eyes, this wasn't trash. It was a perfect prop. Lu Xiangbei. What? Lu Xiangbei responded irritably, still feeling upset about the 20 yuan. Bring a bucket of water and a cloth. And you too, Su Ci pointed at the other two kids. All of you, turn around. The three children hesitated. Turn around, face the wall. Su Ci's voice was quiet but firm, like someone giving orders, making people instinctively want to obey. I won't call stop. No one look back. If anyone peeks, she paused, her tone carrying a slight threat. Tonight's sweet and sour ribs will be mine. Sweet and sour ribs. Those 4 words sounded like an order from the emperor. Swish. The 3 heads turned at once. Facing the mottled wall, they stood straight, more upright than a flag. Lu Xiangbei felt like a cat scratching his heart. Do I have to carry broken furniture secretly? Could there really be gold bars hidden inside this wood? Or does this woman have some strange, shameful habit? The yard was eerily quiet. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind. And a strange rubbing sound. Even a faint buzzing, like air being torn apart. Lu Xiangbei's ears twitched. Something was wrong. This didn't sound like cleaning the table. It looked more like performing magic? He couldn't help but tilt his head slightly, trying to catch a glimpse with his side vision. Just a quick look. Lu Xiangbei. Su Ci's lazy voice suddenly rang sharply in his ear. Do you want to eat plain boiled vegetables? Lu Xiangbei stiffened. Quickly, he turned his head straight. Does this woman have eyes growing on her back? All for some ribs. I refuse to look. I absolutely won't look. Su Ci watched the obedient little figures walking away, satisfied with a slight smile. She placed her palm on the pile of broken sofa frames. With a gentle thought, she connected to her personal shopping warehouse. Exchange. There was no special effect or sound. It happened in the blink of an eye. The pile of moldy, ragged trash disappeared into thin air. In its place, there was a deep brown leather sofa. The leather was shiny like chocolate, but to avoid revealing its true nature, Su Ci chose an aged style with subtle scratches and wrinkles. Still, it couldn't hide its high-quality feel. Even the musty smell in the air was gone. It was replaced by a faint leather scent. Next, the broken cabinet with missing legs turned into a carved redwood chest of drawers. The cracked 8 immortals table became a shiny round table made of red sandalwood. Su Ci clapped her hands. Done. She picked up a damp cloth and gave the big sofa a symbolic wipe or two. All right, everyone turn around. Let's see if this 20 yuan was worth it. The 3 children all turned around at once. The next second, 3 synchronized gasps sounded from the yard. Lu Xiangbei's eyes nearly popped out. He stared fixedly at the sofa, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. This was the pile of trash just now? This glossy, smooth leather. This grand shape. He didn't just want to look. He didn't even dare to think about it. He suddenly rubbed his eyes. Nothing changed. It was still there. Big sister-in-law. Xiangbei pointed at the sofa, trembling like he had Parkinson's. His voice was trembling. Why you? You can do magic. Su Ci threw the cloth aside, calmly sat on the sofa, and casually tested its elasticity. Not bad. This is a place for people to sit. She looked at the stunned children and nonchalantly adjusted her sleeve. What magic! Superstitions are not good. This is called. She flicked her eyes and casually rambled. This is the power of stain remover powder. I bought some high-quality stuff in the provincial city. Just wipe and the old look turns into a new one. Plus, this thing has a good foundation to begin with, just covered in dust. Do you understand what it means to find a bargain? Su Ci looked as if she was saying, you haven't seen the world, which made the 3 kids stare in surprise. Lu Xiangbei swallowed hard. Stain remover powder? Is there such a magical thing in the provincial city? It sounds unbelievable, but the facts are right in front of him. The sofa is right there, real and solid.
Could it be?
Does this woman really have a magic touch? Lu Xiangdong was the bravest. He carefully moved closer, poked the sofa armrest with his finger.
Soft. Smooth.
Fragrant. The little guy's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. Big sister-in-law. This is even better than the best chair at the supply store. Lu Xiangbei also moved closer. He touched the thick leather, feeling like he was dreaming. And then he thought about the 20 yuan. It's worth it. Totally worth it. This isn't wasting money. It's like bringing a mountain of gold home. The boy's eyes changed when he looked at Su Ci. If before he was just reluctantly giving in because of her face, now he was genuinely impressed. This woman, she's got some skill. The wind in the yard seemed to have become more valuable. Lu Xiangbei circled around the dark brown leather sofa for the 4th time. He reached out his hand, paused in midair, then quickly pulled back as if burned by fire. He rubbed his palms hard on his pants.
His palms were sweaty.
He was nervous. This thing in front of him, shiny and smooth like the most expensive caramel at the supply store counter, glowing with a daunting shine. Is this really the pile of broken wood from earlier? Lu Xiangbei looked down at his worn-out shoes, the tip of which had a hole revealing his big toe. Then he looked at the sofa. A huge sense of disconnection made his throat dry. This feels so unreal. It doesn't match the messy yard with peeling walls and the smell of chicken droppings. Have you looked enough? Su Ci sat on the only old rattan chair. She was lazily fanning herself with a sandalwood fan. The breeze from the fan carried a pleasant scent of agarwood. She slightly lifted her chin and pointed at the dark doorway of the main hall. Not done looking? Then go inside and take your time. Are you just going to wait here until the evening dew wets everything? This leather is delicate and can't stand the damp. Lu Xiangbei suddenly snapped out of his daze. Usually, he would have already dragged the stuff away on the cement ground. But now, he took off his dirty coat and draped it over his shoulders. Then he shouted at his still staring younger sister. Xiangnan. 3rd brother. Come help. Lift that corner. That's rosewood. Be careful not to scratch it. 3rd brother, is your hands clean? Don't touch everything randomly. It didn't look like they were moving furniture. It looked more like they were guarding a priceless cultural relic. The 3 kids huffed and puffed, like ants carrying a load. Su Ci wasn't idle either. Of course, she didn't move anything. She was just talking. To the left. Past that, a little back. Don't press the wardrobe against the wall. Leave a gap for ventilation. The once empty, musty main hall, with its old smell, suddenly became crowded with these big pieces. And it looked even stranger, like dressing a muddy-faced beggar in a silk dragon robe. The peeling, blackened walls. The uneven cement floor. Combined with the antique rosewood furniture and leather sofa that could be sold in a modern antique shop. It all looked awkward. Lu Xiangbei wiped the sweat from his forehead and scratched his head in the middle of the room. Sister-in-law, these things are good, but this house doesn't match them. It was like wearing patched pants to sit in a luxury car. It just didn't fit. Su Ci said nothing. Her large canvas bag, seemingly connected to another dimension, was opened again. Several rolls of beige material were pulled out. Keep going. Lu Xiangbei hurriedly caught them. What is this? Hide the flaws. Su Ci pointed to the dark wall. Clean off the dust and stick the wallpaper on. It was self-adhesive wallpaper. Cream-colored with faint floral patterns. In a time when people still use newspaper to cover walls, this was a big upgrade. Lu Xiangbei was stunned again. Such good paper for the wall? That's a waste. This paper is thicker than book paper. Su Ci shot him a cold look. You're free not to stick it. Then I'll sleep on the sofa tonight and the 3 of you can curl up under your blankets at the wall. Lu Xiangbei immediately shut up.
Stick it.
Not just wallpaper. As long as he could sit on that sofa, or peel his skin off and stick it on the wall, he'd do it. The 3 kids started working again. Lu Xiangbei climbed the wobbly ladder. Lu Xiangnan handed him the paper, and Lu Xiangdong swept the dust below. They worked in perfect harmony. Su Ci wasn't idle either. She took a large lace tablecloth from her bag, spread it over the round red rosewood table. The white lace draped down, just covering a small flaw on the table leg. The delicate French style softened the heavy look of the redwood. Next, a slender glass bottle appeared in the center of the table. Inside, dried yet still vibrant roses and a few gray-green eucalyptus leaves. A few yellowish cushions were casually tossed on the dark brown sofa. That lazy, high-end vibe instantly appeared. Finally, Susie tore down the dark blue cloth on the window, replaced it with a semi-transparent white curtain. The sea breeze blew. The curtain billowed into a gentle arc. By then, the sky was getting darker. Susie reached out and pulled the light cord. Snap! The warm yellow bulb lit up. In that moment, Liu Xiangbei stood on the ladder, clutching the edge of the last piece of wallpaper. He froze. Is this his home? The cream wallpaper covered all the dirt and cracks, glowing warmly under the light. The dark leather sofa lazily rested against the wall. The vase on the table cast mottled shadows. The suffocating musty smell in the air is gone. In its place, there is the rich scent of leather and a faint aroma of dried flowers. Even the dark night outside the window, seen through a thin white curtain, feels a bit poetic. This is not the typical apartment building in the neighborhood. It looks more like the residence of a high-ranking official from a foreign country, as seen on a poster at the county cinema. Wow. Liu Xiangnan covers his mouth, rubbing his hands on his clothes nervously. She doesn't dare step inside. She's worried her shoes might dirty the floor. Liu Xiangdong throws himself onto the sofa. He sinks into a pile of soft cushions. He rolls around happily. Big sister-in-law. Is this clouds? So soft. Susie stands at the door, observing the results of the past hour. The floor is still concrete, which feels a bit out of place. But in this era of scarce resources, being able to make it look like this is already impressive. That's enough. She walks to the middle of the sofa and sits down. Her body sinks into the soft leather, and she lets out a comfortable sigh. This is what a good life feels like. The hard bench before was like torture for her hips. Everyone wash their hands. If anyone brings mud into this room later, they will be responsible for cleaning it. Liu Xiangbei jumps down from the ladder. He looks at Susie sitting on the sofa. The light shines on her face. She wears a fitted cloth dress, with her legs crossed. Her natural laziness and elegance make him feel for the first time that the words, big sister-in-law, have a real shape. She seems like the owner of the scene, born to sit in this position. Big sister-in-law. Liu Xiangbei swallows nervously. Isn't this illegal? She looks so beautiful. So beautiful that it makes his heart race. Susie raises an eyebrow, casually pulling out a handful of sunflower seeds and eating them slowly. Illegal what? I haven't stolen or robbed anything. This is just a longing for a better life, understand? Just as she finishes speaking, a sudden, urgent, heavy footsteps come from the doorway, accompanied by that distinctive loud voice. I say, Liu kid, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? What are you knocking around for? I didn't know you were tearing down the beams. This is Sister Wang from next door. This woman is like a human radar. Whenever there's a little commotion somewhere, if she doesn't get involved, she can't sleep at night. She pushed open the shaky courtyard door, stormed in fiercely, and then, the words she was about to shout, a curse, got stuck in her throat. She saw the open main hall door. Sister Wang's feet seemed glued to the ground. She dropped half a bowl of sunflower seeds with a clatter. She blinked her big green eyes twice. Even took a step back to look at the house number. That's right. It's Captain Liu's house. But what's inside? That bright, shining wall. That fancy-looking leather sofa. And that tablecloth. Is that lace? Probably something imported. The warm yellow light inside the house contrasted sharply with the dull, gray world outside, as if cut apart by a knife. A bitter feeling called jealousy bubbled up from Sister Wang's stomach. It surged straight to her head. Oh my goodness. Sister Wang's teeth clenched from the sourness. She usually thought that Liu's 3 children without a mother were living hard, just to find some mental balance. But now, this is nothing but misery. This room full of things she couldn't even buy with her family's savings. She frowned and stomped heavily toward the door. Stood at the entrance, afraid to go inside, because she saw her black cloth shoes covered in mud. This subconscious shame made her even angrier. "Hey, Sister Sue," Sister Wang said sarcastically, spitting out words. "Are you not living well these days? Why all these fancy decorations? That wallpaper must be expensive, right? Can't you use that money to buy some meat for the kids? And that sofa, is it real leather? Did Captain Lu's allowance come from the wind? This is just bullying Captain Lu for not being home. If you keep spending like this, wait till he comes back and sees, he'll be furious with you." Sister Wang got more and more excited as she spoke. It seems that as long as she criticizes Su Si harshly, she can feel at peace and continue living her messy, poor life. When Lu Xiangbei heard this, he got angry. The little rascal ran straight to the door. Like a gatekeeper, he blocked Sister Wang's view. "Do you have the right to interfere? This was brought back by my sister-in-law, and it didn't cost my brother a penny. It's just some junk from the scrap yard." "Junk?" Sister Wang pointed at the shiny, eye-catching sofa and let out a pig-like squeal of laughter. "Do you think I'm stupid? If the scrap yard could find such treasures, I would eat this door frame." Su Si put down her sunflower seeds. She stood up, adjusted her not-so-wrinkled skirt. She didn't start yelling or arguing like Sister Wang expected. She slowly walked to the door, even with a polite smile. That kind of smile, not reaching her eyes. But it made people feel uneasy. "Sister Wang," Su Si's voice was soft, gentle, and sweet. "You just don't understand. This is called a touch of life's charm. Life can be hard, but you shouldn't make yourself miserable. No matter how broken a house is, it's for people to live in, not for pigs." Su Si slightly tilted her head, glancing at Sister Wang's apron covered in oil stains. "With a little effort, even a pigsty can become a golden nest. I see you're a hard-working person too, sister-in-law. Why not tidy up your home a bit? Or maybe..." Su Si deliberately stretched her tone, looking innocent and naive. "Do you think your husband's position isn't as high as our Captain Lu's, so you're embarrassed to live better than me?" Suddenly, a loud thunderclap. It struck Sister Wang hard inside and out. That remark was too sharp. Not only calling her lazy and saying her home was a pigsty, but also hitting her where it hurt her husband.
You.
Sister Wang's face turned a dark purple. Her finger trembled as she pointed at Su Si. She wanted to curse her with some dirty words. But seeing Su Si's fair face, as white as a peeled egg, and the beautifully decorated house behind her, she suddenly felt. My own collection of curse words is really too crude. So crude that it falls apart. In front of such absolute standards of beauty and social pressure, even throwing a tantrum seems so weak and powerless. That's enough. Su Si didn't give her a chance to speak. She directly ordered her to leave. "If you're not busy, sister-in-law, you can go home. We're about to eat." She paused slightly, then intensified her tone. "Tonight, we're having sweet and sour ribs, so we won't keep you. After all, this meat is quite expensive." After saying that, Su Si reached out and, in front of Sister Wang, slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The world became quiet. Through the door, she could still hear Sister Wang stomping outside in anger. Inside the room, Lu Xiangbei leaned against the door. Listening to the noise outside, he looked at Su Si with wide, surprised eyes. "Big sister-in-law, that felt so good just now." This was the first time they had won against such a difficult neighbor. And they won beautifully. No shouting, no fuss, just words that made her so angry she was about to explode. Su Si sat back on the sofa, patting the seat beside her. "Why are you just standing there? Who just now said they'd sweep the floor for a point? Are those little paper scraps on the ground going to be used for making dumplings during the New Year?" Xiangbei immediately snapped out of his daze. "That was points. I'll sweep. I'll do it right now." He grabbed the broom. In this new home, as beautiful as a picture, even sweeping the floor seemed sacred. Su Si leaned on a soft cushion, watching the three busy little figures, a smile on her face. This was just the beginning. The days on this island still had a long way to go. And this was her first piece of territory she had carved out in the 1970s. Night fell, as dark as thick ink. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks was blocked outside the freshly pasted beige wallpaper. In the main hall, the old clock kept ticking tirelessly. The Liu family has 3 children, and tonight they're all making pancakes. They can't sleep. Not because they're excited, but because of the smell. It's coming from the crack in the master bedroom door. It smells like the most expensive counter in the city department store has been brought into the house, with a sweet, soft scent that makes your heart tremble. That is the smell of Su Ci after her bath. Liu Xiangnan turned over and stared at the dark ceiling. Her mind was full of that evening's scene. The woman called sister-in-law sat at the new table, using her tender, white hands to pick a small amount of white cream. She gently patted it. The whole room seemed to bloom. Liu Xiangnan touched her face. It was rough and coarse. The salty wind from the island made her face feel like dry bark. In winter, the cracks hurt painfully. She was only 13, but the skin on her hands looked as old as someone 30. Just a smell, she told herself silently. But as soon as she had that thought, her legs refused to listen. She got up barefoot. Like a mouse afraid of the light, she tiptoed into the main hall. The moonlight was pale and shone on a small forgotten porcelain bottle on the table. It was something Su Ci had casually left behind. Liu Xiangnan's hand trembled. She leaned in and greedily took a deep breath. Jasmine scent and a milky smell. It was so nice she almost cried. On impulse, she unscrewed the lid. Her finger reached in and dug out a big dollop. Cool and delicate. Is this snow cream? Afraid someone would notice she had taken too much, she made a quick decision and smeared the whole dollop on her face. It was too much. She couldn't spread it evenly. She didn't know any technique, only used force to rub. The more she rubbed, the whiter her face became, as if she had fallen into a bowl of flour, covered with a greasy white wax. Late at night, pretending to be a ghost, a lazy voice suddenly rang out behind her. Liu Xiangnan froze completely. Her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Clack. The light string was pulled. The dim yellow light instantly pierced the darkness. Su Ci leaned against the doorframe. She was wearing a beige knitted cardigan, holding an enamel mug. Her hair was loose, and her face was so pale it was dazzling. She had no expression and even yawned. Her gaze fell on Liu Xiangnan's pale face. Liu Xiangnan's legs went weak. With a thud, he knelt on the concrete floor. He was still clutching the lid of the snow cream. Big, sister-in-law. Her voice trembled like a fragile cloth. It's over. Stealing is theft. He would be hanged and whipped. That snow cream must be very expensive. Even selling her wouldn't cover it. Liu Xiangbei was also awakened by the bright light. He jumped up from the sofa, and seeing the situation, his mind buzzed. Second brother. Are you crazy? That belongs to that wicked woman. How dare you move it? He was about to rush over to protect his sister when he heard a light laugh from above. Very soft. With a hint of careless disdain. Liu Xiangbei, step aside. Su Ci came over. She didn't look at the person kneeling on the ground but extended a finger, disdainfully lifting Liu Xiangnan's chin. TSK. Those who don't know might think we're putting on a big show. Liu Xiangnan closed her eyes, tears mixed with snow cream flowing down. Her big, ugly face was marked with 2 deep lines. So ugly it was hard to look at.
Su Ci frowned.
She took a tissue from the table and wiped her finger that had just touched Liu Xiangnan's chin. Such a good product. Waste it on your face. Do you treat your face like a washboard? With such force, you'll peel your skin off. There was no scolding or hitting. Only criticism. Like someone seeing top-quality tea, leaves used to make a tea egg. Stand up, Su Ci ordered. Liu Xiangnan trembled as she supported herself on the table, not daring to lift her head. Bring your face over. Liu Xiangnan obediently closed her eyes. Go ahead and hit. She deserved it.
But
the expected slap didn't come down. A warm hand pressed against her face. Soft beyond belief. Su Ci's fingers made circles on her face. You're so stupid. This stuff needs to be emulsified and massaged. Your finger just dug out half a month's worth. applying it so thick you'll be covered in pimples tomorrow, as her hands moved gently. Lu Xiangnan felt the thick, greasy layer on his face start to melt away. His skin, tense for a whole year, seemed to be drinking water. Every pore was relaxing. Here, lift up a bit, lightly around the corners of the eyes. Don't make yourself look like an old lady at such a young age. I'd be ashamed to take you out. Lu Xiangbei stood nearby, mouth open as if to fit a chicken egg.
He watched the scene.
That delicate woman, who usually disliked heavy things like water buckets, now patiently doing a facial for her sister, who looked like a muddy doll, saying the most dismissive words. But her hands moved as softly as feathers. After 5 minutes, Su Ci withdrew her hands, grabbed a tissue, and wiped her own hands, as if she had touched something dirty. Lu Xiangnan opened his eyes and looked into the mirror. He was stunned. The pale whiteness on his face was gone. The blackness was still there, and he was still thin. But the dull, lifeless look was replaced by a healthy glow. His face no longer hurt. That's enough. Su Ci threw the tissue into the trash. Casually, she picked up a delicate small porcelain bottle from the table, screwed on the lid. Then, as casually as tossing orange peel, she threw it into Lu Xiangnan's arms. Here, this is for you. Lu Xiangnan hurriedly caught it, feeling a bit stunned. Big sister-in-law. For me, this was a fancy cream. Even the supplies store didn't carry such high-quality products. I don't like using things that others have touched. Su Ci gave the bottle a disdainful glance. It's dirty. Just hold it. I have better ones at home. She turned to walk away. After a few steps, she stopped again. Turning her head, the light hit her profile, making her look like a star on a magazine cover. Remember this. Girls should smell nice. Wanting to look better isn't shameful. Next time, just ask if you want to use something. Secretly doing it, that's only for mice. Our Lu family, even if poor, should stand tall. Got it? Lu Xiangnan held the bottle, still warm from Su Ci's touch. Tears overflowed. Yes, I understand now. Thank you, sister-in-law. The door closed. Lu Xiangbei walked over, looking at his crying sister, and then at the closed door. He touched the back of his head. The points list had "Help sister-in-law wash clothes" written on it. Maybe. It wasn't so hard to accept after all. The next day, Su Ci was awakened by a smell. It wasn't a fancy perfume scent. It was the strong smell of rice. She stretched lazily and pushed the door open. The scene in the yard made her raise an eyebrow. Lu Xiangnan had changed. His hair was shaved smooth, tied into 2 braids. His old clothes, washed until they looked faded, were clean. At this moment, the young girl was squatting by the well, vigorously scrubbing clothes. In a basin soaking. It was the silk shirt Su Ci had changed yesterday. Xiangnan was washing it very carefully, like he was cleaning a family treasure, rubbing gently with his fingertips, afraid of scratching the silk. Seeing Su Ci, the girl's eyes shone like 2 black grapes. She wiped her hands on her apron and proudly brought over a plate. Sister-in-law. Breakfast. That is. Su Ci looked at what was on the plate. A few peeled eggs. White and tender, with no cracks. I peeled these just for you, leaving the softest egg white. Xiangnan looked a bit nervous, carefully watching Su Ci. Can I exchange this for points? Su Ci picked up an egg,
Took a small bite.
then looked at the bright, washed shirt in the basin. She smiled. Yes, 3 points for washing clothes, peeling eggs. She looked at the hopeful face of the girl. Good attitude, 2 points. Go record it. Okay, Xiangnan cheered, holding a small notebook and rushing to the corner. His back showed the happiness of a worker. Su Ci felt good. Life was finally getting on track. She was thinking about how to get some soy sauce and vinegar to improve their meals. Suddenly, the yard gate made a noise. This time, it wasn't a bang on the door. This is a gentle knock, as if testing the door.
Knock, knock, knock.
Is this the home of Commander Lu? Lu Xiangbei, carrying an axe, goes to open the door. Outside stands a military wife holding a child, unfamiliar to him. Her face is pale and yellow, and the child in her arms is crying intermittently, with red rashes all over his neck. The military wife peeks into the yard and sees Sue's radiant face. She instinctively shrinks back. But seeing her suffering child, she grits her teeth and speaks. Miss Sue, I heard. The military wife nervously fidgets with her clothes. I heard you have some special medicine from the city. Last night, Sister Wang said your house smells so good, like a fairy, and can even make old furniture look new. I don't ask for much. My child has had heat rash for a week and the medicine from the clinic doesn't work. I saw second Sister Lu just now coming out with water, her face so tender like a peeled boiled egg. Could you please be kind? The military wife starts to cry. Sue's eyes swallows her last bite of egg. She wipes her mouth with a handkerchief. Ask for medicine? This is a good chance to build her reputation. As long as she has the persona of a doctor after long illness or having a secret remedy, it will be easier to explain when she shows off rare items later. She slowly stands up, straightening her skirt. Xiangbei, let the sister-in-law come in. Since it's about the child, we shouldn't delay. Sue's voice is calm but exudes an undeniable confidence. This is the first step of her plan as the island's healer. It all begins with this aloe vera gel infused with spiritual spring water. Xiangbei, let the sister-in-law come in. Sue's voice remains calm but carries a commanding tone. It's a kind of aura only someone in a high position has. Although she's the youngest, her words sound like commands. Lu Xiangbei hesitates for a moment, then steps aside. He doesn't realize that his obedience to this older sister-in-law has become instinctive. The military wife holding the child is named Li Shiyuan. Her husband is the head of the cooking team, usually honest and straightforward. As soon as she enters the yard, she feels like her feet are glued to the ground. Is this really the haunted house of the Lu family? This house is so clean it could be used as a mirror, and the luxurious leather sofa looks very expensive. There's a faint, pleasant scent in the air. Li Xiujian feels like a country person who has just come to the city, unsure of where to put her hands and feet. Older sister-in-law, sit down. Su Ci pointed to the chair beside the round table made of red sandalwood. Li Xiujian didn't dare to sit. She awkwardly waved her hand. No, I'll stand.
I'm dirty.
Big sister-in-law said you can sit, so sit. Lu Xiongnan came out holding a plate of freshly washed apples, cheerfully saying. The young girl still had the scent of snow cream on her face, and her skin looked smooth and moist. Now, she thought everyone was less beautiful than her sister-in-law, and her home was cleaner than others. Su Ci looked at the military wife holding a child who was crying so hard she almost couldn't breathe. She frowned. Bring him over, let me see. Li Xiujian quickly handed the child over. The child was about 1 year old. His neck, armpits, and thighs had many red rashes, especially in the folds of the skin. Some areas were even scratched open, oozing yellow fluid. It was very distressing to see. Is it heat rash? Yes. Li Xiujian's eyes turned red. The health clinic gave us ointment, but after applying it for a few days, it didn't help at all. The child is itchy and cries all night. And today is hot.
Su Ci didn't speak.
Although she was a wealthy young lady in modern times, she had learned a lot from private doctors to help her weak grandfather. This isn't just ordinary heat rash. It's a combination of eczema caused by humid heat and heat rash mixed together. Using regular powder for heat rash would only clog the pores and make it worse. Wait a moment. Su Ci turned and went into the master bedroom. The next second, she held a small green jar. The jar was transparent, showing a jade green paste inside, shimmering under the light like fine jade, looking very cool. What is this? Li Xiujian stared at it.
Aloe vera gel, suchikazu ali Said.
I bought it in the provincial capital, specially for this. She unscrewed the lid. A fresh, herbal scent immediately spread out, replacing the smell of rice in the room. Of course, this wasn't ordinary aloe vera gel. She had taken it from the beauty section of the Space Mall's first floor, where she had added a few drops of spiritual spring water. Dealing with this kind of minor skin illness is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Su Ci used a clean small wooden spoon to scoop a little bright green ointment.
Come, I'll show you.
She didn't mind the pus on the child's skin and directly used her fingertip to dip some aloe gel, gently applying it to the red rash on the child's neck. Her movements were so gentle, as if she was handling a precious treasure. The cool sensation instantly eased the burning itch. The child in her arms was originally whimpering and twisting around. Once the ointment was on, the little one felt comfortable and let out a soft "ah," stopping his fussing. The small face that had been crying all day and night showed a hint of relief. Li Xiujuan's mouth opened wide in surprise.
This
Actually worked? After you go home, first wipe the child's body with warm water. Remember, no soap. Then apply this to the rash area. A thin layer is enough. 3 times a day, and it'll be fine in 2 days. Su Xi handed the small jar to Li Xiujuan. How much is this? Sister Su, I'll pay you. Li Xiujuan hurriedly reached into her pocket, thinking this miracle medicine must be very expensive. It's free. Su Xi waved her hand confidently. It's not anything precious. Besides, we live in the same courtyard. If the child is suffering, I can't just watch. She paused, then changed her tone slightly, speaking softly enough for those outside to overhear. Unlike some people who talk nonsense like a parrot and, besides spreading rumors, they can't do anything useful. This was a veiled insult, almost revealing the identity of someone. Outside the courtyard, Sister Wang, who was peeking through the door crack, immediately turned pale. This girl was insulting someone. Li Xiujuan hugged her child, holding the miracle ointment, and left with many thanks. As soon as she stepped out of the courtyard gate, she was surrounded by a group of military wives holding their children. Xiujuan, how is it? Did the new daughter-in-law from the Lu family give you the medicine? Show me, what kind of miracle ointment is it? Does it work? Li Xiujuan lifted the bright green aloe gel jar, like a treasure. It works. It works perfectly. You didn't see it. As soon as Sister Su touched him, my child immediately stopped crying. Smell this. It smells so good. A group of women leaned in close, as if they were smelling some magic potion. Madame Wang next to them kept blinking nervously. She spat out a sunflower seed shell and sarcastically said, who knows what kind of charming little thing that is? Maybe it's some toxic stuff, and it ruined the child's face. Then there'll be no place to cry later." When she said this, the excited military wives looked uncertain. Yes, the medicine's origin was unclear. What if? Suddenly, a sharp-eyed sister-in-law in the crowd pointed at the child in Li Xiujuan's arms and screamed, Look at your child's neck." Everyone's eyes turned to look. In the next second, a gasp of shock sounded repeatedly. The child's neck, which was originally swollen like a small hill with a rash, had visibly shrunk by more than half in just 10 minutes. The swelling had gone down, leaving only a faint pink mark. The effect was faster than the medicine from the old army doctor at the clinic, more than 10 times quicker. Oh my goodness! Is this a miracle pill? Truly divine, no one doubted anymore. The truth was more convincing than words. Madame Wang stood there, her face looking like she had just swallowed 100 flies. She wanted to curse again, but seeing the child's skin improve so clearly, she couldn't say a word. Her face was slapped hard. And she had brought it on herself. If she hadn't gone around yesterday saying that Su Xi's house smelled like a fairy palace, could Li Xiujian have found her? If Li Xiujian didn't go, could Su Xi's reputation as a miracle doctor have spread? The more Madame Wang thought about it, the angrier she got. She almost couldn't breathe. What stupid thing had she done? She had helped her biggest enemy create a hero image for her in front of everyone. Meanwhile, in the yard, Su Xi was leaning on the sofa, leisurely flipping through a fashion magazine she had taken out from her space. I can hear the surprised shouts from outside clearly. Lu Xiangbei stands at the door, watching the group of women frantically fighting over a small jar of ointment, then glances at his calm and composed sister-in-law inside. For the first time, he feels that women's battles are even more frightening than men's fights. They fight without bloodshed. They attack the heart. Big sister-in-law, Lu Xiangbei walks over, speaking with a tone of admiration he didn't realize he had. Aren't you worried they'll use up that ointment and come to ask you for more? Su Si doesn't lift her head, her slender fingers flipping through a picture book.
Want it? She chuckles softly.
If you want something, you have to exchange for it. Tonight's points list can add a new item. Rare herbs, old artifacts, gold and silver jewelry. Su Si's voice is lazy but sharp. All can be exchanged for miracle medicine. What she wants is never just a few words of thanks. What she wants is for all the resources of Seagull Island to be at her command. Lu Xiangbei is stunned by her words. Can it really be like this? He looks at Su Si's stunningly beautiful side profile. Suddenly he feels. This family, with her here, seems
really about to change.
The sky over the island changes suddenly. The weather can turn in an instant. In the afternoon, it was clear and sunny, but by evening, a thick layer of dark clouds pressed down, heavy and black, as if about to collapse. The wind begins to whimper, carrying a salty, damp smell, desperately seeping through the cracks in the windows and doors. The newly hung white gauze curtains flutter wildly, like struggling spirits. A typhoon is coming. Lu Xiangnan closes the window latch tightly, his small face full of worry. The children on the island are naturally afraid of typhoons. Su Si sits on the sofa, holding a small piece of sandpaper, slowly filing her nails. For her, a typhoon is just the right excuse. A perfect way to avoid going out. Why be afraid? She blows off the powder from her nails. If the sky falls, there's someone tall enough to hold it up. Dinner is plain rice with seaweed and pork rib soup. The ribs are from her space, cooked until the meat falls off the bone, with a milky white broth. Lu Xiangdong was weak, so Su Si specially filled a big bowl for him, with 2 large pieces of meat floating on top. The little guy ate until he was sweating and his face was red, looking much more energetic than usual. That night, the wind grew stronger, as if an invisible giant beast was roaring outside the house. The raindrops changed from sparse to dense, finally pouring down in sheets, hitting the roof with a loud crash, making people feel annoyed.
So she was sleeping soundly.
Suddenly, she was awakened by urgent knocking at the door. Big sister-in-law. Big sister-in-law. Please open the door. It was Lu Xiangbei's voice, trembling with tears and fear she had never heard before. Su Si frowned and reluctantly got out of her warm bed, put on her clothes, and went to open the door. When she opened it, a cold wind mixed with rain rushed inside. Lu Xiangbei stood at the door, soaked through, with water running down his face from his wet hair, making it hard to tell if it was rain or tears. He was holding Lu Xiangdong tightly in his arms. Big sister-in-law. Xiangdong. He's not acting right. Su Si's heart skipped a beat. She immediately turned on the light. Under the light, Xiangdong's small face was burning red, but his lips were purple. He clenched his teeth, his whole body was hot like a small stove, and he was twitching uncontrollably. He was having a convulsion. Su Si's mind went blank. In the poor medical conditions of the 1970s, this could be life-threatening. When did it start? Su Si's voice instantly turned cold, losing all her laziness. Just now. I heard him groan, and when I touched him, he was burning hot. Then he started convulsing. Lu Xiangbei's teeth were chattering. I'll go call Dr. Chen from the health clinic. He said this and turned to rush outside. Stop right there, Su Si shouted sharply. She pointed to the heavy rain outside the window. With this weather, where can you find someone? Even if you find someone, do they have medicine? Her words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lu Xiangbei, making him shiver all over. Yes, it was normal for the island to lack medical supplies. Last time, when Li Xiujuan's child got a heat rash, they couldn't do anything, let alone handle such a life-threatening emergency.
So,
what should we do? Lu Xiangbei was completely panicked, looking at Su Si helplessly, like a small beast pushed to the edge. Are you just going to watch him die? Holding his increasingly weak brother in his arms, tears suddenly streamed down his face. Big brother will find a doctor for you.
I'll take you to the mainland right now.
We're leaving now. The boy's stubbornness and desperation exploded at this moment. He felt it was because their family was too poor and this broken island was too remote that his brother was suffering like this. He suddenly turned around, carrying his brother, and was about to rush into the storm. "Come back here." Su Xi quickly stepped forward, grabbing Lu Xiangbei's arm tightly. Her strength was small, but her eyes, under the dim yellow light, shone brightly and fiercely. "If you rush out now, not only will you not find a doctor, but both of you might die halfway. Let me go." Lu Xiangbei shouted with red eyes, "I can't let him die. When my parents died, I promised to take care of them. You don't understand. You spoiled young lady. You don't know what it's like to have no money and no medicine." He used all his strength to shake her off. Su Xi staggered back, hitting the doorframe, feeling a sharp pain in her shoulder. But she didn't even frown. "Put him on the bed." Her voice was quiet but sharp like an icy blade, instantly cutting through the chaos and panic in the room. "Unbutton his collar. Let him lie on his side, so he won't choke on saliva. Get a basin of cold water and use a towel to wipe his forehead, neck, and armpits." A series of calm, clear commands made Lu Xiangbei, who was in a frenzy, suddenly freeze. He looked at the woman in front of him. She still looked delicate and gentle, but her eyes held a calmness and authority he had never seen before. That was not the look of a 19-year-old girl.
It was more like
a battle-hardened commander. "What are you standing there for?" Su Xi suddenly raised her voice. "Do you want him to die?" This sentence, like a thunderbolt, woke Lu Xiangbei up. He seemed to find his backbone, no longer caring about anything else, and hurriedly followed Su Xi's instructions. He carried his brother back to the bed, unbuttoned his clothes, got a basin of water, and started to wash him. Lu Xiangnan was also awakened, scared and hiding in the corner, his face pale, only crying. "Stop crying." Su Xi looked back at her and said, "Go to the kitchen and boil some hot water. Then bring a clean bowl and spoon." The little girl was scolded and immediately stopped crying. She ran quickly to the kitchen. Suddenly, the whole house changed from chaos to a tense, organized battlefield. Su Xi was the commander of this battlefield. She quickly walked into her room and locked the door behind her. Almost at the same time, she entered the space shop. The supermarket on the basement level no longer met her needs. Her mind immediately focused on the second floor, the medicine area. On the shelves, there were all kinds of medicines, from common cold remedies to top-grade antibiotics. She quickly scanned the shelves and finally focused on a box of children's fever relief granules and a bottle of calming medicine. There was no time to hesitate. She opened the packaging, poured the fever medicine powder and a few drops of calming liquid into a small ceramic bottle she had prepared earlier. After finishing, she rushed to the spirit spring, scooped half a spoon of spirit spring water with a spoon, and added it to the ceramic bottle. "Disguise," she whispered to the bottle. The liquid inside the bottle instantly turned from clear to a cloudy yellow-brown, with a faint herbal bitter smell. This was a special function she had exchanged from the system at a high cost, designed for situations like this. She held the bottle, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. In the living room, Lu Xiangbei was wiping his brother's body with a towel, repeating, "Xiangdong, don't be afraid. Big brother is here. You won't be hurt." The boy's voice was hoarse, full of despair. He knew that lowering the fever physically was only a temporary fix. The high fever wouldn't go down, and his brother would eventually suffer brain damage or worse. At that moment, Su Xi came over. She handed the small ceramic bottle to Lu Xiangbei. "Go. Mix it with half a bowl of warm water and give it to him." Lu Xiangbei looked at the ordinary-looking bottle, smelled the bitter medicine, and a faint hope flickered in his eyes. "Sister-in-law, what is this?" "It's an old family remedy," Su Xi lied calmly. "Specifically for children's high fever convulsions. Will it work?" Lu Xiangbei's voice trembled. This was almost his last hope. Su Xi didn't answer him. She simply looked at him quietly, her eyes clear and steady. "Do you believe me?" Lu Xiangbei looked at her. He looked at this woman who had only been here a few days but made him feel both hate and fear, as well as respect. He remembered the braised pork that left a deep impression on him. He remembered the sofa that seemed more comfortable than those in the town hotel, which appeared out of nowhere. He thought of how easily she cured the red rash on Li Xiujin's child's skin. This woman was full of mysteries. But at this moment, she was his only hope. Lu Xiangbei no longer hesitated. He took the medicine bottle as if accepting an important command. He rushed to the kitchen, trembling as he poured half a bowl of hot water, then added the yellowish medicine liquid carefully, stirring it gently. He returned to the bed. He pried open his brother's clenched teeth and, with a spoon, slowly fed the hope-filled medicine into his mouth. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The room was filled only with the raging rain outside and the three hearts pounding with tension. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Lu Xiangdong was still twitching, his face red. Lu Xiangbei's heart sank little by little.
Could it be?
Still not working? Just when he was about to despair, a miracle happened. The small body on the bed, which had been tense and twitching, suddenly relaxed. The tightly clenched jaw also slowly loosened. The previously rapid, hot breaths gradually became steady and long. Lu Xiangbei trembled as he reached out to feel his brother's forehead. The heat that could burn someone had receded by more than half. Although still a bit warm, it had returned to a normal fever temperature. It worked. It really worked. Lu Xiangbei let out a suppressed cry, a scream that sounded like both crying and laughing. He suddenly turned around. In the shocked eyes of Su Xiai and Lu Xiangnan, this usually fierce and proud young boy, thud, fell straight to his knees in front of Su Xiai. He didn't speak. Just with all his strength, he bowed his head repeatedly against the cold, hard cement floor. His forehead turned red and bled from the repeated knocks. He just raised his head, and those bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Su Xiai, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper had been rubbed over it. Big sister-in-law, please, save him. The air in the room felt frozen. The only sound was the dull noise of rain hitting the window outside. Lu Xiangbei knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold concrete floor. He was trembling all over. This was exhaustion from extreme fear, mixed with a desperate resolve. He only has this younger brother. If he loses him, he wouldn't have the courage to go on. Su Xiai stood in front of him, looking down at this stubborn boy like a mule. She didn't reach out to help, not even frowning her beautiful brows. Get up. Her voice was cold and emotionless. This isn't even a real death. Why are you crying like it's a funeral? This sentence broke the suffocating atmosphere of grief in the room. Lu Xiangbei suddenly looked up. His eyes were red like a rabbit's, staring blankly at Su Xiai. This woman. Why is her mouth so sharp?
Signore disgase.
She turned and walked to the bed, reaching out to check Lu Xiangdong's forehead. The skin under her palm, which had been burning hot, was now cooling down. Instead, there was a layer of fine cold sweat. His breathing, which had been rapid like a bellows, became steady and slow. With spiritual spring water and modern medicine, this was a miracle. In an era where even a cold or fever could be deadly, this was a miracle. Go get a dry towel, Su Xiai ordered. Lu Xiangbei was still kneeling there, dazed. He couldn't believe it. Just a few minutes?
And he's
better? Are you deaf? Su Xiai turned her head, giving him a look of disdain. Do you want him to catch a cold and get a fever again by staying in wet clothes? Lu Xiangbei finally reacted. He scrambled up with his hands and feet, rushing to the bed. Trembling, he reached out to touch his brother's forehead. In that moment, his pupils suddenly dilated.
He's cooled down.
Really cooled down. The intense heat just now, like being burned to ashes, was suddenly extinguished, as if washed away by a heavy rain.
Alive.
I'm alive again, Lu Xiangbei muttered to himself. Tears fell uncontrollably this time, but this time they were tears of joy. He quickly turned to look at Su Xiai. That look in his eyes. Even when looking at the Buddha statue in the temple, he wasn't as sincere. This was a miracle. There was a boy in the neighboring unit who had died in a similar way. Even the doctor at the health clinic said it was a stroke of luck. But the older sister-in-law just relied on a bowl of that dark, mysterious medicine. and she brought someone back from the brink of death. Older sister-in-law, Lu Xiangbei's voice was hoarse. Don't call it a soul, Su Xi interrupted him, rubbing her temples tiredly. Hurry up and wipe him down and change his clothes. It's late at night, and we're exhausting ourselves. She yawned and turned to leave. As if saving a life just now wasn't even as important as getting half an hour of sleep. Is this what it means to be a master? Lu Xiangbei looked at her slender back. The shock in his heart was almost overwhelming. He used to be so foolish. Really? He thought this woman only ate and played around. Turns out she was hiding her true strength. She's a hidden master. Xiangnan. Hurry. Find dry clothes for Santa. Lu Xiangbei wiped his face and directed his frightened younger sister. The two children circled around the bed anxiously. Su Xi didn't pay attention to them. She returned to the sofa, wrapping herself tightly in a blanket. All that fuss just now, mixing spiritual springs and staying tense, had taken a toll. Her delicate body was really feeling the strain. She was tired. She wanted to sleep, but she knew this wasn't over yet. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, Lu Xiangbei, who had just finished settling his brother, came over. His usually cautious and fierce eyes were now clear, as if washed by rain. He didn't speak. Instead, he walked straight to the corner behind the cabinet where the rice jar was. There was a loose wall tile there. Lu Xiangbei squatted down. He pressed his fingers tightly into the crack of the tile. His fingernails were all turned over, bleeding, but he seemed to feel nothing. Click. The brick was pried out. From that dark hole, he took out an old, rusty tin box. The box was hidden very deep. It was the last of the Lu family's savings. It was also something Lu Xiangbei protected with his life. When Su Xi first came in, even if he was starving, he would never let this box be seen, because he was afraid his stepmother would steal the money. But now, he held the box like he was holding his true heart. Step by step, he walked to Su Xi. Big sister-in-law, Lu Xiangbei placed the box on the coffee table. That very precious leather coffee table in his eyes. What is this? Su Xi glanced at the rusty box, pretending not to know. This is all the family savings my brother and I have saved over the years. Lu Xiangbei took a deep breath and opened the lid. A smell of mold mixed with the ink of banknotes drifted out. Inside were rolls of large union notes, some small change, and broken bills. There were even a few neatly folded ration tickets and cloth tickets. Each one was wrinkled and stained with sweat. They were saved from their teeth and gums. They were allowances sent back each time Lu Yi risked his life. They were hard-earned money from Lu Xiangbei collecting trash at the seaside and digging herbs in the mountains. Totaling 1,235 yuan and 60 cents, there are 30 jin of ration tickets and 5 chi of cloth tickets. Lu Xiangbei dumped everything onto the coffee table. Pushed it in front of Su Xi. Then, this usually most protective and greedy little wolf cub. His eyes reddened as he looked at Su Xi. He said carefully, Big sister-in-law, if it weren't for you just now, Xiangdong would be gone. I don't have much skill. This money, though not much, is all we have. From now on, he clenched his teeth, as if making a big decision. From now on, you call the shots in this family. You can take the money and spend it. You eat the meat first. I'll do the work. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I'll find a way to get them for you. As long as you don't mind us being a burden. Don't leave. The last 2 words, carrying a hint of subtle humility and plea. He is truly afraid now. Afraid that Su Xi will dislike this poor family, dislike this mess, and walk away. Before, he was afraid Su Xi would take their money. Now, he's afraid she won't want their money. Su Xi looked at the pile of change. She didn't feel much emotion. This amount of money in later years is just enough for a meal. But in 1976, it's a large sum. It's also a teenager's entire dignity and trust. She stretched out a finger and poked at the coins a couple of times. Disgustedly, she pinched a greasy 1-cent coin. Gris, Su Qi frowned. Lu Xiangbei's heart immediately jumped to his throat. He instinctively wanted to wipe the coins, but dared not move. However, Su Xi's tone shifted. She carefully gathered the coins together, like a shrewd businessperson counting their loot. Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly help you manage it. Su Xiai took out a delicate small leather wallet from her bag. She pulled out the coins one by one and put them inside. Her movements were graceful, like arranging flowers. Remember, I'm just helping you keep track of the money. I'm not trying to starve you. From now on, every month I'll give you pocket money based on points. You can exchange points for what you want to buy or eat. Understand? Lu Xiangbei looked at the suddenly empty metal box. He didn't feel sad at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief, like a heavy stone had been lifted. He nodded heavily. Got it. Big sister-in-law, starting tomorrow, I'll dig up all the soil in the yard. I'll go collect firewood by the sea. I'm sure I can earn lots of points. Su Xiai smiled happily. She casually tossed the wallet onto the coffee table. This little wolf dog has been completely tamed. Not only does she not have to worry about him biting people in the future, but he will also become her sharpest weapon in this era. That's all. Money has been paid, and my mind is at ease. Can I finally get some sleep? Su Xiai yawned, tears of relief welling up at the corners of her eyes. She's truly tired now.
Yes.
Yes. Lu Xiangbei quickly picked up the empty metal box, as if holding a sacred decree. Big sister-in-law, you sleep now. I'll stay awake and watch over Xiangdong. I promise I won't make a sound. Su Xiai stood up, took a few steps, then seemed to remember something. She reached into a drawer, actually a small space, under the coffee table and pulled out a bag. She threw it to Lu Xiangbei. Keep going. Lu Xiangbei instinctively caught it. Soft to the touch. Under the light, he saw it was a bag. Of milk powder? It was printed with foreign characters and a big picture of a cow's head. Is this? Give Xiangdong some to drink. Su Xiai went inside without looking back. Got sweaty, need to rehydrate. This milk powder can keep someone going even if they're close to exhaustion. Don't hold back. I have plenty after this. With a loud bang, the door closed again, leaving the room silent. Lu Xiangbei held the heavy bag of milk powder. Through the plastic wrapping, he seemed to smell the rich milk aroma. This stuff. I heard the supply store only sells it with special tickets, and a bag costs over 10 yuan. Did big sister-in-law just give it to him like that? Not even a blink? Lu Xiangbei suddenly felt his face warm. Just earlier, he thought that over 1,000 yuan was a lot. Now it seems, in big sister-in-law's eyes, that 1,000 yuan might just be enough for some snacks? Is this what they call perspective? Lu Xiangbei took a deep breath, pressed the bag of milk powder tightly against his chest. He silently vowed in his heart, in this life, if anyone dares to lay a finger on big sister-in-law, Lu Xiangbei is willing to risk his life for her. You'd have to bite a piece off the other person's flesh, too. The rain stopped. A faint light appeared on the horizon. On Seagull Island in the morning, there was a fresh, salty smell in the air. Last night's intense rescue feels like just a dream. But the atmosphere in the yard has completely changed. Lu Xiangnan was the first to get up. She quietly mopped the main hall 3 times, even shining the legs of the sofa. When passing by the master bedroom door, she instinctively slowed her breathing, afraid of waking the person inside. That wasn't her eldest sister-in-law. She is the family's pillar of strength. The door creaked open. Next door, Sister Wang peeked in with a basket, looking around. Last night, with the wind and rain, she thought she heard noises from Lu's house. Crying and shouting. She was very excited inside. It must be that delicate girl couldn't take the hardship and fought with that wolf cub. She wanted to come see the fun. Oh, Xiangnan, Sister Wang, with a look of someone watching a good show, shouted loudly. What happened last night? It sounded like someone didn't want to live. Is your stepmother trying to kick you out? She said this while squeezing into the yard. Her eyes darted around, trying to find evidence of chaos. But before Lu Xiangnan could speak, a figure shot out like a cannonball. It was Lu Xiangbei. This boy had big dark circles under his eyes, messy hair like a chicken coop, and was holding an axe used for chopping firewood. He stood at the door, his aura 10 times heavier than yesterday. Get out, Lu Xiangbei said simply. Rough and straightforward. Sister Wang shivered in fear and took a step back. Hey, little brat, are you on edge? I'm just showing concern for you. Concern? Lu Xiangbei sneered, weighing the axe in his hand. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, sweeping over Sister Wang. Our family is fine. Last night we were celebrating. Celebrating? Sister Wang was stunned. What are you celebrating in the middle of the night? That I have the best sister-in-law in the world. Lu Xiangbei raised his chin, a proud look on her face. Her sincere pride made Sister Wang stare in surprise. Has the sun risen from the west? Didn't that little wolf kid try to hurt that woman a few days ago? It's only been a few days? And he's already been fooled? If you don't want to die, stay away from my family. Lu Xiangbei sharply stomped his foot on the ground. With a loud bang, he created a small hole in the mud. From now on, if anyone dares to speak badly about my sister-in-law, I'll go to their house and sharpen my knife. Sharpen it every day. Sharpen it at midnight. Sister Wang felt a chill run down her neck. This kid. His eyes are not right. He really dares to risk his life. Crazy. A family of lunatics. Sister Wang cursed as she walked away. But her steps were twice as fast as when she arrived. It was as if someone was chasing her from behind. Inside the house, Su Ci turned over in bed. She clearly heard the conversation outside. A satisfied smile appeared on her lips. She slept very soundly this time. Is this what it feels like to have a younger brother? Not bad. But this peaceful life probably won't last more than a couple of days. Since she now had money and household help, should she let the others on this island also know about the Su family rules? Su Ci opened her eyes, looking at the mottled ceiling above her. A flash of the point system appeared in her mind. Maybe it's time to promote this point system throughout the entire family compound. After all, the good things in her space need a reason to be exchanged or cashed out, right? Like those top-tier seafood sauces that haven't even been introduced yet?
Sucitate their stomach.
She was hungry. Since the little wolf said he would work, could she order seafood congee for breakfast today? With abalone added, of course. Thinking of this, Su Ci felt even happier. Today had just begun. Early in the morning, the air on Seagull Island carried a sweet, salty smell of grass after rain. The water well at the family compound was busier than usual today. Lu Xiangnan was squatting by the well, carefully scrubbing a piece of clothing. Her small face was washed clean, and her hair was tied back loosely with a floral cloth strip, just like Su Ci's style. She looked completely different from the dusty, tired girl she was a few days ago. The clothes in her basin also caught the eye. The fabric was smooth and shiny, reflecting a pearl-like glow in the sunlight. It was the silk shirt Su Ci changed out of yesterday. Lu Xiangnan washed it very carefully, with gentle hands as if she was handling a rare treasure. She felt very happy inside. This was a big task worth 3 points. Plus, she peeled an egg for her sister-in-law this morning, earning another 2 points. When she saved enough points, she wanted to buy a pair of canvas sneakers like the city girls wear. Hey, isn't that Lu family's second girl? A sharp, harsh voice suddenly broke the peaceful morning like a splash of cold water. Sister-in-law Wang, carrying an empty basket, walked over with her plump hips swaying. Her small green eyes flicked over Lu Xiangnan and the expensive-looking clothes, and her mouth curled into a sneer. Hey, having a stepmother means having a stepfather too. Sister-in-law Wang sat down heavily on a nearby stone bench, raising her voice deliberately. It's only been a few days, and you're already being bossed around? Xiangnan, you're a grown girl now. Why are you so stubborn, working like a beast for an outsider? Look at the clothes you're washing, more precious than your face. Where is she? Still lying in bed, a few military wives nearby, washing water and vegetables, all pricked up their ears. Lu Xiangnan paused her washing. She looked up, her originally shy eyes now sparking with a small flame. Sister Wang, who do you mean is an outsider? The girl stood straight, her voice clear and firm, without a hint of hesitation. That's my older sister-in-law, huh? Sister-in-law Wang was taken aback by her retort, then crossed her arms. She's your sister-in-law? Looks more like a noble ancestor you hired. She came to this island as part of the military team, not to be a rich lady. She does all the chores every day, just waiting for you to serve her. Sister Wang spoke more and more passionately, pointing toward the Lu family's direction, spitting as she talked. I tell you, this is typical of the exploitative class. They should be criticized. Don't be fooled by these young ones. Don't let them be used like fools. These words were quite harsh. Nowadays, accusing someone of being part of the exploitive class could cause serious trouble for anyone. The surrounding military wives looked shocked, and their eyes toward Lu Xiangnan showed sympathy and mixed feelings. You're talking nonsense. Xiangnan's face instantly turned bright red. She wiped her hands on her apron forcefully and stood up, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. I'm happy to wash my sister-in-law's clothes. I'm happy to serve her. Her voice trembled with emotion but was very loud, spreading all around the well. My sister-in-law is like a fairy. A fairy's hands are for painting flowers and embroidery, not for scrubbing our rough clothes. Besides, my sister-in-law is not feeling well. The doctor said she needs to rest. If she gets tired and sick, are you responsible? Unlike some people who are as strong as oxen and spend all day gossiping with no real skills. This series of words shot out like machine gun fire, catching Sister Wang off guard. Everyone was stunned. Is this still the quiet, tearful second girl of the Lu family who used to be bullied and just cried? Her words were so quick and sharp. Sister Wang's face turned a dark purple with anger. You little girl. Who do you think you're calling an ox? I'm trying to teach you a lesson. You don't know what's good for you. What has your sister-in-law fed you? Why are you so protective of her? She just looks like a fox spirit. Crack. A sharp sound. It wasn't a slap. It was a broom, covered in dirt, smashing heavily onto the water bucket at Sister Wang's feet. Water splashed onto her pants. Lu Xiangbei appeared by the well unexpectedly. He had 2 big dark circles under his eyes and a gloomy face that seemed to drip with coldness. He was holding the broom he had just thrown. Say that again. The boy's voice was quiet but carried a chilling coldness. His eyes, like a wolf's, stared fiercely at Sister Wang. Sister Wang felt uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively stepped back. I only said what's true. She still wanted to argue. Can you call me your older sister-in-law? Lu Xiangbei stepped closer. His fierce attitude made the air around him feel colder. Apologize. Huh. Sister Wang thought she heard wrong. Apologize to my older sister-in-law and my sister. Lu Xiangbei repeated, gripping the broomstick so tightly it creaked. Otherwise, I'll clean your mouth with this broom today. Everyone finally understood. The 2 children of the Lu family were determined to protect the new sister-in-law. Crazy, really crazy, Sister Wang scolded angrily. You're all brainwashed by that sly woman. At that moment, someone pushed through the crowd. It was Li Xiujuan. She was holding her sleeping child, whose rash on the neck, red and swollen yesterday, had now faded to a faint pink mark. Sister Wang, don't talk nonsense. Li Xiujuan looked upset. Su Mei is not some sly woman. She's a kind-hearted saint. She lifted her child to show everyone. Look, my child's eczema was so bad even the health clinic couldn't treat it, but Su Mei just applied her ointment, and it was gone overnight. She has the skill. Not only does she work hard, but I'm happy to serve her tea and water every day. As soon as she spoke, the crowd erupted. Really? So fast. Oh my, his neck is so clean now. Is that ointment really that magical? Everyone's attention shifted from, is Su Ci lazy, to, how amazing is Su Ci's medicine? Sister Wang was now completely isolated. Her rumors were shattered by the solid facts. Her face turned red and white, like a dye shop had opened inside her. She wanted to argue, but seeing her child's smooth skin, she couldn't say a word. She personally helped build the reputation of Dr. God, Su Ci. Humph. I'm leaving. Madame Wang couldn't stay any longer. She hurriedly pushed through the crowd and ran away in a panic. Her back looked so awkward, like a defeated rooster. A small disturbance was quickly settled by 2 children who were almost grown up. Lu Xiangbei looked in the direction Madame Wang fled, snorted coldly, then carried the broom back onto his shoulder. He turned around and looked at Lu Xiangnan, who was still pouting and rarely praised him. Good job. Xiangnan puffed out his chest proudly. Standing up for his sister-in-law was more honorable than scoring perfect marks. Just then, The gate of the courtyard creaked open. Su Xi yawned as she came out. She wore a clean white shirt and a knee-length khaki skirt, her long hair loosely tied up, revealing a graceful swan-like neck. Her face, without makeup, was as white as jade and as smooth as water. In the morning light, she seemed to glow. She looked like she had just woken up, with a lazy blush at the corners of her eyes, stretching slowly. Her peaceful, timeless appearance was in stark contrast to the chaos by the pond just moments before. Big sister-in-law, you're awake. Xiangnan and Xiangbei, who had looked like two little hedgehogs earlier, immediately relaxed when they saw Su Xi. They hurried over. One asked eagerly, "Big sister-in-law, are you hungry? We've kept some porridge warm for you." The other boasted as if claiming credit, "Big sister-in-law, that old woman Wang just spoke badly about you again, but we chased her away." The nearby military wives, still lingering, watched this scene with wide eyes. This was no longer a stepmother and her stepchildren. It was clearly a queen and her two most loyal knights. Su Xi looked at the two children, who were eager for praise, and smiled. She reached out, not minding the mud on Xiangbei's hand or the water stains on Xiangnan, and tousled each of their heads. Her actions were affectionate and natural. Got it. Her voice, husky from just waking up, was gentle enough to drip with warmth. Our Xiangnan and Xiangbei are grown up now, and they know how to protect their family. That's wonderful. She didn't praise loudly or give material rewards. Just a simple sentence and a small gesture. Yet, it made Lu Xiangnan and Lu Xiangbei feel happier than drinking honey. It was worth it. Doing anything for the older sister-in-law was worth it. Su Xi's gaze lightly swept over the military wives by the well, each with different expressions. Finally, she nodded slightly to them and showed a perfect, flawless smile. Then, she took Lu Xiangnan's hand. "Let's go home for dinner. Today, you both performed so well. I'll give you extra food at noon." Su Xi's voice was soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. "Just make." She tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Abalone rice." The words abalone rice were like a drop of water thrown into hot oil, instantly causing a burst of excitement around the family compound's well. "What is that? Abalone? What kind of fish is that? Is it tastier than yellow croaker? I've never even heard of it." That name sounds so fancy. The military wives' faces showed confusion, curiosity, and a hint of envy they couldn't hide. Usually, they had to wait eagerly just to eat some meat. Now, the new daughter-in-law from the Lu family mentioned something they'd never heard of. The gap was huge. Sister Wang's small green eyes nearly popped out. She had just been embarrassed by the two little ones from the Lu family and finally found a new way to attack. She let out a sharp laugh, like glass breaking. "Oh, come on. Abalone rice? I thought it was something impressive. Turns out, she's just bragging without knowing what she's talking about." She patted her thigh and made faces at the people around her. "Do you really believe that? Just her? A girl from the countryside, knows what abalone is. I think she's just saying a fancy name to show off. What is this called?" "This is called the rotten style of the bourgeoisie. Always thinking about wasting instead of serving the people." Sister Wang's words grew more confident, and she straightened her back. "Wasteful woman, sooner or later, she'll spend all of Captain Lu's allowance." When she said this, several military wives nodded in agreement. "Yes, Commander Lu is working very hard outside, and it's a bit unfair for his wife to spend so much money at home." For a moment, everyone's eyes focused on Su Xi, filled with judgment and disapproval. However, Su Xi didn't even lift her eyelids. It was as if the lively criticism from the wife of the military officer was just a fly buzzing in her ear. She simply raised her hand, covered her mouth, and gently coughed twice. A faint blush appeared on her already fair cheeks, looking a little sickly. She weakly leaned on Lu Xiangnan's shoulder, her voice soft like a feather. "Xiangnan, help me up. I feel dizzy after standing for a long time." Lu Xiangnan immediately became nervous, like a loyal little guard, supporting Su Xi's arm. "Big sister-in-law, are you okay? Let's go home quickly." Lu Xiangnan, who just now seemed lively and energetic, now looked full of concern. "Lu Xiangbei, Even more, directly threw down the broom, blocking in front of Su Si, with a fierce look as if anyone dared to say more, he would fight them. This scene made the wife of the military officer look like a bully picking on someone sick. Li Xiujuan, holding the child, quickly joined in. Big sister-in-law, you should say less. Su girl is naturally weak, eating good food to recover is fine. Yes. Another military wife nearby, who had used Su Si's aloe vera gel, also said, Su girl is capable herself, unlike some people who just talk big. The wife of the military officer rolled her eyes in anger. You've all been fooled by her. At this moment, Su Si's gaze crossed the crowd and landed on a young military wife in the corner, who looked worried. The military wife's name was Zhang Ping. Her husband was in the reconnaissance company, and she usually had a good relationship with the wife of the military officer. She was holding a tired-looking child with a red face, coughing non-stop. Zhang's sister-in-law, Su Si's voice was gentle and weak. What's wrong with your iron egg? Zhang Ping didn't expect Su Si to speak to her first. She was stunned for a moment before answering with a worried look. Sai, don't mention it. He's had a fever since last night. The medicine from the health clinic doesn't work, and his cough is getting worse. Su Si frowned, her beautiful eyebrows knitting together, her eyes full of just right concern. Just taking fever medicine isn't enough. From that cough, it sounds like there's fire in his lungs. He needs anti-inflammatory medicine. Anti-inflammatory medicine? Zhang Ping smiled bitterly. That stuff is more precious than gold. The health clinic doesn't have it. It has to be reported to the group, and wait for the boat to bring it from the mainland. That could take a very long time. The other military wives also looked helpless. On this island, the biggest worry is when children get sick. Small illnesses turn into big ones, and serious illnesses can only be left to fate. Su Si was silent for a moment. It seemed she had made a big decision. Under everyone's watch, she turned around and went back into her room. When she came out again, she was holding a small, brown glass bottle that looked like an ink bottle. She walked up to Zhang Ping and handed her the small bottle. Here, sister-in-law, you keep this. Zhang Ping looked down and saw that the bottle contained white powder, with no label. What is this? Anti-inflammatory medicine. Su Si's voice was very low, with a hint of reluctance. My health isn't good. My family was worried I might get into trouble, so they asked someone to get this from a big city. It was originally meant for my own use in emergencies. She paused, coughed twice, and her face turned even paler. I think Taidan's illness can't be delayed. You should take it back quickly, mix a little into warm water, and give it to him to drink. Remember, don't say I gave it to him. This stuff isn't from a proper source. If people find out, it could cause trouble. Su Si looked both eager to help and afraid of getting into trouble. Her expression was very real. Zhang Ping held the small medicine bottle, her hands trembling. This wasn't just medicine. It was a life-saving kindness. She couldn't hold back anymore, and tears streamed down her face.
Su sister.
She suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. Su Si quickly caught her. Sister-in-law, what are you doing?
Get up.
We live in the same yard. I can't just stand by and watch the child suffer. She helped Zhang Ping up, but her eyes subtly glanced at the stunned Wang's sister-in-law, a faint smile on her lips. Unlike some people who talk sweetly but do nothing when real trouble comes, this was practically a direct insult to Wang's sister-in-law. Zhang Ping wasn't stupid either. She wiped her tears, hugged her child and medicine, then suddenly turned around and started confronting Wang's sister-in-law. Did you just call sister, Su, a spendthrift woman? Open your eyes and look. Is she really wasteful? She took out her life-saving medicine to save our iron egg. You say she has bad manners? I think your words are the real problem. Always criticizing others, I believe you're just jealous. Zhang Ping, like a lit firecracker, vented all her anger that had been building up since morning. Jealous because she looks better than you. Jealous because her man is more successful than yours. Jealous because she has a better life than you, instead of always gossiping like a chattering woman trying to get attention. These words were quick and sharp, hitting right at the heart. The entire water well was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Ping's sudden outburst. Sister Wang's face turned from white to red, then purple, and finally a dark purple like liver color. She pointed at Zhang Ping, her lips trembling but unable to speak a word.
You.
Zhang Ping sneered, turned around with the child in her arms, and walked away. As she passed by Su Ci, she nodded heavily, her eyes full of gratitude and trust. With Zhang Ping leading the way, the other military wives who had benefited from Su Ci also gained confidence. Exactly. Sister Su is beautiful and kind-hearted, unlike some people whose hearts are rotten. From now on, anyone who speaks badly about Sister Su will be against me. Let's disperse now. Don't crowd around. Let Sister Su rest. The crowd started to scatter. Everyone's gaze on Su Ci changed from suspicion to admiration and friendliness. Meanwhile, Sister Wang stood there all alone, like a clown abandoned by the whole world. She felt everyone's eyes like needles stabbing her, her face burning with pain. She wanted to say something harsh, but when she opened her mouth, she realized she had no one to support her. She lost, completely defeated. Su Ci looked at Sister Wang's dazed and defeated look, feeling nothing. She slowly walked up to her, wearing the most innocent and kind smile. Sister Wang, don't be angry. Her voice was so gentle it seemed to melt. I know you're blunt but kind-hearted. You really care about me, right? We're neighbors. If you ever have any trouble, just come to me. As long as I have it, I will help. After saying this, she warmly patted Sister Wang's shoulder. Sister Wang stiffened all over, as if stung by a scorpion. She looked at Su Ci's innocent and kind smile and felt a cold chill run from her feet to her head. This woman is too scary. She has killed someone and still tries to sweet-talk you. With a loud wow, Sister Wang couldn't take it anymore. She covered her face, cried, and ran back home. A silent war ended with Su Ci's complete victory. She not only strengthened her image as a kind, gentle, and delicate person but also used a bottle of medicine to win everyone's trust in the neighborhood. Big sister-in-law, you're amazing. Lu Xiongnan looked at Su Ci with stars in his eyes. Lu Xiangbei also looked at her with total admiration. Su Ci smiled, rubbed Lu Xiangnan's head, and said, "Let's go home. Our big meal is still waiting." Back home, she closed the yard gate, blocking out everything outside. Su Ci took a large paper bag from somewhere and pulled out a big oiled paper package. She opened the package. Inside were more than 10 cleaned, plump abalones. They were bigger than a child's fist. They shone with a tempting luster in the sunlight. Lu Xiongnan and Lu Xiongdong stared with wide eyes. Is this an abalone? It looks so beautiful. Xiangbei, go boil some water, Su Ci directed, then calmly took out a small knife and scored a cross on the abalone. Her movements were elegant and skillful, more like carving art than cooking. The 3 siblings watched her, seeing those valuable ingredients from the future transform into a delicious dish under her hands. In the yard, only the rustling sound of leaves in the wind remained. Su Ci looked at the steam rising from the pot and then at the endless blue sea outside the window. In her beautiful eyes, a flicker of a rare, ambitious light shone, something that belonged to a different era called ambition. Eating well and drinking good food are not enough. What she wants is to turn this poor island into her gold mine. Head north, Su Ci suddenly speaks. Her voice is soft but has a strange, enchanting power. Lu Xiangbei is squatting in front of the stove, cooking. He immediately looks up when he hears her. Big sister-in-law, what's the matter? Su Ci picks up a prepared abalone, weighs it in her hand, and slightly lifts her lips. Do you want to become a millionaire? Millionaire? Lu Xiangbei's mind suddenly buzzes, as if hit by a big hammer. He is stunned, still holding the fire poker, staring blankly at Su Ci. He has never heard these 3 words before, but together they seem to have a powerful magic that makes his heart race. 1 million yuan. How much money is that? He has already handed over all the money at home, more than 1,000 yuan, which is a huge amount for him and his siblings to even imagine. 1 million yuan. If stacked up, could it bury him? Su Xiai looks at his naive, clueless face and smiles. She doesn't explain further. Some plans are too early to reveal, as they can cause trouble. She wants to show these little wolves through her actions what kind of good life they can have if they follow her. The abalone is quickly blanched. Su Xiai then takes out a bottle of top-quality oyster sauce and a small piece of golden butter from her space. The pan heats up, the butter melts, releasing a rich, soul-shaking aroma. Green onions and ginger are stir-fried until fragrant, then the abalone is added, drizzled with oyster sauce, and quickly stir-fried on high heat. Sizzling, a powerful, irresistible aroma bursts out, blending the rich milk scent of butter and the salty flavor of oyster sauce, instantly filling the entire yard. Next door, neighbors repairing fishing nets in their yard catch the smell. Their hands tremble and the net lines snap. Oh my goodness! What delicious food is the Liu family making now? This smell is just too overwhelming. In the Liu family yard, the three siblings are already stunned. They stand like wooden posts, staring straight at the pot in Su Xi's hand, their throats moving uncontrollably.
Gulp. Gulp.
The sound of swallowing saliva echoes one after another. Su Xiai carefully arranged the cooked abalone on the already steamed, clear white rice. Finally, she poured all the thick, flavorful sauce from the pot generously over the dish. Each grain of rice was coated with a shiny, golden sauce. Each piece of abalone shimmered with a tempting glow from the sauce. Dinner's ready. Su Xiai pushed 3 bowls of abalone rice in front of them. The 3 pairs of eyes immediately turned red. They had never seen rice prepared like this before. This was not just rice, it was art. A masterpiece.
Big.
Big sister-in-law, can we really eat this? Liu Xiangnan's voice trembled. She was afraid to pick up her chopsticks, worried she might ruin the beautiful dish. If you don't eat, it will go to waste, Su Xiai said, lifting a bowl herself and scooping a large spoonful with a spoon. The chewy abalone, soft rice, and salty, fresh sauce. Absolutely perfect. As soon as she spoke, the 3 siblings seemed to hear a starting gun. They no longer cared about how it looked. Liu Xiangbei picked up a whole piece of abalone with his chopsticks, ignoring the heat, and put it directly into his mouth. In that moment, his eyes widened suddenly. An indescribably delicious flavor exploded in his mouth. His teeth bit into the firm, bouncy meat of the abalone, and every chew released bursts of tasty juice. This texture, this flavor. He had lived 14 years, eating all kinds of meat, but compared to this, it was like eating wood chips. It was so delicious, he wanted to cry. Liu Xiangnan and Liu Xiangdong also started eating hungrily. The 2 little guys had sauce all over their mouths, their faces turning red, and they didn't even bother to lift their heads. Their only thought was, eat. Eat quickly. Stuff all the delicious food they had never tasted before into their stomachs. In one meal, they devoured everything. The 3 of them licked the last bit of sauce from the bowls with their tongues until the bowls shone so brightly they reflected their images. After eating, the 3 of them, like 3 little kittens full and satisfied, collapsed into their chairs, patting their round bellies with faces full of bliss.
It was so satisfying.
It was incredibly delicious. This feeling is 100 times happier than New Year. Su Xiai slowly wiped her mouth with a tissue. Seeing how completely they were conquered by the delicious food, she knew it was the right time. Are you all full? Her voice was soft, but it made the 3 of them jump and sit up straight. Full. They answered in unison, like shouting slogans in the army. Then let's have a meeting. Su Xiai took out a large, pure white sheet of paper and a pen from the room. Under the curious gazes of the 3, she laid the paper on the coffee table. Starting today, our family will implement a new management system. Su Xiai raised her pen and wrote large, elegant characters at the top of the paper. Su family management rules. The writing was beautiful, bold and flowing, with a touch of elegance and nobility. Liu Xiangbei only glanced at it and thought it looked 100 times better than the chalkboard writing at school. First rule. Su Xi's voice was clear and cold, with undeniable authority. To get something, you must give something. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the 3 tense faces. From now on, this family will no longer support idlers freely. Including me, all delicious food, fun activities, and beautiful clothes must be exchanged with points. Susie's pen moved quickly across the paper. Family point exchange list. 1 sweep of the floor, 1 point. Washer of the whole family's clothes, 5 points. Helping sister-in-law fetch water and boil water, 3 points. Scoring full marks on exams, 10 points. Being the top of the grade, reward 50 points. Proactively maintaining sister-in-law's reputation, reward 520 points depending on the situation. Line after line, item after item, written clearly and plainly. The 3 siblings stared with wide eyes.
So,
Even arguing with Sister Wang in the morning could earn extra points? Then, what can points be exchanged for? Susie, like a gentle but persuasive devil, began to show her sweet talk. She turned around, took out a few items from a cabinet, actually a storage space, and placed them on the coffee table. The first item was a beautifully packaged can of malted milk. The rich, sweet aroma instantly stirred Lu Xiangdong's craving. 1 can of malted milk, exchange for 50 points. The second item is a brand new, dazzling white pair of wheelie sneakers. The red stripes and smooth shoe shape caught Lu Xiangnan's eyes completely. 1 pair of wheelie sneakers, exchange for 100 points. Lu Xiangnan and Lu Xiangdong's breathing became faster. These things are what they dream of but never dare to ask for, luxuries. As long as they work hard and study well, they can get them.
but this is not the end.
Susie took out the last item. It was a small black velvet box. She gently opened it in front of the 3 of them. Clack. A shiny silver object, full of a sci-fi feel, lay quietly in the center of the box. Its face was not with hands, but with a row of glowing red numbers. A digital watch. It only appeared in big cities last year. I heard it costs several hundred yuan more expensive than a sewing machine. On Seagull Island, not to mention seeing one, few people have even heard of it. Lu Xiangbei's mind exploded for the second time. He stared tightly at the watch, eyes burning like fire. The red numbers ticking seemed magical, pulling all his attention in. He imagined himself wearing this watch in the courtyard. What kind of look would those kids who looked down on him give? How proud and glorious that would be. This, Susie's voice sounded like a devil's whisper, hitting Lu Xiangbei's heart. 1 Shanghai brand full electronic watch, exchange for. She deliberately stretched out the words. Lu Xiangbei's heart was in his throat, feeling like his heart was about to jump out. 500 points. 500 points. Lu Xiangbei quickly calculated in his mind. Cleaning once earns 1 point. He cleans 10 times a day. Washing clothes earns 5 points. He does it every day. Getting first in the grade earns 50 points. He will do his best to achieve it. He felt his whole body burning with energy. An unprecedented motivation surged from his feet straight to his head. What suffering? What tiredness? In front of such a magical watch, nothing else matters. Did you understand? Susie stuck the full sheet of paper on the most noticeable wall in the living room. Got it. Lu Xiangbei was the first to shout out loudly, with a determined and confident voice. He looked at the paper on the wall as if it were a map leading to heaven. Big sister-in-law, he suddenly turned around, eyes shining brightly. From now on, I will handle all the chores at home. No one else can compete with me. He pointed at the broom in the corner, as if it were not just a broom but a weapon he was about to use to conquer the world. This broom is mine. Lu Xiangnan got anxious. Brother, how can you do this? Doing laundry is my job. I don't care. The points are mine. No. The Wally's shoes are mine. The 2 kids almost started fighting over the chores. Only the youngest, Lu Xiangdong, remained calm. He silently looked at the can of malted milk and then at the note that said, full score 10 points on it. He made a firm decision in his heart. Starting tomorrow, he would memorize the textbook from beginning to end. Susie sat on the sofa, holding a red apple she took from the space, slowly nibbling on it. She watched these 3 kids, who looked like they had been injected with energy and were now competing fiercely, and smiled happily. Very good. The family order was now fully established. The first rule of the Su family management method. To get something, you must give. Its core secret is, make the biggest promises so they work the hardest for me. The happiness of a capitalist is so simple and straightforward. Su Si's gaze shifted from the three children to outside the window. Night was deepening. The sea breeze was blowing. The yard grew quiet, only the children lowering their voices to argue about who would wake up early tomorrow to sweep. But Su Si was already planning her next move. Relying only on these children's labor was not enough. The military wives in the community were all idle workers. And there was the entire Seagull Island, endless seafood resources, and her unused bottle of top-quality oyster sauce. There was a mountain of various spices piled up in the storage room. A bold idea gradually took shape in her mind. Perhaps the phrase she told Liu Xiangbei, 10,000 yuan household, was not just empty talk. She could lead them to make it happen even in the poor 70s. And the first step was to create a sauce that would drive everyone crazy. A sauce more fragrant than meat. It was still before dawn. At 4:30 a.m. on Seagull Island, the sky was as dark as ink. The entire residential area was still asleep, only the waves tirelessly crashing onto the beach. Swish, swish. In Lu's courtyard, strange sweeping sounds echoed. Liu Xiangbei suddenly jumped out of bed. He had planned it last night. Wake up at 4:50 a.m., be the first to sweep the yard, and earn that 1 point for sure. He was even dreaming about sweeping for that magical electronic watch.
But now,
someone else was earlier than him? Who could it be? Who dares to steal his points? Liu Xiangbei didn't even bother to put on shoes. He ran out barefoot. In the yard, a small figure was vigorously sweeping with a big broom. Under the faint light coming from inside, Liu Xiangbei saw clearly. It was Liu Xiangnan, his younger sister, who usually was too lazy even to lift a bottle of oil. Liu Xiangnan, Liu Xiangbei shouted angrily, like a wolf king whose territory had been stolen. What are you doing? This broom is mine. Liu Xiangnan was startled by him, nearly dropping the broom in her hand. She also got upset, hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks. Brother, why are you being unreasonable? Who said the broom belongs to you? I got up at 3:30. I was almost done sweeping. 3:30. Liu Xiangbei's vision went black, almost fainting from anger. Good grief. He thought he was working hard, but it turned out this girl was even more competitive. She wouldn't sleep just for those worn-out Reebok shoes? I don't care. We agreed yesterday that I would sweep. Give me the broom. Liu Xiangbei rushed over to grab the broom. I won't give it. I got here first. Liu Xiangnan clung tightly to the broom, refusing to let go. This is my point. It's mine. The brother and sister argued fiercely over who owned this 1 point. In the dark yard, acting like two fighting roosters, neither willing to give in. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom creaked open. Su Si, wrapped in a thin blanket, sleepily leaned against the doorframe. She yawned, her voice lazy and still sleepy. What's all the noise so early in the morning? No idea. I thought someone broke into our house. Sister-in-law. The two children seemed to find their main supporter and both let go of what they were holding, rushing over. Sister-in-law, please judge. Liu Xiangbei pointed at Liu Xiangnan, looking very upset. She took my turn. Sister-in-law, I didn't. Liu Xiangnan was so anxious his eyes turned red. I got up earlier than him. I was the first to sweep. Listening to their complaints, Su Si didn't get angry. Instead, she almost laughed. Is this the power of the point system? I love it. She cleared her throat and slowly announced the final decision. Rule number 2 of the family point system. Understand it. All tasks are completed by whoever finishes them. If both of you do the task, then each gets half, 0. 5 points. Su Si looked at Liu Xiangbei's face, which instantly fell, and added, if you can't get it, it just means you didn't wake up early enough or act fast enough. Complaining to me won't help. After saying that, she yawned again and turned back into her room.
Bang! The door closed,
leaving the two little kids in the yard looking at each other. Liu Xiangbei's face was as dark as a pot bottom. 0.5 points? Then he would have to sweep 1,000 times to earn that electronic watch. No way. Absolutely not. He looked at Lu Xiangnan and clenched his teeth as he declared, Lu Xiangnan, just wait. Tomorrow I'll get up at 3. Lu Xiangnan made a silly face at him. I'll get up at 2:30. An invisible war had begun. When Su Ci, full and stretching lazily, left her room again, the outside world had already been completely transformed. The yard was swept so clean that not a single leaf could be found. The large water jar in the corner was filled to the brim as Lu Xiangbei carried water in buckets, with a few pieces of bamboo charcoal floating on the surface to purify the water. Lu Xiangnan wiped the windows in the main room 3 times with a damp cloth, making them so shiny they reflected people's shadows. Even the legs of the table were cleaned spotless. The youngest, Lu Xiangdong, sat on a small stool at the door, holding a Chinese language textbook and reading aloud loudly, nodding his head. Goose, 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 the curved neck sings to the sky. His voice was loud and full of energy, with no sign of being weak or sick. He glanced at the score chart on the wall. Reciting the text earns 2 points. It's more worthwhile than sweeping the floor. Su Ci picked up a cup of warm water that had been left to cool on the table and sipped slowly. This water was boiled by Lu Xiangnan in the morning, specially reserved for her. Boiling an extra pot of water during chores earns 0.2 points. Even the tiniest effort counts. Seeing this orderly and lively scene, Su Ci felt very happy. This is what life should be. Having chores done by the secretary and for leisure. Ahem. Su Ci clutched her chest, leaned on the sofa, and let out a satisfied sigh. The house is so clean, it hurts my eyes. Lu Xiangnan, who was wiping the table, immediately ran over nervously. Big sister-in-law, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Su Ci waved her hand and pointed at a paper bag on the table. I'm just a little hungry. Bring that over. Lu Xiangnan opened the paper bag, revealing a few delicate peach cookies that smelled like milk. They were stock Su Ci took out from her space yesterday. Su Ci pinched a piece and ate it bite by bite. She watched the 3 children busy inside and outside the house like little spinning tops. She felt like a supervising landlady. No, a graceful queen inspecting her territory. This feeling was simply wonderful. Creak. The courtyard gate was pushed open again. It was Li Xiujuan from next door, carrying a basket, ready to dig some clams at the beach. She peeked inside and froze. What did she see? The once wild Lu Xiangbei was now digging a patch of wasteland in the corner of the yard. According to the eldest sister-in-law, planting vegetables earns 0.1 points per plant. The timid and shy Lu Xiangnan was standing on a stool, humming a song as he wiped the top of the door frame. Even the sickly Lu Xiangdong was practicing horse stance in the yard, claiming it was for health, earning 1 point each time. Li Xiujuan's mouth was wide open, as if she could fit a chicken egg inside. She rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she was seeing things. Goodness gracious. Is the sun rising from the west? Have the 3 troublemakers in the Lu family really changed? Xiangnan, Li Xiujuan stammered. What are you guys doing? Xiangnan turned around and saw Li Xiujuan. His face immediately broke into a big smile. He proudly puffed out his chest and announced loudly, Aunt Li, we're earning points. Our eldest sister-in-law said that as long as we get enough points, we can exchange them for lots of good things. If I save up 95 more points, I can get a pair of new sneakers. The girl's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Li Xiujuan was stunned, staring blankly. Earning points? Exchanging for things? What a strange idea. She looked at the lively scene of everyone working hard outside, then at the beautiful woman sitting relaxed on the sofa, eating snacks and giving advice. Suddenly, Li Xiujuan felt that this Su girl was truly mysterious. She managed to train the 3 boys to be obedient and willing. Her methods were really impressive. Li Xiujuan shook her head and carried her basket away. She decided that from now on, she would stay away from that bossy sister-in-law who looked down on everyone and instead build a good relationship with Su girl. The whole day passed in this highly competitive atmosphere. At dinner that evening, the 3 children, exhausted like little dogs, were holding their bowls and eating, their eyelids drooping. But their spirits were unusually high. Xiangbei earned 5 points today, getting closer to his electronic watch. Xiangnan earned 4.5 points, feeling that her new white sneakers were calling her. Xiangdong also scored 3 valuable points through studying and exercise. After dinner, the three almost fought over who would wash the dishes, which earned 1 point. Finally, Su Xiai decided that in the game of rock, paper, scissors, the loser would do the chores. It was late at night, quiet and still. The children, full of hopes for the future, were sound asleep. But Su Xiai had no sleepiness at all. She sat in the dark kitchen, thinking deeply. Suddenly, several items appeared out of nowhere on the stove. A small bag of dried scallops, a few golden anchovies, a bottle of old-looking top-quality soy sauce, and several bottles with foreign labels filled with various powders. These were all taken from the high-end spice area in the space's basement. Looking at these ingredients, which in the 1970s were considered extraordinary, Su Xi's lips curled into a determined smile. The household's labor force had already been mobilized. Next, it was time to use a flavor that this era couldn't resist. To conquer a broader world outside. That dream of becoming a millionaire starts with this pot of sauce.
Night.
The sky was as dark as ink, fiercely crashing into the sea. Boom! A bright flash of lightning split the night like a sharp axe, followed by deafening thunder. Strong winds and heavy rain swept across Seagull Island like countless angry whips, fiercely hitting every inch of land. The sea raged wildly, raising towering waves that roared and crashed against the rocks, sounding like the earth was splitting apart. The entire island, caught in this sudden and fierce typhoon, seemed like a small boat on the verge of capsizing. In the family courtyard, every household had boarded up their windows with wood, filled the gaps with rags, and dared not let even a tiny light show. Only the Liu family. Behind the seemingly unstable gate, in the main room, a warm orange light shone. Su Xiai was sitting in the kitchen. In front of her, a small ceramic pot on the stove was bubbling with steam. Inside, a strange sauce was simmering, its color a tempting amber. The exquisite flavor of dried scallops, the salty aroma of golden anchovies, mixed with more than a dozen spices brought from the space, things that didn't exist in this era. That smell was powerful, rich, and carried a warm, almost hypnotic charm. It seemed to have a life of its own, filling the small kitchen with aroma, then stubbornly seeping out through the door and window cracks, fighting against the cold wind and rain outside. Su Xiai scooped a little with a small spoon and tasted it on her tongue.
Fresh.
Too fresh. So fresh that her eyebrows almost flew up. She nodded with satisfaction. This first version of Su's secret exo sauce was a success. With this, not only a millionaire, but even a 10-millionaire, she was confident she could make it. Outside the window, the wind and rain grew stronger. But Su Xiai didn't feel scared at all. She even thought that the sound of the wind and rain was like an exciting symphony, quite thrilling to listen to. That's the feeling of safety with a roof over your head and food in the pantry. It's really good. At the same time, at the dock, a tall, strong figure, like a tower in the night, leapt down from a heavily rocking landing craft.
It was Lu Yi.
He had just returned from an urgent mission at sea. He was soaked all over with seawater and rain. His combat uniform clung tightly to his body, outlining muscles as smooth and powerful as a cheetah's. His handsome face, carved like a sculpture, showed no expression. Only his sharp eyes, still as eagles in the dark, revealed a coldness and deep exhaustion. "Captain, the rain is too heavy. You should rest on the boat first." A guard shouted loudly behind him. Louis didn't turn back, just waved his hand. His hands, capable of steadying a sniper rifle, clenched tightly at the moment. 3 months. He had been away from home for exactly 3 months. During these months, he had been fighting death every day. But when night fell, he didn't think about those thrilling scenes. He thought of his broken home, of the 3 younger siblings, like wolf cubs, not knowing if they had enough to eat or warm clothes.
And
of the new wife, arranged by the organization, who married into his family the day after he left, a woman he had never met. Just thinking of her made Lu Ye's brow furrow into a knot. He had heard about her from the political officer. A woman from the city, spoiled and delicate, with poor health. Such a woman can barely take care of herself, let alone 3.5 children. Probably, the family has already fallen into chaos. Thinking about the possible mess and fuss waiting at home, Louis felt very anxious. He quickened his pace. A tall figure, braving the storm and wind, steadily moved toward the family courtyard swaying in the rain. The path became more familiar. That most dilapidated house in the entire courtyard was in sight. Luya's heart sank a little. He was even prepared to open the door and see a messy house, his sister-in-law looking pale and thin from hunger, and that woman crying nearby. Finally, he stood in front of his familiar, peeling wooden door. The door was slightly open. It creaked loudly in the wind, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Louis took a deep breath. That breath was mixed with the cold rainwater and salty sea breeze. He raised his hand, ready to push the door, to face whatever was waiting inside.
But
when his hand touched the door and he pushed with force, a completely unexpected, warm, dry air hit him. Immediately after, a rich, intense aroma of food, unlike anything he had ever smelled before, boldly filled his nose. The smell was complex yet harmonious. It had the freshness of seafood, the richness of meat, and an indescribable scent that made him feel warm and satisfied deep in his soul. Louis froze in place. For the first time, his eyes, which had seen countless life and death situations and were as calm as an ancient well, showed confusion. What is that smell? He slowly looked up. The scene before him made his brain, like a supercomputer, suddenly freeze. There was no darkness. A well-polished kerosene lamp sat on the table in the main room, emitting a soft, bright orange glow. It was not as messy as he imagined. The floor was so clean it reflected light. The once uneven walls were covered with elegant floral wallpaper, smooth and neat. On the old, worn table, there was a new tablecloth with the same floral pattern. In the center of the table, there is a clean glass bottle with some unknown, brightly blooming wildflowers inside. In the corner, the broken sofa he thought would have fallen apart long ago has been tidied up completely. On it lies a soft blanket with 2 fluffy-looking cushions. The whole room is neat, warm, and bright. It looks like the kind of home you see in magazines, only wealthy city people can afford. A peaceful and warm feeling, completely cut off from the storm outside, surrounds him tightly. Louis stands at the door, rainwater dripping from his hair and cheeks. He feels like an intruder, like a ghost from a cold hell, accidentally stumbling into a warm paradise on earth. Where's this? He must have made a mistake. It has to be a mistake. Louis's first reaction isn't surprise, but instinctive caution like a top spy. He instinctively steps back into the cold rain and wind. He looks up, and through the occasional lightning tearing the night sky, he stares hard at the familiar door number.
yes,
It's here. But how can this be his home? His home, clearly, is just a doghouse with nothing but 4 walls. Louis feels his understanding of everything being hit with an enormous shock. He pushes the door open again and walks inside. This time, he sees more clearly. On the wall covered with beautiful wallpaper, there is a large white paper. On it, written in a beautiful and grand font he has never seen before, are the words "Family Rules of Conduct." Next to that paper, there is a crooked crayon drawing. In the picture, a pretty fairy in a lovely dress, with 3 small figures standing respectfully beside her. Above the drawing, in the same crooked handwriting, are big words: "The sister-in-law is the most beautiful." The sister-in-law? Louis looks at the childish doodle, unconsciously muttering these words.
Suddenly,
Like a thunderclap, it explodes in his mind. He instantly understands. All these changes come from that person he has never met. The new daughter-in-law? Who is that delicate person? Who is that troublemaker?
she.
How could she turn this home into such a place? No, That can't be true. Louis felt his worldview, built over 26 years, completely overturned and collapsing at this moment. He looked around. The room was very quiet. His younger siblings should all be asleep.
Then,
Where is she? The woman who created all this. Where is she? Louis's gaze slowly fell on the tightly closed door of the master bedroom. A faint, almost imperceptible, sweet floral scent, different from food smells, was drifting out from the crack in the door. It seemed to carry a deadly allure. Louis's Adam's apple moved uncontrollably. He felt his heart beating faster. He lifted his foot, step by step, as if exploring an unknown danger zone, slowly approaching the door. He wanted to see what kind of person, no, creature, was hiding behind that door. Standing in front of the door, he raised his large hand, wet from the rain and smelling of gunpowder. He paused in midair for 3 seconds. Then, gently, he placed his hand on the door. Creak, a soft sound. The door was pushed open slightly. The master bedroom door was ajar. Louis moved very quietly, like a hunter sneaking through the night, silent and careful. From the crack, a strange fragrance wafted out.
not the smell of food.
It was a light, sweet floral scent, mixed with a warm, creamy aroma like snow cream, typical of a woman's scent. This smell was very light and gentle, but it felt like an invisible hand softly scratching Liu Ye's heart. His soldier's heart, which had never wavered in gunfire and chaos, inexplicably missed a beat. He slightly turned his body and looked inside through the door crack. By the window, there was a small dressing table with several bottles and jars he couldn't understand. The hard bed he had slept on for many years was gone. In its place was a large, soft wooden bed. The bed was covered with soft floral sheets and a puffy quilt. On one side of the quilt, a small outline was raised. There, someone was lying down. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap. A huge lightning bolt lit up the entire sky instantly. It also illuminated everything inside the room. In that bright, ghostly light, Liu Ye's eyes fixed tightly on the bed. The person on the bed was lying on their side, facing his direction, sleeping deeply. Long, thick black hair like seaweed spread across the pillow like a waterfall. Half of her face was visible, glowing white like a finely carved piece of jade under the lightning. Her skin was so smooth that no pores could be seen. Her long, curled eyelashes cast a quiet shadow under her eyelids. Her lips were light pink, slightly pouting, with a childish innocence. She wore a silk nightgown that outlined her graceful curves. One white arm rested outside the quilt, looking dazzlingly pale. Her wrist was slender, as if it could break easily. Liu Ye's breathing stopped for a moment. He had seen many women in the art troupe, called flower girls, actresses visiting the island for performances. But he swore he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life, especially in this environment. Outside, there was a storm, as if the world was ending. Inside, she looked like a sleeping beauty protected by a barrier, sleeping peacefully and sweetly. Fragile, and more beautiful than a real person. Liu felt his throat go dry. His mind was blank. Was she the woman rumored to be spoiled and in poor health? This was so different from what he imagined. In that moment of distraction, the person on the bed seemed to sense something. Her long eyelashes suddenly fluttered. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Su Ci was awakened by a strong, aggressive gaze. It felt like a hibernating rabbit being stared at by a fierce tiger. In the first second of waking up, her mind was still foggy. But her years of caution made her realize instantly someone was in the room. Not her younger sibling. It was a stranger, a man with a dangerous aura. Click, another flash of lightning. This time, Su Ci saw clearly. Standing at the door was a tall, imposing shadow. The man was dripping with water, and his broad shoulders almost filled the doorway. He was over 1.9 meters tall. Under the pale light, his face was sharp and strong, like carved from stone, and his eyes shone brightly in the darkness, like a wolf.
Su Ci art clenched suddenly.
A thief? Or something worse. She didn't have time to think. Her body reacted faster than her mind. Should she beg? Scream? Those would be the stupidest choices. Su Xi reached under her pillow and quickly grabbed a cold, hard metal tube. It was her modern anti-riot stun baton, kept just in case. Usually, she told others it was a new flashlight to hide its true purpose. Swish. Su Xi leapt out of bed. Her movement was lightning fast. She didn't turn on the electric power but used the heavy stun baton as her primitive weapon. With all her strength, she swung it fiercely at the shadow's head. Go to hell. This strike was quick and fierce, with a whooshing sound. If an ordinary person had been hit like this, they would have been bleeding and unconscious instantly.
루이스의 pupils shrank suddenly.
He didn't expect this delicate-looking woman, like a porcelain doll, to wake up and show such a fierce, deadly side. No scream, no fear. Only the most direct, most lethal attack. Interesting. He wasn't angry. In fact, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, so subtle he didn't even notice himself. Just as the iron rod was about to hit his face, Lu Yi moved. He simply raised his hand slightly. That large, knobby hand covered in calluses moved so fast it was like a flash of light. Smack! A dull sound echoed. Su Xi felt as if she had hit a wall of metal and stone. Her strongest strike was easily caught by the other person, who casually blocked it with just one hand. He held the metal stun baton firmly in his palm. It didn't move at all.
Su Chi's eyes widened instantly. How could this be?
Before she could fully react, a strong, unstoppable force came from his hand. He just twisted his wrist slightly. Su Xi felt a sharp pain in her wrist, her hand went numb, and the stun baton slipped from her grasp.
Clang!
The baton hit the ground with a clear sound. Meanwhile, her wrist was tightly gripped by the man, like pliers.
Ah! Su Chi gasped in pain.
His hand was hot, like a branding iron. His strength was frightening. She felt as if her bones might be crushed. Who are you? Su Xi was both shocked and angry. She looked up and met the man's eyes. Getting closer, she saw clearly. This man was very handsome. The kind of striking, intensely attractive handsome. His features were sharp, his nose high, and his lips thin. Especially his eyes, dark and deep, like a midnight sea, with a magnetic pull that seemed to draw people in. But right now, his eyes were full of scrutiny and a hint of playfulness?
Su Chi's anger flared up suddenly.
What kind of look was that? What did he think of her? Who are you? Su Xi demanded loudly, trying to hide her fear with her voice. Let go of me, or I'll shout for help. The man didn't speak. He just held her wrist tightly and moved closer step by step. His tall figure, with a strong sense of pressure, completely surrounded her. The cold smell of rain mixed with a strange, aggressive male scent, overwhelming Su Xi. She was forced to step back until her back pressed against a cold wall. There is no way to retreat. I warn you, if you don't let go, Before Su Xi could finish her sentence, the man suddenly lowered his head and leaned close to her ear. His hot breath brushed against Su Xi's sensitive ear, making her shiver. Then, a deep, hoarse, magnetic voice slowly sounded in her ear. That voice was like a rich cello playing in the night. Are you Su Xi? His voice was quiet but confident, as if he wasn't an intruder. It felt as if he was the owner of this house, even of her.
Su Chi was stunned.
How did he know her name? When did someone like you come into my house? A soft, sweet voice with a hint of innocence suddenly came from the doorway. Both of them turned their heads at the same time. They saw the youngest, Lu Xiangdong, rubbing his eyes and standing at the door, looking sleepy. He was wearing the yellow duck pajamas Su Xi bought for him, and he looked confused and a little hostile at the tall shadow inside. Lu Yi looked at his fragile-looking but now rosy-cheeked brother. Then he looked at his new wife, who was glaring with surprise and anger, her eyes red. The scene was very awkward. He slowly loosened his grip. Under Su Xi's wary gaze, he took a step back, creating some distance between them. Then, he looked at Su Xi, parted his lips slightly, and said a few words. I am Lu Yi. A stormy night suddenly stopped at dawn. The sea looked like a washed blue gemstone, clear and bright. But inside the Lu family's kitchen, it was even livelier than the sunshine outside. Bubble, bubble. In the clay pot, a thick, white rice porridge was boiling, bubbling with rice grains. On the steamer, a basket of plump, white meat buns gave off a tempting aroma that made your legs weak. Su Xi was busy directing Lu Xiangnan to set the table with bowls and chopsticks. The three children looked excited, still a bit sleepy from yesterday. Lu Yi sat at the table. Or rather, he was frozen there. He hadn't slept all night. First, I was amazed by that woman. Then I was attacked by her, and finally, I sat on the sofa in the living room, listening to the even breathing from my younger sister-in-law's room, staying there until dawn. I felt like an outsider. This home, inside and out, was filled with the scent of that woman named Su Xi. It was warm, soft, and also confusing and overwhelming. Breakfast is ready. Su Xi carried a plate of sliced pickles and placed it on the table. That was the only thing she made herself. There were 3 bowls of plain rice porridge and 2 large meat buns for each person. On this morning, while most families in the neighborhood were still eating black bread, the Lu family's breakfast was rich, like celebrating the new year. Lu Xiangbei picked up a bun and opened his mouth to take a bite. Wait! A deep, commanding voice sounded.
It was Lu Yi.
His sharp eyes swept over the dishes on the table and finally landed on the 3 children. From today, we set a rule. Lu Ye's voice was not loud, but it instantly cooled the atmosphere at the table. Lu Xiangbei and his siblings immediately sat up straight, like students caught by the teacher, unsure where to put their hands. This was their big brother, the leader Lu, who was firm and intimidating. We are from a military family, and we must remember our roots. Lu Yi looked at the bright white rice porridge and frowned deeply. From now on, just drink porridge in the mornings with some grains mixed in. Eat meat buns once a week. Always remember, many people across the country are suffering. We can't be special or wasteful. His words were firm and clear. This was his authority as the head of the family, the first step to bring this twisted home back on track. After speaking, he looked at Su Xi. He thought he would see dissatisfaction or argument.
But no.
Su Xi just sat quietly, holding a meat bun but not eating it. She lifted her misty, beautiful eyes, looked at Lu Yi, then at the 3 children who were trembling with fear. She sighed softly. Her voice was as light as a feather, yet it touched everyone's heart. Captain Lu is right. Su Xi's tone was unusually obedient and accepting. I didn't think carefully enough. I only wanted the children to eat better and forgot about the simple, hardworking traditions. As she spoke, she reached out as if to take back the meat buns in front of the children. Then, let's not eat these today. We'll save them for next week. Her hand hadn't touched the plate yet.
Don't.
The youngest, Lu Xiangdong, shouted with a crying voice. He tightly protected his bowl, and tears quickly filled his eyes. Lu Xiangnan's eyes also turned red. Only Lu Xiangbei, who suddenly looked up and stared fiercely at Lu Yi, with a gaze like an angry wolf cub. Lu Ye's heart was suddenly pulled tight by his brother's cry. He hadn't had a chance to speak. Then, Su Xi spoke again. Her voice was still soft and weak. It's all my fault. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow, looking sad and guilty. When I first arrived, I saw Xiangnan and Xiangdong, so thin they looked like 2 bean sprouts, ready to fall over with the wind. At night, they were so hungry they couldn't sleep, hiding under the blankets and biting their fingers. I'm a soft-hearted person. I can't stand to see children suffer. I just thought, since I had nothing to do at home, I'd find ways to make them something to eat, hoping to make them healthy and chubby. I was wrong. I forgot to remember the hardships and appreciate the good times. Every word she said felt like a hot steel needle stabbing into Lu Ye's heart. His mind suddenly exploded. Thin like bean sprouts? Hungry enough to bite fingers? Before leaving home, he had left 300 yuan and a bunch of ration coupons for the political commissar to be handed over monthly. That money was enough for them to eat well and happily.
But now,
Looking at his younger siblings, who were still a bit thin but had rosy cheeks and bright eyes, compared to what Su Si described, a huge, indescribable guilt and anger swept over him instantly. Where was the money? Where had his money gone? Brother! Lu Xiangbei finally couldn't hold back. He raised his neck, eyes red, and shouted, "It's not the eldest sister-in-law's fault. It was me and Xiang Nan who took the money to buy medicine for Xiang Dong. He was coughing every day, almost to the point of suffocation. The allowances you gave weren't enough just to buy medicine. We couldn't even afford to eat meat. We couldn't even get enough corn porridge. It was when big sister-in-law came that we finally ate braised pork for the first time. Big sister-in-law used her own money to buy rice and flour for us." The boy's heart-wrenching accusations were like a sharp knife, tearing apart the false calm of this family and revealing the bloody truth underneath. Lu Yi froze completely. He felt as if someone had slapped him hard in the face. It was a burning pain. He thought that working hard outside and giving money was enough to fulfill his duty. He never knew that his beloved younger brother almost choked to death. He never knew that his sister-in-law couldn't even have a full meal. And just now, he was still blaming the woman who used her own money to feed them. For being wasteful?
what kind of person was he?
Lu Yi clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking from the force. For the first time in his life, he felt like a complete fool. The dinner table was deadly silent. Only Xiang Dong's suppressed sniffles could be heard.
Suchi stood up.
She gently placed a meat bun back into Xiang Dong's bowl. Then she put another into Lu Xiangbei's bowl. She softly said, "Eat. Big brother doesn't mean that.
He just
cares about me spending money." She looked up at Lu Yi, her beautiful eyes filled with comfort and understanding. "Captain Lu, I know you're doing this for my sake. Don't worry, I'll be more careful with money from now on." Her kind and understanding look made Lu Yi feel utterly ashamed. He would rather have her argue with him loudly than see her use her kindness to highlight his foolishness. Lu Yi suddenly stood up. He said nothing. He turned around and slammed the door shut with a bang. A family power struggle ended with Captain Lu's complete defeat and his hurried escape. The shaky wooden door was slammed shut with great force, making a loud bang that caused the window paper to rattle. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly froze. The three children seemed to be frozen in place, their faces turning pale, as if they had forgotten how to breathe. Lu Xiangdong's meat bun fell back into his bowl, with a loud plop, splashing a few hot drops of porridge. He didn't notice at all, only staring with wide, frightened eyes, tears welling up in his eyes. Big brother is angry. It's that kind of anger they had never seen before, real, fierce anger. It's over. Lu Xiangbei's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. Just now, he had shouted at his big brother. He had made his caring older brother, who always supported them like a mountain, leave angry. A wave of huge fear and regret flooded over him like cold seawater. He felt he had done something wrong, terribly wrong.
But
sister-in-law wasn't at fault either. The young boy was lost in confusion and self-doubt. "Why are you all just standing there?" A clear, gentle voice broke the suffocating silence. Su Si seemed completely unaffected by the earlier scene. She picked up her chopsticks, pinched the bun that Lu Xiangdong had dropped into his bowl, blew on it, and placed it back into his small hand. "Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold if you wait." Her voice carried a strange, calming power.
sister-in-law,
Lu Xiangnan's voice trembled. "Big brother." He's fine," Su Si interrupted her, her tone firm. "Men, sometimes a few days each month their minds aren't quite right and their pride is very strong. Let him go outside for some fresh air, and he'll feel better."
Puff.
As soon as she said that, Lu Xiangbei almost spat out the porridge he had just drunk. He didn't hear wrong, did he? Sister-in-law actually said. Big brother's mind isn't in the best shape? In this world, only she would dare say such a thing about Captain Lu. The tense atmosphere in the room, almost ready to explode, was so easily dissolved by her light words. "Don't think about it anymore." Su Si looked at the three children, her expression unusually serious. You're not at fault, and I'm not at fault either. Want to eat enough food, want to eat meat, want to live a good life. These are never wrong. The problem is poverty, not us, our older brother. He's just been away too long, eaten too much hardship, and can't think clearly right now. When he understands everything, it'll be fine. She said this while taking a big bite of her meat bun, eating happily. Hurry up and eat. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work and earn points. Only when you're full can you face all the problems. The children looked at her calm and beautiful face. Their fears and worries surprisingly started to fade little by little. Yes, big sister-in-law is right. There's nothing wrong with wanting to eat meat. The three children picked up their chopsticks again and started eating eagerly. That bun and porridge seemed even more delicious than before. Louis didn't know how he left that house. All he knew was that when he slammed the door, he felt regret. In his mind, he kept seeing Lu Xiangbei's red, accusing eyes. He also remembered Lu Xiangdong's suppressed sobs with tears in his voice. And Su Si's light words, "It's all my fault." Every word, every scene, felt like a hot knife cutting into his heart repeatedly. He didn't return to the army. Instead, like a wounded wild animal, he ran into the deserted rocky area by the sea. The wind and waves crashed against him, cold and piercing. But he seemed to feel nothing. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body, and began doing intense training. Push-ups, pull-ups, weighted squats. Sweat mixed with rainwater dripped down his bronze skin. His muscles tensed from the extreme effort. Veins like twisting dragons bulged on his arms and neck. He wanted to use his exhaustion to numb the pain and suffering inside. But it didn't work. The more tired he was, the clearer his mind became. He thought about the money. That 300 yuan was enough for an average family to live for 2 or 3 years. But his younger siblings couldn't even drink enough corn porridge. Who was responsible? Who reached out to take the allowance he risked his life for? A fierce, murderous anger rose uncontrollably from Lu Yi. He punched the rocks in front of him hard. Crack, the hard rock split with a fine crack. His fist instantly became bloody and torn. Blood dripped from his fingers onto the ground, quickly washed away by the rain. But he felt no pain. This minor injury was nothing compared to the pain in his heart.
He didn't know how much time had passed.
The wind stopped and the rain ceased. The sun broke through the thick clouds. Lu Yi stood there like a statue, soaked through, letting the sea breeze dry his clothes. Finally, he understood. He was wrong. From the very beginning, he was wrong. He shouldn't have used the cold, strict rules of the army to treat this family that had just started to feel warmth. He definitely shouldn't have doubted that woman. The only person who sincerely cared for his sister-in-law. Lu Yi took a deep breath, picked up his clothes from the ground, and put them on again. He had to go back to face everything he had messed up himself. When Lu Yi pushed open the door, he was greeted by the smell of home-cooked food. Su Xi was sitting at the table, helping Lu Xiangnan and Lu Xiangdong with their homework. When she heard the door, she looked up and saw Lu Yi at the door. Seeing his soaked clothes and his bloodied, torn right hand still bleeding, her brow furrowed slightly.
Big
brother. Lu Xiangbei also saw him and jumped up in shock. "You're back." Su Si's reaction was calm, as if she was asking, "Have you eaten?" She stood up, went into the bedroom, and quickly brought out a small first aid kit. "Come here," she said 2 words to Lu Yi. Lu Yi, like a child who had done something wrong, silently walked over and sat down in front of her. Su Xi opened the first aid kit, took out tweezers, cotton balls, and disinfectant. Her movements were gentle and skillful. She used the tweezers to carefully remove tiny stones embedded in his fist. Then she used disinfectant to clean the wound. Hiss! When the cold medicine touched the wound, Lu Yi's tough body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It really hurt. Su Xi didn't lift her head, but simply said softly, "Serves you right." Lu Yi's body instantly stiffened. He looked up at the woman in front of him, who was lowering her head and carefully tending to his wound. Her eyelashes were long and fluttered gently. Her fingers were very white and delicate. This was a sharp contrast to his own rough, scarred hands. An inexplicable feeling quietly spread in his heart. After finishing the wound, Su Xi used gauze to do a simple bandage. She didn't say another word from start to finish. Lunch was eaten in this strange, quiet atmosphere. After eating, Lu Xiangnan and Lu Xiangdong naturally went to do their homework and practice martial arts in the yard to earn points. Lu Xiangbei started tidying up the dishes. "I'll do it." Su Xi stood up and pressed Lu Xiangbei back into his seat. "Go dig that land again. You haven't earned enough points today." She said this, then picked up the greasy dishes and headed to the kitchen. Lu Ye's gaze followed her all the way. He saw her standing by the sink, picking up a rough, used vegetable scrubber. His eyebrows immediately furrowed. Then, he heard a very soft, surprised cry, as if something had been scalded. Oh no, Lu Yi suddenly stood up and rushed into the kitchen in 2 quick steps. He saw Su Xi holding her hand, looking both annoyed and worried. That delicate, fair hand had a shallow red mark from gripping the rough scrubber too hard. "This thing is really harsh on the hands," Su Xi muttered softly, as if her hand wasn't just red but had been cut open. Lu Yi looked at her, the sky is falling, expression, feeling both angry and amused. But mostly, he felt a strange, hard-to-explain tenderness. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and snatched the bowl from her hand. "Go outside." His voice was still cold and firm. "I'll do it." Su Xi paused for a moment, then blinked her big, innocent eyes with confusion. She opened her injured hand and held it up in front of him. But she looked at her bandaged right hand and the red mark on her own arm, then confidently said, "Your hand is for protecting the country with a gun, not for washing greasy dishes. Such a waste." She paused, then continued in a natural, justified tone, "My hands are different. My hands, they are for caring." Lu Ye's heart felt like it was squeezed tightly by a soft little hand. It was both painful and numb. He stared hard at the woman in front of him. She was clearly being unreasonable and stubborn. But her confident look.
Why?
"Damn it, she's kind of cute. Don't get your clothes dirty." Su Xi ignored his inner turmoil completely. She acted like a caring wife, turned around, and took something from a cloth bag hanging on the wall. It was a pink apron with small floral prints. Su Xi handed it to Lu Yi, tiptoeing to help him put it on. Lu Ye's face instantly darkened. Lu Yi, the commanding officer of a regiment on Seagull Island, the feared, cold-faced ruler of the entire unit. And now he was supposed to wear this? "I'll do it myself." He almost gritted his teeth as he snatched the bright pink apron from her hand. In front of Su Xi and the 3 little kids peeking at the door, he resigned himself and tied the apron around himself. A tall man, 1.92 meters, dressed in military green pants, wearing a pink apron full of girlish charm. The scene was almost too embarrassing to look at. Lu Xiangbei couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lu Yi shot him a sharp glare. Xiangbei quickly covered his mouth, holding back his laughter, his face turning red. Just then, "Is Commander Lu at home?" a neighbor Li Xiujuan called from the gate. She was carrying a bowl of freshly made fish balls, intending to share some with the Lu family. As soon as she entered, she saw a shocking scene in the kitchen. Li Xiujian's eyes widened suddenly, like big bells. She almost dropped the bowl in her hand. Oh my goodness!
What did she see?
The most fierce person in the whole group, the one who can calm crying children, Lu Yama, was actually wearing a pink apron and washing dishes? Lu Ye's face was so dark it looked like ink was about to drip from it. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. But Su Xi acted as if she didn't notice his embarrassment and greeted him with a bright smile. "Hello, Sister Xiujian. Come in and sit." Li Xiujian mechanically walked into the room, still staring fixedly at Lu Yi in the kitchen, with her mouth wide open. Lu Yi felt his scalp tingle. He turned his back to the door and explained in a low voice, almost through clenched teeth, "My wife isn't feeling well, so I do more chores." His voice was full of helplessness and a hint of indulgence he didn't even realize himself. The porcelain bowl in his large hands, capable of disassembling gun parts, seemed ready to shatter at any moment. but he washed it very carefully. It was as if those greasy dishes were not just a pile of dirty utensils, but a top-level mission he had to complete. Su Si leaned against the doorframe, admiring this fierce tiger washing dishes scene, with a slight smile never leaving her face.
Not bad.
He has the potential to be a good house husband and should be encouraged. When Louis finally finished drying the last bowl and stepped out of the kitchen, he thought he would see chaos everywhere. But the scene before him made him freeze again. In the main hall, everything was very quiet. Su Si was half lying on a clean, soft sofa, holding a foreign language magazine she had somehow gotten, reading it with great interest. Her posture was lazy yet elegant, like a queen patrolling her territory. And on the other side, his 3 younger siblings. None of them were playing. The youngest, Liu Xiangdong, was not like usual, playing with mud in the yard. He had brought a small stool, sat upright, with his little chest puffed out. He was holding a Chinese language textbook, reading aloud seriously. White sun sets behind the mountains, the yellow river flows into the sea. His voice was loud, clear, and full of energy. There was no trace of the sickly, gasping voice he used to have. Second sister Liu Xiangnan was also not showing off her yellow pigtails. She was sitting at the table, head down, writing something carefully in her homework book. Her brow was slightly furrowed, and she looked so focused, as if she was solving a national secret. What surprised Liu Yi the most was Liu Xiangbei, that mischievous little brother who had been causing trouble since childhood. The one who only liked fighting and climbing mountains to catch birds and was uninterested in everything else.
Now.
He had also brought a small stool and sat next to Liu Xiangnan. He was holding a slightly crumpled math textbook, staring intently at the example problems, muttering to himself. His gritted teeth and fierce expression made it look less like studying and more like fighting an enemy. Louis felt his worldview shatter once again. He stood still, not moving at all. It was as if his feet had taken root. Are these really his 3 wild monkey-like younger siblings? How come? How did they suddenly become so eager to study? Louis's gaze slowly shifted away from the 3 children. Finally, it landed on the wall covered with torn floral wallpaper. On the wall, there was a large, beautifully written family points exchange chart, very eye-catching. His eyes scanned it word by word. Sweep the floor once equals 1 point. Wash clothes, large items, equals 2 points. Help sister-in-law massage legs for 10 minutes equals 0.5 points. What is all this mess? But as he continued to read downward, he froze completely. Recite a lesson equals 2 points. Get full marks on a test equals 10 points. Be the top of the grade equals 50 points. Exchange for prizes. White Rabbit milk candies, 1 point each. Hueli sneakers, 100 points per pair. Malted milk, 200 points per can. Shanghai brand electronic watch, 500 points.
Boom.
Louis's mind exploded like 1,000 thunderclaps. Suddenly, he understood everything.
No wonder.
No wonder these kids are all full of energy. It turns out, it was for these. He thought Su Si was just using tasty treats to bribe them. He thought she was just using material things to weaken their revolutionary spirit. But now he realizes how wrong he was. She wasn't bribing them at all. She was teaching them in a way he had never heard of, but was extremely clever. She didn't hit or scold. She simply placed those things they dreamed of right in front of them. And then she told them, "Want it? You can have it. But you have to work for it, sweat for it, and earn it with your achievements. There's no free lunch in the world. If you want something, you must first give." Isn't that the most common lesson in the army? She surprisingly used this method to make 3 mischievous children, who didn't like studying, willingly and sincerely eager to learn and improve. This approach is much smarter than his simple and harsh method of scolding and hitting. Louis looked again at the points chart. He no longer saw a jumble of random rules. Instead, he saw a woman with a hidden, shining wisdom in her heart. She seemed delicate and lazy, but she was using her own way to plan a better future for this family, for his younger siblings. She not only fed them well, making them healthy and plump, but also used her wisdom to nurture their empty spirits. She gave them dignity, taught them to be ambitious, made them understand that only through their own efforts could they get what they wanted. Louis felt as if a warm hand was tightly gripping his heart. A strong, rushing wave of warmth surged from his chest to every part of his body. He felt moved, guilty, shocked, and also a little admiration and affection that he hadn't even realized himself. All these feelings mixed together, almost overwhelming him. He turned his head and looked at the person who started all this. Su Ci felt his gaze and looked up from the magazine. She squinted her eyes at him, with a sly smile in her beautiful eyes, like a clever and lazy cat. "What's wrong, Captain Liu?" Her voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy. "Have you realized that your soldiers are being trained pretty well by me?" At this moment, Louis looked at her bright and charming face. He felt that everything he previously thought about this woman was wrong. She wasn't delicate or troublesome. She was clearly a fairy sent by heaven to save his family. Big sister-in-law, Louis took a deep breath, trying to calm the emotions boiling inside him. He took long steps and walked over to Liu Xiangbei. With a confused look from the young boy, he reached out with his uninjured left hand, grabbed Liu Xiangbei's arm, and pulled him up from the bench, dragging him toward the yard. His movement carried the unmistakable firmness of a soldier. "Big brother? What are you doing?" Liu Xiangbei looked confused. Louis didn't answer him. He just pulled him to a quiet corner of the yard, where the younger siblings couldn't hear. He released his grip, turned around, and fixed his dark eyes on his younger brother. That look was very complicated. It showed guilt, concern, but mostly a strong need to find out the truth. He looked at the boy in front of him, still thin, but standing straight, with a bright look in his eyes. Louis was silent for a long time. Finally, in a nearly pleading, hoarse voice, he asked, "Xiangbei, tell me the truth. During these 3 months, I was away. What really happened to this family?" The breeze from the yard's corner carried a hint of salt and the fresh smell after rain. Louis's tall figure looked like a silent mountain, casting a shadow that completely covered Liu Xiangbei. "Xiangbei." Louis's voice was very hoarse, as if sandpaper had rubbed it. "Tell me the truth. During these 3 months, I was away." His words stopped, as if those few words weighed 1,000 pounds, making it hard to breathe. What really happened to this family? Liu Xiangbei stiffened all over, like a cat that had been stepped on its tail, for standing on end. He suddenly looked up, his eyes, inherited from Liu Yi and full of wolfishness, now filled with alertness and hostility. "Big brother, what do you mean?" The boy's voice was sharp and thin, with a husky tone from growing up. "I'm telling you, don't think about hurting Auntie. I was wrong this morning. I yelled at you. If you want to punish me, go ahead. It has nothing to do with Auntie." He puffed out his little chest, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, clearly terrified but refusing to back down. Louis looked at him with a pained expression, and his heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly, making it both ache and hurt. He had never imagined that his fearless younger brother would dare to confront him over a woman he had only known for 3 months. "I didn't mean it like that." Louis's voice softened, carrying a weariness and pleading that even he didn't realize he had. I just want to know what I missed." His eyes, which could make even the strongest soldiers feel weak, now showed a hint of vulnerability and confusion. Liu Xiangbei was stunned. He looked at his tall, capable older brother and saw this kind of expression for the first time. It wasn't anger or authority. Could it be guilt? The young man's heart suddenly felt a sharp pang. The anger that had been choking him suddenly deflated, replaced by overwhelming sadness. "What happened?" Liu Xiangbei's eyes turned red. He sniffed, and his voice was thick with tears. "Brother, do you even know what happened? Do you know how badly Xiangdong was coughing after you left? Coughing all day, coughing so much at night, he couldn't sleep, his face turning purple. I thought he was going to die. The money you sent Uncle Zheng was a lot, but all of it was used to buy medicine for Xiangdong. Even Dr. Chen from the clinic said he needed to rest and eat good food. But we don't have enough money for that. We can barely afford the medicine now. On the first day you left, my sister-in-law came. Liang Xiangbei clenched his fists tightly. We thought she was here to take your allowance, to take our food. Xiangnan and I poured a bucket of dirty water on the door, trying to scare her away. At that time, we were like two wild dogs fighting for food, biting anyone who came. Lu Ye's body suddenly trembled. He could imagine it. A delicate city girl traveling a long way to this broken island, opening the door, only to be met with cold, malicious water instead of welcome. She must have been so scared, so hopeless. But she didn't leave. Liang Xiangbei's voice lowered, like he was lost in a distant memory. She wasn't angry at all. Instead, she complained that we smelled bad and called our place a doghouse. Then, she took the initiative to clean the house thoroughly. And then, the boy suddenly swallowed hard, his eyes shining brightly. Then, she cooked us a meal of braised pork. Brother! Lu Xiangbei excitedly grabbed Lu Ye's arm, his voice trembling. You don't understand. You really don't know what that smell was like. That pork was so fragrant and tender, it melted in your mouth. I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life. Xiangnan, Xiangdong, and I licked the plate clean. Not a drop of oil was left. From that day on, we realized that pork could taste like that, and that people could really be full from eating. Lu Ye's eyes suddenly turned red. His younger siblings, just eating a bowl of braised pork, felt like it was the happiest thing in the world. And he, as the older brother, knew nothing about it. And then, another time, Xiangbei's voice suddenly grew louder, trembling with a hint of fear. That night, it rained heavily, just like last night. Xiangdong suddenly ran a high fever and fainted. His whole body was burning hot, and he couldn't be awakened no matter how much we called. I was terrified. I was really scared. I carried him and wanted to run to the clinic. But the rain was so heavy, the wind so strong, I was afraid. I was afraid I wouldn't make it in time, and he would be gone. At that moment, I felt hopeless. The boy's voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down like broken beads. Lu Ye's heart felt as if an invisible hand was tearing it apart, making it hard to breathe.
It was
The older sister-in-law. Xiangbei wiped his tears fiercely with the back of his hand, his voice hoarse as he shouted. She grabbed me tightly. She was so thin, so small, but her strength was incredible. She didn't cry or panic. She stayed calm, telling Xiangnan to boil water and me to lay Xiangdong flat. Then, she fed Xiangdong a bowl of sugar water. Brother, do you believe it? Just a bowl of sugar water. Xiangdong drank it, and soon the fever subsided. He woke up. The illness that even Dr. Chen at the clinic couldn't cure, she healed with just a bowl of sugar water. Can you believe that? Is she a fairy or an angel? Louis froze completely. He wasn't stupid. He knew that wasn't ordinary sweet water. It was her. The fragile-looking woman, when her main support was absent, used her own secret to save his brother's life. Since that day, I swore to myself. Lu Xiangbei looked at Lu Yi and said firmly, "My life belongs to my sister-in-law. If anyone dares to treat her badly, I will be the first to oppose. Brother, all the rice, noodles, and meat we eat were bought with the money my sister-in-law brought. She secretly sold her pretty clothes in town to get money for us to eat. She was afraid we would feel guilty for eating her things, so she made that point system. She said we shouldn't be raised for nothing. We need to work and study to earn what we want. She teaches Xiangnan to keep clean and girls to live beautifully. She encourages me, saying I have a good mind for business. She cured Xiangdong's illness and helped him learn to read and write. Brother, Xiangbei almost shouted. She says she's lazy and doesn't want to do anything. But which part of this family isn't her concern? She complains that we are a burden, but she pulled each of us out of the mud. She's like the kind goddess in the stories. You even said this morning that she wastes money. Who are you to judge her? What right do you have to say that?" The boy's accusations hit Lu Yi like heavy hammers, smashing his pride and his military arrogance into pieces. He thought he married a delicate troublemaker. He thought she would turn this family upside down. He even prepared to set rules for her, to make her face reality and be a good housekeeper. But what happened? This troublemaker, in his eyes, secretly bore everything for him when he didn't know. Facing a broken home, 3 hostile children, and a dying patient, she didn't back down or complain. She used her delicate hands, which should have been adorned with beautiful jewelry and playing the piano, to slowly transform this hellish doghouse into a warm home. With her own money and effort, she brought his 3 younger siblings, who were almost going astray, back onto the right path. Despite having given so much, she still looked for excuses. Pretending to be weak and sick was to give the children a reason to care for her and build their feelings. Pretending to love money was to motivate them with points and teach them dignity. Everything she did was for this family, for his younger siblings. This silly woman. How could she be so foolish? A wave of indescribable, intense pain and guilt, like a bursting flood, instantly overwhelmed Lu Yi. He felt his heart ache and swell, almost bursting with pain. He clenched his teeth tightly to prevent himself from losing composure in front of his brother. This proud man's eyes, at this moment, were frighteningly red. Brother, Lu Xiangbei looked at him like this and was also frightened, his aura weakening. Lu Yi slowly raised his hand and placed it heavily on Lu Xiangbei's shoulder. I understand. His voice was hoarse and barely recognizable.
Xiangbei.
I was wrong, brother. I'm sorry for you all. He paused, his gaze passing through the yard, looking at the blurry, slender figure inside the main room. Also, I'm sorry for her. Lu Yi withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Brother, where are you going? Lu Xiangbei called after him. Lu Yi didn't answer. He walked straight into the house, and in the shocked eyes of the 3 children, he snatched the Chinese textbook that Lu Xiangdong was holding, which was already torn and tattered. Then he approached Su Xi. Under her puzzled gaze, this man, who was 1.92 meters tall, seemed to have made a major decision and solemnly handed her the first-grade elementary school textbook. His voice was deep, but carried a firm, undeniable resolve. From today on, you will be in charge of this family.
And
he looked into her clear eyes, speaking each word carefully, as if making a vow. Teach me to read, teacher. He wants to enter her world. He wants to understand the magazine she reads. He wants to get closer to her. Su Xi looked at the serious man in front of her, as if he was on an important mission, and she was completely confused. Meanwhile, Lu Ye's heart was already full of waves of emotion. He thought he was marrying an ancestor who needed to be taken care of. But unexpectedly, he married a living Buddha who helps all beings. This woman, she says she won't do this or that, but secretly she cares so much for the family that she has white hair from worry. She really makes me want to cry. From today on, this family, she is the boss. She is the law. No one should let her suffer, even a little bit. Anyone who dares to say a bad word about her, I'll deal with him. The dinner atmosphere was more peaceful than ever. Lu Yi, the new family chef, was clumsy but very efficient. All afternoon, he cleaned the kitchen until it shined and filled the big water tank in the yard. Su Xi relaxed on the sofa, flipping through magazines, enjoying the service of having food brought to her and occasionally giving advice on the kids' homework. That feeling was so comfortable. She thought that deciding to marry into this family was the smartest decision she ever made. Hiring a nanny with money? No way. This tall, strong, good-looking top helper is way better for free. It's like opening a blind box and getting a rare item. As it got darker, Lu Xiangbei started looking eagerly at the kitchen. Big sister-in-law. He rubbed his hands, full of expectation. What are we eating tonight? Su Xi put down the magazine, stretched lazily, revealing a slim, dazzling waist. Your older brother did well today, and the kids studied hard. She slowly sat up, speaking in a tone like, I'm in a good mood today, so everyone is forgiven. Let's have something nice. Extra dish. Oh yeah, Lu Xiangdong cheered first, his eyes shining like little stars in the sky. Su Xi smiled happily and walked gracefully toward the kitchen. Passing by Lu Yi, she deliberately paused, extended her delicate finger, and poked his strong arm muscles. Captain Liu, thank you for your hard work. Tonight, I'll make it up to you. Lu Yi's body instantly stiffened like a stone. He felt a tingling, hot sensation where her finger had touched him, like an electric shock. This woman. She was definitely doing it on purpose. Lu Yi's ears turned red uncontrollably. He could only keep a serious face and squeeze out 2 words through his teeth.
Yes.
Su Xi watched his innocent tough guy look and felt happy inside. She turned and went into the kitchen, closing the door behind her. Once outside the view, her smile disappeared, replaced by a sharp, businesslike gaze. She thought for a moment, and a modern vacuum-sealed bag filled with foreign writing appeared in her hand. Inside was a piece of top-quality Spanish Iberian ham, bright red with evenly distributed fat. This stuff, even in the 1970s or later, would be considered a luxury item sold by weight in Western restaurants. Su Xi skillfully used a small knife to open the package. A rich, complex aroma, mixed with the scent of acorns and aged dry air, instantly filled the small kitchen. She first sliced a thin piece for herself, tasting it like a rare delicacy. Perfect. Then, she quickly cut the remaining ham into thick slices and neatly arranged them on a porcelain plate decorated with peony patterns, made by Seagull Island Supply. She didn't even look at the foreign language packaging again, simply tossing it into the stove, where the flames suddenly flared up, devouring the evidence of this anachronistic item. After finishing, Su Xi carried the plate of lunch meat, like a victorious general, and reopened the kitchen door. Dinner is ready. When the bright red, glossy, and fragrant lunch meat was served, the 3 children's eyes widened instantly.
Gulp.
Lu Xiangbei swallowed hard, almost drooling.
Big.
Big sister-in-law, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good. This aroma was different from any meat he had ever tasted before. There was no gamey smell of pork. Instead, it carried a refined, mouth-watering fragrance that made people want to eat it immediately.
Canned meat, Su Xi said simply.
She picked up a piece and placed it into Lu Xingtong's bowl. Try it. Lu Xingtong couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed the piece with his hand, ignoring the heat, and put it directly into his mouth. He closed his eyes, and a happy, almost dizzy expression appeared on his face. Delicious. So good. Better than braised pork by 100 times. Seeing this, Lu Xiangbei and Lu Xiangnan also quickly picked up their chopsticks and each took a big piece. In the next second, only the sounds of 3 little hamsters eating wildly remained at the table. They ate with oily mouths, their eyes squinting happily, as if they had the whole world in that moment. Su Xi watched this scene with satisfaction.
See?
The power of a simple surprise is so effective. She picked up the largest piece again and placed it into Lu Yi's bowl. Eat some too. Her tone was as natural as that of an ordinary wife. You've worked hard today. Eat more. Lu Yi's heart softened inexplicably. He looked at the tempting piece of meat in his bowl, then at his younger sister-in-law, who was happily eating like a little pig. A warm feeling, never experienced before, called home, slowly flowed through his chest. He picked up the piece of meat and put it into his mouth. However, just this one bite, Lu Yi's chewing suddenly slowed down. The warmth on his face also gradually froze. No, something was wrong. The taste was off. He had eaten military canned food before, and also the Malin brand luncheon meat produced by the Binhai City Meat Factory. Those luncheon meats had high starch content, a chewy texture, and a salty, overwhelming flavor. But the meat in his mouth, it had almost no starchiness, and he could clearly taste the fibers of the meat itself. The texture was firm and elastic, with the fatty parts melting in his mouth like top-quality snow cream, leaving only a rich, oily sweetness. And the flavor was even stranger. It wasn't salty at all, but carried a faint, subtle aroma of fruitwood smoke and a sweet, roasted scent.
This
is not something that could be made with the craftsmanship of this era. Lu Yi's chopsticks paused in midair. His eyes, which had just softened, instantly turned sharp and observant again. Like a high-precision radar, he slowly scanned the plate of meat on the table. Then he slowly shifted his gaze to Su Si's face. The atmosphere at the dinner table seemed to change instantly. Even Lu Xiangbei, who was happily eating, sensed something was wrong. He looked up at his serious-looking older brother, and then at his innocent-looking sister-in-law, forgetting to swallow the meat in his mouth. Su Si's heart skipped a beat. She felt her body's hairs stand on end. It's happening. What was bound to happen finally did. This man's observation skills are as sharp as an eagle. She thought she had done everything perfectly, but how did he notice? Su Si's mind was racing quickly. What should she do? Admit it? That would be suicide. Deny it? He would definitely have a backup plan.
Suci, lui è spoke.
His voice was low, deep, with no emotion, like the calm before a storm. This meat, he paused, and every word felt like a stone hitting Su Si's heart. Where did you buy it? Su Si felt her heart almost jump out of her throat. She forced herself to stay calm. She couldn't panic. Absolutely couldn't panic. The more tense she was, the more she needed to use her skills. A perfect look of confusion and fear appeared on Su Si's face. She blinked her big, watery eyes, as if trying to remember something. Buy it, she whispered, her voice uncertain. It seems. Not bought. Oh, I remember now, she suddenly seemed to realize, gently tapping her forehead. It was exchanged. A few days ago, I went to the dock to buy some seaweed, and I saw a few sneaky people like sailors from a foreign ship secretly selling things. I thought their canned food looked nice, so I used a pair of nylon socks to trade for a can. Su Si spoke softly while quietly watching Lu Ye's expression. She deliberately described herself as silly, greedy for small benefits, and a bit reckless and naive. She even added in a whisper, as if seeking praise, they originally wanted 2 pairs of socks, but I negotiated the price with them for a long time. Louis, do you think I'm good at managing daily life? After she finished, she looked at him with a face full of expectation, as if waiting for praise. At the dinner table, everything was deadly silent. Lu Xiangbei and Lu Xiangnan didn't dare make a sound. They could tell that her lie was full of holes. Lu Yi didn't speak. He just looked at her quietly. His dark eyes were like 2 deep whirlpools, as if they could swallow her whole and see all her deepest secrets. Su Si felt her scalp tingle under his gaze, and her palms started to sweat. She was about to lose her composure. The pressure from this man was too strong. Just when she thought he was about to expose her, Lu Yi suddenly withdrew his sharp gaze. He lowered his eyes, picked up the piece of meat he had bitten in half from his bowl, and continued eating with a blank expression. After finishing, he picked up another piece. It was as if the silent confrontation just now had never happened. But before he put that piece of meat in his mouth, he spoke. His voice was still deep, but now carried a tone of unquestionable command. Do you remember what those people looked like?
Successe art tightened.
Was he going to verify? I don't remember very well. They all wore hats and looked very fierce. Su Si's voice grew softer and more fearful.
Hememe lui responded.
Then he said something that made Su Si freeze completely. From now on, let me handle this kind of thing. He looked up and turned to look at her again. His deep eyes, which had been full of scrutiny and doubt, were gone. In their place was a kind of deep, serious, and slightly fearful compassion that Su Si had never seen before. The dock is crowded and chaotic, with all kinds of people. His voice was deep and hoarse. You, a woman, are too dangerous. Tell me what you want to eat later, and I'll find a way. You're not allowed to go to such places alone and take risks. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Su Si's response. He turned around and, in a very stern tone, shouted at Lu Xiangbei and Lu Xiangnan. And you too. Don't you know to follow your eldest sister when she goes out alone? What if something happens? This month's points are all deducted. Lu Xiangbei and Lu Xiangnan. They felt wronged. Why was this blame put on them? Su Si watched the scene and was completely stunned. Did she pass the test? Not only did she pass, but he also took all the responsibility himself? This man. He didn't believe her nonsense at all. He was 100% sure that the meat had a problem. But he didn't expose her. He even went along with her lie, giving her an easy way out, and kept all the danger in front of himself. He was telling her in his own way, "Your secret, I don't care. Your safety, I will protect." Sue's heart felt like it was hit hard by something. A hot, unfamiliar emotion, something she had never felt before, suddenly swept through her. This man. He seemed a little different. He was no longer just a useful tool. He was like a big tree that suddenly grew, with thick branches and lush leaves, standing confidently and unshakably, shielding her tightly under his wings. That dinner ended in a strange, peaceful harmony. The three children ate until they were full, and then went to the yard to digest and study to earn points. In the house, only Su Ci and Lu Yi remained. The air still carried the strange smell of meat and a faint, indescribable tension. Su Ci leaned sideways on the sofa, holding a magazine, but her eyes didn't really see it. Her peripheral vision was fixed on the tall figure in the kitchen. He didn't believe her. She was 100% sure that Lu Yi didn't believe a word. But why didn't he expose her? Su Ci's heart felt like an invisible hand was holding it in midair, unable to move up or down, making her feel very anxious. She hated this feeling of losing control. Lu Yi was in the kitchen, using his uninjured left hand. His movements were a bit clumsy, but very efficient as he cleaned up the mess. He washed all the dishes thoroughly and neatly placed them in the cabinet. Then he picked up a cloth and wiped the stove repeatedly until the cement surface reflected light and shone like a mirror. He worked carefully and silently. It was like a lion patrolling its territory, familiarizing itself with this space that had been completely changed by someone else, in his own way. Su Ci watched his back, her nerves tightening more and more. What was he looking for? Finally, he stopped. His gaze fell on the stove door. There was a small piece of plastic that had been burned and curled up, which had fallen out from inside at some point. That was actually a corner of the ham packaging bag Su Ci had casually thrown in earlier. There was even a faint, outdated barcode still visible on it.
Succeesse brezzo degli stopped.
Oh no! She felt her whole body's blood rush to her head. Her mind went blank. This evidence was undeniable. Now, how could she explain? Lu Yi bent down and used 2 fingers to pick up that tiny but deadly piece of evidence.
He didn't turn around.
But Su Ci could feel a heavy, mountain-like gaze falling on her. He knew. He knew everything. All her lies had become the biggest joke in front of him.
Time seemed to stretch endlessly at this moment.
1 second. 2 seconds. Su Ci was even ready for him to rush over and arrest her as a suspect.
But
Lu Yi just held the plastic piece quietly for 2 seconds. Then he turned around and faced the stove again. He opened the fire door, where the charcoal was still burning brightly, giving off a dark red glow. He loosened his grip. That tiny piece of plastic spun and fell into the flames. The flames suddenly leapt up, greedily devouring the object that didn't belong to this time period. They curled, turned black, and finally turned into a wisp of blue smoke, disappearing without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. Su Ci watched the scene, completely stunned. She froze in place, unmoving, as if her muscles had been paralyzed. What is he doing? Destroying evidence? He's actually helping her destroy evidence? Lu Yi finished everything and slowly turned around. His tall figure blocked the light from the stove, casting a shadow over him. He took long steps, walking towards Su Ci. Her heart pounded loudly with each of his steps, almost breaking her chest. He stopped in front of her, looking down at her from above. His dark eyes were like 2 deep wells, swirling with complicated emotions she couldn't understand. There was fear, helplessness, pity, and even a hint of indulgence she had never seen before. He didn't ask questions. He didn't judge. He just looked at her, then slowly spoke. His voice was low and hoarse, like a rock polished by the sea wind countless times. "From now on, I'll take out the trash at home."
Boom.
Susie's mind suddenly felt like something exploded inside her. What did he say? He'll take out the trash? This ordinary sentence, at this moment, felt like a secret code filled with deep meaning, a silent promise. He wasn't talking about taking out the trash. He was saying that from now on, all the things that shouldn't be seen, all the traces that might reveal her secrets, would be handled by him. He was telling her in the most straightforward way that we are on the same side. Susie was completely stunned. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word, as if her throat was tightly blocked by something. She had lived 2 lives. In her previous life, she was the heir to a billion-dollar group, surrounded by countless bodyguards, assistants, and lawyers. Those people took her money to do things for her. Everything was a clear, paid-for transaction. She had never experienced this kind of unconditional, reckless, and wholehearted protection before. The man in front of her didn't ask many questions. Yet, through his actions, he gave her the strongest sense of safety. He saw through all her disguises and understood her biggest secret. But he chose not to expose her or judge her. Instead, he decided to become her accomplice, to be her most solid ally. Suddenly, a warm, unfamiliar, and never-before-felt feeling rushed into Susie's heart. That cold, hard heart, wrapped in layers of money and reason, was suddenly cracked open by this warmth. A tiny crack, but enough for light to shine in for the first time. It made her feel both sour and hot, with a burning sensation that made her eyes water. "There's more," Lu Ye's voice sounded again, breaking her reverie. His brows were tightly furrowed. His tough face showed fear and disapproval. "The dock is crowded and dangerous. There are all kinds of people. As a woman, it's too risky for you." His voice was deep and hoarse, with an unquestioning tone of command. "Tell me what you want to eat next time. I'll find a way. You are not allowed to go to such places alone and take risks." He looked at her steadily, like he was watching a naughty, worry-inducing child. "Did you hear me?" Susie's eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. She looked at him, at the worry and authority in his eyes. For the first time, she didn't know how to react. Should she act spoiled? Or be innocent? In front of this heavy, silent protection, all her usual tricks seemed powerless. After a long while, she finally found her voice again. Softly, almost inaudibly, she replied, Like a cat petted into submission, she retracted her sharp claws and showed her softest side. That, was more comforting to Lu Yi than any sweet words she could say. His tense shoulders finally relaxed. The atmosphere in the room was no longer tense. But something even more dangerous had appeared. It was a silent, sticky feeling, slowly fermenting in the air. A sense of awkwardness. Susie didn't dare to look into his eyes anymore. She lowered her head, pretending to look at the magazine in her hands, but the letters on it had already turned into a jumble in her mind. Her face, without her realizing, gradually turned red. It turned all the way up to her ears. Her heart was still pounding wildly, like she had a rabbit inside her chest. This man. This damn man. What exactly is he? Susie felt that her clear and firm plan for a beach island vacation seemed to be starting to run out of control from this moment on. Night fell deeper. On the island, the night was quiet except for the sound of waves and insects. The 3 children had already fallen asleep, leaning awkwardly on one bed, breathing evenly. The tense, awkward atmosphere in the room was amplified in the silence. The issue of sleep, like a big elephant that couldn't be ignored, entered this small room. Susie leaned on the sofa, slowly flipping through the magazine. Louis stood stiffly in the middle of the room like a gatekeeper, unsure of where to put his hands and feet. His tall figure cast a large shadow under the dim yellow light. His handsome face, which usually only tenses up when facing an enemy, was now full of nervousness and stiffness. Cough. Susie was the first to speak. She put down the magazine and looked at Lu Yi with her beautiful eyes, as if she was looking at a silly, standing wooden figure. "What are you still standing there for? Waiting for mushrooms to grow on the floor?" Lu Yi's body stiffened even more. He opened his mouth, his voice dry. I can sleep on the sofa. Su Si snorted as if she had heard a big joke. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed at the narrow sofa. You? Her gaze swept over his tall height of 1.92 meters and broad shoulders, full of undisguised disdain. Sleep here? Do you want to fold yourself in half and limp to morning exercises tomorrow? Lu Ye's face was slightly red. Nothing. Su Si interrupted impatiently, stood up, and walked straight to the master bedroom. She stood at the door, looked back, slightly raised her chin, and gave an unmistakable command to the wife gaze stone. Get on the bed. Boom. Louis felt as if a bomb had exploded in his mind. Sleep. On the bed? With her? No way, he almost blurted out, his voice changing. Men and women are different. I'll sleep on the floor. He reached for the old quilt by the wall. Stop, Su Si's voice cooled down. She squinted at him, looking at his still-wrapped right hand. Captain Lu, let me remind you, you know how damp this island ground is. Are you trying to give up this hand? One sentence hit Lu Ye's sore spot perfectly. His movement stopped. Seeing his frustrated look, wanting to argue but finding no reason, Su Si felt amused. She turned and walked into the room, her voice drifting out lazily with an order. Give you 3 minutes to wash up, then come up. Don't dawdle, or you'll delay my sleep. Lu Yi stood there, caught in a mental battle for half a minute. Finally, as if resigned, he took a towel and basin and headed to the water well in the yard. That figure, no matter how you looked at it, seemed full of a tragic heroism. When Lu Yi returned, Su Si was already in bed. She occupied most of the bed, covered with a soft, floral thin quilt. The dim yellow light shone on her face, her skin as white as fine sheep fat jade, long eyelashes drooping, showing no emotion. Louis felt as if his limbs belonged to someone else, and moved stiffly to the edge of the bed. He looked like a prisoner about to face execution, stiffly removing his shoes. Just as he was about to lie down, Su Si suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up, and under Lu Ye's nervous gaze, got off the bed. What was she going to do? Lu Ye was feeling confused when he saw Su Si carrying a large bowl filled with water, walking in from outside. Clatter. She carefully placed the big bowl right in the middle of the bed, steady and balanced. The clear water inside shimmered slightly under the light. What is this? Lu Ye finally found his voice, which was very hoarse. Su Si lay back down, patted the spot beside her, and then pointed at the bowl in the middle of the bed. She said seriously, Chu River, Han boundary. You sleep outside, I sleep inside. She looked at Lu Yi, a hint of mischief flashing in her beautiful eyes. The rules are simple. No moving while sleeping. If anyone crosses the line or spills even a drop of water, she paused, speaking in a very serious tone, and announced the punishment. You're a little dog. Lu Yi. He looked at the bright big bowl of water and then at Su Si's face, which was full of determination. He felt like he wasn't here to sleep. He was here for underwater stealth training. Do you understand?
Little Ludog, suci urged.
Louis clenched his teeth and squeezed out a word from between them. Yes, he resigned himself. He moved stiffly, like a piece of iron, lying straight on the outside of the bed. His body was pressed tightly against the edge, as if he wanted to curl into a small ball, afraid of touching the life and death water in the middle. Turn off the lights, Su Si ordered. Lu Yi reached out and pulled the lamp cord on the wall. Snap. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness. Only the faint moonlight outside the window seeped in, barely allowing him to see. The darkness heightened all his senses. Lu Yi could clearly hear his pounding heartbeat. Thump. 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 It was getting louder, and he was afraid the person next to him could hear it. He also caught a faint scent, coming from Su Si, a subtle, indescribable fragrance. It wasn't floral, nor like any snow cream he had smelled before. That scent was like a hook, gently scratching at his heart, one after another. He felt his body growing hotter and more stiff. Next to him, Su Si's breathing gradually became steady and slow. It seemed she had fallen asleep. Lu Yi let out a small sigh of relief. He started silently reciting the internal rules of the Chinese People's Liberation Army in his mind. Article 1. Military appearance and discipline are... No, this won't do. All he could think of was how she had just earnestly said the boundary between Chu and Han. Change the subject. The 3 main disciplines and 8 points of attention. First, all actions follow orders. But that also didn't seem quite right. Just as Lu Yi was about to drive himself crazy, he suddenly felt the mattress beside him move slightly. It was Su Ci turning over. She went from lying flat to lying on her side, with her back to him. As she moved, a strand of long hair, like seaweed, slipped from her pillow, gently brushing against his arm. Soft, light, and ticklish. Like a feather, it scratched from his skin deep into his heart. Lu Ye's body suddenly stiffened. His whole body blood surged all at once to one place. He clenched his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, using all his strength to stop himself from jumping up right then and there. This woman. She was definitely doing it on purpose. But before he could calm down, in the darkness, another satisfied, slightly nasal hum came through. Like a cat napping in the sun after a full meal. That sound was soft and sweet, with a hint of coquettishness. Lu Yi felt his throat go dry as if it was about to catch fire. He thought he was about to explode. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then another. At that moment, he felt a warm, soft thing gently touch his calf. It was her foot. The sensation was fleeting, but it hit him like a thunderbolt on the top of his head. He froze completely, forgetting to breathe. It's over, he thought. Tonight, he might die in this bed. He lay there like a fish washed ashore, burning hot all over, breathing heavily, but feeling the air getting thinner. The person who caused this seemed unaware, breathing steadily and sleeping peacefully. Lu Yi was suffering, trying to hold on, feeling like a pressure cooker about to explode. He even thought about jumping out of bed and taking a cold shower in the yard, just as his mind was about to break. Suddenly, behind him, Su Ci moved quietly and silently. She slowly turned around to face him again. In the dark, Lu Yi could only see a blurry outline. Then he felt a warm, fragrant breath gently brush against his ear. A very soft, gentle voice, almost like a tingling current, whispered like a devil's whisper. Captain Lu, what are you trembling for? That phrase, what are you trembling for, was like a lit match thrown into a barrel of gunpowder. Lu Yi completely froze. He felt all his blood rush to his head, then flow to a certain unspoken part of his body. His mind went blank. Only that soft, smiling voice echoed in his ears. Captain Lu, she called again, and her warm breath lightly brushed his ear. Lu Ye's body trembled even more. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he might do something against the rules. Just as he was about to jump out of bed and rush to the water well in the yard, his breathing suddenly became even and steady, and there was a faint kitten-like purr. Sleep.
Lu Ye froze.
He turned his head and, under the dim moonlight, could only see her peaceful, sleeping face. Her long eyelashes drooped like tiny fans.
Is she
asleep? Did she just talk in her sleep? Lu Yi felt like a balloon suddenly drained of all its strength and collapsed. It was just a false alarm, but that fiery feeling inside him couldn't be suppressed. He kept his eyes open in the dark, having spent the whole night reviewing the 3 main rules and 8 points for attention. The next day, Su Ci was awakened by a feeling of warmth and restraint. She felt as if she had fallen into a hot, hard furnace. It was warm but a little hard to breathe. She groggily opened her eyes. What she saw was a well-defined, bronze-colored chest. Above that, there was a man's clear jawline and a rolling Adam's apple. Su Ci's mind went blank for 3 seconds. How did she end up in Lu Ye's arms? She was almost curled up in his embrace, her cheek pressed tightly against his chest. His left hand, like an iron arm, firmly rested on her waist, holding her in place. There was no gap between them. Su Ci could even clearly hear the strong, steady heartbeat coming from his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Steady, rhythmic, like a war drum, beating in her heart. Her gaze slowly shifted to the middle of the bed. There a bowl of water should have been.
But now,
That large bowl was tilted to the side, water spilled everywhere. The blue and white checkered sheets were soaked in a large patch, pressed tightly against the bedboard. The boundary between the two sides was gone. Sue's mouth twitched uncontrollably into a small smile. Good. Captain Liu, you crossed the line. Let's see how I deal with you. Just as she was about to lift her head with the most innocent expression to accuse this playful man, Liu Ye's eyes also opened. He had just woken up, with a hint of sleepiness and confusion in his gaze. When he looked down and saw her close, beautiful face so near to him, his pupils suddenly shrank. His body stiffened instantly, like a stone. He had actually slept holding her all night. Memories from last night flooded in like a tide. Her soft hair, her fragrant scent, her warm feet. Louis felt his face flush suddenly. He almost instinctively wanted to let go and push her away. Don't move. The person in his arms suddenly spoke. Her voice was hoarse and lazy, like a cat's paw gently scratching his heart. Susie lifted her big, watery eyes and looked at him quietly. There was no panic or shyness in her gaze. Only a hint of playfulness and a teasing "You're doomed, Captain Liu," she said slowly. Do you remember the rules from last night? Louis' Adam's apple moved painfully. Of course he remembered. Anyone who crossed the line was a little dog. He looked at the messy bed sheets and then at his hand still resting on her waist. He was that little dog. Louis' ears turned red so quickly they seemed about to bleed. He had lived 26 years and had never been so embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak and admit he had broken the rules, suddenly, outside the window, came a sharp, piercing shout, like nails scraping metal. Oh, heavens! This is just unfair. The sun is already high and some people are still lying in bed. Are you here to serve the army or to be the boss of the house? It was Wang's voice. Her loud, distinctive voice was so clear through the wall, it felt like she was shouting right in his ear. Exactly. Our men are on the front lines defending the country, working hard day and night. And some women do nothing at home but dress up fancy and lie in bed, trying to flirt with men. I think she's a fox spirit reborn, lazy all day long, just bringing men to bed. Shameless. Each harsh word was like a poisoned dagger, stabbing through the window with force. The romantic, intimate atmosphere in the room was instantly shattered.
Suchi's smile faded.
And Louis' face, visibly and rapidly, grew colder. The eyes that had just been filled with embarrassment and shame suddenly darkened, like ink spilled over water. When he heard the words, fox spirit, it was as if a storm of blackness and rage erupted inside him. He felt the coldness in Susie's arms, a chill that made his heart race.
He didn't speak.
Instead, he slowly and carefully loosened his hold on Susie. His action contrasted sharply with the fierce aura he exuded. It was as if he was holding a rare treasure, afraid to break it. He sat up. His tall figure looked like a volcano about to erupt. He didn't look at Susie at all, and simply lifted the blanket and got out of bed. He quickly put on military pants and a shirt. Every movement carried a deep, restrained anger. What are you going to do? Susie asked. Louis didn't answer. He just turned his head and looked at her deeply. That look was very complicated. It held fierce anger, unspeakable guilt, but mostly, it was a kind of pain that made Susie's heart skip a beat. It seemed to say, "Sorry, I made you suffer." In the next moment, he turned around, took long strides, and rushed toward the door like the wind. Bang! The old wooden door, already worn out, was kicked open forcefully. The entire building seemed to shake with it. Morning sunlight poured in from outside. It lit up his back, which looked like a fierce warrior from hell. Bang! A loud crash, like thunder on a clear day, exploded in the quiet Seagull Island family courtyard. Sister Wang's sharp scolding suddenly stopped. She shivered all over, her mouth still in the middle of yelling, but her neck stiffened as she slowly turned toward the source of the sound. All the women doing laundry by the well, waiting to see what happened, looked over together. The old wooden door of the Liu family had already been destroyed. Pieces of broken wood still hung on the door frame, trembling and about to fall. At the door, Liu Ye's tall figure stood like a fierce warrior emerging from hell, backlit. The sunlight outlined his broad shoulders and cold, hard features, but it couldn't reach his dark, deep eyes. Those eyes held no warmth. There was only an overwhelming, freezing cold and a deadly aura that could freeze a person alive. The entire family compound suddenly fell silent, as quiet as if even a pin drop could be heard. It felt as if the air itself had frozen. The military wife washing clothes paused with her hands on the washboard. The elderly woman carrying a basin froze in place, unaware that water was spilling from the basin. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Liu Ye's face, which was as dark as a pot. Fear spread like vines, climbing up everyone's backs.
What?
What is happening?
Colonel Liu is
about to hurt someone. Sister Wang was so scared her face turned pale, and her legs trembled like dry grass. She wanted to run, but her feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move. Liu Yi moved. He took long steps, one after another, walking toward Sister Wang. He moved very slowly. Each step seemed to press on everyone's hearts. Thump, thump, thump. Sister Wang felt that those weren't just footsteps. They sounded like the tolling of her death bell. She looked at the increasingly close man, radiating a terrifying aura, and let out a cry as if her throat was being strangled. Her eyes rolled back, and she nearly fainted on the spot. Louis stopped 3 steps in front of her. He didn't attack. He didn't even say a harsh word. He just looked at her quietly with icy eyes. Then he spoke slowly. His voice was soft, but like countless icy needles stabbing into Sister Wang's ears. "What were you just saying?" Sister Wang's teeth started to tremble uncontrollably, making a chattering sound.
I
didn't say anything. Oh, Liu Ye's tone rose slightly, carrying an icy chill that was hard to describe. "I think I heard someone insulting my wife. Saying she's a fox spirit, saying she's shameless." With each word, his face grew colder. Sister Wang felt like she was suffocating. She shook her head desperately, tears and snot streaming down her face, unable to speak properly. "No, it wasn't me."
Colonel Liu.
"You heard wrong." Hearing wrong, Liu Yi sneered, his laughter filled with undisguised contempt and deadly intent. "My Liu Ye's ears can hear the sound of pulling the trigger from 100 meters away on the battlefield." He took a step forward. "Now you tell me I was wrong." Sister Wang suddenly collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud, unable to hold herself up. Under her pants, she quickly wet herself, and a foul smell spread out. She was actually so scared she wet her pants. The other military wives around her fell silent, afraid to breathe. They finally saw why Liu Yi is called the living king of hell.
It was terrifying.
His presence was even more frightening than a typhoon passing through. Just as everyone thought Sister Wang was about to be beaten to death on the spot, a soft, weak voice, with a hint of sleepiness and confusion, came from behind the broken door.
"Liu Ye."
"What's going on outside? It's so noisy." Everyone looked toward the voice. They saw Su Ci wearing a plain cotton nightgown, her long hair like seaweed loose, barefoot, holding onto the shaky doorframe, peeking out. She looked frightened by the chaos outside, her small face glowing white with innocence and confusion. Her eyes still had the moisture of someone just waking up, with slightly reddened corners, as if she had been woken from a sweet dream, feeling very wronged. She looked timidly at the terrifying scene in the yard, coughed softly twice, her voice as gentle as cotton candy.
"Oh."
"Sister Wang, why are you sitting on the ground?" "It's so cold there." She said this while looking at Liu Yi, her tone mixed with a hint of blame and worry. "Liu Yi, did you bully someone again? Look how scared Sister Wang is. Go and apologize to her quickly." This speech sounded so reasonable and kind-hearted, but to everyone else, it sounded completely different. Apologize? Make the living king of hell apologize to a gossiping woman who cursed his wife behind his back? That's even harder than killing Lu Yi. Su Xi wasn't really trying to stop the fight. She was clearly pouring oil on the fire, adding salt to Sister Wang's wounds. When Sister Wang heard this, her face turned green, wishing she could die right then and there. When Lu Yi heard Su Xi's voice, the fierce aura that could kill people surprisingly softened by half. He turned to look at Su Xi, his brows tightly furrowed, and his eyes full of concern and disapproval. "Why did you come out? The ground is cold." "Hurry back," his voice was still firm, but his care was obvious and hard to hide. Su Xi seemed not to hear him. Instead, she walked out barefoot step by step. She approached Lu Yi and gently tugged at his sleeve with her small, white hand. That gesture was full of dependence and trust. She looked up at him with her small face, her eyes red, and softly said, "Don't be angry. Sister Wang might just be joking with me. Besides, she didn't say anything wrong." Su Xi lowered her head, her voice filled with deep sadness. "I'm really not as capable as the other sisters-in-law. I can't do laundry or cook, and I'm always sick, making you worry. I'm at fault. I've embarrassed you." Her words were full of grievance and pity. The other military wives around listened and felt their hearts ache. "Look at her. Look at this little wife. She looks like a fairy, yet she's scolded as a fox spirit. She doesn't throw a tantrum or fight back, but instead, she defends others and reflects on herself. What kind of fairy wife is this?" And then there's Sister Wang, lying on the ground, crying and wailing. "She's really useless." Lu Ye's heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed by a big hand, painful and angry. This silly woman. How could she say such things about herself? He was about to speak and carry this painfully adorable woman back into the house. Suddenly, a calm, slightly authoritative female voice came from outside the crowd. "What's all the noise about so early in the morning?" The crowd automatically parted to make way. A woman in a blue cadre uniform, with short hair cut to her ears, looking around 40, walked in with a serious face. Her features weren't particularly beautiful, but she was very proper, and she carried a calm, commanding presence from long experience in a position of authority. "Mississippi's Sister He?" "Yes, Sister He Fong from the political commissar's family," someone whispered among the crowd. The visitor was the highest-ranking woman in the Seagull Island family compound, Commissar's wife, He Fong. He Fong's gaze swept over Sister Wang, who was lying on the ground, and her brow furrowed even tighter. Then, her eyes shifted to Su Xi and Lu Yi. When she saw Su Xi's bright, striking face, so out of place in this era, her eyes paused briefly. She had heard the rumors. She heard that Commander Lu married a new wife from Binhai. She looked beautiful like a magazine star, but fragile like Lin Daiyu. Unable to carry anything, only able to lie in bed and eat. Today, seeing her in person, her appearance confirmed the rumors. But her demeanor. He Fong's eyes carried a hint of scrutiny. She looked at Su Xi, her tone polite but with a hint of official questioning. "You are Su Xi, the wife of Lu Yi, right?"
Sucimete ergaze.
The softness and grievance on her face disappeared in an instant. In its place was a calm, polite, and distant attitude. She loosened her grip on Lu Ye's sleeve and nodded slightly at He Fong. "Yes, hello, sister-in-law."
Iam Suchi.
Her cool, elegant aura and noble manners made He Fong pause again.
This
didn't seem like the spoiled, delicate girl described in rumors. Su Xi seemed unaware of her scrutiny, just turning slightly and making a pleased gesture. Her voice was light and polite, yet carried an undeniable commanding presence. "The wind outside is strong. Sister-in-law, if you don't mind, come inside and have some water." Who was He Fong? She had followed the commissar through gunfire and danger. What kind of people or scenes hadn't she seen? She could see through all the trivial matters in the family compound at a glance. Today, she came to teach a lesson to this new, unruly, delicate young lady. But Su Xi's simple please gesture and her calm, unrefusable words unexpectedly made her prepared speech falter. This composure didn't seem like a girl from the countryside. He Fong muttered to herself, but her feet involuntarily followed Su Si into the broken door. Lu Yi was like the most loyal bodyguard, silently following behind Su Si. His tall figure blocked all curious and probing looks from outside. Sister Wang, sitting slumped in the yard, watched the scene and felt her heart sinking bit by bit. It's over. She felt that things seemed to be heading in the worst direction she feared. As soon as she stepped into the main hall of the Liu family, Hefeng's steps suddenly stopped. She froze in place, her eyes filled with unmistakable surprise. Is this Liu Ye's very humble doghouse? The messy, dirty scene she expected was nowhere to be seen. The floor was swept clean, and the windows shone with reflection. On the wall, there was new wallpaper with a gentle floral pattern, making the room look bright and warm. In the center of the room, there was a square table covered with a floral cloth. Near the wall, there was even a sofa that looked soft and made of an unknown material. This is not a place for living. It looked exactly like the homes of officials in big cities shown in magazines. Could a woman, rumored to be too lazy to wash dishes, really keep her home like this? For the first time, Hefeng's doubts wavered. Sister-in-law, please sit anywhere. Su Si's voice brought her back to her senses. She pointed to the sofa, then turned around, poured a cup of warm water from an iron thermos, and handed it to Hefeng in a clean enamel cup. Our home is simple, only plain water. Please don't mind. Hefeng took the cup, feeling the warmth on her fingertips. She sat on the sofa, her bottom sinking into the soft cushion, feeling so comfortable she almost hummed. She steadied herself, cleared her throat, and adopted the demeanor of a senior sister-in-law again. Comrade Su Si. She looked at Su Si and slowed her tone a bit. I heard everyone say that you just arrived and are not yet used to life on the island. Su Si sat down on a chair opposite her, and upon hearing this, she gave a shy smile. Yes, sister-in-law. She sighed softly, her slender shoulders drooping slightly, making her look especially fragile. I've been weak since I was young, and can't do heavy work. Since coming here, I haven't been able to help much, and I feel sorry for Liu Yi, like I've held him back. Her words were honest and straightforward, with no attempt to make excuses. She openly placed herself as a weak person and a burden. Hefeng's prepared speeches about carrying forward the spirit of hard work and actively participating in group labor were instantly silenced. What more could you say to someone who openly admits to being useless? Besides, it would seem like you're bullying her. The atmosphere in the room became a bit awkward. Hefeng picked up her water glass, took a sip, and quickly thought about how to change the subject. At that moment, Su Si suddenly leaned forward. Her big, bright eyes fixed steadily on Hefeng's face. Her voice was low, filled with genuine concern and care. Sister-in-law, have you not been sleeping well for a long time? Hefeng was stunned. And the sea breeze here on the island is really strong. Su Si's eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if worried about her. Look at your face. It's dry and rough from the wind, and there are fine lines around your eyes. Boom. These two sentences hit Hefeng's heart like two sharp blows. No woman wants to lose her beauty. Hefeng is only 42, but years of sea wind and worries about family affairs have made her look much older than her peers. Rough skin, dull complexion, and wrinkles around her eyes are her deepest insecurities. But in this time when even enough food is hard to come by, who dares to talk about skincare? Now, Su Si bluntly and kindly pointed out her pain point. Hefeng's mind instantly became chaotic. She instinctively reached up to touch her face. Women after 30, you have to take better care of yourself. Su Si seemed to see through her thoughts and sighed softly. Otherwise, you'll age quickly. When the man looked back, the woman standing beside him had become a plain, tired-looking woman. These words are really harsh and hurtful. Hefeng couldn't sit still anymore. She looked at Su Si's smooth, tender face, with no visible pores, and thought about her own weathered face. A strong feeling of envy and jealousy rose inside her. Mississippi Miss, how you take care of your face like that? When she spoke, she realized her voice sounded a bit dry. Even her way of addressing her changed unconsciously from Comrade Su Si To Mississippi. Susie had been waiting for her to say this. She smiled slightly and stood up. Older sister-in-law, wait for me a moment. She went into the bedroom and soon came out again. In her hand, she held something. It was a large, smooth, white shell, about the size of a palm, polished by seawater. The shell was cleaned thoroughly and shone like a pearl under the light. She approached Hifong and opened the shell. A faint, fresh scent, like grass after rain, drifted out. Inside the shell was a clear, jelly-like, shiny substance. Hifong looked at it curiously. This is my homemade beauty balm. Susie's voice carried a little pride. I used a common wild grass from the seaside, crushed it to extract juice, added some glycerin, and put it in this shell to set. It's not much, just to apply on the face to keep the skin from drying out. As she spoke, she used her little fingernail to gently scrape a bit of the balm and applied it to her hand, patting lightly. The shiny balm instantly turned into water and was absorbed quickly by her skin. Her hand became moist and smooth, a clear contrast to the other hand. Older sister-in-law, you should try it too. Susie handed the shell to Hifong. Her bright eyes were full of sincere sharing. Hifong's heart was stirred strongly. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out her finger, mimicked Susie and scraped a little of the balm. When the cool, smooth, non-greasy cream touched her rough, hot cheek, Hifong felt so comfortable that her whole body shivered with goosebumps. It was so pleasant. The feeling was like a dry, cracked land suddenly receiving a gentle rain. The tightness and heat that had built up on her skin over the years seemed to be smoothed away in an instant. Come here, sister-in-law, let me help you. Susie's voice was like magic. She stretched out her slender fingers, dipped into the cream, and gently massaged and lifted Hifong's face with a soft, rhythmic touch she had never experienced before. Hifong closed her eyes. She felt as if she wasn't just having her face massaged. It was as if a divine hand was soothing all her hard work and exhaustion over the years. Time passed second by second. When Susie finished, Hifong still felt a little reluctant to leave. All done, sister-in-law. Susie handed her a small round mirror. Take a look. Hifong hesitantly opened her eyes. When she saw her reflection in the mirror, she froze as if struck by lightning. Was that really her? That face was still hers. But her skin, the dull, rough skin was gone. In its place was a healthy, moist glow shining from inside out. It looked full and firm, as if she had just drunk a lot of water. She reached out trembling, touching her cheek. The sensation was so smooth, delicate, and soft that she couldn't believe it. She even thought the fine lines near her eyes seemed to have faded. This wasn't just a beauty cream. It was like a fairy potion. A miracle cure. Girl, Hifong suddenly grabbed Susie's hand with surprising strength. Her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented, fiery light. This thing. She was so excited her lips trembled. Susie watched her like this and smiled happily, but her face stayed calm, as if this was normal. She gently patted Hifong's hand. Sister-in-law, I'm glad you like it. She said this and directly put the remaining half of the shell into Hifong's hand. Take this first and use it. If it runs out, I will make more for you. As women, we should live more carefully. Hifong held the heavy shell, feeling it was not just a beauty cream. It was youth. It was hope. It was her dignity for the rest of her life. She looked at Susie, and her eyes changed completely. There was no longer any suspicion or doubt. Only endless closeness, gratitude, and admiration. Suddenly, she thought that the woman outside, Sister Wang, was just a fool. What does it mean to eat dry rice? This is real skill. This is the unique, irreplaceable skill of Seagull Island. The ability to make women look younger and more beautiful is 1,000 times more important than washing clothes or cooking. Hifong took a deep breath and stood up. She carefully placed the shell into her coat pocket, as if it were a priceless treasure. She patted Susie's hand and spoke warmly, like a sister. Thanks a lot today, girl. Your sister-in-law won't bother you anymore. You're weak, rest more. I'll handle the outside matters. After speaking, she turned around and strode toward the door. That back looked full of energy and determination. When Fong reappeared in the yard, everyone could feel that her aura was completely different from before. She walked up to Sister Wang, who was still lying on the ground, and looked down at her with a cold face. Wang Xiui, her voice was quiet but carried a commanding authority. From today on, you will be responsible for the cleanliness of the family yard. Learn to control your mouth, and only then can you stop. Sister Wang suddenly looked up, staring at her in disbelief. But Fong didn't bother to give her any extra glance. She is not in good health and needs to rest. This has been approved by the organization. Although she doesn't do physical work, she has her own skills. She can help us solve big problems. While speaking, Fong instinctively touched her smooth cheek. From now on, if anyone dares to talk behind Susi's back, spread rumors, or spread false stories. She paused, her eyes sharp and fierce. Then she said, "Don't blame me, Fong, for being ruthless. Let her and Wang Xiui go clean the toilets." The whole room fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Fong's words. This is supporting Susi. It's the highest level, clear, official backing. Wang's wife, after hearing this, rolled her eyes and fainted completely. In the room, Lu Yi watched everything happen. He looked at Susi, the woman who had just been weakly leaning on him, saying, "I'm ashamed of you." In a blink, she had used a useless thing he couldn't even name to quietly and effectively win over the most difficult political wife in the entire family compound. Not only did she resolve the crisis, but she also earned herself a solid Medal of Immunity from labor. The whole process was smooth and flawless. This woman, her fighting ability is beyond his understanding. Lu Yi looked at her, and for the first time, besides feeling heartache and possessiveness, he felt something new. It was a mix of shock, confusion, and extreme pride. Admiration. His wife seems like a fairy. A little fairy who can captivate souls and make people willingly fall for her. The morning sun lazily spilled into the yard. That intense storm from yesterday seemed like just a dream. Lu Yi was squatting at the door, struggling with the wooden door he had kicked open. He was holding a gun in one hand, fiddling with a hammer and nails, looking very clumsy.
Bang!
He hammered, but the nail didn't go in and instead hit his hand. Ow! He quickly pulled back his hand, his face dark with pain. Inside the house, Susi leaned against the sofa, leisurely drinking malted milk while giving advice. "Captain Lu, are you silly? That piece of wood is already cracked, and you're still nailing it? First, use a wooden wedge to fill the gap." Lu Yi turned around, looking at the small woman with her legs crossed and a "you're so silly" expression. He felt both annoyed and amused. "You talk too much," he scolded harshly, but his hands obediently followed her instructions. Sunlight shone on him, softening the fierce aura he carried from the battlefield, making him seem more like a warm family man. Susi watched his clumsy movements and couldn't help but smile. This feeling was new and strange. It was as if this so-called home was truly beginning to have warmth. Suddenly, at the gate of the yard, two figures appeared. They were two middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits, with square faces and serious expressions, like illustrations from a textbook. One of them carried a black briefcase. As soon as they appeared, the lively atmosphere of the family compound froze instantly. The military wives washing clothes by the well stopped their movements in unison. Everyone's eyes, filled with suspicion and a hint of hidden fear, looked toward the two men and their direction. Lu's family. Lu Yi also sensed something was wrong. He put down his hammer and stood up. The two men had already reached the gate, scanning the yard, finally stopping on Lu Yi. The lead man pushed up his glasses, took out an ID from his pocket, and showed it. His voice was flat, without any emotion. "Are you Lu Yi? We are from the Military District Discipline Inspection Committee." Discipline Inspection Committee? These 7 words hit everyone like a block of ice, cold and heavy. What kind of place is this? It's a place that specifically manages the conduct of officials. Why are they here? Lu Yi's eyebrows immediately knitted into a tight knot. He stepped forward, blocking Su Ci behind him, and his voice grew serious. I am Lu Yi. Comrades, what is the matter? The man in charge took back his ID and looked past Lu Yi's shoulder at Su Ci, who was dressed in a beautiful dress that seemed out of place in the surroundings. Then, in a formal, emotionless tone, he said something that caused the entire family compound to erupt in shock. We have received a formal report from the public. The report accuses your partner, Comrade Su Ci, of being involved in speculative trading, leading a lavish lifestyle, and having unclear sources of income. Now, we need her to come with us for an investigation. Suddenly, it felt as if the whole world had gone silent. Everyone's mind was only filled with the words speculative trading, buzzing loudly. These days, that's a serious crime. At best, it means losing your job. At worst, it could mean going to jail. The young wife of the military officer, who was once proud and supported by the political commissar's wife, was now being taken away for investigation by the disciplinary committee. The sudden turn of events was too fast. All eyes immediately focused on Su Ci. There was shock, sympathy, but mostly a hidden sense of glee. Especially some military wives who had been scolded by Hifeng yesterday, their lips already curling into smiles.
See,
a fox spirit is always a fox spirit. Its tail will eventually be exposed. Among the crowd, Hifeng, who had just heard the news, looked at the two disciplinary officers with a very unhappy face. She had just promised to protect the person involved yesterday, and now this happened. It was like a slap in her face in front of everyone.
but
Since they were from the disciplinary committee, even as the wife of a political officer, she couldn't openly interfere with the investigation. For a moment, Hifeng was caught in a difficult position. And at the center of this storm, Su Ci's reaction surprised everyone. She didn't panic, didn't cry, and didn't show any fear at all. She simply peeked out from behind Lu Yi. Her big, watery eyes blinked innocently and confusedly. She looked at the two serious men and softly asked, "Uncle, what does speculative trading mean?"
does it mean
Trading for white rabbit candies? That innocent and pure look made the two discipline inspection officers, who were used to all kinds of scenes, pause for a moment. Lu Yi's face darkened completely when he heard the phrase, "cooperate with the investigation." A deadly aura, much colder and more terrifying than yesterday morning, spread wildly from him. He smiled. It was a very frightening, cold smile with no warmth at all. Report, his voice was soft, but like a poisoned blade. Who reported it? Wang Xiui, the leading discipline officer, frowned, clearly unhappy with his attitude. Comrade Lu Yi, please watch your tone. We need to keep the informant's identity secret. Now, please your partner cooperate with us. He said this and tried to go around Lu Yi to invite Su Ci. I'll say it again. Lu Yi's figure was like a mountain, unmoving. His dark eyes stared intensely at the others. My wife is not feeling well. She is timid and easily frightened. If you have any questions, ask me. If you scare her badly, his voice was slow and threatening. I don't care who you are, I will make sure you can't leave Seagull Island. He was furious. Too furious. This was outright threatening the discipline officers. The military wives around were so scared their faces turned pale. Is Commander Lu crazy? The faces of the two discipline officers also changed completely, turning pale. Lu Yi, you're openly obstructing the investigation. Have you thought about the consequences? Consequences? Lu Yi seemed to hear a huge joke. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled the woman still unaware behind him into his arms. He lowered his head and gently patted her back with a tenderness that seemed to belong only to her in the whole world. Don't be afraid, he said softly. Then he looked up again, his gaze now cold enough to freeze. My lifetime, I am willing to shed blood and sacrifice for the country. I am not afraid of death. My only goal is to prevent my wife from suffering even the slightest unfair treatment. He paused, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Today, if anyone dares to lay a finger on her, they will have to step over my dead body. That phrase, step over my dead body, felt like a hot iron pressing down on everyone's nerves. The yard was silent as if dead. The leading discipline inspection officer, with a stern face, was so angry his face looked like liver color. He pointed at Liu Ye's hand, trembling all over. Good. Good, Liu Ye. You're threatening a government official. You're openly defying the investigation. Today, I will. He hadn't finished speaking. But Liu Ye suddenly moved. He didn't look at the two discipline officers anymore. He turned around, took long strides, and walked back into the house. Everyone was stunned by this move. Does this mean he's backing down? Is he going inside to persuade his wife to cooperate with the investigation? A few military wives, who had been secretly happy, now showed even more obvious smiles.
See?
Even the toughest soldiers have to bow before discipline. Su Xi was also a bit surprised. But she noticed the look Liu Ye gave her when he turned around. That look was calm and firm, like a deep ocean. It only said 3 words. Leave it to me. Su Xi's heart immediately sank back into her stomach. She obediently stayed in place, pretending to be a frightened, helpless little wife. Soon after, Liu Ye came out of the house again. He was holding something in his hand. It was a small, old-looking wooden box. He walked to the old stone table in the middle of the yard. Under everyone's surprised and doubtful gazes, bang, he slammed the wooden box heavily onto the table. Then he opened it. Clatter, he turned the box upside down and shook it hard. A pile of shiny, red-golden objects spilled out, messy and scattered on the dull stone table. What was that? It was a military medal. A second-class merit medal. First-class merit. Even a special medal engraved with the words, Battle Hero, made of pure gold. In the sunlight, those shining medals symbolizing honor, blood, and life and death struggles hurt the eyes. Everyone in the family compound held their breath at this moment. Even the 2 discipline inspection officers were stunned. They are government officials, but they'd never seen so many high-level military medals before. Each medal represents a remarkable achievement in military history. Liu Ye casually reached out a finger, playing with the heavy pile of honors on the table.
His voice was very calm.
So calm, it was like he was talking about someone else's story. One of these, he pointed to a first-class merit medal. North Border, -40 degrees Celsius. I led a squad that hid for 72 hours. Only 3 of us survived. He pointed to another medal. Southwest Border, jungle mine clearance. One of my brothers was blown up right in front of me, left with just 1 leg. Finally, his finger rested on the heaviest and most eye-catching Battle Hero gold medal. His voice grew softer. This one cost me a bullet through my right lung. The doctor said if it had been half a centimeter off, I would now be just a name carved on a tombstone. After speaking, he raised his head. His dark eyes looked again at the 2 discipline officers, who had turned pale. Now, do you still want to talk to me about lifestyle? No one answered. They couldn't answer. Talking about a luxurious lifestyle with a battle hero who almost lost his life on the battlefield? Who are they trying to fool? Liu Ye waited for 2 seconds. Then, it seemed he lost all patience. He suddenly reached out and took out 2 more things from his pocket. A passbook. A thick stack of yellowed pay slips. Bang, he slammed these 2 items down hard on the pile of medals. Community reports? He sneered, his laughter full of cold mockery. This is the allowance I risked my life to earn. The government's condolence money I received. I won't spend money on my wife. Should I donate it to those gossiping, backstabbing women? His voice suddenly rose sharply. Like a thunderclap, it exploded overhead. He pointed at himself, at Su Xi, who looked like a frightened little rabbit from start to finish. Every word seemed to be shouted with all his strength, coming from his chest. This is the money I risk my life for. Buy my wife some pretty clothes, let her have a few good meals. Is that illegal? He almost roared out the last 3 words. The fierce, bloodthirsty aura that seemed to emerge from a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, mixed with endless grievance and raging anger, formed a terrifying wave that swept through the entire yard. Is it illegal? Of course not. It's right and proper. Not just a few clothes or meals. If he wanted to eat delicacies every day, that was what Liu Ye deserved. He was a hero, and heroes should be treated like one. The military wives around lowered their heads in shame, their faces flushing and paling alternately. Suddenly, they felt like they were nothing. Their men risked their lives outside, almost losing their lives. Their wives ate well and dressed nicely at home. What's wrong with that? Why should they be jealous? Why talk behind their backs? The two discipline inspection officers were even more frightened, retreating repeatedly, their faces paler than paper. They were scared. They truly were scared. They felt they weren't facing just a company commander, but a lion with its sensitive spot touched, about to go berserk. The leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his lips trembling, still trying to make a final stand. But where do those things come from? Speculation and illegal dealings are. Where do they come from? Louis seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. Suddenly, he laughed again. He released his hold on Su Ci, took his time, and from his uniform pocket, pulled out a small notebook about the size of a palm. An ordinary student's homework book. Snap, the third crisp sound. He threw the notebook onto the savings book. Is this the source you wanted? All here, he opened his notebook. His sharp eyes, capable of targeting enemies kilometers away, now looked like those of a very careful accountant. On March 5th at Banhai Wharf, exchanged 2 Gene of national grain coupons with sailors heading south for a box of Friendship snow cream. On March 10th, at the island junkyard, bought an old sofa for 5 yuan and 3 broken tables and chairs. On March 15th, traded 1 Gene of sugar with a returning comrade for a yard of dingliang fabric. He read slowly. But every word was clear. Time, place, items, witnesses. This is a ledger? A detailed record of household item exchanges that is shocking. Everyone was stunned. Fong was even more shocked, her mouth wide open. Just yesterday, she heard Su Ci say that the beauty cream was homemade. Turns out, it was exchanged? She looked at the clear, organized ledger, then at Lu Ye's calm face, and at Su Ci's expression of, "Oh, I see, I didn't know." Suddenly, Fong understood something. Her eyes towards Su Ci filled with awe. A master. Both of these young people are experts. The 2 discipline inspection officers had nothing to say. Witnesses, physical evidence, ledger. The chain of evidence was so complete, it was more rigorous than their investigation report. What's there to investigate? Every penny spent, every item used, was justified. The leader's face turned a deep purple. He knew today they were doomed. Completely defeated. He looked at Lu Yi and then at the dazzling array of military medals on the table. Finally, his gaze fell on that damn, crystal-clear ledger. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. It was our mistake. Commander Lu, I'm sorry. After speaking, he couldn't stay any longer. He grabbed his companion and turned to leave. That back figure was as miserable as it could be. A huge scandal that could ruin a family was crushed completely by Lu Yi, using the most ruthless, strongest, and most airtight method. Until the 2 people's figures disappeared at the gate. The cold, frightening aura around Lu Yi slowly faded away. He didn't even look at the stunned neighbors in the yard. He turned around and walked back to the little woman who had been so obedient and adorable from start to finish. He bent down. Under the shocked and speechless gazes of everyone in the yard, he picked up Su Ci horizontally, as if holding a precious treasure. Su Ci instinctively cried out in surprise, extending her arms to hold tightly around his neck. Let's go home. Lu Yi looked down at her delicate face, which looked even more charming because of her shock, his voice hoarse. He held her, turned around, and walked back to the broken door. All the complicated, shocked, envious, and jealous looks outside were left behind. The door creaked as it was closed from inside. All the noise and attention outside were cut off. Lu Yi carefully placed Su Ci on the sofa, as if handling a fragile porcelain piece. He squatted in front of her, his eyes, which had just been filled with fierce anger, now full of fear and worry. Did I scare you? His voice was very hoarse. Su Ci shook her head and gently poked his furrowed brow with her tender fingers. I'm fine. She looked at him, her eyes forming a crescent moon. But you, Commander Lu, have become quite capable. Even thinking about preparing a small ledger? Who did you learn that from? Her playful and teasing tone finally relaxed Liu Ye's tense body. His face, rarely, turned slightly red, and his eyes looked away awkwardly. Just in case, he stubbornly explained. That ledger was written overnight last night. He had already sensed that what Su Ci brought out was unusual, and a heavy stone had been hanging in his heart. He was afraid that her secret might be exposed someday. All he could do was prepare the way for her in advance, sealing all possible gaps. Even if those reasons sounded full of flaws to himself. But he didn't expect that today he would really have to use it. Uffed. Su Ci looked at his stubborn yet soft-hearted expression and couldn't help but laugh. She leaned in and gently kissed his handsome face, which still carried a faint smell of gunpowder. It was like a feather, light and fleeting. "Captain Liu, you're amazing." Liu Yi froze completely. He felt the spot where she kissed him tingle like an electric current, hot and numb. Outside the house, the sound of Sister Wang crying, He-Fong scolding, and neighbors gossiping drifted in intermittently. After listening for a while, Su Ci stood up. "No, I can't." She walked to the window, looking at the mess in the yard, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Liu Yi, bring out the new moon-white dress I just bought." Liu Yi was surprised. "Why change dresses now?" Su Ci turned to him, blinking her pretty eyes with a mischievous glint. "Those people were staring at me just now, feeling like I picked up bad luck. I want to change into a new outfit to get rid of it." She paused, smiling like a little fox who had just stolen something. "And I want to thank our great benefactor, too." At Sister Wang's house entrance, she had just been dragged back by her husband from the yard, slumped on the doorstep, her hair messy, face streaked with tears and mud, eyes hollow. Today, she was not only scared out of her wits by Liu Yi, scolded by He-Fong to clean the entire yard, but also became the laughingstock of the whole family compound. She felt finished. Her life was over. Just as she was overwhelmed with despair, a pair of clean, beautiful legs in white nylon stockings and a pair of delicate black leather shoes appeared in her sight. She slowly lifted her head. Against the light, a fairy-like figure stood before her. Su Ci was dressed in a brand-new, moon-white dress, with the hem gently fluttering in the sea breeze. The fabric looked extraordinary. It shimmered softly in the sunlight. She had light makeup on, her lips red and teeth white, her skin as white as jade, glowing all over. Compared to the fallen, muddy Sister Wang, the contrast was stark and striking. "Miss Sister Wang," Su Ci spoke, her voice sweet as honey. "I came, especially to thank you." Sister Wang was stunned, her face full of disbelief. "Thank me?" She must be crazy. But Su Ci seemed not to notice her shocked expression. She continued confidently, with a proud and innocent tone. "Today, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for your report, I wouldn't have known that Liu Yi cares so much about me." She reached out and gently stroked her smooth dress, showing a happy and slightly shy smile. "Look at this dress I'm wearing. Just now, Liu Yi bought it for me to make up for the shock I had today. He said, 'I've suffered so much. I should wear something new to cheer up.' I told him not to waste money, but he wouldn't listen. I really can't do anything about him." Each sentence sounded like a sweet moment shared by a newlywed couple. But to Sister Wang, it was 10,000 times more cruel than the harshest curse. She reported her, and instead of hurting her, she got a new dress. Out of jealousy, she wanted to crush Su Ci into the dirt. But Su Ci stepped on her face, standing taller and more radiant. You. Sister Wang's lips trembled as she pointed at Su Ci, unable to speak. She looked at Su Ci's bright, happy smile and at the beautiful dress she could never afford in her life. Thinking of her own ruined reputation and having to clean toilets, a bitter, salty liquid suddenly surged up her throat. Puff. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed straight down. She fainted completely. The neighbors, who had been peeking from the doorway to watch, were all stunned. Oh my God! This was enough to make someone bleed from anger. Their eyes on Su Ci had completely changed. No longer was there any jealousy or gloating, only deep, bone-chilling fear. This new daughter-in-law of the Liu family, she was not at all like Lin Daiyu. She was a ruthless, smiling demon who devours without mercy. Su Xiai looked at Sister Wang lying on the ground, just raising an eyebrow lightly. Her mental strength was very weak. She gracefully turned around, her skirt forming a beautiful curve. In the silence, she walked quickly home. She kept her skills and reputation hidden. The next day, the atmosphere in the residential area completely changed. As Su Xiai opened the door, she saw the military wives washing clothes by the well. They all stopped their actions at once. Then, like mice seeing a cat, they lowered their heads, pretending to wash clothes or holding basins, and quickly slipped away. No one dared to point fingers at her anymore. No one dared to look her in the eyes. Their gazes were full of respect and fear. Su Xiai was very happy about this. It was peaceful. She stretched lazily, turned back into her room, and from under the bed, she took out a basket filled with dirty clothes. There were military uniforms of Lu Yi, the children's dirty socks, and the light-colored dress she changed out of yesterday. Just as she was about to carry the basket to the door, a strong, well-defined hand reached out from the side and naturally took the basket. "I'll do it." Lu Ye's deep voice was calm and confident. He held the basket in one hand and took Su Xi's hand with the other, as if leading a 3-year-old child. "Let's go wash the clothes." The two of them walked toward the well in the middle of the yard, one behind the other. The scene was strange, so strange. A tall, handsome leader carrying a basket of a woman's clothes, followed by a young wife, empty-handed, like she was out for a walk in the park. All the military wives who hadn't run away yet were stunned. Lu Yi was going to wash clothes himself? By the well. Lu Yi put down the basket, skillfully filled a bucket with water, poured it into a basin, and then picked up a washboard. His movements were smooth and natural.
Suchi stood nearby, watching in surprise.
She pretended to squat down and reached out her finger, wanting to touch the dirty clothes. "Oh, let me do it. You're a grown man." Before she finished speaking, a hot, large hand grabbed hers. Lu Yi didn't lift his head. He just held her hand and rubbed it on his rough military pants, back and forth. It was as if he was wiping some dirt off the clothes. Then, he softly said in a tone that was both unquestioning and a little disdainful, "Your hands are for eating, not for doing this. Stand aside, don't cause trouble." His voice was quiet. But by the quiet water well, everyone clearly heard every word. Everyone around gasped in shock. "Oh my goodness! What kind of divine conversation is this? A man, disdainful that his wife's hands are too precious, won't let her touch dirty clothes? Is this still the same person we know? The fierce warrior who can fight wild boars with her bare hands? It's even more shocking than when he showed his military medal yesterday." A few young military wives looked at Su Xi's fair, slender hands, which had no calluses at all, and then at their own hands, red and swollen from scrubbing clothes on the washboard. A deep, hard-to-express feeling of sourness and envy flooded over them. They thought, how can someone married to a soldier have such a different life? But what made their eyes pop out even more was what happened next. Lu Yi finished washing the children's clothes and his own military uniform quickly and calmly. Then, without changing his expression, he took out from the basket a small, lace-trimmed, pink underwear. The entire water well fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened. They watched the most fierce and unapproachable squad leader Lu, as if he was washing a normal cloth, carefully scrubbing that woman's intimate garment on the washboard. That scene. It was so shocking. It completely overturned their views. Nowadays, not to mention a squad leader, even ordinary men wouldn't wash such things for their wives. If this got out, they'd be laughed at to death. But Lu Yi did it anyway. He did it openly and without shame, as if he wasn't washing something private, but a banner that he must protect with his life. At this moment, all the rumors about Su Xiai being a seductive fox, lazy and good for nothing, or shameless, were shattered in everyone's minds, leaving not a trace behind. A man who is willing to go this far for a woman is not just being flirtatious. That is love. Deep love that runs to the bone. A love so strong that he wants to hold her gently in his hands, afraid she might disappear. They finally understand. Su Si is not lazy. It's just that her man simply doesn't want her to work. The rumors are over. A new story begins quietly spreading in the neighborhood. The strictest husband on Seagull Island, Liu Yi. As for Liu Yi himself, he enjoys it all happily. In the evening, the sunset turns the sea into a golden color. Liu Yi is in the kitchen, humming a off-key military song while cooking chicken soup for his wife. Su Si is lying in a rocking chair in the yard, enjoying the sea breeze, reading a book, feeling relaxed. Their 3 little boys are busy doing homework at a small table, competing fiercely for white rabbit points. Everything feels peaceful and calm. Su Si takes a sip of the spring water Liu Yi brought her, feeling that this holiday life is perfect.
But
She licks her lips. She's a bit tired of eating chicken soup every day. Her gaze drifts to the shimmering sea in the distance. Liu Yi, she says lazily. The man responds from the kitchen. Tomorrow, Su Si's eyes sparkle. Let's go clam digging? I want to eat grilled lobster, she adds. The salty, humid sea breeze makes everyone feel sticky. Su Si wears a plain white shirt and blue work pants, neatly rolled up to her ankles. On her feet are brand new white canvas shoes. Her outfit is neat and clean, completely different from the patchwork cloth clothes and barefoot military wives waiting in the mud nearby. Let's go, my treasure hunters, she says, wearing a straw hat like a queen inspecting her territory, waving to her 3 bodyguards behind her. Liu Yi carries an empty large iron bucket in one hand and a small shovel and net in the other, acting like a loyal guard. Liu Xiangbei stands beside her, puffing out his chest with a fierce look, ready to fight anyone who dares to get close to his sister-in-law. Behind them, Liu Xiangnan and Liu Xiangdong, 2 little followers, also turned red with excitement. The whole family was walking together toward the rocky area by the sea. Wow, look at how delicate she is. She's wearing new shoes to gather shellfish. Isn't she worried about getting them dirty? Exactly. Maybe she'll scream at the sight of a tiny crab. By the well, some military wives washing clothes watched the back of Su Si's family and couldn't help but whisper with jealousy. Yesterday, Liu Ye's warning made them afraid to speak openly, but secretly, their envy grew even stronger. Su Si heard them but didn't bother to respond. Arguing with people who aren't on the same level of understanding is just lowering herself. In the rocky area, it was low tide now, exposing large wet rocks and mudflats. Many military wives and children were here treasure hunting, bending over carefully to turn over stones, hoping to find something. Hey, today's tide isn't good. We've only found a few tiny seashells after searching for a long time. Yeah, and we haven't even seen a small fish the size of a palm. Su Si listened to their complaints and just smiled slightly. She found the highest, cleanest big rock, sat down gracefully, and took out a bag of sunflower seeds from her pocket. Liu Yi helped me move a small stone to step on. Xiangbei, go ahead and turn over that green seaweed-covered stone and see what's underneath. While cracking sunflower seeds, she acted like a commanding general, lazily giving orders. Liu Yi didn't hesitate and immediately moved a flat stone to place under her feet, worried that her white shoes might get a bit of mud. Xiangbei received the order, and like he was on steroids, he shouted and ran over. Big sister-in-law, I'm coming. He ran to the stone Su Si pointed at, used all his strength, and with a loud hi, flipped over a stone as big as a basin.
Suddenly,
Xiangbei's movements froze. He stared fixedly at what was under the stone, eyes wide like bells, mouth slowly opening.
Ah!
A piercing scream that shook the entire rocky area. People nearby gathering to gather shellfish were startled by his scream and looked over. I said, people from the city just can't handle it. Before I finished speaking, Liu Xiangbei suddenly acted like a madman, using his hands and feet to pull out a huge, dark green creature from the stone pit. That thing waved 2 giant claws, looking very fierce. It's a crab. Oh my gosh. It's a big blue crab. Such a big one? It must weigh about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. Everyone around was stunned. They had been collecting seafood all their lives and had seen the biggest crabs, only as big as a palm. This giant blue crab, as big as a wash basin, was something they only heard about in stories. Lu Xiangbei held the struggling big crab, trembling with excitement, his face turning red. He shouted with all his strength towards Su Xiai, big sister-in-law. Look, such a huge crab. Su Xiai casually spat out the sunflower seed shells, looking calm as if this was normal. Yes, perfect. We have tonight's dinner. She pointed her finger toward a small, unremarkable puddle nearby. Lu Yi, go check that out. It looks like something is glowing. Lu Yi glanced at the calm, still water, feeling it was unlikely anything was there, but he still obediently walked over. He just dipped his net into the water and stirred casually. Suddenly, his movements froze. A huge force came from beneath the water, almost pulling his net away. Lu Ye's eyes sharpened, his arm muscles tensed, and he pulled up with all his strength. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. And what he pulled out was not just a crab, but a whole creature. Bright red all over, with 2 thick, waving antennae, and as long as his forearm. A big fellow, pulled out of the water. A giant lobster.
Alive. Fierce.
Still jumping and wriggling. If the big blue crab just shocked everyone, this giant lobster completely shattered their worldview. The entire reef area fell into complete silence. Everyone was frozen in place, staring blankly at the proud, waving lobster in Lu Ye's hand. In their minds, only 3 words remained.
This
Isn't scientific. This isn't for collecting seafood. This is definitely stealing from the Dragon King's treasure. Su Xiai looked at everyone's doubtful expressions and happily clapped her hands with sunflower seed shells. All right, we're done for today. She jumped down from the big reef and patted Lu Yi on the shoulder. You did well today. I'll give you a chicken leg tonight, Lu Yi. He looked at the huge lobster in his hand, which was more impressive than all his previous achievements combined, and then at his wife's smug little face that said, I'm just lucky. What could he say? He could only spoil her. A 3- or 4-year-old boy finally couldn't hold back and started crying loudly. His crying seemed to switch something on. Wow, I want to eat too, sniff sniff. It smells so good. I want some too. Suddenly, outside the Lu family courtyard, the crying was deafening. The adults from each family quickly ran out, pulling and dragging their hungry, crying children back inside. Stop crying. If you cry again, you won't get dinner tonight. Stop smelling. That's the Lu family's food. It has nothing to do with us. Inside the house, a luxurious feast was underway. In the center of the table was a large dish. A whole lobster, cut in half, with bright red shell covered in golden garlic and green scallions. The rich smell was coming from it. Next to it was steamed blue crabs, their shells cracked open to reveal white, juicy meat and yellow crab roe. There was also a pot of thick, white seafood porridge made with abalone and dried scallops. The 3 young Lu boys looked stunned. They had never seen such fancy food, let alone eaten it. What are you looking at? Eat. Su Xiai picked up a big crab claw, gently poked it with chopsticks, and a large piece of white crab meat fell out. She put the meat in her mouth. Fresh, sweet, tender, smooth. The best flavor exploded on her tongue. Wow. Lu Xiangnan was the first to recover. He carefully picked up a piece of lobster meat coated with garlic and gently put it in his mouth. In the next second, her eyes suddenly lit up. The chewy, firm lobster meat, mixed with the strong aroma of garlic and butter, was so delicious she almost swallowed her tongue. Delicious. Big sister-in-law. This is so good. With her leading the way, Lu Xiangbei and Lu Xiangdong quickly joined in. The 3 children, their faces covered in oil, showed a happiness they had never felt before. Lu Yi didn't move his chopsticks much. He sat nearby, holding a pair of scissors, carefully cutting open the lobster and crab shells. He picked out the most tender meat, piece by piece, and placed it in small dishes in front of Su Xiai. The pile of meat grew taller and taller. Su Xiai was well taken care of, only needing to speak to get what she wanted. She looked at the 3 children eating like little kittens, then at the man beside her, who looked like he thought, "This is how a wife should eat." Outside the window, there were the sounds of children crying and adults trying to calm them. Inside, there was warm light and the smell of delicious food. Suddenly, Su Xiai felt that this vacation with resources, life in the 1970s, was actually quite interesting. The aftereffects of the seafood feast lasted for 2 full days. The entire family compound was still immersed in the strong, irresistible aroma coming from the Liu family. In the iron bucket, there were still many small conchs, scallops, and tiny shrimps. In this era, these were not even considered cheap meat, just tasteless, discarded leftovers that were a pity to waste. Because they were hard to prepare, had a strong fishy smell, and used a lot of oil. But Su Xiai looked at those things as if she were gazing at shining gold coins. Wasting? That was impossible. To her, these were resources misplaced. North, south, east. Su Xiai clapped her hands, like a businesswoman about to announce a major project. "Come here, everyone. Big sister-in-law has a new task for you. There are points." When the 3 children heard the word, points, they immediately looked up, their eyes bright. Su Xiai pointed at the iron bucket. "Peel the shells off these little shrimps and dig out the meat from the conchs and scallops. Make sure they're clean. Whoever does it quickly and well will get a big white rabbit candy and 5 points. Wow. The 3 children immediately put down their pens, squealing and rushing over, almost fighting over the bucket. Lu Yi came out of the kitchen, watching this scene with a helpless shake of his head. He walked over to Su Xiai and asked softly, "Why are you doing this?" "It's not tasty and takes a lot of effort." Su Xiai smiled mysteriously, leaned close to his ear, and whispered softly, "Every mountain man has his own clever plan. In a little while, the dish will be ready, and I guarantee you'll want to swallow your tongue." The whole afternoon, the 3 children worked harder than ever to earn points. A pile of shrimp shells like a small mountain sat aside, while a bowl full of clear, shiny shrimp meat was peeled. Sea snail and scallop meat were also cleaned thoroughly. Su Xiai nodded happily, declaring the task done and rewarding the children with candies and points. The children happily went to eat their candies. In the kitchen, Su Xiai closed the door and began her magic. First, she quickly blanched the shrimp, snail, and scallop meat in hot water from the big pot on the stove to remove most of the fishy smell. Then, while turning around to grab something, she silently thought. From the space supermarket, she took out a pack of top-quality large dried scallops, a small piece of golden, shiny manhwa ham, and a few pieces of dried shrimp. These items were luxury goods that ordinary people in this era couldn't even dream of. She quickly mixed these secret ingredients with the blanched seafood, chopping everything into tiny pieces with a knife. From the outside, it looked just like any other mixture. Next was the soul of the sauce, oil. Su Xiai looked at the small oil bottle in her home, which only held half a jar of vegetable oil, and made a face of disapproval. It was too little. She directly exchanged a large, clear jar of high-quality corn germ oil from her space, pouring it into a large prepared clay jar. The full process. Heat the pan, add oil. Su Xiai didn't blink, pouring a full half pan of oil into the cold iron wok. The golden oil swirled and splashed loudly, as if it was free of charge. If any military wife in the family compound saw this, she would faint from worry. The oil temperature rose. She added a big bowl of minced garlic, a bowl of chopped onions, and sliced dried chili peppers all at once into the pan. Sizzle. A loud pop made everyone's hair stand on end. An indescribable, overwhelmingly strong aroma burst out from the kitchen instantly. The complex scent of garlic, onion, and chili seemed to grab hold of everyone's nose in the building like an invisible hand. Oh my goodness. Here they come again. It's the Liu family. What are they eating today? This smell. It's even more delicious than yesterday. I can't take it. Every household's window revealed a face, tired and strained. Lu Yi was chopping wood in the yard. When he caught the scent, he almost dropped his axe. He sniffed hard and quickly walked to the kitchen door, just about to push it open. Suddenly, Susie's voice came from inside. "Don't come in. The fumes are strong and will make you cough." Louis had to stop, feeling like a cat was scratching his heart. What is this little woman up to? Inside the pot, garlic and onion were fried until golden and crispy. Susie immediately poured in a big bowl of chopped seafood. Boom! It sounded like a muffled thunder in the pot. The intense freshness of the seafood was fully released under the hot oil, without holding back. Fresh, fragrant, spicy. The three flavors clashed and blended fiercely in the pot. Finally, they transformed into a heavenly aroma that made people's souls shiver with delight. Susie added salt, sugar, and a little oyster sauce and soy sauce from her space to enhance the flavor. She held a large iron spatula, constantly stirring and frying. The water in the pot slowly evaporated. All the delicious flavors were concentrated and sealed into the golden hot oil. In the end, the entire sauce turned a tempting, oily, bright red color. "It's ready." Susie turned off the heat and took the pot down. She found several clean glass jars, previously used for fruit preserves. She carefully scooped the hot sauce into them, one spoonful at a time. After finishing, she opened the kitchen door. As soon as the door opened, Lu Yi and the three children, who had been waiting at the door, all looked inside eagerly, like four hungry puppies stretching their necks. "Big sister-in-law, what delicious food did you make?" Lu Xiangbei was the first to rush in, sniffing eagerly. Susie placed a bowl of freshly steaming white rice on the table. Then, she used a spoon to scoop a small amount of shiny red sauce from the jar and placed it on the rice. "Try it." Lu Xiangbei looked at the dark, oily-looking sauce and felt a bit hesitant. Could this be as tasty as meat? He hesitantly mixed it with his chopsticks, took a big bite of rice, and put it in his mouth. In the next second, his eyes widened suddenly. It was a flavor he had never experienced before. The sweet aroma of the rice, combined with a salty, savory, fragrant, and spicy sauce, along with tiny, chewy seafood bits. Countless complex flavors exploded in his mouth, layer after layer. Delicious. So delicious, he wanted to cry. This isn't just sauce. It's better than meat. Better than anything he's ever eaten. 1,000 times better. Lu Xiangbei was so excited he couldn't speak, just desperately eating his rice, tears almost shining in his eyes. Lu Xiangnan and Lu Xiangdong saw his reaction and quickly each filled a bowl of rice. Of course, the result was exactly the same. The two kids ate without lifting their heads, their little mouths oily and shiny, making satisfied pig-like grunts. Lu Yi watched his three starving siblings, curious, and took a small bite too. Just one bite. This tough, fearless leader who had faced gunfire on the battlefield almost dropped his chopsticks. The next day, when Lu Xiangbei went to school, his lunchbox contained 2 plain white steamed buns. But in his school bag, he also hid a small, tightly sealed glass jar about the size of a palm. That was specially prepared by Susie. "Remember, this is our secret weapon. Don't take it out until mealtime. And this thing is precious. Don't give it to others for free, understand?" Susie's instructions still echoed in his ears. At noon, when the lunch break bell rang, the children in the classroom took out their own lunches. The better-off kids brought cornmeal pancakes with some pickles. The less fortunate had only 2 dry, black, coarse buns. Lu Xiangbei slowly took out his 2 big white buns. Under everyone's envy, he unscrewed the small glass jar. A strong, spicy, and unique fresh aroma burst out, like a deep-water bomb dropped into a calm lake. With a loud boom, it exploded loudly in the small classroom. Sniff! The entire classroom instantly fell silent. All the children, who were munching on their bread, stopped moving. They looked like ducks with their necks squeezed, eyes wide open, desperately sniffing the dangerous smell in the air. Swallow. Someone loudly swallowed their saliva. In the face of everyone's killer gazes, Lu Xiangbei calmly used a spoon to scoop out a big dollop of shiny red sauce and evenly spread it on a plain steamed bun. Then he opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. Ah, he closed his eyes happily. It was so delicious. The soft, sweet taste of the plain bun perfectly balanced the salty flavor of the sea treasure sauce. And that rich, irresistible flavor made the plain bun turn into a top delicacy. Lu Xiangbei. Next to him, a chubby classmate from a good family looked at the bun in Lu Xiangbei's hand, drooling like a small river.
What?
What are you eating? Lu Xiangbei glanced at him, then proudly took another big bite and mumbled, My sister-in-law made it, sea treasure sauce. Can I try a bite? The chubby boy was about to cry, feeling that his meat bun suddenly lost all its flavor. Lu Xiangbei remembered what Su Xiai had said. His eyes twitched, and he pointed at the meat bun in the boy's hand. Want to try? Trade your meat bun for it. That night, Qian Jiefeng, director of the Seagull Island Supply and Marketing Cooperative, faced his biggest customer crisis in 10 years of work. His only beloved son, Qian Duo, was lying on the ground, rolling and crying heartbreakingly. I don't eat meat. I want that sauce. I want the sauce from Lu Xiangbei's house. Qian Jiefeng looked at the steaming bowl of braised pork on the table, his forehead veins throbbing. This was the 5-flour pork he had managed to get through connections. His son usually lit up at the sight of it. What's going on today? Are you feeling strange? Is there anything that smells better than meat? Stop joking. Get up and eat, Qian Jiefeng shouted impatiently. Qian Duo cried even harder, tears and snot covering his face. It really smells better than meat. Boo-hoo. That sauce, spread on bread. One bite. Boo-hoo. Even angels would drool over it. He cried and gestured wildly, trying to describe the delicious taste that made his soul tremble. Qian Jiefeng's wife felt sorry for her son and helped out. Dad, why don't you ask? The kid wants to eat it, so maybe we can buy some. Qian Jiefeng slammed his chopsticks down. Buy? That new daughter-in-law from Lu Ye's family doesn't seem like an easy person. Do you think she'd sell us her stuff? That's what he said. But the words, even angels would drool over it, still nagged at him like a small hook in his mind. Qian Jiefeng controls the island supplies. Has he ever seen anything good he didn't like? He didn't believe it. The next day, Qian Jiefeng, with dark circles under his eyes, appeared at the school gate. When the lunch bell rang, he immediately saw Lu Xiangbei surrounded by a group of children, leisurely nibbling on bread like a little landlord. And in front of him was a small jar that seemed to emit a forbidden aroma. Qian Jiefeng cleared his throat and walked over. Are you Lu Xiangbei? Xiangbei looked up, glancing at the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, showing a wary expression. Who are you? I'm Director Qian from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Duoduo's father. Qian Jiefeng tried to look friendly. I heard you have something good here. Xiangbei swallowed the last bite of bread, slowly tightened the jar lid, and put his bag away. What do you want? This kid was quite bold. Qian Jiefeng patiently said, My son wants to try your sauce. Can you share a little with Uncle? Xiangbei remembered what his sister-in-law had said. He puffed out his chest, mimicking Su Xi's lazy attitude, and shook his head. No. This sauce is very precious. It's not for sharing or selling. Qian Jiefeng almost choked on his words. Hey. This kid. He lowered his voice and said, 2 dimes, I'll buy you a spoonful. How about that? These days, 2 dimes can buy 4 meat buns. He didn't believe this kid wouldn't be tempted. But unexpectedly, Lu Xiangbei just sneered dismissively. 2 dimes. Yesterday, I took a small bite and traded it for your big meat bun. Do you think I'm stupid? Qian Jiefeng was speechless. He realized he might have underestimated this skinny, dark kid. This kid is very sharp. So, what do you want to do? Qian Jiefeng decided to be straightforward. Xiangbei slung his backpack over his shoulder, stood up, and was still shorter than Qian Jiefeng, but his presence was just as strong. My sister-in-law said, good things should be shared with those who appreciate them. If you really want to see after school this afternoon, come to my house. Without looking back, he walked away. Qian Jiefeng was left alone in the wind, feeling confused. Hey, this kid is really giving him some attitude. In the afternoon, Qian Jiefeng, almost unconsciously, actually knocked on the Lu family's door. It was Lu Xiangbei who opened it. As soon as he entered the yard, Qian Jiefeng was stunned. This is not the shabby military family house on the island. The yard was clean and tidy, with a few potted plants of unknown flowers in the corner. Inside the house was even brighter than the sun, so shiny it reflected your face. A woman, dressed in a neat dress and stunningly beautiful, came out and smiled gently at him. "Are you Director Qian? Please come in." Su Si poured him a glass of water. The water was sweet and refreshing, and drinking it made him feel less tired. Qian Jiefeng was even more sure that this family was extraordinary. Xiangbei didn't waste time. He brought out a bowl of freshly cooked, steaming white rice from the kitchen. Then, in front of Qian Jiefeng, he carefully opened a jar of sea treasure sauce. Buzz! A rich, bold aroma filled the room instantly, stronger than what he had smelled at school. Qian Jiefeng's throat moved uncontrollably. He saw Xiangbei scoop a spoonful of the shiny, oily sauce and gently spread it over the white rice. "Director Qian, please enjoy." Qian Jiefeng looked at the bowl of rice, still muttering to himself. "A bowl of plain rice. Can it taste like flowers?" He hesitantly took the bowl and took a bite. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He froze in place. An indescribable, explosive burst of delicious flavor exploded on his tongue. The freshness of seafood, the richness of ham, the sweetness of dried scallops, the aroma of garlic, the spiciness of chili. Countless flavors blended perfectly together, building layer upon layer, like a grand symphony. The most amazing part was that the thick sauce coated every grain of rice, transforming even the simplest white rice into a supreme taste of the world. Qian Jiefeng's mind went completely blank. He forgot everything. Forgot his identity. Forgot what he was here for. Only one thought filled his mind.
Eat.
Eat quickly. He was like a refugee who hadn't eaten in 3 days, unable to stop. Gulp, gulp. He devoured it all. In just a few bites, the bowl was completely clean, not a single grain left. He even stuck out his tongue to lick the bottom of the bowl. After finishing, he looked up, his eyes shining with a nearly crazy light. He stared at Lu Xiangbei, his voice trembling.
"What?
What is this divine thing?" Lu Xiangbei proudly puffed out his chest. "Sea treasure sauce. Sell. Sell it to me." Qian Jiefeng grabbed Lu Xiangbei's shoulders excitedly, his emotions running high. "Name your price. We want this at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Here it comes." Lu Xiangbei felt a surge of joy inside, but kept a calm face. He raised 2 fingers.
2 yuan.
A bottle.
What?
Qian Jiefeng's excitement was instantly doused by a bucket of cold water.
2
yuan? He stared at Lu Xiangbei in disbelief. "Are you crazy? A can of preserved food costs 50 cents. You want 2 yuan for this small bottle of sauce? This isn't sauce. It's highway robbery." But Lu Xiangbei was unfazed, speaking slowly, each word carefully taught by Su Si. "Director Qian, my sauce uses only the freshest ingredients caught from the sea, plus several secret recipes obtained through connections. The process is very complicated. My sister-in-law can only make a few bottles in a whole day." He pointed to the empty bowl. "And you've tasted it too. Just this one spoonful can make you eat 3 big bowls of rice. Don't you think it's worth the price?" Qian Jiefeng fell silent. He had to admit, what this young man said made sense. This sauce has a unique flavor. On the island, people lack clothes and food, eating coarse grains every day, and their taste buds are dulled. Especially the family members of officers. They're not short of money, but they want better food. If this sauce were on the shelves of the supply store, even at 3 yuan, people would rush to buy it. This is a special business. The profit margin is astonishing. Qian Jiefeng's breathing grew faster. Looking at this calm, clear-minded young man, he felt a chill for the first time. This kid will definitely not be ordinary in the future. All right. After a fierce internal struggle, Qian Jiefeng gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. 2 yuan it is. How much of this sauce you have? The supply store will take it all. Lu Xiangbei shook his head. Limited production, so I can only supply you first. First batch, 50 bottles. If you want it, pay first. Pay first. Qian Jiefeng's eyes twitched. This kid even understands deposits. He's a natural businessman. Okay. Qian Jiefeng took a thick envelope from his pocket, counted out 10 brand new, Great Unity notes. Exactly 100 yuan. He slammed the money heavily on the table. This is a 100 yuan deposit. I'll come to pick up the goods in 3 days. After sending off the excited director Qian, who seemed energized like a chicken with its head cut off, Lu Xiangbei took the 100 yuan, his hands trembling. Like a gust of wind, he rushed to Su Ci, shoved the money into her hand, and his voice trembled with excitement. Sister-in-law, we've made a fortune. Su Ci took the thick stack of money, a calm smile on her face. She patted Lu Xiangbei's head, like praising a well-behaved puppy. Good job. Go ahead. Today's homework is doubled. Finish it, and I'll reward you with a new notebook. Lu Xiangbei. He looked at Su Ci, then at the 100 yuan on the table. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Su Ci weighed the money in her hand and looked out the window. 100 yuan. 50 bottles. This is just the beginning. The real challenge has just begun. That 100 yuan felt like a fire in Lu Xiangbei's pocket, burning all night, keeping him awake. He kept tossing and turning, his mind full of Director Qian's excited, twisted face and the 10 brand new, Great Unity, notes on the table. So, money is really easy to make. So, the information gap and exclusive resources his sister-in-law mentioned can really turn into money. Early the next morning, while Su Ci was still asleep, Lu Xiangbei quietly slipped to her door. He didn't dare knock, just whispered through the door. Sister-in-law, I want to use points to exchange for something. From inside, Su Ci's sleepy, lazy voice responded. Exchange what? 10 white rabbit candies and a bag of cookies. Lu Xiangbei's heart was pounding. Soon, the door opened a crack. Su Ci, wearing a silk nightgown and yawning, handed out a small cloth-wrapped package through the door crack. Points deducted. With a bang, the door closed again. Lu Xiangbei held the heavy goods, trembling with excitement. He clenched his fists, a bold plan forming wildly in his mind. Seagull Island School. When the bell rang for recess, the playground erupted in activity. But today, the most lively place wasn't the basketball court or under the old locust tree. It was behind a nondescript dirt hill at the corner of the playground. A dozen children surrounded Lu Xiangbei, forming several layers, each stretching their necks, clutching a few coins tightly, eyes shining with longing. Lu Xiangbei, give me a candy. I want cookies. Give me 2 pieces. Lu Xiangbei sat on a rock, looking like a little emperor ruling over his kingdom. He slowly took out a small cloth bag from his backpack. He opened it. A strong smell of milk and cookies quickly spread through the air. Swallow. Everyone around him started to swallow nervously. Don't rush. Everyone will get some. Lu Xiangbei cleared his throat and began his business. White rabbit milk candies, sweet to the heart. 1 for 3 cents, 2 for 5 cents. Crackers, tasty and crispy. 1 for 2 cents, 3 for 5 cents. These prices were a little higher than the supply store. But the children didn't care at all. The supply store snacks only came once a month, and everyone had to fight for them. But here, Lu Xiangbei had snacks every day. Give me 2 candies. A chubby boy was the first to hand over 5 cents. Lu Xiangbei skillfully took out 2 candies from his bag and handed them to him. The chubby boy was overjoyed, peeled one, and popped it into his mouth, eyes squinting happily. Once the first was sold, the other children became even more excited. I want some. Me too. Lu Xiangbei was busy and happy, feeling like a big shopkeeper making lots of money. He even started a promotion. If you buy 5 candies today, I'll give you a pretty seashell I found at the beach. The children went wild with excitement. In less than 10 minutes, all the goods in the bag were sold out. Lu Xiangbei's backpack now held a small metal box filled with paper money and coins. He weighed it in his hand and smiled happily. Is this what it feels like to be a little trader? He didn't notice at all. Not far away, behind the window of the 2nd floor of the classroom building, a pair of eyes was staring at him intently. Class teacher Mr. Zhang, a man in his 50s with black-rimmed glasses, a very traditional old teacher. His face was turning blue with anger, and the chalk in his hand was cracking loudly as he clenched it tightly. This is outright speculation and profiteering. This is blatant profiteering. How can the corrupt influence of capitalism spread to us, the true revolutionaries? And right under his nose, Teacher Zhang felt like his heart was bleeding. This Liu Xiangbei was originally a good student, just a bit wild.
But now,
he has become a greedy little businessman. This must be stopped. This harmful influence must be cut out. In the afternoon, after the first class, Teacher Zhang walked into the classroom with a serious face. The whole class instantly became quiet. Liu Xiangbei. Teacher Zhang's voice was cold and sharp, like winter wind. Liu Xiangbei's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. He stood up. Come outside with me. Liu Xiangbei followed Teacher Zhang to the corridor. Take out what's in your backpack. Teacher Zhang's tone was firm and commanding. Liu Xiangbei's face turned pale suddenly. He clenched his backpack strap and stubbornly said, It's nothing. Nothing. Teacher Zhang sneered and suddenly reached out, snatching his backpack. In front of all the students in the corridor, he dumped the contents out. Books, notebooks, pencil case, and that small, crisp-sounding metal stationery box. Teacher Zhang bent down, picked up the stationery box. He opened it. Inside was a full box of small bills and coins, shining with a suspicious glow in the sunlight. What is this? Teacher Zhang held up the metal box in front of Liu Xiangbei, his voice suddenly loud and sharp, like a thunderclap. Tell me, where did all this money come from? All the passing students and teachers in the corridor stopped and looked over. Their eyes were like needles, piercing into Liu Xiangbei. His face instantly turned green, his lips trembling, unable to say a word. He felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown onto a busy street. Shame, anger, and a little bit of fear. Such a young kid, not learning properly, trying to cheat and make quick money. Do you even know what shame is? Are you worthy of your brother, who defends the country? Worthy of the organization's training? Teacher Zhang's voice grew louder, each word like a hammer pounding hard on Liu Xiangbei's heart. You're just a disgrace to our class. A shame to the school. Liu Xiangbei's mind went blank with a loud buzz. He clenched his teeth tightly, nails digging into his flesh, and a faint mist appeared in his eyes. But he held back. He couldn't cry. Crying would mean giving up. He was not wrong. His sister-in-law said that earning money through hard work was not shameful. Teacher Zhang looked at his stubborn, unrepentant face and became even angrier. He took a deep breath and made his final decision. Pointing at Liu Xiangbei, he spoke in a firm tone, as if announcing a verdict. Go stand in the corner and think about your behavior. And also, after school today, your parents must come to the school. I want to ask them how they are raising their child. The school bell sounded like a death knell. Liu Xiangbei had never felt the walk home so long. The metal pencil case in his bag felt as heavy as a hot iron, making him nervous with every step. Teacher Zhang's words, "Your parents need to come," kept echoing in his mind like a spell. Parents. His brother Liu Yu was on a mission and not at home. So, the only parent left to go to school was his sister-in-law. Thinking of Susi's overly beautiful face and her eyes that always looked a little lazy, as if she didn't care about anything, Liu Xiangbei felt a sinking feeling in his heart. How would she see him? Would she also call him a failure or a disgrace like Teacher Zhang? Would she think he embarrassed her? Would she take back the delicious braised pork, the fragrant snow cream, and even that rare feeling of warmth at home? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. His steps slowed down, as if weighed down by lead. Finally, he hesitated at the door. He took a deep breath, pushed open the gate, like a prisoner heading to the execution ground. The yard was silent. Susie was lying comfortably in her special rocking chair, holding a foreign language magazine she had somehow found, and was reading it with great interest. The sunset's glow cast a soft golden light on her, making her look like a beautiful painting. Liu Xiangbei felt his throat dry. He moved closer to her, lowered his head, and spoke in a quiet voice, barely louder than a mosquito hum. Big sister-in-law. Yes. Su Si's eyes stayed on the magazine. She lazily responded with a simple sound. Lu Xiangbei clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his skin. He made up his mind, closed his eyes, and shouted out loud. The teacher asked me to ask for permission from my parents. After shouting, he froze in place, lowered his head, and waited for the coming storm. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. He expected scolding and punishment, but nothing happened. Only the sound of pages flipping in the magazine. Lu Xiangbei couldn't help but peek up quietly. He saw Su Si finally put down the magazine. Her beautiful eyes looked at him, her eyebrows slightly furrowed with a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. Ask for permission from your parents? She asked. Did you fight? Or make a girl classmate cry? No. Lu Xiangbei quickly shook his head. Then why? Su Si changed to a more comfortable position and picked up the magazine again. Lu Xiangbei's face instantly turned red. He hesitated and quickly told her about selling snacks at school, getting caught, and being searched in front of everyone, with his money box taken away. By the end, his voice grew softer, and he lowered his head more, wishing he could hide somewhere. He finished speaking. The yard fell into a suffocating silence. Lu Xiangbei felt like he couldn't breathe anymore.
Finally, Su Chi spoke.
Her voice was still lazy and relaxed, showing no particular emotion. Oh, it's just about this. She paused for a moment, then asked a question Lu Xiangbei would never forget. How much money did you make? What? Lu Xiangbei suddenly looked up, his face full of disbelief. He thought he had heard wrong. Big sister-in-law asked how much money he earned. She wasn't scolding him for speculating or being shameful, was she? Su Si looked at him with a silly expression and repeated impatiently, Let me ask you, how much money did you earn today? Oh, Lu Xiangbei's mind was still a mess. He instinctively took out the proof metal box from his school bag. The cost was 2 cents per point, and I sold it for 1 yuan and 35 cents. He looked at Su Si, his voice trembling. Pure profit, 1 yuan and 50 cents. Su Si sat up from the rocking chair. She took the metal box, opened it to look at the bills and coins inside, then looked at Lu Xiangbei. The profit margin is over 500%. She closed the box, threw it back into Lu Xiangbei's arms, her tone calm, but with undeniable certainty. Good job. Lu Xiangbei was completely stunned. He felt his worldview being shattered and then reshaped by a force he couldn't understand. Su Si stood up, stretched lazily, her skirt forming an elegant arc. That's enough. Don't just stand here. Let's go. It's just to see the teacher. What's the big deal? Lead the way. School office. The atmosphere was heavy, like a storm was about to break. Teacher Zhang, the homeroom teacher, sat upright, a cup of cold tea in front of him, his face showing the expression of strict and fair. Lu Xiangbei stood in the corner, head bowed like a criminal. The door of the office was pushed open with a squeak. Teacher Zhang looked up, ready to give a stern lecture, but when he saw the visitor, his words caught in his throat. A young woman entered. She wore a clean white shirt and blue trousers, her figure slim and graceful, her skin as white as snow, with delicate and bright features. She had an indescribable aura, calm, composed, with a hint of aloofness. She didn't look like any of the rough, sun-darkened military wives on this island, but more like a movie star straight out of a magazine. Are you Lu Xiangbei's parent? Teacher Zhang was momentarily stunned before regaining his voice. I am his sister-in-law, Su Si, she said softly, nodding slightly. Her gaze swept the office and finally settled on Lu Xiangbei in the corner.
She didn't speak.
Instead, she pulled over a chair and sat down gracefully, as if in her own living room. Her completely unexpected attitude made Teacher Zhang's built-up confidence suddenly weaken by half. He cleared his throat and forced himself to regain control.
Comrade Su Chi.
I want to ask you, how does your family educate children? Teacher Zhang slammed the table and launched into his long-prepared accusation. Lu Xiangbei is so young, yet He doesn't focus on studying. Instead, he openly engages in shady deals at school. Do you know what this is? It's the corrupt influence of capitalism. It's poison that corrupts our future revolutionaries. Today he dares to sell a candy. Tomorrow he might sell something else. What will happen when he grows up? Teacher Zhang spoke more and more passionately, spitting as he talked. Lu Xiangbei lowered his head even more, his shoulders trembling slightly. But Su Xi remained expressionless. She listened quietly. When Teacher Zhang finished, she slowly lifted her eyelids and looked at him. Teacher Zhang, are you done? Her voice was soft and gentle, but carried an inexplicable pressure. Teacher Zhang choked. Su Xi looked at him and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint but sharp, like a knife. First, I want to ask, did Lu Xiangbei steal or rob? Teacher Zhang was stunned. No, he didn't. Next, Su Xi continued, did he force classmates to buy his things or did those classmates willingly exchange money with him? Teacher Zhang's face started to look uncomfortable. They did it willingly, but no buts. Su Xi interrupted him directly. Her voice was quiet but firm. Teacher, you are here to educate and nurture. Do you think a 14-year-old child who can identify market needs others can't see and handle the entire process of buying, pricing, and selling is a harmful influence that needs to be criticized? No. Su Xi stood up and looked down at the completely stunned Teacher Zhang, speaking each word clearly. In my opinion, this is called talent. One kind of talent is called business talent. Business? Talent? These two words, like two loud explosions, suddenly rang in Teacher Zhang's mind. He had lived for over 50 years and had never heard anyone describe speculation and profiteering in such a fresh and elegant way.
Signore Dim.
She walked up to Lu Xiangbei and, right in front of Teacher Zhang, asked directly, do you know what your mistake was this time? Lu Xiangbei shook his head in confusion. Su Xi pointed at his head with a finger. The mistake was that you were too showy. Making money is fine, but you shouldn't let everyone know you're making money, because you block others' paths and make them jealous. She paused and said 6 words. These 6 words became Lu Xiangbei's business rule for the rest of his life. Make money quietly. After saying that, she took Lu Xiangbei's hand, didn't even glance at Teacher Zhang, who was frozen in place, and turned to leave. Go home. Our family's business is waiting for you, the future big boss, to manage. Walking out of the office, sunlight shone on them. Lu Xiangbei looked at her slender but very reliable back and thought about every word she just said. His heart, which had been cold from shame, suddenly became warm and hot. So, in his sister-in-law's eyes, he was not a failure or a disgrace. He was a talented, future big boss. At this moment, Lu Xiangbei's heart no longer doubted or felt distant from Su Xi. All that remained was pure, passionate admiration and trust. His sister-in-law is the most amazing person in the world. Back home, Su Xi took out the 100 yuan deposit that Director Qian gave her and handed it to Lu Xiangbei. Lu Xiangbei was startled, his hand trembled, and the money almost fell to the ground. Big sister-in-law, what is this for? Su Xi looked at him, a meaningful smile on her face. The business of 50 bottles of high Zhenjiang sauce from now on is yours. This 100 yuan is your startup capital, and also your first dividend as the CEO of Lu Group. 3 days later, night fell like a heavy black cloth covering the entire coastal city. Near the dock, in the most remote, damp, abandoned warehouse area, where no sunlight reaches, the air was filled with the salty smell of seawater and the rotten odor of trash. 2 figures, one tall and one short, silently slipped into a narrow alley that only one person could pass through. Big sister-in-law, is this the place? Lu Xiangbei's voice carried a hint of nervousness he didn't even realize he had. He tightly held a large, bulging bag made of army green canvas, his palms sweating. He felt like he was on a special mission, his heart pounding loudly, almost jumping out of his throat. Su Xi walked ahead, her steps light like a cat. Today, she wore black trousers and a simple high ponytail, looking sharp and confident. She looked out of place in this dark, dirty environment. Are you scared? She didn't turn around, her voice calm as it floated over.
Who?
Who's scared? Lu Xiangbei immediately straightened his back, like a cat with its tail stepped on. I am the CEO of the Lu Corporation. How could I be scared? Su Si's lips curled slightly, but she didn't expose him. They crossed the alley, and suddenly the view opened up. In front of them was a yard surrounded by abandoned warehouses. This was the biggest black market in the city. Inside the yard, shadows flickered, and there were people everywhere. But no one was shouting loudly. Everyone lowered their hats and looked around cautiously. The transactions happened in a strange silence. A thin man handed a bag of rice to a plump woman, who quickly exchanged it for some tickets. They immediately parted ways and disappeared into different shadows. In another corner, people were selling watches, leather shoes, and even a few old radios. This place was a gray zone forgotten by order. It was also a place full of opportunities and dangers. Lu Xiangbei stared in awe. He felt like he had entered a strange, colorful new world, both curious and instinctively scared. He instinctively moved closer to Su Si. Su Si looked around the crowd. Soon, she found her target. It was a man wearing a jacket, with a mustache, smoking in the corner. He had an empty sack at his feet, looked sharp-eyed, and seemed experienced, probably a middleman who deals in stolen goods. Su Si led Lu Xiangbei straight over. Got a connection? She asked quietly, using secretive language. The mustached man lazily lifted his eyelids and looked at them. When his gaze fell on Su Si's very beautiful face, a flicker of surprise and greed appeared in his eyes. Then he glanced at Lu Xiangbei, who looked nervous like a small chick, and at the big bag he carried. The mustached man smiled. It was like a fat sheep was coming right to him. Little sister, what kind of goods do you have? His tone became a bit flirtatious. Lu Xiangbei sensed his bad intentions and immediately stepped forward, blocking Su Si's way, glaring fiercely. Speak politely.
Oh.
The mustached man chuckled, blowing out a puff of smoke. Young kid, you're pretty bold. All right, if you have good stuff, show it to us so we can see. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, 4 or 5 rough-looking young men appeared from the shadows. They grinned mischievously, surrounding Su Si and Lu Xiangbei in the middle. The alley entrance was blocked too. Lu Xiangbei's heart sank. He hugged the canvas bag tighter, trembling slightly from anger and fear. He knew they had run into local troublemakers. Hand over what's in the bag. The mustached man stood up, threw his cigarette on the ground, and stepped on it. His face no longer looked fake. It was full of raw greed and threats. Also, the money and tickets, hand them over. Behind him, a young thug showed his yellow teeth, with sneaky eyes flickering over Su Si. Big brother, this girl is really something. Wait a moment, I'll get the stuff and my brothers. Hee. Profane language hard to listen to. Lu Xiangbei's eyes suddenly turned red. A surge of anger rushed to his head. He could be called a small businessman and looked down upon, but he would never allow it. He wouldn't let anyone insult his sister-in-law with such dirty looks and words. I'll kill you. Lu Xiangbei shouted loudly, like an angry little wolf, dropping his bag and rushing forward. A delicate, fair hand gently pressed on his shoulder. That hand had no strength, but it seemed to have a magic power, instantly calming all his anger and restlessness.
It was Su Si.
She didn't know when she had stepped in front of him. She looked at the group of fierce-looking thugs in front of her, not afraid at all, but instead, with a calm, almost amused smile. Little brother, don't be impulsive. She patted Lu Xiangbei's shoulder, then looked up at the man with a mustache. Her voice was still soft and gentle, like a feather. Want our goods? The man with the mustache looked at her fearless attitude, feeling a bit nervous. This woman was unusual, but he relied on his numbers and grew bolder. Stop the nonsense. I'm here to take what's mine today, so what? I advise you to behave, or else. Before he finished his threat, Su Si smiled. She raised a finger, gently shook it, and spoke like scolding a naughty child. Don't fight. I'm afraid you She paused, her red lips parting slightly, and said clearly, "Can't swallow it." That sentence was light and airy, like a feather falling into this tense, explosive atmosphere. The smile on the mustached man's face froze. The small gang behind him also paused. Then, they burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha. Big brother. Did I hear right? This girl said we can't swallow. Oh dear, you look quite strong, but your mind doesn't seem to work well. Little sister, do you know how to write the word death?" The man with the mustache's face turned from white to blue, then finally to a sickly greenish color. He felt as if his face had been slapped hard in front of everyone by this reckless woman. Damn it! He spat on the ground, his eyes turning cold and cruel, refusing to accept defeat.
Attack.
Break the man's leg. Catch the woman alive. With that order, the rowdy young men immediately snarled like hungry wolves smelling blood, rushing towards Su Xi and Lu Xiangbei. The alley was very narrow. They had nowhere to run. Lu Xiangbei's breath stopped. He instinctively held the canvas bag tightly to his chest, spread his arms, and used his small body to block Su Xi. "Big sister-in-law.
Run.
I'll stop them." His voice trembled, but he didn't step back at all. However, the scene he expected, being pushed away, did not happen. A cool little hand gently covered his eyes. At the same time, Su Xi's calm voice, without a hint of emotion, sounded in his ear. "Don't look." In that moment, just as Lu Xiangbei's vision went dark,
Suchi moved.
she took out a small silver spray bottle from her pocket, about the size of a palm, looking like a fancy snow cream container, gently pressing it toward the approaching troublemakers. Spritz, a colorless, odorless mist shot out. The troublemakers didn't take it seriously, even sneering and trying to grab Su Xi's hand. "Little girl still carries perfume." Before she finished speaking, the laughter of the frontmost troublemaker suddenly stopped. Instead, came a terrible scream like a pig being slaughtered. He threw away his stick, covering his eyes with both hands, collapsing to the ground like a lump of mud, rolling wildly. "My eyes. So spicy. It hurts so much. Water. I want water." This sudden scene made the other troublemakers freeze in place. But it was already too late. The fog quickly spread through the narrow alleyway.
Ah.
My eyes too. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? I can't see anything. I can't see at all. Suddenly, screams filled the alley. The tough guys who had been so arrogant just moments ago were now like headless flies, covering their eyes, bumping into each other, and rolling on the ground. A sharp, spicy smell filled the air. Lu Xiangbei was holding Su Xi's hand over his eyes, unable to see anything, only hearing the desperate screams nearby. He was so scared his heart was pounding. What just happened? What did the older sister-in-law do? At that moment, Su Xi removed her hand from his eyes. She pointed at the curled-up man in the corner, the rude, yellow-toothed troublemaker, and said 2 words to him. That one. Lu Xiangbei opened his eyes and saw the terrible scene before him. His mind went blank with a loud buzz. But he quickly understood what Su Xi meant. The anger from being humiliated, the desire to protect his sister-in-law. At that moment, these feelings overwhelmed his fear. His eyes reddened as he looked at a loose brick in the corner. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, grabbed the broken brick, and with all his strength, smashed it into the troublemaker's leg. Crack! A sickening bone-breaking sound, followed by a scream more painful than all the others combined. The troublemaker's leg bent at an odd angle. He couldn't even roll over. He could only clutch his leg and convulse on the ground like a fish out of water. After finishing, Lu Xiangbei threw away the brick, his chest heaving heavily as he gasped for air. A few drops of warm blood splattered on his face. But he wasn't afraid. He only felt an unprecedented sense of relief, rushing from his feet straight to the top of his head. Only the man with the mustache remained standing in the alley, barely able to stand. He was at the back, coughing a few times from the spicy smell, but his eyes were unharmed. However, he was completely terrified. He looked at his younger brother rolling on the ground and crying, then at the yellow-toothed man holding his broken leg and screaming. Finally, his gaze fell on Lu Xiangbei, who had a fierce face and looked like a little wolf cub. He finally understood. He had angered two dangerous people.
Run.
That was the only thought in his mind. The mustached man turned around and tried to run out of the alley. But a shadow was faster than him. Su Si's figure appeared silently in front of him, blocking his way. You. The mustached man was terrified and pulled out a rusty dagger from his waist. He bravely, but fiercely, lunged at Su Si. Damn woman. I'm fighting you. Su Si looked at the dagger rushing toward her without blinking. Just as the dagger was about to touch her body, she simply, gently lifted her foot. Then she stepped to the side. A very simple, almost too simple, tripwire. Plop. The mustached man was thrown hard to the ground by his own momentum. The dagger in his hand clattered and flew far away. He struggled to get up, but a clean shoe stepped lightly on his hand that had just picked up the dagger. That foot was delicate, with little force. Yet, the mustached man felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him unable to move. He looked up and met a pair of smiling eyes. Those eyes were beautiful, but to him, they were more terrifying than any evil ghost he had ever seen. Su Si bent down, picked up the oil-stained wallet from the ground, waved it in front of him, and smiled brightly. Her voice returned to that sweet, soft tone. But to the mustached man, it sounded like the whisper of a devil.
Now you see.
Can you still swallow this? The mustached man trembled all over, his teeth chattering, unable to say a word. Su Si looked at his scared face and felt a little bored. She curled her lips. She stepped on the back of his hand with her toe. Sigh, I was hoping to do good business with you. You're forcing me to act, she sighed, looking troubled. All right then, since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance. Su Si squatted down, looking at him with pure, innocent eyes, her voice sweet and sticky. Call me Auntie, and I'll let you go. Auntie? The man with the mustache's mind exploded like a bomb. He had been running the black market at the docks for years, had been stabbed, shed blood, and never experienced such a great insult before. Let him be told to call a girl who looked younger than his own son Auntie? If this got out, how could he continue to survive in the underworld? He wanted to stay tough. But the shoe under his foot, which was pressing on his hand, looked delicate but felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The bones creaked loudly, echoing in his ears. Around him, his brothers were crying out in pain. The loudest scream came from Yellowtooth, whose leg was bent into a strange S-shape. Blood and mud mixed and splattered everywhere. The kid who had dealt the blow was standing nearby, like a small wolf that had just tasted blood, with fierce eyes staring straight at him. What scared him most was this woman in front of him. She was smiling. So sweet, so beautiful. But her eyes held no warmth. Not willing, Su Si tilted her head, lightly tapping her toes again.
Crack.
The mustache man felt as if his finger bones had cracked open again. Ah, a sharp pain flooded over him like a tide. All his dignity, all his toughness, shattered in that moment. Auntie. Annie, he almost spat out these words through clenched teeth. His voice trembled like fallen leaves in autumn wind. What? Su Si seemed to not hear clearly. She leaned down, bringing her ear closer. Speak louder. I'm young. My ears don't work well. This was too much. The mustache man was humiliated, tears almost falling. But he dared not resist. He used all his strength, shouted with all his might, and roared out. Auntie, my apologies, dear lady. You're a generous person. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. This shout was heart-wrenching and echoed through the alley. The nearby thugs, who were moaning in pain, paused for a moment. Lu Xiangbei was also stunned. He looked at the once arrogant local boss, now lying on the ground like a dead dog, begging his sister-in-law for mercy. A strange and extremely satisfying feeling exploded inside him. Good, that's better. Su Si smiled happily. She finally lifted her foot. The mustached man, feeling like he was pardoned, clutched his swollen hand and scrambled into the corner, not daring to look at Su Xiai again.
Suchi ignore dim.
She walked over to Lu Xiangbei, took the canvas bag from his arms. Then she turned around, threw the bag in front of the mustached man. Open it. The mustached man trembled with fear, unsure of what she was about to do. He shook and untied the rope on the canvas bag. A strong, overpowering aroma burst out instantly from the bag. 50 glass jars, neatly arranged inside, shimmering with a tempting oily shine in the dim light. The mustached man sniffed. He was used to black market dealings, and his nose was sharper than a dog's. Just one sniff told him this was top-quality, high-value goods. It was the kind of thing wealthy families would fight over to buy.
Grand.
Grandmother, what is this? I'm not a thief, Su Xiai said slowly, looking at him. I'm a businesswoman. Today, I came to find a distributor for Binhai City. The mustached man was completely stunned. A businesswoman? A distributor? Is there really such a thing? First, I break your leg, then ask if you want to buy something? This sauce is one of a kind on the market. Su Xiai pointed to the jars. 5 yuan a bottle, not a penny less. 50 bottles, total 250 yuan. As for how much you can sell it for, that's up to you. She looked at the surprised face of the mustached man and smiled. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. However, I am not a person with a good temper. Today I found this place, and tomorrow I can find your home. I heard. Your wife sells tofu at the East Street Market, and your son is in 3rd grade at Hongxing Elementary, right?
Boom.
These words hit like thunder, striking the top of the mustache man's head. His whole body froze instantly. He looked at Su Xiai in horror, as if seeing a demon crawling out of hell. This woman. She not only knows his secrets. She is also speaking the most vicious threats in the gentlest tone. I want to. The mustache man completely broke down. He scrambled and crawled, pulling out all the money on him. He also searched through his little followers who were still rolling on the ground. Finally, he managed to gather 250 yuan. He carefully held the crumpled, blood-stained money with both hands and respectfully presented it to Su Xiai. Miss, please take a look. Su Xiai took the money without even glancing at it. She then pointed to the money pouch at the mustache man's waist. That one, too. The mustache man's face turned pale. That was the protection fee he collected today, amounting to over 1,000 yuan. Why, not willing? Su Xi's eyes narrowed again. Willing. Willing. The mustache man, with a sad face, obediently untied the money pouch and handed it over. My brother went far for the first time today and was frightened by your display. Su Xiai weighed the heavy pouch of money, calmly saying, just consider this as compensation for my brother's emotional distress. Let's have a good cooperation from now on. After speaking, she pulled the still somewhat dazed Lu Xiangbei and turned to leave. Without looking back, only a group of wailing thugs and a local boss clutching 50 bottles of Haitian sauce, tearful and helpless, remained. On the way home, the night wind blew on their faces, cool and refreshing. Lu Xiangbei said nothing all the way. He lowered his head, looking at his toes, his mind a tangled mess. Just now, he used a brick to break someone's leg. He saw blood. I also heard the sound of bones breaking. He thought he would be scared, feel sick, or have nightmares. But he didn't. Inside, only a strange excitement burned like fire, and a nearly blind admiration for the slender figure walking ahead of him. What's on your mind? Suddenly, Su Xi's voice sounded. Lu Xiangbei looked up, moved his lips but didn't know what to say. Do you think I am ruthless? Su Xiai asked. Without thinking, Lu Xiangbei shook his head immediately. No, I think.
Sisterin, you're so impressive. Ah, Suchi smiled.
She stopped walking, turned around, and gently patted his head. Xiangbei, remember this. Her voice was clear and sharp in the cold night. This world is like a dark jungle. Some people are wolves, some are sheep. Our family doesn't act like sheep. We want to be the hunters with knives. Lu Xiangbei looked at her. At that moment, he felt like he suddenly grew up. Back at the courtyard house. The house was very quiet. Lu Xiangnan and Lu Xiangdong had already fallen asleep. Su Xiai locked the door from inside. Then, right in front of Lu Xiangbei, she dumped the canvas bag and the heavy money pouch all onto the big table in the main room. Clatter. That sound was the most beautiful symphony in the world. In an instant, the whole table was covered with money. Bundles of 5 yuan, 2 yuan, 1 yuan bills. Various denominations piled into a small mountain. And all kinds of vouchers, grain tickets, cloth tickets, industrial coupons. Under the dim yellow light, they shone with a mesmerizing glow. Lu Xiangbei's breath stopped. His eyes widened like copper bells. He had never seen so much money in his life. No, in his previous life. He had never seen so much money. How much do you think this is? His brother is a team leader, and his monthly salary and allowances add up to just over 100. But this mountain of money in front of him. What are you waiting for? Su Xiai sat down and began to organize the money carefully. Come over, let's count together. Oh. Okay. Lu Xiangbei moved over like a puppet on strings. His hands were trembling. He carefully reached out and picked up a large 10 yuan note. The feeling was so real, yet so dreamlike. Following Su Xiai, he counted the bills one by one. 10, 20, 100, 500, 1,000. His heart was beating faster and faster. He felt like he wasn't just counting money, but counting his own heartbeat. Finally, when the last bill was smoothed out, Su Xiai leaned back in her chair and took a deep breath, announcing the final total. Cash, a total of 2,142 yuan and 50 cents. Additionally, 320 jin of grain coupons, 81 feet of cloth coupons, and various industrial and food vouchers, 2,142. Lu Xiangbei's mind went blank. He stared at the mountain of money on the table, his mouth opening as if he were in a daze. Big sister-in-law, are we rich now? Yes. Su Xiai looked at his helpless expression and smiled. She picked up a thick stack of the largest denomination notes and patted it in her hand. The moonlight outside shone on her fair face, and her eyes sparkled brightly. No, this isn't wealth. She paused for a moment and said carefully, this is just the beginning. She divided the money into 3 parts. One part of 500 yuan was locked inside a rusty tin box usually used for storing miscellaneous items as the visible household fund. Another part of 100 yuan was for Lu Xiangbei tomorrow as her promised bonus and future principal. The remaining over 1,500 yuan, along with a large pile of miscellaneous receipts, was held in her palm. A sudden thought occurred to her. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The next second, Su Xiai was no longer in that old, slightly moldy house, but standing in a bright, modern shopping mall with cool air conditioning. This is the Infinite Business Mall, Level 1, Fresh Food Supermarket area. Even after visiting countless times, this kind of time and space confusion still made her feel happy. Shelves were filled with chips and soda, and cold cabinets displayed neatly arranged snow beef and deep-sea fish and shrimp. All of this reminded her that she was not truly trapped in the resource-scarce 1970s. But the previous mall had a fatal flaw. It was non-renewable. Taking a bag of chips emptied a slot on the shelf. Eating a steak reduced the stock by 1. This kind of wasteful consumption was unpleasant for someone used to controlling everything. Su Xiai walked to the checkout counter at the entrance of the supermarket, which was glowing with a blue aura. A line of words flickered on the screen. Detected high-purity era currency and ticket energy. Would you like to recharge? Recharge everything. Su Xiai placed the large stack of cash and tickets on the scanner. The blue light scanned over. The wealth that could make countless families in this era break their heads to obtain suddenly disappeared. Instead, the experience bar on the screen started jumping wildly. Recharge successful. Gained era energy points, 2580. Level 1 experience is full. System upgrading. The entire mall vibrated slightly, and the lights above flickered a few times. It felt like a sleeping giant was awakening, undergoing some deep transformation. A few seconds later, the lights stabilized again, even softer and brighter than before. Upgrade complete. Current level, Level 1 max. Unlocked privileges. Fresh food supermarket area / daily necessities area. Unlimited restock mode activated. Note: items in the B1 area will automatically be restocked by midnight after being taken. New feature: Space-time fresh-keeping cabinet. Any items placed inside have their time flow halted. Su Si looked at the words on the screen, her lips slightly curved in a smile. It was done. She walked to the fresh food section's fridge and took the last 2 boxes of Australian M9 grade T-bone steaks. The once empty space, in the blink of an eye, was not immediately restocked, but the display showed the inventory as infinite. This meant that from now on, in this 1970s era, she had an endless supply of logistic storage. She no longer needed to carefully ration her rice or worry about running out of shampoo. Whenever she wanted, she could even use top-quality Evian mineral water to water plants or imported milk to bathe. This is the confidence of capital. Su Si was not in a hurry to leave. She pushed her shopping cart and began to freely sweep through her territory. Since the replenishment function was now active, there was no need to hold back. Pork belly? Take 10 pounds. People in this era lack oil and water in their stomachs, so this fatty and lean meat is most popular. Ribs? Take 5 pounds. To help those 3 wolf cubs get calcium. Rice? Just carry 2 50-pound bags of Wuchang fragrant rice. She couldn't stand the old rice bought from the supply and marketing cooperative anymore. And fruits. Su Si went to the fruit section. In this era, besides coconuts and sour wild fruits, there were hardly any decent fruits on the island. She picked a large bunch of sunshine rose grapes and a few juicy Xinjiang Hami melons. Of course, all packaging had to be removed. She found some common rustic clay jars and woven baskets in the store's stock area, typical for this era. She poured the clear Wuchang rice into a slightly crumbly clay jar, wrapped the sliced pork belly in lotus leaves, and threw it into a woven basket for the overly advanced fruits like sunshine rose grapes. She thought for a moment, picked a few to taste, and made the rest into grape juice, filling it into a military green water bottle. After finishing all this, she was satisfied and quietly slipped out of the space. The next morning, the sun on Seagull Island was still scorching, with hot, salty sea breeze seeping through the window cracks. Lu Xiangbei, with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, yawned endlessly and walked out of the room. Last night, I was so excited counting money that I had a strange dream. I dreamed I was swimming in a pile of money, but I got buried in it and almost suffocated. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and just walked into the main room, and suddenly he froze.
His nose twitched.
It smelled so good. It wasn't just a simple meaty smell, but a rich mix of rice aroma, sweet fruit scent, and a special, elegant fragrance that was hard to describe. Are you awake? Su Si was sitting at the table, holding a white porcelain bowl, eating porridge gracefully. Lu Xiangbei looked toward the smell and almost dropped his eyes. On the table, there was a big woven basket overflowing with white and red meat, at least 10 pounds worth. Next to it was a shining white bowl of rice, each grain plump and glossy like pearls and already fragrant with a sweet aroma. Even more surprising, there was a plate of sliced, golden yellow melon in the middle of the table. The melon looked juicy, with a few toothpicks stuck in it. Big sister-in-law. Lu Xiangbei stammered. Where did all this come from? At this moment, Lu Xiangnan and Lu Xiangdong also came out drawn by the smell. The 2 kids leaned on the doorframe, drooling, eyes fixed on the food. Yesterday's earnings should improve our life a bit, right? Su Si put down her bowl, took a tissue to wipe her mouth, and spoke calmly, as if commenting on the weather. That's breakfast for you. The pork will be used for braised pork at noon, and the Hami melon can be eaten now. Improve life? Lu Xiangbei swallowed. Who has a breakfast with so much meat and fine rice? And that melon. He had never even seen it at the supply store. Eat up, Su Si pointed to the stool. Only when you're full can you work hard. Today, your task is to collect the empty bottles of those 50 jars of sauce, then go to the seaside to find the old fisherman and get the freshest mixed fish every day. Lu Xiangbei looked at the feast on the table, and his initial shock was quickly replaced by hunger and excitement for the future. He was now a big boss. Big bosses eat good food, so what? He sat down heavily and took a piece of hominy melon, stuffing it into his mouth.
Crunch.
Crisp, sweet, and juicy. The sweet taste flowed down the throat, as if it nourished all the internal organs. Lu Xiangbei felt he had never eaten anything so delicious in his life. Delicious! Lu Xiangnan already shouted with his face in his hands. Big sister-in-law, this melon is so sweet. Even sweeter than syrup. Although Lu Xiangdong didn't speak, he ate much faster than usual, his cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel storing food. Su Xi watched these three kids eating without lifting their heads, gently tapping her fingers on the table. This is real life. Yesterday, she added over 1,000 yuan, which not only bought this table full of food but also guaranteed a steady supply of resources in the future. As long as they auto-replenish feature worked, she could live on this barren island more comfortably than in the 21st century. By the way, Su Xi suddenly remembered something. She took out 100 yuan from her pocket and pushed it in front of Lu Xiangbei. This is your share of the profit and your principal. Lu Xiangbei was biting a rib, and when he saw the money, he paused. He looked at the rich breakfast on the table, then at the 100 yuan. In the past, he would have quickly hidden the money in his pocket, not letting anyone see.
But now,
he wiped his oily hands on his clothes and pushed the 100 yuan back. Big sister-in-law. The boy looked up, his eyes showing a rare sense of maturity and determination. I don't want this money. Huh, Su Xi raised an eyebrow.
Keep it, Lu Xiangbei said.
Consider it an investment. I want to do bigger business in the future, and this money isn't enough. Keep it with you as savings. He had seen Su Xi's skills in the black market and knew she could produce these supplies out of thin air. He was young, but he wasn't stupid. Following his big sister-in-law meant having food to eat. The 100 yuan in his hand was dead money, but kept with her, it could grow. Su Xi looked at his serious face and smiled. This little wolf was growing up fast. All right, she said without argument, casually taking back the money. Consider it your share. Year-end bonus. Just then, the sound of a bicycle with a bell ringing loudly at the gate announced the arrival of the mail carrier. Lu family. Lu Group Leader's house. There's a registered letter. The letter was sent from Binhai City. The handwriting on the envelope was crooked, but tried hard to look neat. Su Xi could recognize it even with her eyes closed. It was from Su Baozhu, that stepsister who stole the original owner's marriage and, after rebirth, was determined to marry into a wealthy family to become a rich wife. Lu Xiangbei was chopping wood in the yard when he heard the mailman shout. He dropped his axe and took the letter inside. He looked at the sender's name on the envelope and frowned so deeply it could squash a fly. Big sister-in-law, it's from that bad woman. In this family, Su Baozhu's name was a taboo. Although the Lu siblings had never met her, they all knew she was the woman who forced their big sister-in-law to marry and wanted to see her suffer on the island. Su Xi was lying in a rocking chair, sunbathing, with a magazine covering her face to block the light. Hearing this, she lazily stretched out a hand. Bring it here. Lu Xiangbei handed over the letter, muttering worriedly. It's probably not good news. Big sister-in-law, don't pay attention to her. Su Xi sat up and tore open the envelope. Instead of a long letter, there was only a thin piece of paper, and a photo fell out. The photo was black and white, a bit blurry. The background looked like a spacious living room. Su Baozhu was wearing a brand new floral shirt made of fine fabric, her hair styled in fashionable big waves, sitting at the dining table. On the table was a plate with only 3 dumplings. Su Baozhu was holding chopsticks, picking up a dumpling, smiling brightly at the camera, so much so that she looked a little proud and carefree. Su Xi raised an eyebrow and picked up the letter. Dear sister, greetings upon receiving your letter. How are you doing on the island? I heard there are frequent typhoons and no fresh water, so taking a shower is a problem. It must be tough for you. I am doing quite well here in the capital. Dad is the factory director, and you know our family situation. We usually don't eat coarse grains. Yesterday, my family made plain flour dumplings with pure meat filling. My mother-in-law asked me to eat more, but I have a small appetite. I only ate 3 before I was full. Oh, I really envy you on the island. Even though you can't eat meat, I heard there's plenty of fish and shrimp in the sea. I've heard that those things are very fishy, and only poor people eat them. I don't know if your stomach can handle it, sister. If it gets too hard to bear, just write back and tell me. I may not be able to help much, but I can send you a few pounds of cornmeal to help.
Take care.
Your sister. Baoju summer of 1976. After reading the letter, Su Ci was silent. She wasn't angry. She was actually amused. What is this? Is this the famous Versailles? 3 dumplings.
Pure meat filling.
She's full now. Every word shows a bit of bragging, but also a stingy, petty attitude. Baoju probably thinks that, in this era, being able to eat a meal of pure meat-filled dumplings is the height of wealth. Meanwhile, on the island exiled, Su Ci is likely eating pickles and drinking cold water, her face yellow from the sea wind. She sent this letter and photo just to hear Su Ci complain about being poor, to see her jealous and furious. Big sister-in-law. What did she write? Lu Xiangbei leaned over, trying to look. Su Ci casually placed the letter on her lap and pointed at the photo. Take a look. Xiangbei picked up the photo and looked at it, showing a helpless expression. Does this woman have a problem? She took a photo just for 3 dumplings? He pointed at Baoju in the photo, and those dumpling skins look so thick, they don't look tasty. Not as good as the thin-skinned, big-filling wontons you made last time. Lu Xiangnan was peeling grapes for Su Ci nearby. Hearing this, he also looked over and wrinkled his nose in disgust. This outfit looks so old-fashioned, like my grandma's. Su Ci laughed so hard her shoulders shook. That's just a difference in perspective. Baoju, having been reborn, still has her views stuck in that small, cramped apartment building. She thought a wealthy life was just not eating coarse grains and occasionally having meat dumplings. But the Lu family kids, even though they live on a remote island, have long been spoiled and raised to be proud under Su Ci's money power and supply bombardment. 3 dumplings? Even the family dog wouldn't eat such humble food now. Big sister-in-law, should we reply?
Xiangbei asked.
Or should I scold her? Su Ci shook her head and casually took a sparkling grape that Lu Xiangnan had peeled, placing it in her mouth. The sweet juice burst in her mouth. Insulting someone is the lowest form of retaliation. Su Ci swallowed the grape, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Does she think I'm suffering? Does she think seafood is cheap meat? Does she think 3 dumplings are a delicacy? Then let's show her what true suffering is. Su Ci stood up and clapped her hands. Xiangbei, go start a fire. Xiangnan, lay out the best tablecloth. Tonight, we're not eating braised pork. Su Ci turned around and pointed at the big cabinet in the kitchen, actually from the space. Take out that lamb leg. Roast it. Xiangbei's eyes immediately lit up like bulbs. Lamb leg? Whole one. Yes, Su Ci said casually, fixing her hair. And add the cumin powder and chili powder I got from the black market. Since my sister cares so much about my life, shouldn't we take a photo and send her a message to say we're safe? A long table covered with a clean white lace tablecloth, made from Su Ci's skirt, was moved under a tree. On the table, there were roasted lamb legs, sliced cantaloupe, a plate of boiled shrimp, and even a bottle of red wine with the label torn off. Su Ci said it was grape juice. Come on, everyone stand properly. Su Ci held a vintage twin-lens camera, an old-fashioned item she found in the mall, perfect for this era, so it didn't look out of place. Xiangbei, you're in charge of cutting the meat. Hold the knife high and show the juicy cut surface. Xiangnan, you're wearing the new dress your sister-in-law made for you. Stand next to her and smile with the cantaloupe. Xiangdong, hold that big plate of shrimp. Don't sneak any bites. Look at the camera. The 3 children didn't understand why their sister-in-law arranged such strange poses, but since there was meat involved, they were happy to do anything. Xiangbei quickly cut a piece of fragrant, crispy lamb, revealing tender, juicy meat inside. Xiangnan smiled brighter than a flower, her dress fluttering in the sea breeze, looking like a delicate little princess. Xiang Dong, though young, tried to keep a serious face, pretending to be rich and important. Su Xi sat at the main seat, wearing a silk white shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up, revealing a delicate lady's watch on her wrist. She held a glass of deep red grape juice, tilting her head slightly with a lazy, noble look. Click, the shutter snapped. The picture was frozen in time. In this photo, no one was looking at the camera. Everyone seemed to be enjoying this simple dinner. The background showed the sunset, palm trees, and a table full of food that, for this era, could be called luxurious. That relaxed sense of wealth almost seemed to overflow from the photo. After taking the picture, Su Xi lowered the camera and waved her hand. "Let's eat." The three little wolves couldn't wait and rushed forward. "Delicious. So good. Sister-in-law, how is your meat so tender?" Xiang Bei mumbled with his mouth full. "This cumin powder smells so good. It's a little spicy, but so exciting," Xiang Nan said, her lips red from eating. Su Xi elegantly cut a small piece of lamb and put it in her mouth. Though it wasn't as good as top restaurants in later times, in this era with little seasoning, it was already a top treat. After eating and drinking well, Su Xi returned to her room and opened her writing paper. Since Su Baozhu wanted to see tragedy, she decided to describe it well. She picked up her pen, and her handwriting was lively and bold, with a tone of playful sarcasm. "Dear sister, I have received your letter. I'm really happy to hear you managed to eat 3 dumplings. It's not easy to find pure meat in Banhai. Life here on the island is indeed hard. Like you said, there are no dumplings here. Every day, we eat either the strong-smelling lamb legs or big crabs and thick shrimp that are as large as basins and arms. You know I have a picky appetite. Eating these things too often makes me tired of them. Sometimes, looking at the table full of seafood and grilled meat, I really miss the good old days when we ate cornmeal cakes. Sadly, the supplies here are too scarce, and we can't even buy decent coarse grains, so we are forced to eat refined rice and white flour every day. You probably can't understand this pain, sister, since you are living comfortably in the city. As for your offer to help, let's forget it. Keep the few pounds of cornmeal for yourself. 3 dumplings are not enough to fill you up. By the way, I've included a photo of us begging for food. Oh, I mean eating. Look at the people in the north. They are so thin now. Eating these unnutritious big fish and meat every day, I'm worried sick. I hope you can eat your 4th dumpling soon when the country is built. Your sister, Su Xi. Today, after finishing, Su Xi folded the letter and, along with a photo that was about to be developed, put them into an envelope. She could imagine, when Su Baozhu received this letter, saw the oily roasted lamb leg in the photo, saw Su Xi dressed so elegantly, and then looked at her proud dumpling in her hand. Her expression must have been wonderful. "Big sister-in-law, what did you write?" Lu Xiangnan curiously leaned over. Su Xi sealed the letter and gave a wicked smile. "Nothing, just telling her how hard our life is. Hard enough to only eat meat." Xiangnan nodded vaguely, then let out a big burp. That's truly life at its best. It's not about struggling to survive, but about striving for happiness. At that moment, there was suddenly a loud knocking at the door outside the courtyard. "Is the family of Commander Lu here?"
Comrade Suchi?
It was a stranger's voice, sounding a bit anxious. Su Xi put away her smile and looked at him with a cold gaze.
Who would come knocking at this time?
Lu Xiangbei immediately stood alert, grabbing an axe nearby used for chopping firewood, and stepped in front of Su Xi. "Who is it?" he demanded loudly. "I'm from the health team. The headquarters just sent an urgent message." The person outside was panting and shouted, "There's an injured soldier coming back from the front line, and we're out of medicine. I heard that Comrade Su Xi has special anti-inflammatory medicine." Su Xi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not for Lu Yi, but for that word, special medicine. Her foundation in this family compound was based on Lu Ye's protection and her own made-up identity as a miracle doctor. Before, she just casually treated neighbors' colds or fevers, or used spiritual spring water to help people recover. But now, the official military health team was at her door. This was a double-edged sword. If used well, her position in the military district would become unshakable, even helping Lu Yi. If used poorly, it could be exploitation, suspicious origins, and a huge hidden danger. Lu Xiangbei looked back at Su Ci with a questioning look in his eyes. Open the door or not? Su Ci took a deep breath, casually placed the unopened envelope on the table. She adjusted her collar, and her lazy expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a calm and convincing demeanor. Xiangbei, open the door, she said. Save the people. Night fell heavily, and the sea breeze carried salty, damp air, pounding fiercely against the freshly varnished wooden door of the Lu family. The door trembled and made a startling sound. Su Ci stood in the middle of the main hall. At that moment, her lazy elegance vanished completely, replaced by a calmness that was hard to look at directly. She didn't immediately reach for the so-called special medicine, whose authenticity was uncertain, but instead gave Lu Xiangbei a look. That look was faint, yet seemed heavy, pressing down on the young man's rising impulse. Lu Xiangbei took a deep breath, clenched his axe tightly, and slowly opened the door latch. Outside, there was no chaos as he had expected. Only a young medic, sweating heavily and soaked in his uniform. His face was pale, gasping for breath. When he saw that the door was opened by a half-grown child, he froze for a moment, then his gaze shifted past Lu Xiangbei, locking onto Su Ci inside the room.
Kamrat Su.
Su, the medic's voice trembled with exhaustion from extreme tension. A seriously injured soldier was brought from the front. His thigh is pierced, and he has a high fever of 40 degrees that won't go down. The medical team has run out of penicillin. The battalion commander said you might have some. He spoke incoherently, his eyes full of desperate hope. In this era, with little medicine, infection often meant death. Su Ci didn't waste words. She didn't even ask who the injured person was. She simply turned and quickly walked to a red wooden cabinet with a brass lock. Her treasure chest used to hide things. She inserted the key into the lock, making a crisp click sound. Turning her back to the door, she used the cabinet to block her movements. Her mind moved subtly. From the temperature-controlled pharmacy inside, she took out a small brown glass bottle with no label. It was a purified, powerful antibiotic from the future, several times more effective than penicillin of this era. She deliberately poured it into an old-fashioned medicine bottle that looked quite aged. Take this. Su Ci turned around and handed the bottle to the medic. Her fingers were long and white, holding the rough bottle, creating a strange contrast. There are 12 pills in total. 1 per dose, every 6 hours. Remember, this isn't a magic pill. Whether he can be saved depends on his life and your care. The medic eagerly took the bottle, trembling so much he almost dropped it. He didn't need to ask where the medicine came from, nor dared to. At this critical moment, Su Ci giving it to him was like a lifesaver. Thank you, sister-in-law. The battalion commander said we all remember this kindness. The medic saluted awkwardly and then rushed into the night. Lu Xiangbei closed the door, leaning against it, watching Su Ci. His throat moved slightly. Sister-in-law, about that medicine, sent by a friend. Su Ci picked up the unsent letter on the table, gently tapped the envelope, and her tone returned to casual. Don't ask too much. If you ask, it means I forgot the way or I don't remember. Lu Xiangbei nodded firmly. Although he was young, he was sensible. The secret about his older sister-in-law was like the fog on this island, hard to see through, but able to protect people. The next morning, a letter with an 8-cent stamp was carried by the island's supply boat across the sea, drifting slowly toward the mainland. The letter rested quietly in the mailbag. As the green train traveled across plains and hills heading north, it finally arrived at the gray, heavy industry city, Binhai City. In Binhai City, winter was so cold it seemed like it could freeze the bones. The north wind howled through the narrow hallways of the apartment building, bringing with it the smell of coal smoke and the sour stench of rotting vegetable leaves fermenting. The Zhao family lived on the 3rd floor of this building. It was just before dawn, and few people moved in the corridor. From the shared bathroom area, there were a few coughs and the sound of flushing water. Su Baozhu was woken by the cold. She curled up under a thin, slightly stiff cotton quilt, trying to get closer to the warm source beside her. That was her new husband, Zhao Zhengwo. "Move over. You're squishing me," Zhao Zhengwo mumbled impatiently in his sleep, turned over and pulled most of the blanket away, leaving only her cold back. The cold wind made Su Baozhu shiver and wake up completely. She opened her eyes and looked at the yellowed ceiling caused by a leak. For a moment, she felt dazed. She was reborn. In her previous life, she refused to marry that cannibalistic Commander Liu and insisted on pushing her marriage onto Su Ci. But what happened? Su Ci suffered on the island, yet Commander Liu rose step by step, eventually becoming an official's wife. As for her, she married an ordinary worker and wasted her life. This time, she took the initiative, carefully scheming to steal Su Ci's marriage and married the factory director's son, Zhao Zhengwo. She thought that marrying into the factory director's family would be like her old life. No work, eating meat every day, wearing new clothes, and not touching a single spring water. But reality hit her hard like a slap in the face. "Baozhu, it's already late. Why aren't you up to cook?" Zhengwo still has to go to work. Her mother-in-law, Wang Xiufeng, called sharply from outside, like a needle piercing the morning quiet. Su Baozhu clenched her teeth and reluctantly got out of bed. There was no stove in the room, and it was freezing like a freezer. She tremblingly put on her slightly pilled sweater and picked up the enameled basin on the face basin rack, then pushed the door open. At the end of the corridor in the water room, the faucet was half frozen, and the water flowing out was so thin it looked like chopsticks, cold enough to make people want to scream. Su Baozhu put her hand into the water to wash vegetables. At that moment, the cold pierced her fingertips like needles, making her gasp from the pain. Her hands, originally white and tender, were not pampered at her family home, but she had never done such rough work before. But she had only been married a few months. Her finger joints were already red and swollen from the cold, with several frostbites, looking like red, swollen radishes. "Oh, Baozhu, washing vegetables?" Next door, Aunt Li carried a urine basin past, her eyes full of amusement. "You say your life is good, married into the director's family, but I think it's not easy to be the wife there. In this cold weather, you still have to serve the whole family's meals and drinks." Su Baozhu forced a smile that was worse than crying. "Good morning, Aunt. It's what a wife is supposed to do." That's right, that's right." Aunt Li pursed her lips and walked away. Su Baozhu stared fiercely at the large cabbage in the basin, wishing she could poke a hole through it. Is this the luxurious life she dreamed of? The Zhao family was wealthy. Her father-in-law was the factory director, earning a high salary and many allowances. But all the money was tightly held by her mother-in-law. Zhao Zhengwo was a spoiled mama's boy who handed over every penny of his salary and even needed to ask for money to buy a pack of cigarettes. And what about her, Su Baozhu? In this family, her status was even lower than that of a maid. Maids at least received wages, but her? Not only did she have to wash clothes and cook, serve the entire family, but she also had to endure her mother-in-law's nitpicking and her husband's indifference. She chopped the washed cabbage into small pieces, mixed it with half a basin of cornmeal, and steamed a pot of steamed bread. She also sliced some pickled vegetables, dripped 2 drops of sesame oil. This was breakfast. At the dining table, father-in-law Zhao, the factory director, sat with an air of importance, reading the newspaper. Mother-in-law Wang Xiufeng sipped her porridge while scolding, "This steamed bread is too hard. Next time, add more water." "Baozhu, I'm not criticizing you, but life needs to be careful. Our family conditions are good, but we shouldn't waste things." Su Baozhu lowered her head and nibbled on the tough steamed bread, secretly sneering. Good conditions? Yesterday's dumplings only had 30 in total. The father-in-law ate 10, Zhengwo ate 10, and the mother-in-law ate 7. She was left with only 3. The mother-in-law still looked at her with a kind of pity, saying, "Baozhu has a small appetite, don't overeat at night. Is she really that hungry? She doesn't even have the right to eat. By the way, Wang Xiufan seemed to remember something and put down her chopsticks. I saw your nice shirt is still new. Since you can't wear it in winter, I'll lend it to Xiaoli for a couple of days. She's going on a blind date today. Xiaoli is Zhao Zhengwo's younger sister, the youngest daughter in the Zhao family, and she tends to think she's better than others. Su Baozhu suddenly looked up. That was the only good piece of clothing her family gave her when she got married, and it was her last bit of dignity to show off in front of her old classmates. Mom, that's my… What? You're reluctant to part with one piece of clothing? Wang Xiufan's face darkened, and she slapped the table with her chopsticks. Once you married into our Zhao family, you're one of us. What's yours is ours. Besides, Xiaoli's blind date went well. If she marries a good family, you won't lose anything. Zhao Zhengwo didn't look up from his pickled vegetables, chewing as he said, Mom's right. Just take it out. It's not going to get ruined. Seeing her family's attitude, Su Baozhu felt a surge of unfairness and anger, boiling inside her like hot water. Is this the marriage she fought so hard for? Is this the happy life she imagined? Suddenly, she remembered Su Ci, far away on the island. She heard that Captain Liu was a cold, stern man, with 3 younger siblings who were all difficult. The island was a barren place, even water had to be conserved. Thinking of this, Su Baozhu's frustration, which was almost about to explode, eased a little. At least she didn't have to suffer in that godforsaken place. At least she still lived in a city apartment and had the title of a factory director's daughter-in-law. Su Ci was probably living a life worse than death now, maybe scavenging for rotten fish and shrimp on the beach, tortured by those 3 stepchildren, crying out in despair. This sense of superiority gained from comparing herself to others' misery became her only motivation to keep going. All right, I'll go get it now, Su Baozhu said softly, standing up and obediently agreeing. In that moment, a cruel glint flashed to her eyes. Su Ci, I hope you're suffering 1,000 times worse than me, 10,000 times worse. Otherwise, the choice I made in my life will just be the biggest joke. After breakfast, Zhao's father and son went to work, and her younger sister-in-law left with that nice shirt to go on her blind date. There was only Grandma and Su Baozhu left inside. Wash those few piles of clothes quickly. Don't use hot water. Coal balls are free, after all, Grandma said before going next door to visit the neighbors and snack on sunflower seeds. Su Baozhu looked at the big pile of dirty clothes, which looked like a mountain. Work clothes full of sweat from her father-in-law, Zhao Zhengwo's stinky socks, and even her sister-in-law's underwear. She squatted on the cold cement floor, sticking her hand into the icy soap water. The washboard rubbed against her palm, causing sharp pain. I don't regret. I will never regret, Su Baozhu muttered nervously as she mechanically scrubbed the clothes. Su Ci must be picking manure now. Yes, she's picking manure. She's much worse off than me. At that moment, the loud voice of the mailman echoed through the corridor. Zhao family. Zhao Zhengwo's relatives. There's a letter. It's sent from Nanhai, Su Ci. Su Baozhu suddenly stood up from the ground, knocking over the soapbox beside her. She hurriedly wiped her wet hands on her apron and rushed out like a madwoman. It must be a letter for help. Su Ci couldn't stand the hardship and wrote a letter crying for help. She couldn't wait to see Su Ci's miserable situation, her only relief at this moment. Here, sign for it. The mailman was a kind-hearted older brother. Seeing Su Baozhu's red, water-drenched hands, he couldn't help but comment, Is this from your relatives? Sent from a faraway island. I heard conditions there are tough, and they're military family members. Not easy. Su Baozhu couldn't really listen to that. She hurriedly scribbled on the form, grabbed the envelope. The envelope was thick and even carried a faint, indescribable fragrance. Not the cheap scent of snow cream, but a mix of ocean air, spices, and high-quality paper. Su Baozhu's heart pounded fiercely. She ignored going back inside, stood in the wind, and with her frostbitten hands, eagerly tore open the envelope. Rip! The seal was torn apart. A neatly folded letter slipped out, along with a photograph. The photo floated gently, like a falling leaf, spinning as it landed on the dusty concrete ground. Su Baozhu instinctively reached out to pick up the photo. Her fingers touched its smooth surface, and her eyes focused. In that moment, the howling north wind around her seemed to stop. The noise from the apartment building, the crying of the neighbors' children, and her grandmother's loud voice all disappeared. In her world, only that black and white photo remained. The photo showed no signs of her imagining a sickly, thin face, torn clothes, or harsh weather. The first thing that caught her eye was a table. On the table was a fancy lace tablecloth, intricate and beautiful, like those seen only in overseas shop windows. There were delicate porcelain plates, tall glass cups, and—
Was that meat?
It was a whole, large, roasted lamb leg, looking juicy and tempting. Even in black and white, you could see the oily shine. It boldly took the center of the photo, surrounded by plates of shrimp and sliced fruits. Behind this feast, sitting at the table, was Su Si. She wore a white silk blouse, slightly open at the collar, revealing a long neck. Her hair was styled in lazy, big curls, casually draped over her shoulders. She held a tall glass, not looking at the camera but slightly turned, as if gazing at a distant view, with a faint, almost invisible smile. That smile was not like Su Baozhu's proud show-off for 3 dumplings. It was a genuine, relaxed smile that came from deep inside. It was as if the feast on the table, even if it were at a state banquet, was just ordinary street food to her, perhaps even with a hint of disdain. Next to her, 3 children sat. The legendary fierce eldest brother, Liu Xiangbei, wore a brand-new striped shirt, holding a shiny knife, cutting meat, with a round face that showed no sign of hunger. The second sister, Liu Xiangnan, wore a small dress with lace trim, looking like a doll. The younger brother, Liu Xiangdong, was holding a big shrimp, biting into it with oil all over his mouth. This can't be. Su Baozhu's hands started to tremble violently, and she almost couldn't hold the photo. It must be fake. It must be staged. Yes. It must be that Su Si borrowed the props just for show. Or maybe she took pictures at a restaurant. How could there be such things on an island? Lu Yi, that poor soldier, where did he get the money to spend so extravagantly? She hurriedly grabbed the letter and unfolded it. Su Si's wild handwriting was like sharp knives stabbing straight into her eyes. Every day, I only eat these smelly lamb legs or huge face-sized crabs. I'm tired of it. Did I really miss the cornbread we used to eat at home? Resources are so scarce that we can't even buy decent coarse grains, so we are forced to eat refined rice and white flour every day. Every word seemed to mock her. Every word felt like a loud slap. The hard, unchewed cornbread she ate for breakfast was now churning in her stomach, turning into sour water that rose to her throat. What did she write in her letter? Eat 3 dumplings and I'm full. I'll send you a few pounds of cornmeal to help. Ah. Su Baozhu suddenly crouched down and let out a scream that was suppressed to the limit. Shame. It was too shameful. She was like a clown, holding a moldy bun, running in front of people enjoying a full banquet, saying, "Look, I have a bun to eat. Want a bite?" When Su Si was writing this letter, she must have been smiling, right? She was probably slicing that oily lamb leg, drinking red wine, and looking at her letter like a fool. Su Baozhu clenched the letter tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh, crumpling the expensive paper into a ragged mess. Jealousy was like a poisonous snake biting at her insides. Why in 2 lifetimes must she always be under Su Si's shadow? In her past life, Su Si was a wealthy wife. In this life, she clearly stole Su Si's marriage and drove her to a remote village. Why was Su Si still living so well? Roast whole lamb? That was a whole roasted lamb. She, Su Baozhu, had lived 2 lifetimes and never even smelled the aroma of roasted lamb. Just then, her mother-in-law, Wang Xiufan, came back from visiting neighbors, munching sunflower seeds. As soon as she entered the corridor, she saw Su Baozhu squatting on the ground, acting crazy, still holding a photo in her hand. "What are you doing?" Summoning spirits, Wang Xiufan disdainfully kicked Su Baozhu's foot. "Have you finished washing the clothes?" Are you just slacking off here? Suddenly, Su Baozhu looked up sharply, her eyes filled with resentment that startled Wang Xiufan. Hey, what kind of look is that? Are you trying to scare me? Wang Xiufan spat and quickly noticed the photo in Su Baozhu's hand. What is this? Wang Xiufan snatched the photo away. Su Baozhu tried to grab it back, but it was too late. Wang Xiufan held the photo, squinting at it for a long time before suddenly gasping. Oh my goodness!
Whose house is this?
During the New Year. That lamb leg. So big? How many meat coupons would that take? This tablecloth, this cup. TSK. Probably a rich young lady, right? Although Wang Xiufan was sharp-tongued, she knew how to recognize quality. She immediately saw that the family in the photo was definitely well off. They were truly wealthy, the kind even her husband's wife envied. Is this Su Ci? Wang Xiufan recognized the woman in the photo, her mouth opening in surprise. Didn't she marry a poor soldier to guard an island? Why does she look even more comfortable than in the city? She turned her head to look at Su Baozhu, who was slumped on the ground looking defeated, her eyes suddenly filled with suspicion and disdain. Baozhu, didn't you say your sister was a no-good, unlucky star? She looks pretty well off. Seems like her life is better than yours. Huh? Wang Xiufan's words, like the last straw, crushed Su Baozhu's fragile self-esteem. That's not true. It's not true. Su Baozhu jumped up from the ground, snatching the photo and frantically trying to tear it apart. But the photo was printed on high-quality paper, and her frozen fingers couldn't tear it. Not true? Can a photo be fake? Wang Xiufan snorted coldly. I think you're just jealous. TSK, same father but such a big difference. She's eating lamb and you're here washing clothes. That's just how life is. Wang Xiufan shook her head and turned back into the house, humming a little tune, clearly in a good mood after witnessing her daughter-in-law's embarrassment. Su Baozhu stood in the cold wind, trembling all over. She looked at the wrinkled photo in her hand, Su Ci's smiling face, still so glaring.
No.
I don't believe this is real. Where did Lu Yi get so much money? Where did Su Ci get those things? Unless Su Ci has money. Yes, Su Ci must have money. Her mother, who passed away long ago, was said to be a young lady from a wealthy family, so she probably left her some hidden savings. This money should belong to the Su family. A greedy and crazy look flashed in Su Baozhu's eyes. She couldn't let Su Ci live so happily and carefree. Since Su Ci has money to eat meat, she should give some back. The Su family raised her, so shouldn't she repay them? Thinking of this, Su Baozhu put the photo and the crumpled letter into her pocket. She didn't even wash her clothes and turned around to run outside the building. She was going back to her family home. She wanted to find her father, who was obsessed with money. She didn't believe that Su Daqiang could stay calm after seeing that photo. The Su family lived in a big, messy courtyard, typical of a poor neighborhood. The small, makeshift houses were crowded together like sores. The Su family occupied 2 south rooms, which were dark and always smelled of mold. When Su Baozhu hurriedly pushed the door open, Su Daqiang was sitting cross-legged on the Kong bed, holding a cheap bottle of white liquor and drinking loudly with a plate of salted vegetable cakes. The stepmother, Lu Hohot, was nearby mending shoes, poking holes in the soles with a needle that made a pop-pop sound.
Dad. Mom.
Su Baozhu called out with a crying voice. Su Daqiang didn't even lift his eyelids. Daughter, who married out is like water spilled. Why are you back in the middle of the day? There's no food for you here. In this man's eyes, girls were just a burden. Once married, they belonged to others. Coming back to eat was absolutely not allowed. I won't eat. Su Baozhu rushed to the edge of the Kong, slapped the crumpled photo onto the table, and said, Look at this. Su Daqiang squinted drunkenly and glanced lazily. That glance made his eyes seem hooked and unable to be pulled away. He suddenly put down his cup, grabbed the photo, and looked at it carefully. This. Is that dead girl? Su Daqiang pointed at Su Ci in the photo, his tone full of disbelief. Is that lamb leg real? That's real. Su Baozhu added fuel to the fire. Dad, look at the clothes she's wearing. That's real silk. And that watch, it's a Plum brand. And that table of dishes, at least dozens of yuan. And that red wine, it's imported from abroad. Lu Hohot also came over, her eyes darting around as she stared fixedly at the photo of Su Si's wrist with that watch. Oh my goodness, is this girl really living such a fancy life? Lu Hohot threw down her shoe and clapped her thighs, shouting, "We eat plain food at home, and she's out there enjoying the good life? Is there no justice?" Su Daqiang's hand holding the photo was trembling. He was both angry and excited. He was angry because his usually obedient eldest daughter had hidden so much wealth from him. He was excited because he felt like he saw a mountain of gold. This girl, didn't she say before she left that she had no money? Her dowry was taken by us. So where did she get her money? Su Daqiang asked suspiciously. It must be left by her dead mother, Su Baozhu said through clenched teeth. Dad, I always thought Mom kept some secret savings. Otherwise, how could she have married that soldier? Look at what she wrote in her letter. Su Baozhu exaggerated the contents of the letter, emphasizing that Su Si was pretending to be poor just to scare us, but in reality, she was wealthy beyond measure. Good. What a traitor. Su Daqiang slammed his glass onto the table, shattering it into pieces. I raised her, fed her, and she grew up under my care. Now she has money and refuses to respect her elders, hiding on an island to enjoy herself? Such an unfilial girl should be struck by lightning. Dad, we can't just let this go. Su Baozhu's eyes sparkled with scheming. My brother is about to get married. The bride wants a bicycle, a sewing machine, and 100 yuan in bride price. We don't have that kind of money. Since Su Si is so rich, it's our family's money. We must make her give it up. Hearing about his son's marriage, Su Daqiang's drunkenness suddenly sobered. That was his lifeline, the family's future. For his son, he wouldn't hesitate to ask for money, or even his daughter's life. Yes. She must give us the money. Lu Hohot also chimed in, supporting him. She's the older sister. Helping her younger brother is only right. Besides, Captain Lu is in the army, and he probably gets a good allowance. They live well, ignoring their family's hardships. If this gets out, will that captain still be able to keep his position? Su Daqiang jumped off the kong, a traditional bed, spun around twice on the narrow floor, like a vulture smelling blood. Write a letter. Write it now. He rummaged through a drawer and found crumpled paper and a half-used pencil, then leaned over the table to start writing. But he was not well educated, and after a long time, he couldn't write more than a few words. Baozhu, you come right. Su Daqiang handed the pencil to Su Baozhu. Just right. The family has had a disaster. Your brother broke his leg. No, scratch that. Say I am dying. I am seriously ill and need 500. No, 1,000 yuan to save my life. 1,000. Su Baozhu's hand trembled. Dad, isn't that too much? Too much what? Su Daqiang stared and pointed at a photo. Look at this table of food. How much do you think it costs? She plucks a single hair, and it's thicker than our waist. 1,000 yuan is nothing to her. Tell her, if she doesn't send the money, I'll go to the army and complain about her. Say she's unfilial. Say she's mistreating the elderly. I don't care what the regiment commander thinks. Hearing her father's shameless logic, Su Baozhu didn't feel angry. Instead, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Yes, that's right. She wanted Su Si to bleed, to suffer. She quickly picked up the pen and started writing on the paper. Big sister, seeing this letter makes me cry. Dad suddenly got very sick. The doctor said he has a tumor in his stomach and needs surgery, or he won't live past 3 months. To pay for Dad's treatment, the family has sold everything, even mortgaged the house. Brother went to a construction site to earn money by moving bricks, but he hurt his leg and is now in bed. The family is truly at the end of the line. Big sister, since you are living so well on the island, eating roast whole lamb every day, could you please send back 1,000 yuan to save Dad's life? If you don't send it, Dad says he will crawl all the way to the army to ask the officers if being a wife of a leader means you can ignore your parents' lives and deaths. The whole family kneels and begs. Your little sister writes this. After finishing, Su Baozhu handed the letter to Su Daqiang. Although he couldn't read many words, he listened as Su Baozhu read it aloud and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Send it just like that, Su Daqiang grinned, showing his yellowed teeth. And make it urgent and registered. I don't believe I can't cure this dead girl. Lu Hohot, standing nearby, smiled with all her wrinkles. Oh, if only we had 1,000 yuan. Our little gang could not only get married but also build a new tile-roofed house. Later, I will be able to wear good quality clothes. The family of 3 sat around the heated table, looking at the ransom letter about to be sent out, as if they could already see money flying everywhere. Their greedy faces, under the dim light, twisted like a group of vampires crawling out of hell. On the photo that Su Baozhu had thrown aside, Su Xiai still kept a faint, seemingly all-knowing smile, coldly watching this absurd farce. Seagull Island, the headquarters office. Louis had just finished a morning of armed swimming training. His uniform was still wet, clinging to his body, outlining his strong muscles like granite. He casually grabbed a ceramic mug on the table and took a big sip of cold water. Report. Little Li, the messenger, came in holding a letter, looking a bit strange. Commander, there's an urgent registered letter from my sister-in-law. Louis put down the mug, raising an eyebrow. How did her letter get to the headquarters? Usually, family letters were sent directly to the family quarters. Little Li hesitated and said, it was sent from Binhai. It says very urgent, a matter of life and death. The mailroom was worried about delays, so they sent it here first.
And?
He hesitated again.
And what?
Lu Yi reached out, and the envelope has a tear. Old Wang from the mailroom accidentally saw the contents.
Saying that
my sister-in-law's family wants to complain. Lu Ye's face instantly darkened. Complaining? Su Xi's family, like blood-sucking leeches? He took the letter. The envelope was indeed torn during transit, revealing a corner of the letter inside. Lu Yi didn't have the moral squeamishness about reading letters, especially when it concerned Su Xi's safety. He pulled out the letter and quickly scanned it. As he read, the air around him sharply dropped. The office temperature seemed to plummet instantly.
Bang!
Lu Yi suddenly slammed the letter on the table, with such force that the ceramic mug jumped. Good. Very good. Lu Yi sneered angrily, a coldness in his smile. Tumor in the stomach? Broken leg? 1,000 yuan? And threatening to report me to the army for disloyalty? This wasn't a family letter. It was a blatant blackmail note. He had long investigated Su Xi's family background clearly. Su Xi's biological mother died early, leaving a dowry that was taken by her stepmother. Her father, Su Daqiang, was a complete scoundrel, favoring boys over girls and selling his daughter for personal gain. Originally, he forced Su Xiai to marry to exchange bride price to help his useless son. Now that Su Xiai is living well, he wants to drain her again? He even dares to threaten Su Xi's future with his words? Captain, Shaoli was so scared he didn't dare breathe. He had followed Lu Yi for 3 years and had never seen the captain so angry. It was a real threat of violence. Lu Yi took a deep breath, forcing down his rising anger. He couldn't let this letter tarnish Su Xi's view of him. His little wife, like a beautiful flower, should bloom freely in the sunlight, not be entangled in muddy waters. Go bring paper and a pen, Lu Yi ordered coldly. And my official seal. Shaoli was surprised. Captain, the official seal. Isn't that against the rules? This is family matter and also a national matter. Lu Ye's voice was low and commanding. Sabotaging military marriages and threatening the families of active soldiers is a serious crime. I want to see how many dare to do this. Shaoli immediately stood straight. Yes, Lu Yi sat at the desk, took a pen. His handwriting, like him, was strong and bold, with firm strokes. Su Daqiang, I have read your letter. Regarding your claim that you are seriously ill and urgently need 1,000 yuan for treatment, our department takes this very seriously. Because it involves a direct family member of a military personnel, I have ordered the armed forces and local police to visit your home for investigation and comfort. If the situation is true, arrangements will be made for you to stay at a designated military hospital for full treatment, with no worries about costs. If the investigation finds false reports of illness or malicious extortion of active military personnel's families, according to the regulations on punishing military personnel violating duties and related security laws, you will be charged with damaging military marriage and fraud, with a sentence of 3 to 10 years in prison. Additionally, Suci is a top-level family member stationed at Heo Island, protected by strict organization. Anyone attempting to interfere with her normal life through threats or intimidation is considered a challenge to national security. Be careful and take care. Lu Yi, born on X month X day, 1976. After finishing, Lu Yi decisively sealed the bright red official stamp on the letter. This letter was not just a reply from a son-in-law, it was also a warning from the state security agency. Send this letter through the secure channel, Lu Yi said, handing the envelope to Xiaoli. Also, call an old comrade at the Banhai Armed Forces Department and ask him to check on the Su family, by the way. I don't want to hear any rumors about Suci. Yes, Xiaoli saluted and ran out with the letter. After handling everything, Lu Yi leaned back in his chair. The anger in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a deep, gentle expression. He remembered how Suci had complained last night about the mosquitoes on the island being too fierce, nervously asking for some medicated oil. Such a delicate person, in the old family, must have suffered many hardships. Lu Yi took out a box of unopened white rabbit candies from the drawer. He had brought them back from Shanghai, planning to give them to his wife tonight. Is my woman, the one you bugs can mess with, he muttered softly, gently touching the candy box with his fingers. That evening, at the Lu family courtyard, Suci was teaching Lu Xiongnan how to bake cookies in the oven, disguised as a clay kiln they had taken out of the space. Lu Yi returned home. He looked calm, even more gentle than usual. During dinner, he kept piling food onto Suci's plate, almost stacking her bowl into a small mountain. What's wrong? Suci asked sharply, sensing something. Is there something going on in the group today? Lu Yi paused, put down his chopsticks, and looked into Suci's clear eyes. He reached out his rough hand and gently held her hand on the table. It's nothing. Lu Yi smiled softly, with a comforting tone. I just feel. My wife has suffered because of me. Suci blinked and looked at the braised pork and cookies on the table. Suffered? Captain Lu, do you have some misunderstanding about suffering? Lu Yi didn't explain. He just held her hand tightly, his palm hot. From now on, no matter who bullies you, no matter who it is, his voice was low, like a vow, you have to ask if my gun agrees first. Suci was stunned. She looked at this usually silent, tough man, and suddenly understood something. It is definitely the Su family causing trouble again, and Lu Yi has already stepped in to protect her. A warm feeling suddenly filled Suci's heart. In her past life, she was an orphan, used to fighting alone and exchanging favors for everything. But in this life, it seems there is someone willing to stand by her unconditionally, shielding her from the wind and rain. All right, she said. Suci reached out and held his finger, her eyes curved into a smile like a clever little fox. Captain Lu, you must take good care of me. I am quite delicate and can't stand any unfair treatment. Lu Yi looked at her smiling face, his throat moved slightly, and he replied in a deep voice, Yes, ma'am. But in Suci's mind, another thought quietly arose. Since Lu Yi has already used official methods, maybe as his wife, she should also give her family a private gift. Just scaring him isn't enough. For greedy people, the biggest punishment is giving them hope and then crushing it with their own hands. Since Su Dechang wants money and rewards, Suci naturally wants to satisfy him. Late at night, the 3 little wolves of the Lu family and Lu Yi were all asleep. Suci slipped into the space mall. She headed straight to the level 1 miscellaneous items area. Here, she had collected some useless things during her early crossing, as well as decorative items from the mall system. Her eyes searched through the jumble of items and finally settled on a piece of stone. It was an uncut stone. More precisely, a rough jadeite raw stone. She had scavenged this from the corner of her gambling stone stall before the mall expanded. The system showed that this stone weighed 20 jin, with a very poor exterior, covered in black spots and cracks, looking like a discarded brick that no one would pick up. But under the mall's transparent scanning system, Su Ci already knew that the inside of the stone was also bad. Besides a thin, paper-like mist with a hint of green on the surface, the inside was full of white stone and cracks, not even suitable for making beads. It was practically junk. But to someone unfamiliar with the trade, the heavy weight of this stone and the mysterious aura of gambling stones that only exists in legends could spark endless imagination. A sly smile played on Su Ci's lips. She brought a heavy wooden box and placed the broken stone inside. To make it heavier and more mysterious, she also filled the box with dried seaweed and old newspapers unique to the island, wrapping the stone tightly. Then she started writing a letter. But she didn't use her own handwriting. Instead, she held the pen with her left hand and wrote crookedly, trying to imitate a sincere but uneducated tone. "Dear Father, I heard that our family is in trouble, and I feel very worried. I am sending you a package. Inside is a strange stone I found by chance on the island. The local fishermen say this stone drifted over from the South Seas and might hide a treasure inside. If cut open, it could be worth thousands or even tens of thousands. I don't understand these things and am afraid to cut it myself, worried I might ruin it. So, I am sending it to you. This is our only hope to turn things around. Please take good care of it and hide it well so no one sees it. Also, because the stone is heavy and I insured it, the shipping cost is a bit high. I chose cash on delivery. But compared to the treasure inside, what's a little shipping fee? As long as it turns green, my brother can marry 10 wives. Hope everything is safe at home." Su Ci. After finishing, Su Ci slipped the letter into the inner compartment of the wooden box. The next morning, she carried this heavy box to the post office. At that time, the post office wasn't as fast as modern courier services, but they still handled parcel deliveries. Especially for cash on delivery, which was rare but possible if all procedures were complete. The postal worker looked at the heavy wooden box and was surprised. "Sister-in-law, what's in this box? It's so heavy. Sending it to Banhai will cost over 20 yuan just for shipping, plus insurance. Do you think the recipient will agree to pay? Over 20 yuan. In this era, that was equivalent to a regular worker's monthly salary. Su Ci smiled faintly and said confidently, "Don't worry. This is a treasure that can change our fate. They'll pay whatever it takes." 5 days later, in Banhai City, the Su family was anxiously waiting. The warning letter from Lu Yi and the package arrived one after the other. The warning letter arrived first. When the comrades from the Armed Forces Department knocked on the Su family's door and read out the official letter stamped with a bright red seal, Su Daqiang almost peed his pants in fear. Disrupting military marriage, 10 years in prison, checking health condition. These accusations hit him hard, and he suddenly recovered from his illness. He jumped off the bed, pounded his chest, and promised that he was in perfect health. He claimed the previous letter was a misunderstanding and that he was just crazy about his daughter. The armed forces officers sternly lectured him, warning him not to harass military family members again or face the consequences. Then they left. Su Baohua was so frightened she hid inside and didn't dare come out. Lu Hohat was so upset she collapsed on the ground, crying loudly and cursing Su Daqiang for being a coward and for provoking the wrong people. Their plan to blackmail was doomed before it even started. Just when the whole family was overwhelmed with worry, thinking their dream of making money was shattered, a delivery arrived with a package receipt.
Su Daqiang.
There's a big package. It was sent from the island. Su Daqiang looked at the receipt, and his previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. A package? Sent by Su Ci. He snatched the receipt and saw a note. "Valuable items, handle with care." I knew it. That girl was still afraid. Su Daqiang was so excited, he gestured wildly. That warning letter from the captain was just for outsiders. She secretly sent money. Otherwise, how could there be a package? Quick! Go to the post office and pick it up. Su Daqiang, along with Su Baohua and Lu Hohot, hurried excitedly to the post office. However, when the staff brought out the heavy wooden box and announced the sky-high shipping fee, the three of them were stunned. 28 yuan and 50 cents, Lu Hohot screamed. That's highway robbery. Why is it so expensive? The staff rolled their eyes. This box weighs dozens of jin. Plus, it's insured. Do you want it or not? If not, return it. Of course we want it. We definitely want it. Su Daqiang gritted his teeth. The box was so heavy that if it contained money, or gold bars, then 20-something yuan was nothing. Dad, what if it's just stones? Su Baohua hesitated, thinking about the letter's contents. If the letter came with a package, they hadn't seen it yet. No, the receipt only said valuable items. Are you stupid? Who wouldn't spend a few dollars on shipping to send a stone? Su Daqiang also had a gambler's instinct and thought, it must be a trick to prevent others from peeking. So, Su Daqiang gritted his teeth and took out all his remaining savings, which he had planned to buy medicine for his son, though he was actually healthy, and even borrowed 5 yuan from the neighbor to gather enough money. After paying and signing the papers, he felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Su Daqiang carried the heavy wooden box home like he was holding a treasure. He closed the door and drew the curtains. The family of 3 gathered around the box, breathing quickly, eyes full of hope. Open it. Hurry up, Lu Hohot urged. Su Daqiang took a hammer and, trembling, pried open the nails on the box. With a creak, the lid opened. Inside was a thick layer of old newspaper. Su Daqiang gently peeled away the newspaper, careful as if dressing a baby. Finally, the newspapers were gone. Lying quietly at the bottom was a large, ugly, black stone. Beneath the stone was a letter from Su Ci. What? What is this? Lu Hohot was stunned. A coal ball? Su Daqiang picked up the letter and asked Su Baozhu to read it. When Su Baozhu read words like, worth thousands, Southern Ocean rare stone, and turns green, Su Daqiang's breathing grew heavier again. Gambling on stones. This is gambling on stones. Although he had never played before, he had heard stories of sudden wealth overnight. That girl said it's worth over 10,000 yuan. Lu Hohot's eyes widened. Definitely, Su Daqiang eagerly touched the rough stone. I knew that girl had good stuff. Bought a treasure worth over 10,000 with just 28 yuan. It's worth it. Totally worth it. At that moment, all the fear and gloom in the Su family disappeared. They looked at the broken stone as if they saw not just a stone, but new tiled houses, bicycles, and endless hope. Greed blinded them and also foretold the coming, more painful abyss. Su Ci's precious gift was accepted by them. And the real drama was just beginning. In the dimly lit room of the Su family, the air felt frozen. Only a dull yellow incandescent bulb hummed with a crackling sound, shining on a black stone that the whole family treasured as a precious item. Su Daqiang, like a miser, kept holding and touching the stone. He rubbed his rough surface until his palm hurt. Reluctantly, he looked up and asked, "Is this thing really worth 10,000 yuan? Dad, it must be worth it." Su Baozhu was more eager than anyone else. She desperately needed this money to turn her life around. It was not just about money, but also her chance to outdo Su Ci. Think about it. That bad girl Su Ci is brave, but she wouldn't dare cheat us out of such a high shipping fee. This is cash on delivery. If it's fake, we won't accept it, and the stone will be returned. She would have to pay the shipping cost. What's her game? Her logic sounded flawless. Su Daqiang bit his yellowed tobacco tooth and flashed a fierce look in his eyes. All right. First thing tomorrow, I'll go find that Zhang Arian to take a look. Zhang Arian was an old hand in the black market of Banhai City, dealing in antiques and jade. He used to work as a pawnshop clerk in the old days, with sharp eyes. That night, none of the 3 in the Su family slept well. Su Daqiang slept holding the stone, dreaming of flying banners, new tiled houses, and even riding a bicycle to crash into neighbors who looked down on him. Early the next morning, before dawn, Su Daqiang wrapped the stone tightly in a torn blue cloth, sneaking out like a thief. The black market was behind an abandoned factory in the northern part of the city. Zhang Arian was squatting by the wall, smoking dried tobacco. When he saw Su Daqiang carrying something heavy, his drooping eyelids lifted slightly. Old Zhang.
Good stuff.
Big treasure. Su Daqiang lowered his voice, placing the stone on the ground, stirring up dust. He hurriedly untied the blue cloth, revealing the dark raw stone, with a proud expression. From Nanyang. I heard it can produce. Imperial green. Zhang Arian glanced at it, but didn't move. He exhaled a smoke ring, reached out to touch the surface of the stone, then took out a bright flashlight and shined it on a crack. The light hit, but it was like a cow falling into the sea, completely opaque, with no transparency at all. From Nanyang? Zhang Arian sneered, his laughter sharp and harsh like a broken bellows. Su Daqiang, have you been fooled? This is a piece of basalt used for paving roads, at most a slightly harder type of granite-associated mineral. Where did the idea of Nanyang come from? No way. Su Daqiang's smile froze on his face, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. My daughter sent this. It cost me dozens of yuan in shipping. Look at the shell, so thick and solid. Dozens of yuan for shipping? Zhang Er looked at him as if he were a fool, then put away his flashlight. That money was wasted. Such stones are everywhere in the quarries of Banhai City. They're just used for pigsties. Don't even talk about imperial green. There's not even a decent seed, only dead stones. Are you trying to lower the price? Su Daqiang got anxious, his face turning red and his neck thickening as he shouted. I won't sell it to you. I'm going to the state-run antique shop. Zhang Er tapped his pipe against his shoe sole and sneered. Go ahead. It doesn't matter where. I only tell you the truth, because we used to drink together. If you can sell this for $1, I, Zhang Er, will pluck out my eyeballs and make them into marbles for you. Su Daqiang didn't know how he managed to leave the black market. He didn't believe in giving up. He clutched the heavy, dead stone and ran to 3 jewelry stores, even daring to go to the back door of the state-run jade factory to find someone to look at it. The answers he received were surprisingly the same. This is just scrap material, not even good enough for practice. Sir, you could use this stone to press salt in a jar, but even that might be too much. The sun grew hotter and more intense. Su Daqiang was soaked in sweat from head to toe, his arms aching as if they might break. The huge sense of falling from the clouds into a muddy pit made him feel like he was about to explode. 28 yuan and 50 cents. Plus the 5 yuan borrowed from the neighbor. And all that hope had turned into a joke. When Su Daqiang carried the stone back to the basement, it was noon. The neighbors were in the yard washing vegetables and cooking. Seeing Su Daqiang return covered in dirt and sweat, the neighbor who lent him money, Lao Wang, called out, Daqiang, how much did that treasure sell for? Is it time to pay back the 5 yuan I lent you? That shout was like a match, igniting the powder keg in Su Daqiang's heart. Go to hell, Su Daqiang roared, his eyes bloodshot. He suddenly lifted a heavy stone weighing about 20 pounds and used all his strength to throw it forcefully at the nearby trash heap. Clang! The stone hit several old metal cans, making a loud noise, rolled a few times, and finally stopped among rotten vegetable leaves and coal ash. All liars. All of them are liars. Su Daqiang stood in the middle of the yard, stomping his feet and shouting angrily. Su Ci, that unlucky star. That little brat. She did it on purpose. She deliberately brought a broken stone to cheat me out of my money. 28 yuan. That's my savings for my funeral. Su Baozhu and Lu Hohot heard the noise and ran out. Seeing this scene, their faces turned pale instantly. Dad, is it really fake? Su Baozhu's voice trembled.
Fake.
It's all fake. Su Daqiang turned around and slapped Su Baozhu hard across the face. It's all your fault. You're the one who encouraged her. Said it was worth 10,000 yuan. And you even made me borrow money to get it. You good for nothing. Wasteful. Smack. The slap was so heavy that Su Baozhu staggered, and blood immediately seeped from the corner of her mouth. This life is impossible to live. Lu Hohot, upon realizing the money was lost, sat on the ground, beating her thighs and crying loudly. 28 yuan. Oh my god. That was for Xiao Gang's bride price. Su Ci, that wicked girl, deserves a bad death. The crying and shouting from the Su family shook the entire courtyard. Neighbors gathered around to watch, pointing and whispering. I told you so. That girl won't recognize her parents after she gets married. She won't bring back any treasures. Su Daqiang is just greedy and greedy. Serves him right. Such a pity about those 20-something yuan for shipping. TSK. Amidst the mockery, Su Daqiang felt as if his face had been peeled off and thrown on the ground to be stepped on. He glared fiercely at the dark, dull stone in the trash heap, spitting out a mouthful of phlegm. Trash. Whoever picks it up will be unlucky. After saying that, he dragged Lu Hohot, who was crying and wailing, and Su Baozhu, covering her face, and slammed the door shut. At this moment, the midday sun shone directly on the trash heap. That piece of raw stone, which Su Daqiang regarded as worthless and carried Su Ci's malice, lay quietly in the filth. Its rough, black surface looked especially coarse and ugly under the sunlight, as if it were just a worthless, stubborn stone. No one knew that just a few centimeters beneath the thick, deceptive black slate-like surface, there was a hidden shade of deep green capable of driving the entire Banhai city and even the national jade community into madness. The weather in Banhai city is like a child's face, bright and sunny one moment, then pouring rain the next. The rain washed away the city's dirt, and the trash pile at the alley's entrance emitted a foul, sour smell. The black stone abandoned by Su Daqiang was washed by the rain, removing its surface ash, making its dark shell look even deeper and more mysterious. By evening, the rain gradually slowed. An old man, wearing a worn Zhongshan suit and with white hair, hunched over and holding an iron hook, limped toward the trash pile. His name was Song Qingfeng. He used to be a geological exploration expert, but was discredited due to political issues. Now, he makes a living by scavenging. Though poor, his eyes still held a bright, scholarly look. Song Qingfeng rummaged through the trash with his iron hook, looking for cardboard or broken glass. Clink, the hook hit something hard. He looked down, his dull eyes fixed on the black stone. At first, he didn't pay much attention. Such stones were common at construction sites. But just as he was about to look away, a ray of evening sunlight broke through the clouds, shining diagonally on the corner of the stone that had just been cracked by Su Daqiang. It was a tiny crack, only as big as a fingernail. But under the rain and the reflection of the sunset, deep inside that crack, a faint, profound green shimmered through. Song Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. As a geology expert, he had an instinctive sensitivity to minerals. He dropped the hook, ignoring the dirt, and tremblingly picked up the stone. It was very heavy. The weight was strong in his hand. He used his thumb to carefully wipe the crack and looked closely. It wasn't moss or glass shards. It was a rich-colored, delicate crystal structure, like frozen lake water. This is... Song Qingfeng's throat tightened. He looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then quickly took off his patched coat, wrapped the stone inside, and hurriedly left, clutching it to his chest. Banhai City's state-owned jade processing factory. Song Qingfeng had an old student working as the workshop director there. Although the master-apprentice relationship is sensitive now, he couldn't hold back his excitement and knocked on the back door late at night. "Teacher? Why are you here?" "If someone sees..." Director Li Ming was startled. "Stop talking. Turn on the machine." Song Qingfeng placed the stone on the workbench, eyes full of passion. "Open the large cutting machine." Li Ming looked at the dirty stone. "Isn't this just a stepping stone?" "Teacher, you..." "Cut," Song Qingfeng said sharply. The machine roared to life. The fast-spinning alloy saw blade, with water flowing, cut fiercely into the ugly stone. Sizzle, the harsh friction sound echoed in the empty workshop. As the saw blade went deeper, the cloudy, cooling water suddenly changed color. It wasn't gray, or white. It was a thick, vibrant green liquid flowing down the cut. Li Ming's eyes widened instantly.
Stop.
Stop now, Song Qingfeng shouted. The machine stopped abruptly. Li Ming hurriedly grabbed the hose and rinsed the stone surface. When the water washed away the debris, the whole workshop seemed to light up. It was a large patch, about the size of a wash basin, full of green. The green was so rich it looked like it might drip, deep, pure, and strong, with no impurities. Under the light, it shone with a mesmerizing glass-like luster, like a deep, bottomless green sea. Emperor Green. Li Ming's voice turned into a scream. And it's glass-grade Emperor Green, such high-quality jadeite, not just in Binhai City, but even in Southeast Asia, would be a rare treasure. A national treasure, full of material. No cracks. Song Qingfeng stroked the cut surface, tears streaming down his face. This is a miracle of nature. Such a thick layer of skin. Who would have thought it hid such a priceless treasure inside? The next day, Binhai City was in an uproar. A piece of news spread quickly through the morning market, bathhouses, and supply cooperatives, reaching the whole city. Did you hear? Someone found a treasure stone in the garbage dump north of the city. What kind of stone? I heard it's all green when cut. Jade. The master craftsmen at the jade factory were all excited, saying it was called Emperor Green, a color once only seen on the emperor's hat. Someone reportedly offered 100,000 yuan to buy it on the spot, but the old man who found the trash didn't sell. 100,000? My goodness, that's a huge fortune. Yes, I heard that the stone was originally thrown away as trash. No one knows which careless person threw it out. If they knew, they'd be kicking themselves forever. This news spread like a powerful storm across the poor coastal city. In a time when the average salary was only a few dozen yuan, 100,000 was an astronomical amount, almost like a legend that could drive people crazy. And the hero of this story wasn't the person who found the stone, Song Qingfeng, but the mysterious person who threw it away. Everyone was guessing who could have thrown such a treasure into the trash. In the Su family's big yard, Su Daqiang was lying on the Kong, feeling heartache over the 28.5 yuan he lost. Lu Hohot was nearby, mending shoes and scolding him and Su Ci for their foolishness and cruelty. Su Baozhu sat on the doorstep, lost in thought. She still couldn't understand why Su Ci sent back that broken piece of stone. Was it really to shame her? Just then, old Wang from next door rushed in, panting and looking shocked and curious.
Daqiang.
Did you hear the news? Bah, I don't care. I don't have money for you. Su Daqiang grumbled and turned over. It's not about money. Old Wang slapped his thigh, spluttering. That trash heap in the north of the city. The one where you threw the stone yesterday. Big news. Su Daqiang's heart skipped a beat. He sat up quickly. What happened? This morning, everyone in the city is talking about it. An old man who collects trash found a black stone in our neighborhood's dump. When they opened it at the jade factory, oh my goodness, it was all green. That's jadeite. They say it's called Emperor Green. Someone offered 100,000 yuan to buy it. Boom. Su Daqiang felt like an atomic bomb had exploded inside his head. His ears buzzed, his vision blurred with stars, and he froze as if struck by lightning. Black stone. Trash heap. All green. 100,000 yuan. These words hit him like sharp knives, stabbing deep into his heart.
That.
How big is the stone? Su Baozhu jumped up from the door threshold, her voice sharp like a ghost scream. I heard it's as big as a watermelon, with a black skin, weighing about 20 pounds, old Wang gestured. Everyone says some fool threw it away, because he didn't recognize its value. Now that fool is in big trouble. 100,000 yuan. That could buy half a street. Ah, a piercing, desperate scream burst from Su Daqiang's throat. He suddenly jumped off the bed, barefoot, rushing out like a mad dog.
Mine.
That's mine. That's my stone. Su Daqiang ran to the trash heap, frantically digging through it. Rotten vegetable leaves and coal ash covered him from head to toe, but he didn't care. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. The spot where it was yesterday was empty. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Su Daqiang knelt in the trash, pounding the ground and crying loudly. That was my Emperor Green. That was 10,000 yuan. Su Ci, that dead girl, didn't lie to me. It's a real treasure. I threw it away. I personally threw it away. Lu Hohot and Su Baozhu also ran out. Hearing Su Daqiang's wails, they both collapsed to the ground, their legs giving out. Regret gnawed at them like a poisonous snake inside their stomachs. Su Baozhu clutched her hair tightly, tearing her scalp. She remembered how she had mocked Su Ci yesterday for sending a broken stone, and how she had persuaded her father to throw it away. That stone was her ticket to a better life. It was her dream of a wealthy family. If she had just cut open that stone, she could have torn the silk shirt into rags. She could have stepped on her mother-in-law. She could have lived a more glamorous life than Su Ci.
But
it was gone. All thrown away by her own hands. I'm a pig. I'm a pig-brained fool. Su Daqiang suddenly got up, slapping himself hard across the face. The slaps echoed loudly, each one full of anger, his lips instantly swollen and bloody. Why didn't I cut it open? Why did I listen to that Zhang Arian's nonsense? 10,000 yuan. My money. The neighbors gathered more and more, looking at this crazy family with pity, but mostly with glee. Wow, so that fool is Su Daqiang. Yesterday, I saw him throw stones so boldly. I didn't realize he was throwing gold bars. That's just life. If you don't have the luck to get rich, even a gold ingot can be thrown like a brick. These comments hurt Su Baozhu more than anything else. They pierced her ears and made her feel worse than being hurt. She suddenly looked up and stared into the distance. It was toward the island.
Suchi.
Su Ci must have known everything. She must have done it on purpose, intentionally sending a treasure that looked like trash, just to see if they could recognize its value, just to enjoy this good show.
Suchi.
You're so cruel, Su Baozhu muttered to herself. Her heart pounded, and she suddenly fainted. This farce became the biggest joke in Binhai City that year. The Su family was the talk of the town, and because they missed out on a fortune, their home was in chaos every day. Su Daqiang, with his fiery temper, really fell ill. Not pretending, but genuinely so angry that he coughed up blood. Meanwhile, on Seagull Island, thousands of miles away, everything was within Su Ci's plan. Greed is like a poisonous snake, silently wrapping around people's hearts, trapping them in endless desire. It's also like a sharp blade, easily cutting the bonds between people. All she did was hand this deadly knife to the Su family. But in the end, it was the greedy, blinded by profit, who destroyed their own future. Right now, in the height of summer, Seagull Island was blazing hot, the sun scorching so fiercely it seemed like the whole world might melt away. Time passed quickly, and it had been half a month since the shocking stone incident. During this time, Su Ci remained cheerful, like a bird flying freely in the blue sky. Although she was unable to witness firsthand the tragic scene of the Su family's severe destruction, she could roughly infer what it meant based on the scattered news she received from various sources and her own imagination of the rising revenge satisfaction level. Of course, this was purely her personal guess. She understood that the current state of the Su family meant they were definitely in deep trouble. But at this moment, a new problem suddenly appeared before Su Ci. The Space Mall has been stuck at level 1 for a long time. Although the level 1 fresh food supermarket allowed her to enjoy braised pork freely, it was not enough for Su Ci, who demands a high quality of life. She needed better skincare products. The basic ones at level 1 no longer satisfied her. More advanced medicines for future flu missions, and she also needed to unlock the plantation and deep-sea farming technology, which are only available at level 3. The system indicated that the key to upgrading to level 2 was the deep-sea energy source. The radar showed that in a deep-sea area southeast of Seagull Island, there was a shipwreck from 100 years ago. On that ship, there was an item containing huge energy. However, this sea area is known as the Ghost's Nightmare, with strong undercurrents and depths that are impossible to see through. Su Ci can swim herself. In her previous life as a wealthy young lady, she even had a diving license. but her current body is too fragile and stamina is a big problem. So, she needs a human-shaped device combined with a powerful propeller.
That is Lu Yi.
Sunday, a rare day off. The sun shines on the golden beach and gentle waves lap against the rocks. Su Si is wearing a modified swimsuit. In this conservative era, even one-piece swimsuits seem a bit daring. She chose a deep blue fabric with a waist cinch design, making her waist look slender, and a cutout on the back revealing a delicate butterfly bone like jade. She wears a big straw hat, barefoot on the sand, holding a small basket with a towel and sunscreen inside. Lu Yi is dressed in military green shorts, shirtless, walking behind her. The bronze-colored muscles glistened shiny in the sunlight. On his broad back, a few faint scars didn't look scary. Instead, they added a wild touch of masculinity. He was holding 2 simple diving sets, something Su Si had borrowed from a friend. "Darling, this part of the sea is deep and the waves are strong. Just splash around in the shallow water," Lu Yi said, looking at her delicate figure ahead. His brow was slightly furrowed, full of concern. "If you choke on water, I won't be able to explain to those 3 little wolves." Su Si stopped and turned around. She took off her sunglasses, revealing bright, sparkling peach blossom eyes. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze playful, and a teasing smile appeared on her lips.
"What?"
"Captain Liu, do you look down on me?" Or, she deliberately stretched out the last sound, glancing over his slim waist and abdomen with a meaningful look, teasing him. "Are you afraid of water, Captain Liu? Or worried you can't protect me?" Lu Yi's breath hitched instantly. This enchantress. He knew she was provoking him, but he couldn't resist falling for it. He strode forward, tossing the diving gear onto the sand, then roughly wrapped his strong arm around Su Si's slender waist and pulled her close. They were very close. Su Si could feel the heat from his chest and the strong beat of his heart. "Teasing won't work on me." Lu Yi lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers, his voice deep and husky. "But since you want to play, I'll play big." However, he paused, his eyes turning deep and dangerous. "Once in the water, everything depends on my command. If you run around, just wait and see how I deal with you." Su Si secretly smiled inside but kept a sweet, obedient look on her face. She poked his hard chest with her finger. "Yes, sir. You better hold on tight to me." They finished putting on their gear. Although Su Si wasn't very strong, she was a good swimmer, moving through the water like a beautiful mermaid. Lu Yi initially wanted to support her, but seeing her swim so smoothly, a flash of surprise and admiration crossed his eyes. He looked like a silent black shark, always swimming half a meter beside her, ready to handle any sudden situation. As they swam toward the deep sea area, the light gradually dimmed and the water temperature started to drop. Surrounding them was a quiet, blue world, only the bubbles bubbling up. They reached the coordinates indicated by the system. Su Si pointed to the dark shadow area below, indicating that Lu Yi should go and take a look. Although Lu Yi was confused about why Su Si wanted to come here, he trusted and cared for his wife blindly. He made a hand gesture, signaling her to follow, and then he dove down first. He descended about 20 meters. There was a wrecked ship covered with coral and seaweed, lying quietly on the seabed. It was broken into 2 parts, with a dark, gaping hole in the hull that looked like a giant beast opening its mouth. Lu Yi's eyes sharpened.
"Is this
a merchant ship from the Ming or Qing dynasty?" At this moment, Su Si's heart was pounding wildly. The system was loudly warning in her mind. Beep. High concentration energy, source detected. In the captain's cabin, she kicked her fins, trying to swim toward it. Suddenly, a strong undercurrent surged, stirring up sand from the seabed, making her vision blurry. Su Si felt her body lose control, pushed by the water flow toward the sharp, broken wood. Just as she was about to be pulled in, a powerful hand suddenly grabbed her ankle, and then a huge force pulled her back. Lu Yi held her tightly in his arms, his firm chest pressed against her back, giving her an incredible sense of safety. He didn't rush to surface, but calmly adjusted his position, using the gaps in the water flow to steer Su Ci away from the turbulent area. During this process, Su Ci took the chance to reach out and, seemingly unintentionally, touched a corner of the wreck.
Ding.
Target item detected. Deep-sea luminous pearl, energy core. Absorbing. Absorption complete. Congratulations, host. Level 2 upgrade of the dimensional marketplace. 100%. Su Ci silently cheered. By now, Lu Yi was already helping her ascend. He looked a little angry, his arms squeezing her a bit painfully. As they broke the surface, Lu Yi removed his breathing tube, wiped seawater from his face, and looked extremely grim.
Suchi.
If that undercurrent had pulled you in, even a god couldn't save you. He shouted at her for the first time, using her full name. Su Ci took off her mask, gasping fresh air, and looked at the furious man in front of her, who was overwhelmed with fear. She didn't argue, but suddenly leaned in and gently pecked his salty, seawater-tasting lips. "Because I have you, right?" She, like a wet little kitten, snuggled into his arms. "I knew Leader Lu would definitely protect me." Anger filled Lu Ye's heart, but in this kiss and gentle words, it disappeared instantly. He sighed helplessly, tightened his arms, and made her feel closer to him, his voice carrying a hint of affectionate compromise. "I'm really in your debt." When they got home, Lu Yi went to wash his equipment, while Su Ci, pretending to be tired, slipped into the bedroom, locked the door, and immediately sank into her space. The fresh food supermarket, which was originally just one floor, had now undergone a huge change. A glowing ladder appeared in the center of the hall, leading to the second floor. Su Ci stepped onto the second floor, and the scene before her made even this worldly-wise young lady whistle in surprise. On the left was the beauty and skincare area. It not only had top-tier creams and serums worth thousands of dollars, like those from later generations, but also various makeup products that couldn't be found in this era.
Brands like Lancôme, La Mer, CPB.
A dazzling array. Most importantly, she unlocked a mid-level spirit spring well here. Basic spirit springs only strengthen the body, but the mid-level ones can quickly heal wounds, completely remove old internal ailments, and even have amazing effects like whitening skin and delaying aging. With this, her miracle doctor persona would be even more convincing. On the right was the medical area. Besides common cold medicines and anti-inflammatory drugs, there were some basic surgical tools and first aid kits. Although there were no high-tech medical pods yet, in this medicine-scarce 1970s, it was a huge treasure trove of life-saving resources. But what surprised Su Ci the most was a new area in the middle, the space-time bookstore. It wasn't like a typical bookstore. It looked more like a messy archive. The shelves didn't hold complete books, but a variety of magazines, sketches, and even handwritten notes. Su Ci casually picked up an old-looking magazine. The cover read, Science Illustrated, Special Edition of the 21st Century. She flipped through a page that detailed a new material called carbon fiber, although it was just a popular science article without detailed industrial manufacturing processes. For scientists of this era, it was an enlightening revelation. She then picked up a fragment of a blueprint, showing the gear engagement structure of a precise machine tool. Is this? Su Ci's eyes lit up. She remembered her younger brother, Lu Xiongdong, who spent all day taking apart and reassembling radios. Although he was quiet, he had a remarkable talent for mechanics and physics. But on this island, resources were very limited. They couldn't even find decent physics books, let alone advanced scientific materials. If these materials could help shape her quiet brother's future, what kind of person might he become? Could China's technological progress benefit from this small butterfly effect and avoid some detours? Su Ci's heart beat faster. Although she was a careful, self-interested person, she also cared about China. She was happy to help the country's science and technology grow, as long as it didn't hurt her own interests. She started searching through her books, picking out a few with torn covers, with a date from 20XX removed, containing basic but forward-thinking physics magazines and mechanical diagrams in English. "Well, I say I found these in a pile of old books while collecting scrap," Su Ci explained the origin of the magazines. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Older sister-in-law, dinner is ready." came Lu Xiangbei's voice. Su Xi thought for a moment and exited her space. She looked at the few magazines still smelling of ink in her hand, a playful smile on her lips. The stone in the Su family was just a small gain. But these seemingly worthless papers in her hand were truly priceless treasures. At the dinner table, today's dishes were especially plentiful. Besides steamed grouper, there was a big bowl of braised beef canned stew with potatoes, which Su Xi had brought from her space. The three little wolves ate without lifting their heads. Su Xi gracefully sipped her soup, then casually took out a torn English magazine and handed it to Lu Xiangdong, who was busy gnawing on a bone. Xiangdong, when I was tidying up that pile of junk today, I found some books full of scribbles. I was about to burn them as kindling, but I saw some drawings that looked interesting, like the gears you usually draw. Want to take a look? If you don't understand, you can use them to patch the wall. Xiangdong paused, put down his chopsticks, wiped his greasy hands, and took the magazine. He flipped open a page casually. In the next second, those usually dull eyes suddenly shone with an unprecedented light. He stared intently at the diagram about the application of fluid mechanics in aircraft, forgetting to chew his braised pork. The complex formulas and detailed diagrams seemed to have a magical power, deeply attracting his soul.
Big.
Sister-in-law, Lu Xiangdong's voice trembled as he suddenly looked up, his eyes full of intense excitement. This book can't be burned. Absolutely can't be burned. Lu Yu watched the scene with a slight frown. He could tell that the paper quality of the book was very good, definitely not the kind of junk from a scrapyard. It was all in English, with beautiful layout and some diagrams even he, a well-informed officer, had never seen before. Su Xi looked at Lu Ye's curious gaze without panic, instead giving him a playful glare. What are you looking at? It's all just a bunch of messy stuff sent by your comrades. I can't understand it anyway. Lu Ye's lips twitched slightly. Comrades? Which comrade would send something that looks like a secret document? But, seeing everything happening now, he said nothing. He slowly reached out his hands, gently and carefully pushing the magazines toward Lu Xiangdong as if they were priceless treasures. Then, he skillfully used chopsticks to pick up the largest, most tempting piece of beef from the plate and carefully placed it into Su Xi's bowl. Well, my wife is right. Since you can understand these things, let the children look at them as storybooks, he said softly. His tone was calm, like still water, but it carried an undeniable sense of firmness and affection. It seemed that no matter what decision Su Xi made, he would stand firmly by her side and support her wholeheartedly. Even if this excuse sounded ridiculous and fragile, like a sieve full of holes. At this moment, Lu Xiangdong, fully immersed in the ocean of knowledge, didn't notice anything unusual. He had no idea that these seemingly ordinary, fire-starting papers, casually tossed by his sister-in-law, would soon transform into a magical key, quietly opening the door to a mysterious world of science. More importantly, thanks to this chance, Lu Xiangdong would later stand out and grow into a top scientist, so outstanding that even Western countries would be in awe of him. It must be admitted that knowledge truly has endless power. At this moment, in this special era, Su Xi is like a thoughtful chess player, quietly making the first crucial move, placing a key piece that could change the fate of the nation. The weather on Seagull Island is like a child's face, bright and sunny a few days ago, making Lu Xiangdong happily read some foreign magazines. But suddenly, the weather changed. The hot, humid sea breeze mixed with a fishy smell feels like a sticky net, making it hard to breathe. Thick gray clouds hang over the sky. The rain is unpredictable, and the atmosphere feels heavy and anxious. The joyful sounds in the family courtyard have decreased, replaced by frequent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. The little boy next door is coughing painfully, which makes Su Xi frown. She is sitting on a cool chair in the main hall, holding a sandalwood fan and fanning herself lightly. In front of her is a cup of chrysanthemum tea with rock sugar, brewed with diluted spring water. Big sister-in-law, let's close the windows tightly, Lu Xiangnan, who is wiping the table, says nervously, listening to the outside sounds. I heard this flu is very serious. The health clinic is full, and even the supply ships on land have delayed 2 days because of fear of infection. Su Si takes a sip of tea, her expression calm. Close the windows and burn some mugwort. Although she has spring water protection, her body is still fragile, so she must be careful. These days, Lu Yi has been coming home later and later. In the past, no matter how busy he was, as long as he wasn't on a mission, he would come home on time for dinner, wash his hands, and cook. But recently, she often only hears the door open late at night, and early the next morning, before Su Si wakes up, he has already left. On the bedside table, there is always the breakfast he brought back from the cafeteria before leaving, wrapped in cotton cloth to keep warm. Su Si looks at the cold buns and porridge, feeling a strange sense of unease. Until the evening of the third day. The sky is completely dark, and the distant sound of the waves feels especially heavy.
Bang!
The courtyard gate is pushed open forcefully, and the footsteps are unsteady and hurried. Su Si was explaining English words when she suddenly looked up. Before she could stand, Shaoli, Lu Ye's guard, rushed to the door of the main hall, sweating heavily and speaking with a crying tone. Sister-in-law, things are bad. Commander. The commander has collapsed. The book in Su Si's hand fell onto the table with a loud sound. She quickly stood up, her lazy attitude disappearing instantly. She hurried to the door and asked, "Where is he?" "At the medical room in the camp." "No, at the entrance." The commander didn't want to go to the medical room, worried it would take up the soldiers' beds. He insisted someone carry him back. Shaoli was anxious and stomping his feet. "Sister-in-law, you should go see him. He's burning hot, his body feels like it's on fire. He's confused and keeps calling your name, but he won't let us get close, saying he's afraid the illness might pass to you." Su Si felt a sharp pain in her heart. That fool. Without hesitation, she turned and grabbed Lu Ye's coat from the hanger, draping it over herself, then rushed outside. "Lead the way." At the courtyard gate, 2 strong soldiers were supporting Lu Yi. The man who usually seemed as solid as a mountain was now weak, hanging his head. His face was unusually flushed, and his breathing was heavy, like a broken bellows. When Su Si appeared, Lu Yi struggled to open his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, cloudy, but when he saw her, they brightened for a moment. He tried to stand up, to push away the soldiers beside him, and his voice was hoarse and broken. "Wife. Don't come out. Go back inside." Cough, cough, cough. He wanted to retreat, to stay away from her. Seeing him like this, Su Si's eyes turned red. She didn't care about infection or not. She took a few steps down the stairs and grabbed Lu Ye's hot wrist. Hot. It was an incredible heat, at least 40 degrees.
Shut up, Suchi shouted sharply.
Her voice trembled, but carried undeniable authority. "Lu Yi, listen to me. I am your wife. You can carry over 100 gene, about 50 kilograms, home, but you can't handle this little illness? Get him into the house." To the master bedroom. The 2 young soldiers were stunned by her sudden commanding presence and instinctively prepared to obey. No, Lu Yi was still resisting, but his body was already at its limit. The tall figure wobbled and finally collapsed. Su Si quickly and skillfully held him down with her not very strong shoulders. At that moment, the heavy body of the man pressed down on her, full of sweat and dust, but to Su Si, it only smelled like rusty iron. "Put him inside," Su Si gritted her teeth and ordered. "To the north, go boil water. To the south, find alcohol. To the east, close the doors and windows. No one is allowed to come in." The 3 frightened children immediately found their confidence and quickly moved. After placing Lu Yi on the bed, Su Si sent everyone out. "No one is allowed in without my permission." When the door was shut, Su Si looked at Lu Yi, who was unconscious and furrowing his brows, and took a deep breath. She thought for a moment, then locked the door and quickly entered the Space Mall. This time, she didn't look at pretty clothes and shoes but headed straight for the recently unlocked Level 2 medical area. On the shelves, there were antibiotics and fever reducers, called life-saving medicines in this era. This illness came so suddenly, regular medicine might not be enough, Su Si calmly analyzed. She took a box of imported strong fever-reducing powder and a vial of penicillin. But she couldn't use them directly. She found a coarse porcelain bowl, common in this era, and poured a full bowl of spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water was clear and bright, with a faint fresh scent. Su Si poured the fever-reducing powder into the spring water, watching the white powder dissolve quickly, then added the penicillin solution. To mask the bitterness of Western medicine and its chemical smell, she also took a piece of aged tangerine peel and a few big sea balls from the fresh produce area, threw them into the bowl, and crushed them with a spoon. A deep brown, special cold tea, with a strange medicinal aroma, was ready. She carried the bowl back to the bed. Liu Ye's lips were cracked and dry, and he was mumbling incoherently, Su Si. Fragile. I can't get sick. Su Si's heart softened completely. She gently lifted Liu Ye's heavy head and let him lean on her chest. Open your mouth, she softly coaxed, holding the spoon near his lips. Liu Ye clenched his teeth tightly, instinctively resisting eating. Su Si frowned, then took a big sip herself, lowered her head, pressed her dry, cracked lips to his, and slowly fed him the medicine. The bitter medicine spread between the two of them. Liu Ye seemed to taste a familiar sweet flavor, the sweetness of the spiritual spring. His furrowed brow slightly eased, his throat moved, and he obediently swallowed. One sip, then another, until the entire bowl of medicine was finished. Su Si wiped the medicine stain from the corner of her mouth and looked at the man in her arms. With the level 2 medicine and the blessing of the spiritual spring water, even if the king of hell came to take someone, he would have to go back empty-handed. Late at night, Liu Ye broke out in a heavy sweat. The sweat was so much it looked like it was pulled from water, soaking his vest and the sheets beneath him. Su Si didn't dare to sleep, staying by his bedside, repeatedly using a warm towel to wipe his body. Her normally delicate fingers worked very efficiently tonight. At 4 a.m, the rain outside finally stopped, and a faint light appeared on the horizon. Liu Ye's breathing finally steadied. The frightening flush on his face faded, replaced by a pale look after illness, but his body temperature had returned to normal. Su Si was so exhausted her wrists ached, and she slumped by the bed, drifting into a dazed sleep. When Liu Ye woke up, he felt light, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Besides a dry throat, the intense headache was gone, and even the joint pains from intense training before were no longer felt. He moved his fingers and touched something soft and warm. Looking down, he saw Su Si curled up beside him like a cat, her long hair spread across the sheets, her face peaceful in sleep, though faint dark circles under her eyes showed her tiredness. Liu Ye's heart felt like it was hit hard. He remembered what happened last night. How he was carried back like a useless person, how she rushed over regardless of everything to hold him, and most of all, that kiss, bitter yet incredibly sweet. He gently withdrew his hand, wanting to cover her with a blanket. Though gentle, Su Si still woke up. She opened her eyes hazily and looked into Liu Ye's deep, dark eyes. You're awake? Her voice was hoarse from just waking. The next moment, a cool little hand pressed against Liu Ye's forehead. The fever's gone. Su Si let out a sigh of relief, withdrew her hand, and returned to her proud, slightly spoiled look. She flicked her wrist and said, that was heavy. Taking care of you all night. My arm almost broke. Captain Liu, how do you want to settle this bill? Liu Ye looked at her eager to be praised, eager to be compensated expression, and couldn't help but smile. He grabbed her hand, kissed it softly, and his voice was deep and gentle. You're mine now. Whatever you want to do, just do it. This life isn't enough. I'll keep going in the next one. Su Si blushed and pulled her hand back. Who wants you in the next life? Not interested. Although she complained, she still turned around and poured a glass of water from the thermos, handing it to him. Drink some water. By the way, I want to talk to you about something. Liu Ye took the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Go ahead. Your illness is better now, but the soldiers in the unit are still lying down. Su Si pointed to the half bowl of dark, brown residue left on the table. This is the cold tea I brewed last night using an old family recipe from my grandmother, with some special old medicinal herbs added.
You saw the effect.
I was thinking maybe I could make a big pot and send it to the soldiers. This is Susie's cleverness. She saved Lu Yi out of personal feelings, but helping the soldiers was about establishing her place on this island. A pretty vase who only eats and looks good might get a man's affection, but she wouldn't earn respect. But a sister-in-law who can come up with life-saving remedies and cares for her soldiers, she's the hero of the entire base. Anyone who dares call her lazy or spoiled in the future will be going against the whole team. Lu Yi looked at her, his eyes deepening. He knew how powerful this medicine was. After so many years in the army, he had often had fevers and colds. Usually, he just endured or took several days of injections to recover. Someone bouncing back overnight like this was unheard of. Special old medicinal herbs. Lu Yi mulled over these words, his gaze fixed on Su Si's face. Su Si kept her expression calm. Yeah, my mom left me some old dried tangerine peel and herbal powder as part of my dowry. I don't really know what's what, so I just boiled everything together. Lu Yi was silent for 2 seconds. He knew she was lying. He had already investigated the Su family thoroughly. There was no way they had such miraculous medicine. But he didn't expose her. He just nodded seriously. All right. Thank you on behalf of the brothers, sister-in-law. This thank you carried great weight. That morning, instead of the usual smell of braised pork from the Lu family kitchen, a strong medicinal scent filled the air. Su Si directed 3 young wolves to set up the largest iron pot in the house. When no one was looking, she poured in 2 full barrels of spring water, then unpacked and added leftover fever medicine powder and antiviral powder, stirring them in. To make it seem more convincing, she also threw in a handful of herbs she picked from the mountain and some dried orange peels. At noon, Lu Yi and the squad leader arrived. Sister-in-law, do you really think this will work? The squad leader looked at the dark, murky soup and hesitated. With penicillin out of stock at the clinic, what good could this herbal soup do? Lu Yi shot him a cold look. Stop talking nonsense. Move it. The large jar of Su's special herbal tea was carried to the company's mess hall. At first, the 6 soldiers were doubtful. But since the commander had already drunk it and gotten better, they dared not refuse. One by one, they pinched their noses and drank it. By evening, a miracle happened. The once lifeless barracks started to stir. Hey? Squad leader, I feel lighter now, one said. Me too. Just now I had a terrible headache. I wanted to hit the wall, but now I want to eat steamed buns, another exclaimed. I'm no longer feverish. I just checked, 36.8 degrees Celsius. The entire company was excited. The old military doctor from the clinic, who had been worried about running out of medicine, rushed over to see. The young men who looked near death earlier were now able to get up and go to the mess hall. This is amazing. Truly incredible. The old doctor tasted the herbal tea, but couldn't tell what was special about it. He could only sigh. It seems folk remedies still hold great wisdom. That night, Su Si didn't need to cook. The squad leader personally brought 2 freshly cooked braised meatballs and a bag of plain steamed buns, saying they were a token of thanks from the soldiers to his wife. Su Si sat in the yard, looking at the 2 boxes of meat, a satisfied smile on her face. Her delicate and weak beauty persona was now firmly rooted on Seagull Island. From now on, if she didn't want to work, who would dare to force her? She had saved the entire company. What did her frail body matter? It was just from all the medicine she had taken. As the 2 large jars of dark brown, special cooling tea were emptied, the coughing sounds at the Seagull Island garrison headquarters suddenly stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button. For most of the night, the noise was gone. Even the usually most critical steward nodded politely from afar when he saw Su Si, greeting her with a "Hello, sister-in-law." Su Si lazily accepted these compliments, her mind busy with plans. With this life-saving favor, who would dare gossip about her laziness in the future? She called herself a brain worker and said she had technical shares, but just as she was feeling pleased, trouble arose at home again. That night, The wind was stronger than usual, howling against the window paper as if someone was crying outside. Su Xiai had just gone to bed, ready to enjoy a relaxing essential oil spa, when she heard strange noises from the small room next door. It wasn't just a normal cough, but a harsh, compressed whistling sound like a windbag being squeezed.
Huh.
Huh. Su Xi's heart skipped a beat. She put on her coat and pushed the door open. Lu Yi was faster than her, rushing into the children's room. Under the dim kerosene lamp, she saw Lu Xiangdong curled up in the corner of the bed, his small face turning purple, making a distressing wheezing sound from his throat. His hands clutched his collar tightly, as if trying to tear open his throat to breathe. Lu Xiangbei and Lu Xiangnan looked terrified, standing helplessly by the bed. Lu Xiangnan was even crying as he called out, "Third brother." "It's an asthma attack." Lu Ye's voice was deep and frightening. He quickly picked up Lu Xiangdong, ready to rush out. "To the clinic." "Old Zhao, prepare adrenaline." "Stop right there." Su Xiai blocked the door, her gaze cold as she looked at Lu Xiangdong's nearly suffocating face. Outside, the wind was strong and the rain heavy. The clinic was some distance away, and old Dr. Zhao only had some basic medicines. In such an acute bronchial asthma attack, if they were delayed on the way or the medicine was wrong, the child might not make it. Carrying him out in this wind. "Are you trying to kill him?" Su Xiai pushed Lu Yi back forcefully, her strength surprising him. "Put him down. Lay him flat on the bed and prop up his pillow." Lu Yi looked at his suffering little brother, veins bulging on his forehead.
Suchi.
"This is an emergency. He could die." "I know." Su Xi's voice was even higher than his, but it carried a strange calmness. "Do you believe me? If you don't want him to die, listen to me." Lu Yi looked at those peach blossom eyes. Usually, they are full of affection and seem to be coquettishly flirting, but now they are bright and sharp, with no sign of panic, only complete control. At that moment, instinctively, Lu Yi gently placed Lu Xiangdong back on the bed. Su Xiai turned around and shouted at Lu Xiangbei outside, "Go boil water. Make it boiling hot. Xiangnan, bring my sewing kit and that bottle of alcohol." After speaking, she quickly pulled out a long, narrow cloth bag from her sleeve, which was actually a space. The cloth bag unfolded, revealing not ordinary sewing needles, but a row of silver needles of different lengths, shining coldly. This was her traditional Chinese acupuncture set she found in the medical corner of her space at level 2. She originally planned to use it for her future acupuncture beauty treatments, but unexpectedly, she used it here first. Actually, she didn't really understand the acupuncture points. But that didn't stop her from being a good actress. Xiangdong, because of lack of oxygen, was already looking a bit dazed, but he instinctively looked at his usually fragrant, meat-giving big sister-in-law. Su Xiai plucked a silver needle and sterilized it over an alcohol lamp. Lu Ye's heart was in his throat, fists clenched tightly. This was acupuncture. If she hurt him... Su Xiai. "Shut up." Su Xiai didn't turn around, holding the needle, pretending to point at the Xinzhong point on Xiangdong's chest. In fact, the moment the needle tip pierced the skin, her mind moved, activating the high-concentration, healing spirit liquid in her space, silently flowing through the silver needle into Xiangdong's acupuncture point. This needle was just a medium, with no fancy techniques. But to make Lu Yi believe, Su Xiai had to act fully. She furrowed her brows slightly, and a few beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, which she had just wiped off in the chaos. Her wrist moved skillfully, turning the needle handle as if fighting a deadly battle with an invisible illness. Cough. As the spiritual liquid entered his body, the immediate healing power exploded instantly. Lu Xiangdong suddenly widened his eyes. The thick phlegm stuck in his throat seemed to be cleared by some force. He quickly leaned forward and spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling yellow phlegm into the spittoon on the ground.
Ha.
Cough. The wheezing sound, like a broken bellows, disappeared instantly. Instead, there was the child's greedy, heavy breathing. His face, originally purple and blue, quickly regained a little of its natural color. Lu Ye's stiff body suddenly relaxed, and cold sweat covered his back. Su Si did not stop. She carefully pressed acupuncture needles into several points on his back, like Lung Shu and Lai Ke, but in fact, she was continuing to channel spiritual spring energy to fully soothe the child's damaged bronchial smooth muscles. After 10 minutes, Lu Xiangdong's breathing became completely steady. Thanks to the calming effect of the spiritual spring, his eyelids grew heavy, and he fell into a deep sleep. Su Si let out a long breath, pretending to be exhausted. Her body softened, and the silver needle in her hand almost fell to the ground. "Wife," Lu Yi was quick to react. He grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. Su Si leaned against his strong chest, her voice soft and delicate, with a hint of playfulness. "So tired. To save this little wolf cub, I exhausted my family's ancestral qigong. My hands are almost useless now." She held up her tender, white hands and waved them in front of him. Lu Yi looked at her hands, then at his sleeping younger brother on the bed. His throat seemed to be blocked by something. He lowered his head and gently kissed the back of her hands. His eyes were filled with intense emotion that couldn't be hidden. "Su Si, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about?" Su Si found a comfortable position in his arms and smirked mischievously, "More than you can imagine. So, Commander Lu, you'd better take good care of me. Otherwise, I won't show my skills so easily." When Lu Ye's kiss landed on the back of Su Si's hand, suddenly there was urgent knocking on the door, accompanied by a tired old voice. "Commander Lu. Commander Lu. I heard Xiangdong is having a hard time breathing. I brought the adrenaline shot. Hurry, open the door." It was old Zhao, the military doctor at the base. This old man always carried a shiny leather medical box wherever he went. His medical skills weren't top tier, but on this island lacking medical supplies, he was like a living Buddha. Just now, little Li, the guard, noticed something was wrong. Although Su Si stopped him at the door, he still felt uneasy. He ran through the rain to bring old Zhao over. Lu Yi straightened up. His deep affection in his eyes hadn't yet faded, but it quickly turned into his usual serious look. He glanced at Su Si and saw her face was pale, though she was pretending, with damp hair sticking to her cheeks. She looked fragile and in need of care. He casually pulled a thin blanket from nearby and draped it over her before opening the door. When the door opened, a damp, humid air rushed in. Old Zhao, wearing a dogskin hat and a raincoat still dripping water, held a syringe and hurried inside. "Where is he?"
Quick.
"This sudden asthma attack needs an injection, or he might suffocate." He took a few steps toward the bed, but suddenly stopped. On the bed, Lu Xiangdong, who should have been red-faced and struggling painfully from difficulty breathing, was curled up on his side under the blanket. His chest moved steadily with each breath, and he was softly snoring in a peaceful rhythm. His previously purple face now showed a gentle pink, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Old Zhao held the syringe in midair, frozen like a sculpture. This. Old Zhao turned his stiff neck, his cloudy old eyes wide as he looked at Lu Yi. "This kid. Is he okay now?" Lu Yi nodded and looked at the unopened silver needle pack on the table. He said in a low voice, "He just had an injection and is now asleep." "Injection?" Old Zhao finally noticed the cloth bag on the table. It was a carefully made medical kit that Su Si had taken from the level 2 medical area in the space. The dark green velvet bag was neatly packed with 9 silver needles of different lengths. The needles weren't the rough stainless steel common on the market, but had a soft, cold shine. The handles were wrapped with very fine gold thread, indicating they were old and valuable. Old Zhao, from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, still respected ancient methods despite the modern focus on Western medicine's speed and accuracy. He tremblingly put down the syringe, leaned toward the table, and reached out to touch the needles. But just looking at their quality made his breathing grow heavier. "Is this a fine needle?"
The shine.
The craftsmanship. Old Zhao couldn't help but want to touch them, but stopped mid-motion, as if afraid of damaging a treasure. He then turned sharply to Lu Yi, who was pouring hot water for Su Si, and his voice changed. "Captain, who did these needles?" Lu Yi tightened his grip on the enamel cup, his eyes fixed on Su Si, who was curled up in the chair. Su Xi wrapped herself in a blanket, half closed her eyes, looking like she might faint at any moment. When asked a question, she only weakly lifted her eyelids and replied softly, "Dr. Zhao, I was just thinking. When I was young, I learned some simple massage and breathing techniques from my family elders. Just now, I saw Dong was feeling very uncomfortable, and in a rush, I tried to help. I didn't expect that this child was lucky enough to actually get his breath back." Her words were smooth and convincing. Breathing exercises have been popular in recent years, and they are quite mysterious. No one can explain them clearly. Plus, with her delicate appearance, no one would guess she held a kind of healing power capable of bringing someone back to life. However, old Zhao didn't believe it was just random thinking. He quickly moved to the bedside and pressed 2 fingers on Lu Xiangdong's wrist. His pulse was steady and strong. Although his lung energy was still a bit weak, the dangerous fire that seemed to suffocate him was completely gone. Even more amazing was that inside this child, there seemed to be a gentle flow of energy moving around, nourishing his damaged lungs. Old Zhao suddenly gasped in surprise and turned to look at Su Xi with a different expression. No longer was he looking at a delicate military wife, but at a hidden master. "Sister-in-law, which acupoints did you just needle?" Old Zhao asked respectfully, almost in awe. Su Xi felt a little nervous, but kept her composure. She recalled the positions she had randomly pressed and casually said, "Just a few common points like Danzhong, Like He, and Feishu. I don't remember exactly. My hands were trembling at the time." Returning to simplicity. "This is true mastery," old Zhao exclaimed excitedly, patting his thigh. Using common points to treat a serious condition and seeing immediate results, that shows the needle practitioner's qi has reached a high level. This technique, unless passed down from a true expert, can't be learned easily. I've read ancient books that say some lost secret techniques can channel qi through acupuncture, instantly calming chaotic energy. I've lived most of my life, and today I've truly seen something incredible. His wild imagination lifted Su Xi to a divine level. Su Xi secretly grimaced as she took a sip of water to hide her reaction. Old Zhao, if he didn't write novels, would be wasting his talent. Lu Yi listened quietly, his gaze deep on Su Xi. He wasn't as easily fooled as old Zhao, but he didn't understand medicine either. All he saw was that the usually delicate girl, who couldn't even open a bottle cap or walk 2 steps without feeling tired, had suddenly unleashed an incredible amount of strength just now. Maybe she really has many secrets. But so what? When Lu Yi saw old Zhao off, old Zhao was still chattering. "Captain, your wife is a treasure. Her special skills could save lives at critical moments. One day, could you ask your wife to teach me?" Lu Yi stood at the door, tall like a wall. "She's weak, and she used up her energy tonight.
She needs to rest."
"This is our secret. Don't tell anyone. If someone asks, just say it's old Zhao's lucky shot." Old Zhao was surprised but then understood what Lu Yi meant. These days, showing off too much isn't good, especially with medical skills that seem a bit superstitious. The captain is protecting her. "Got it. I understand." Old Zhao nodded repeatedly, then disappeared into the rain with his medicine box. After sending old Zhao away, Lu Yi closed the door and locked it. Inside, only they and their sleeping child remained. The oil lamp flickered and suddenly burst into a bright glow. Su Xi put down her cup, about to complain that she was tired, but saw Lu Yi walk quickly over and, without a word, bend down and gently pick her up horizontally.
"Hey.
What are you doing?" Su Xi exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Lu Yi's jaw tightened as he carried her straight into the master bedroom. He gently laid her on the soft cotton-covered big bed, then squatted beside her, starting to help her take off her shoes. His large, calloused hands, used to holding guns for years, moved softly when touching her delicate feet. "From now on, try not to do things that drain your energy," Lu Yi said in a muffled voice, looking down. "If working hard to save someone makes you too tired, I'd rather be a sinner."
"So ti felt warm inside."
Playfully, she tickled his palm with her toes. "No, that's not good." That's your little brother, my brother-in-law. And besides, she sat up and leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, I've used all my strength. But I still have you, Lu team leader. I want to wash my feet now, and the water has to be hot. Louis looked up, his dark eyes like they were burning with fire. He looked at her deeply, then stood up. Wait for me. That night, the tough, straightforward Captain Lu carried a basin of hot water and squatted by the bed. He washed his wife's feet for half an hour, even cleaning between her toes carefully. If the soldiers outside saw this, they'd probably be so surprised their jaws would drop. After the storm, Seagull Island was briefly peaceful again. Lu Xiangdong recovered very quickly. The next day, he was able to walk around happily, even without the weakness and shortness of breath he used to have after walking a few steps. Old Zhao checked on him again and was amazed, praising how good his foundation was. In fact, he looked at Su Ci with more respect. As for Su Ci, she naturally started her sick leave mode. She used the excuse that she had exhausted her energy saving someone that night and comfortably lay on a lounge chair, giving instructions to her family. Lu Xiangbei was responsible for running errands and buying groceries, Lu Xiangnan for doing laundry and folding clothes, and even the usually quiet Lu Xiangdong stayed by her side every day with a water cup, worried she might get thirsty. That weekend, Lu Yi rarely went to the community center and stayed home to do a big cleanup. The humid air brought by the typhoon caused some mold in the corners of the house. Lu Yi took off his shirt, showing his strong muscles, and used a cloth and broom to clean from the inner room to the outer room. Su Ci sat under the grape arbor in the yard, which she had transplanted a few days ago and hadn't grown leaves yet, with a homemade pearl powder face mask on her face, holding a handwritten romance novel she got from her space, looking very relaxed. Why is there so much junk stuffed inside here? Lu Ye's voice came from the kitchen. He was cleaning the stove. The rural stove was large, often covered with dust underneath, and sometimes children would casually stuff some waste paper that could be used as kindling inside. Lu Yi used tongs to pick out a dark, burnt mass from deep inside the stove. It was a piece of paper and plastic mixture that hadn't burned completely. He wanted to throw it directly into the trash, but his soldier instinct made him glance at it briefly. It was a small, half-burned box. Most of it was charred, but one corner still kept its original color, bright blue and white printed paper, smooth to the touch, unlike recycled paper now. On that surviving corner of the packaging, tiny words were printed. EXP 202X. Lu Ye's hand suddenly froze. Those letters and numbers struck him like a thunderbolt, exploding in his mind. He was the champion of the military's big competition, a senior officer who had seen internal documents, and he understood English. EXP means expiration date. 202X, what era is this? It is now 1976. Even if some imported medicines from abroad have a long shelf life, they certainly wouldn't last 50 years. At that moment, Lu Ye's heart almost stopped. He quickly looked back at the yard. Su Ci was lying there, humming an unknown tune, with sunlight shining through the grapevine onto her, looking as beautiful as a painting. His hands trembled slightly. He remembered that evening's surprisingly effective, cool tea, the mysterious appearance of plain rice and flour, and her bag that seemed to never run out of things. He was a firm materialist, but at this moment, his belief in materialism wavered. What was more frightening was if someone else saw this. If someone reported it, claiming it was enemy supplies, or even something sinister? A cold sweat broke out on Lu Ye's back. His eyes sharpened like a wolf protecting its food. He quickly clenched that bundle tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white.
Lu Ye?
What are you doing? I want some soda. Can you get me a bottle? Su Ci's soft voice drifted into the yard. Lu Ye took a deep breath, his throat moving sharply. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he quickly stuffed the bundle into his pocket, then grabbed a shovel and vigorously scraped the ashes in the stove, making a loud noise to cover his hesitation. Coming, his voice sounded calm and steady, just like usual. Lu Yi washed his hands, picked up a bottle of Beibinjiang soda, and with a loud pop, opened the cap. He then walked into the yard and handed it to Su Ci. Su Ci took the soda, tilted her head back, took a sip, and sighed happily.
Ah,
So refreshing. What's wrong? You look so pale. Are you tired? She reached out her hand, wanting to touch his face. Lu Yi didn't dodge. He let her cool fingers touch his strong cheek. He looked at this woman, at her unguarded smile, and a complex emotion surged deep inside him. Fear? A little. Not because of her, but because of losing her.
confusion?
Of course. But mostly, a nearly crazy determination. Whether she is a fairy, a spirit, or even a ghost from the future, she is now Su Ci. She is his wife, the woman who stays up late to make medicine for him and protects his younger siblings. This is the whole truth. Everything else doesn't matter. It's nothing, Lu Yi said, grabbing her hand and squeezing it firmly, enough to make Su Ci feel a little pain. It's just a bit of dust in my eyes. Su Ci looked at him suspiciously, but didn't think much of it. She pulled her hand away and pushed him gently. Then go wash up quickly. You're so dirty, covered in dust. Don't get it on me. Lu Yi looked at her deeply, then turned and went back to the kitchen. He stood in front of the stove, took out the small bundle from his pocket again. This time, he didn't look at it again but struck a match and lit it. The orange flame licked the smooth wrapping paper, giving off a faint burnt smell. Lu Yi watched silently as the strange date on the paper curled up in the flame, turning black and finally turned into a puff of ash that floated to the ground. He lifted his foot and pressed down hard until the ashes blended into the dirt, leaving no trace. Some secrets don't need answers. As long as they stay inside, they are the best protection for this family. That night, the sea breeze picked up again. Lu Yi threw the clean trash into the outside bin. When he returned, he was holding a bunch of wildflowers he had just picked, purple small flowers with very strong life energy, probably from a cliff somewhere. Su Ci was sewing buttons under the lamp in the main room. Of course, her sewing was just holding a needle and moving it a few times. The real work was done by her second sister, Lu Xiangna, next to her. You're back, Su Ci greeted casually when she saw him come in.
Lu Yi didn't reply.
He walked over and placed the wildflowers in a glass bottle on the table. The bottle was originally a canned food jar, washed clean and wrapped with hemp rope, giving it a bit of an artistic feel. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Su Ci. The dim yellow light shone on his face, casting deep shadows around his eyes, making him look more three-dimensional and harder to read. Su Ci, he suddenly called her full name. Su Ci paused with her needle, feeling her heart skip a beat for no clear reason. Lu Yi usually called her wife or little darling, rarely using her full name unless something serious was happening. What's wrong? Why so serious? Su Ci put down her work, trying to keep her expression natural, but a faint flicker of nervousness still appeared in her charming eyes.
Could it be
exposed? She quickly reviewed her actions over the past week in her mind. Except for that risky moment when she treated Xiangdong, all her material deliveries had been very careful. Lu Yi watched her eyes dart around and sighed inwardly. This woman, smart all her life, is momentarily confused. She probably doesn't realize that every time she lies or gets nervous, her little right pinky finger unconsciously twitches. He reached out and, across the table, held her hand that was resting on the surface. His hand was large, dry, rough, and warm in a reassuring way. From now on, don't let Xiang Bei and the others take out the trash at home, Lu Yi said softly, with a deep tone like a cello string vibrating. And don't let them touch the ashes in the stove.
Succeesse art suddenly clenched.
He found out. Although he didn't say it directly, the message in that sentence was very clear. He must have discovered something that shouldn't be there. Was it that medicine box? Or the leftover ham packaging from that day? Cold sweat broke out from her back instantly. In this era, being labeled a spy or superstitious could really mean death. And Lu Yi was a soldier, his stance. Su Ci wanted to pull her hand back, but Lu Yi held it tighter. Look at me, Lu Yi said in a deep voice. Su Ci had to lift her head and meet his ink-black eyes. She saw no suspicion, no judgment, not even fear. Only a vast ocean of acceptance and a nearly resolute determination. "I'm just a rough person. I don't understand Qigong, or those foreign words," Lu Yi said slowly, each word hitting Su Si's heart like a hammer. "But I know, since you came, Xiang Bei stopped fighting, Xiang Nen started smiling more, Xiang Dong's asthma got better, and this broken home feels like a real home." He paused, gently rubbing her hand with his thumb. "I don't care who you are, or where those things came from. As long as you don't do anything evil, don't harm the country in this home, on this island, you're just Su Si, my wife whom I married properly. I'll take care of those remaining matters. You only need to focus on living a good life." Su Si's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Since arriving in this era, she had always felt a sense of detachment. She was a traveler, a queen with special powers, looking down on this poor world. She liked Lu Yi, but she was always ready to run away and cautious about being discovered. But at this moment, this man told her in the simplest, most honest way, "I will protect you and face all the storms for you." This trust was more touching than any love words. "Lu Yi," Su Si's voice choked with emotion. She reached out and held his large hand. "Aren't you afraid I might be a fox spirit?" Lu Yi's lips curled into a slight, gentle smile. His smile was warm like spring breeze, softening his usually stern face and making him seem full of life and energy. He stood up lightly, gracefully walking around the desk to her small figure. Then, he knelt down and bent over, his strong arms wrapping tightly around her slender waist, while his chin gently rested on her soft, pink neck. "Little fox," his voice was deep and magnetic, like a gentle night breeze brushing her sensitive ears, making her feel tingling. "Even so, I am willing to marry such a beautiful, charming little fairy like you." Lu Yi feels truly lucky in this life. As he spoke, a warm, tender breath brushed her skin, causing Su Si to tremble involuntarily. She instinctively pulled her long neck back, tears like a flood rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably. But these tears were not from fear or pain, but from deep inside her heart, overflowing with happiness and emotion. She suddenly turned around, like a startled deer, and threw herself into his broad, strong arms, holding him tightly around his sturdy waist. "Then you must take good care of me after all. This little fox is very delicate and fragile, and I can't stand any unfairness." Her tone was a little playful, like an innocent child asking her loved one for candy. Lu Yi silently nodded in agreement. In her deep, ocean-like eyes, a firm and loving light sparkled. She softly replied, "Don't worry, my dear. I will protect you for a lifetime, never leaving your side." At this moment, the sea breeze outside seemed to sense the strong love filling the room, becoming gentler and more obedient. Although they didn't directly express their deep feelings, the slight barrier between them disappeared in this instant. Instead, their hearts resonated silently, filled with hope and anticipation for a beautiful future. Time passed quietly, and half a month went by quickly. However, the test on Seagull Island never truly ended. This year's typhoon season seemed especially long, with wave after wave. Although the winds weren't destructive, the sea kept rough and full of waves. The supply ship, which comes every half-month, was already 10 days late. For an island that depends on supplies, this was a disaster. Fresh water was okay. There was a well, and Su Si sometimes secretly added some spiritual spring water, making it very sweet. But vegetables became a big problem. There was no cold chain preservation technology back then, and the island's humid, salty environment caused stored cabbages and radishes to rot long ago. Recently, their meals consisted of dried salted fish with seaweed soup and sometimes canned food, which felt like a festival. "I don't want to eat anymore." Su Si slammed her chopsticks on the table, staring at the dead-looking salted fish in her bowl, radiating a fiery anger. Every meal was salted fish, every day salted fish. She was almost marinated herself. She pointed at her face and scolded Lu Yi, who just entered the room. "Look at my face, it's peeling. If I don't eat some green vegetables, I will turn into a rabbit with red eyes." The kind of thin, dried-out rabbit. Actually, her face was tender and white, almost as if water could be squeezed out, with no sign of peeling. But she used this as an excuse to complain. Louis had just returned from the regiment, covered in mud, holding a bag of compressed biscuits. Seeing his wife get angry, he looked helpless. "Honey, there's nothing I can do. The ship can't come, and the captain is eating dry bread too." Louis walked over, wanting to comfort her, but Su Ci pushed him away disdainfully. "I don't care." Su Ci's troublesome side was fully on display now. "I want to eat green vegetables. I want to eat crispy cucumbers. I want to eat bright red tomatoes. Otherwise, I can't go on with these days." The three young wolves nearby shrank back, afraid to speak. Actually, they thought salted fish was quite tasty, even though they couldn't afford to eat it before. But when the older sister-in-law got angry and the eldest brother lowered his head, they dared not cause trouble. Louis scratched his head, feeling guilty.
"Then
"I'll go to the back mountain to find some wild vegetables for you. The wild vegetables on the back mountain are so bitter, and I have to fight wild boars for them." "I won't eat those." Su Ci turned her head away, secretly glancing at the empty land in the yard. That was the area Lu Yi had cleared for her to plant flowers before. The soil was from the back mountain, rich and full of organic matter. "Lu Yi," Su Ci suddenly turned around, her eyes shining brightly. "Let's grow our own vegetables." Lu Yi was surprised, then smiled bitterly. "Wife, it's good that you want to grow vegetables. But on this island, the soil is salty and alkaline, and the wind is strong. The old soldiers tried many times before, and only water spinach could survive a little. The others just wouldn't grow. Plus, even if we plant now, it'll take 2 or 3 months to harvest." "That's too long." "Humph, that's because they're stupid." Su Ci raised her chin, acting like a confident fairy. "My mom left me an old book that records special farming methods and secret recipes to improve the soil. Just say whether you support this or not." "Support? I absolutely support," Lu Yi said eagerly. "As long as you want to do it, this yard is yours. But I have to warn you, if it doesn't work out, don't come crying. Just watch me." With the imperial decree in hand, Su Ci immediately started to act. Of course, her so-called action meant commanding Lu Yi and Lu Xiangbei to turn the soil.
"Dig deeper."
"Pick out all those stones." Su Ci sat on a lounge chair, drinking the red sugar water brewed by Lu Xiangnan, while giving orders. "The soil must be loose so the roots can breathe." Lu Yi worked tirelessly with the hoe. He didn't really expect success. The sea breeze would probably kill any tender seedlings. But he was happy to play along with his wife, as long as it made her feel better. Even if they had to grow gold on this salty land, he'd do it. They worked until dark, and finally, the small plot of land in the yard looked decent. "All right, everyone go to sleep." Su Ci waved her hand. "I'll handle the rest of the planting myself. This is a secret technique, passed down to girls only. You're not allowed to peek." Lu Yi wiped the fine sweat from his forehead with his hand, then looked deeply and thoughtfully at the woman in front of him. He knew well from past experience that tonight was likely to bring some unexpected miracles. Despite feeling confused and puzzled, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he quietly sent the 3 curious little wolf cubs back into the house and softly told them, "Just listen to your sister-in-law and go to bed early." Time quietly passed, and the night grew deeper. Everything was silent. The bright moon hung high in the sky, but was covered by thick clouds, plunging the world into darkness. The sea breeze howled, stirring up huge waves that crashed against the rocky shore with loud, crisp sounds. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Su Ci tiptoed out of her room and carefully crossed the silent courtyard. When she was sure no one else was around, she focused her mind and used her strong mental power to successfully transport her body into the Level 3 eco-plantation space. This was a mysterious area she had recently unlocked with some basic functions. As soon as she stepped onto this magical land, a fresh, pleasant scent hit her nose. She saw a breathtaking scene: bright red tomatoes hanging like sparkling gems on the branches, crisp, green cucumbers that looked like jade, shiny purple eggplants that resembled chubby little faces, and neat rows of lush bok choy waving as if greeting her. The smell of these fresh vegetables made her mouth water. The crops here grow very quickly and are very resistant to disease. Without hesitation, Su Ci activated the great shift of the universe. She didn't transplant the seedlings just sprouting, but moved mature plants that were already bearing fruit or ready to harvest. Suddenly, pepper plants and tomato vines, still moist with soil, appeared in the yard. Su Ci also brought a bucket of spiritual spring water, diluted, and poured it over the plants extensively. The spring water seeped into the soil, instantly transforming the originally dry and salty land into rich, fertile ground. The plants that had just been moved there didn't wilt. Instead, they stretched their branches and leaves under the moonlight, shining with a bright, lively glow, as if celebrating. In just half an hour, the once bare yard turned into a lush vegetable forest. Su Ci brushed off the dirt from her hands and looked at the bright red tomatoes hanging on the vines. She happily swallowed her saliva. "Tomorrow morning, I'll scare you all." At dawn the next day, the sun just rose, its golden light breaking through the clouds and shining over Seagull Island. Louis got up early as usual and started his morning exercises. Still sleepy, he instinctively opened the door, casually fastened his uniform button, and headed to the yard to wash up. But when he reached the center of the yard, he suddenly stopped. He rubbed his eyes hard, doubting whether he was still dreaming or if he was hallucinating from not eating green vegetables for a long time. Just last night, the yard was nothing but dark, tilled land, but now it had completely changed. No, this was no longer just lush greenery. What he saw was a colorful scene. Green cucumber vines climbed up a tall frame, covered with sparkling dew, each with tender yellow flowers and sharp thorns, looking crisp and refreshing. Nearby, heavy tomatoes hung like bright red lanterns, bending the branches under their weight. Between the ridges, lush bok choy looked like carefully carved emeralds, tightly clustered and lively. Even a corner of the yard had a few bright red chili peppers, their vibrant color astonishing to see. A fresh, rich vegetable aroma filled the air, mixed with the faint scent of moist soil, hitting Liu Ye's nose. This unique smell stunned him, leaving him completely at a loss. He opened his mouth wide, his usual stern face breaking apart.
This.
Did it grow overnight? Big brother. What's wrong? When Liu Xiangbei heard the noise, he rushed out, followed by Xiangnan and Xiangdong. The three children stood on the steps, looking at the miracle in the yard, and their reactions were even more exaggerated than Liu Ye's. "Oh my goodness." Liu Xiangbei swallowed hard. "Did my sister-in-law plant this? Or is it some kind of fairy's work? Who grows vegetables that big overnight?" I think that cucumber is ready to eat. Although Xiangdong usually believed in science, at this moment he could only push up his non-existent glasses and mutter, "This doesn't follow the normal rules of plant growth." Unless some kind of high-energy catalyst was used. While the whole family was stunned, Su Ci, wearing pajamas and yawning, pushed open the door. She still looked half asleep, lazily leaning against the doorframe, looking at these country bumpkins who had never seen such a miracle, and said lightly, "Oh, you're all up? How about it? My secret technique works, right?" Louis suddenly turned around, took a few steps forward, pointed at the vegetables in the yard, and his voice trembled a little. "Wife, you call this just planting some seeds? How do you explain this? If someone sees this, this was even more exaggerated than the previous cool tea. Overnight, a small patch turned into a forest. It's like a fairy tale." Su Ci had already prepared her excuse. She stepped down the stairs, casually plucked a bright red tomato, wiped it on her clothes, and handed it to Liu Yi. "Try it." Liu Yi instinctively took a bite. The sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth. It was the taste of fresh vegetables he hadn't had in a long time, with an indescribable sweetness that made his pores relax completely. Actually, these seedlings were secretly grown in pots inside the house before. I used my special nutrient solution, so they grew quickly. Last night I just moved them outside to plant, Su Ci lied calmly. Plus, even though this island has heavy salt and alkali, the climate is hot, and with the rain last night, they just perked up, growing seedlings in pots. Louis glanced at the small broken flower pots inside the house and then looked at the hundreds of pounds of vegetables in the yard. He couldn't believe that such small pots could produce such large seedlings. But the tomato in his mouth was just too delicious. It was so tasty that even if it was true that his wife used magic to grow it, it still felt perfectly reasonable. This matter. Louis swallowed the last piece of tomato, wiped his mouth, and looked determined. If anyone asks, just say, we brought dehydrated vegetable seeds from the mainland. They are special and grow quickly. As for why they grew overnight, that's because we covered them with a thin film for insulation. It's just a visual trick. Although this excuse was pretty weak, it was better than saying a miracle from the gods. At that moment, a voice came from outside the yard. Oh, wow. Why does Lou's house smell so good today? Are you cooking something delicious? Before the words finished, the loud voice of the lady named Wang pushed open the half-closed gate. Then, a scream that could pierce the eardrum echoed through the entire family compound. Oh my goodness! Wang's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she pointed at the vegetables in the yard, looking like she saw a ghost. What is this? What is this? Lou, did you move the supply and marketing cooperative here? Or did you bring the Imperial Garden here? This loud cry immediately attracted all the neighbors nearby. Within 5 minutes, the small yard of the Liu family was crowded with people. The military wives, who usually felt sick of eating salted fish, looked at the fresh, lively little cabbages with bright green eyes. If Liu Yi, the cold-faced judge, hadn't stood at the door, they would have rushed in to grab some. Is this grown by Liu's wife? This is amazing. I saw this land was empty just a few days ago. Liu's wife, what kind of seeds are these? Can you teach us? Seeing that the vegetables were ready, Su Xiai stepped out from behind Liu Yi. She wore a clean, floral shirt, her hair casually tied up, and smiled gently, though secretly plotting. Everyone, this is just good luck. I used my family's secret soil fertilizer recipe, improved the soil, and added these seeds. Really good stuff. Su Xiai modestly took credit and attributed it to luck and a bit of mysticism. Since everyone is here, I can't let you just watch. Bei, go pick a basket of cucumbers and cut some small cabbages to share with everyone. Let's taste the freshness and satisfy our cravings. As soon as she said this, everyone cheered. Oh, Liu's wife is truly a goddess. Exactly. Who used to say Liu's wife was hard to get along with? I think she's the most generous. The cucumbers are so crunchy. Better than the supply and marketing cooperatives by 100 times. A basket of vegetables instantly won the hearts of everyone in the community. The rumors that Su Xiai was lazy and didn't work disappeared completely amid the sound of her crisp, fresh cucumbers. Su Xiai stood on the steps, watching the lively crowd, a playful smile on her face. Go ahead, eat up. People are easily influenced, and words can be short-lived. From now on, this Seagull Island will be her private garden. Anyone who tries to cause her trouble will have to ask if her friends, who have tasted her fresh vegetables, agree. Louis looked back at his wife's clever, mischievous expression and shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were full of love. This woman's way of winning people's hearts is even better than fighting. But looking at the half-eaten tomato in his hand, Louis felt that being won over by her was actually quite a happy thing. The 2 baskets of dewy vegetables seemed like a timely rain, completely ending the last of the gossip about the lazy wife in the community. Even Sister Wang, who usually looked down on others, left holding 2 prickly cucumbers, her back stiff with a guilty look. The lively scene faded, and only the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the leaves remained in the yard. Su Xiai sat on a vine-covered chair under the grape arbor, looking at the lush yard, but no longer feeling proud. Her gaze crossed the fence and landed on the dirt path leading to the community office. It was getting dark, and heavy clouds pressed down on the sea, like a cast-iron pot, a sign that a storm was coming. Big sister-in-law, when will Big Brother be back? Liu Xiangbei squatted on the ground, picking vegetables, holding a sprout of bok choy. The vegetable was so tender that it dripped water when pinched. Usually, at this time, I'd hear him call out that he's hungry. Maybe there's a lot of work at the office, Su Xiai replied absent-mindedly, flipping through her book Red Crag, still on the same page. Actually, she knew Lu Yi had been acting strangely lately. Since the last time he drank that herbal tea with spiritual spring water, the soldiers in the group had become lively and energetic. Rumor had it that he had set up some kind of intense training camp in the back mountain based on the few ancient training diagrams Su Ci casually drew, pushing everyone to their limits. Just then, the door of the yard creaked open. Lu Ye's figure appeared at the entrance. The night was quite dark, and he looked like he had just been pulled out of ink. His military jacket was draped over his shoulders, and his damp navy shirt clung tightly to his body, showing the outline of his muscles. "You're back." Su Ci stood up. Before she got close, she smelled a mix of sweat, dirt, and a faint rusty scent. Lu Yi saw her, and his usually cold face softened a little. But his smile didn't reach his eyes. Instead, he looked tired and pale. "Yes, I did extra obstacle training today, so I came back late. Is dinner ready?" He said this as he stepped over the doorframe. Su Ci's eyes were sharp. She quickly noticed that when Lu Yi stepped over the low door, his body paused slightly, almost unnoticeably. His left shoulder also seemed a bit awkward, pulled inward as if he was avoiding some pressure point. "I made your favorite seafood gnocchi soup," Su Ci said calmly, walking over to try to take the cloves from his hand. "I'll do it myself," Lu Yi said, turning aside to avoid her hand. He moved quickly and casually hung his clothes on a hook on the wall. "I'm covered in sweat. Don't want to make you smell. I'll go take a shower." Without waiting for Su Ci to speak, he headed straight toward the outdoor shower in the corner. Su Ci's hand froze in midair, and her brow furrowed more and more. This man was hiding from her. At dinner, the atmosphere was a bit heavy. The three young men ate loudly, snoring and crunching. The seafood gnocchi soup was so delicious it made your tongue want to fall out. Lu Yi also ate quickly, but his right hand holding the chopsticks was tense, with veins bulging, as if he was holding back something. Suddenly, Su Ci placed her chopsticks on the edge of her bowl with a crisp sound. Lu Xiongdong, who was drinking soup, was startled and looked over nervously. Lu Yi paused, looked up, and had some soup on his lips. "What's wrong, wife?" "Not tasty, Lu Yi." Su Ci crossed her arms, her eyes sharp like two small knives stabbing at him. "Are you planning to keep holding everything like this? Or are you going to faint later and I'll have to clean up your body?" Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, his gaze flickering. "What are you talking about?" "I'm fine." "Fine?" Su Ci sneered, her tone full of sarcasm. "So fine you can't even lift a bun? So fine you're sitting with half your butt on the chair? So fine your forehead is covered in sweat?" She had exposed him. Lu Yi fell silent, lowered his head, and poked at the lumps in his bowl of noodle soup, acting like a child who had done something wrong. "Finish your meal and go inside," Su Ci said sharply, then got up and went back to her room. Half an hour later, in the master bedroom, the dim yellow kerosene lamp flickered, casting shadows that stretched and shrank across the room. Lu Yi slowly entered the room, leaning against the door, hands in his pockets, watching Su Ci sitting on the bed. His throat moved as he spoke. "Wife, it's really nothing. Just a bump, a small skin injury. It'll heal in a couple of days. Take it off." Su Ci said only one word, swinging a small porcelain bottle, her red flower oil, which she had secretly brought out from her space, stored in an old-fashioned glass bottle. "Really no need. I'll count to 3. Su Ci's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a stubborn and commanding look. 1. Lu Yi sighed, knowing he couldn't get out of this. He had no principles when it came to this woman. He clenched his teeth, slowly raised his hand, and unbuttoned his shirt. As the fabric rubbed against his skin with a rustling sound, the soaked shirt was taken off. When he turned around, Su Ci gasped sharply. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, the sight before her still made her heart tremble. A wave of sour emotion surged up, flooding her eyes instantly. This was not just a bump. On his broad, strong, bronze-colored back, there were shocking scars. Near his left shoulder blade, a large purple-black bruise was swollen and raised, as if hit hard with a hammer. There was a long scrape on his side, with torn flesh and blood still oozing out. Both sides of his spine were covered with numerous scratches and red, swollen marks from impacts. It looked like a map drawn with pain. "Is this what you call a skin injury?" Su Si's voice trembled slightly. She stood up, reaching out to touch the wounds but hesitated, afraid of hurting him, her hand hanging in midair. "Lu Yi, are you made of iron? Do you think you have 9 lives?" Hearing the choking in her voice, Lu Yi stiffened, dared not turn around, and only muttered in a muffled voice, "That's not even an injury." Back on the battlefield. "Shut up," Su Si yelled at him with a crying tone. "This isn't a war now. What are you showing off for?" She didn't know that because she showed her devil training diagram, Lu Yi personally performed dozens of demonstrations to test each move's feasibility and limit. Those difficult crawling, climbing, and crashing exercises were all done on hard ground. He is the soul of the team and cannot show pain in front of the soldiers. But at this moment, hearing his wife's tearful scolding, this tough man who never shed tears while bleeding felt that the burning pain in his back was worse than any punishment. It was a feeling of heartache, and it made him anxious.